As the apocalypse arrives, others hide in shelters just to survive. While I live a heavenly life among the zombie horde, not only do I have a beautiful snake woman giving me massages, but also a cute bunny girl doing my laundry and cooking for me. All thanks to awakening the end of the world charm demon system, I can grow stronger as long as there are zombies. Just 1 year ago, I crossed over to this zombie-infested blue star, and awakened the end of the world charm demon system at the same time. But when I thought I could rely on the system to reach the peak of life, I couldn't control the system no matter what, only able to increase my charm by checking in every day. Although my charm keeps rising, I haven't found it useful in daily life. Even though my looks have reached 100,000 points, I still get ruthlessly rejected by beautiful women when trying to approach them. In order to survive neglect, I had to enlist in the army. Today, there happens to be a mission outside the city, my first encounter with zombies since crossing over. Due to the sudden loss of contact with a lieutenant's battle outside the city, the previous episode instructed our team to investigate. Inside an armored vehicle at this moment, haha Lin Foam, just how afraid of death are you? Isn't it hot wearing such thick armor? Exactly, even if you're afraid of zombies, it shouldn't be like this. You're really embarrassing our 9th division with your actions, a teammate beside mocked and laughed. With a sneer on his lips and a disdainful expression, when they truly encounter zombies, they will realize how wise their choice was. Shut up, Director Doe. Su Lin's irritable voice rang out, and the people around immediately fell silent. The armored vehicle quickly drove out, with the plasma defense light shining. Everyone looked outside towards the armored vehicle. It really came out. I have never been outside before. It turns out it looks like this. It looks just like the forests in books. So there really are places full of trees. Seeing the outside scenery, everyone appeared very excited, because there are hardly any plants in the city. Su Lin looked at the map and solemnly said, "The 4th safety zone outpost is ahead. Everyone, be prepared." Before long, the armored vehicle smoothly stopped on a small hill, and the people had not yet seen the situation in front of them clearly. Chen Chang, who was driving, exclaimed, This is. In front, the outpost was occupied by a group of zombies, densely packed together with hardly any gaps to be found. They had blank expressions, vacant eyes, as if being controlled by some mysterious force. Standing there in perfect order, they presented a chilling scene. Deputy Director Yang Lai's pupils instantly contracted. Although he had been on the battlefield before, the scene before him made his knees weak. His brain spun rapidly, and he quickly said, retreat quickly. What is that? Suddenly, a team member pointed ahead, and everyone's gaze followed suit. In the center of those thousands of zombies, there seems to be a different infected entity. It has a graceful figure like that of a young girl, appearing naked from the outside, covered with green scales from the chest down. And it has a tail like that of a snake, despite having a humanoid body. But its face exudes a kind of allure, with cold, reptilian eyes that make one's legs weak just by making eye contact. Grade F Special Infected Entity, Snake Woman Solin's expression instantly froze. She scanned through the device and saw the information about the infected entity. A special infected entity, it's really a special infected entity. No wonder all the colleagues in the exploration position were wiped out. It was because of the attack by a Grade F Special Infected Entity. We are no match for her, hurry and escape. The teammates beside me looked panicked, afraid of being noticed by the snake woman in the distance. How could a special infected entity infiltrate the 4th safety zone? This is not a trivial matter, it must be reported immediately. Sulin promptly made the decision to return to the survivors. The events occurring in this foreign city have exceeded his ability to handle. Only by asking for the help of those with special abilities can this be resolved. Hearing this, Chen Chang decisively drove the armored vehicle, but the vehicle failed to start. Didn't you hear the order to retreat? Why are you still dawdling? Seeing the vehicle not starting, Yang Lai became anxious in an instant. It seems like there's a problem with the car, and Chen Chang looks panicked, continuously adjusting the dashboard with both hands, but only hearing a low hum from the armored vehicle, with no sign of movement. It's too heavy. Although we filled up with fuel when we arrived, we consumed some along the way. If we want to quietly leave here with the engine running silently, we need to reduce the weight. Chen Chang said anxiously. There are too many zombies in front of us. If we want to leave quietly, we need to, but the fuel is insufficient to start. The armored vehicle's silent engine poses a risk of being discovered. Reduce the weight, throw away unnecessary things. Su Lin reacted quickly and came up with a solution. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned to me involuntarily. It's all your fault, you useless person. Insisting on wearing armor, the fuel was consumed so quickly along the way, it must be because of you. Yang Lai angrily scolded, stop arguing. Su Lin frowned. Early in the morning,
throw the armor down. Remember to keep the noise down, absolutely do not startle those zombies.
For the sake of survival, I could only reluctantly comply and take off this nearly 200-pound armor. Chen Chang operated the vehicle and opened a gap in the armored vehicle.
Remember to go slowly, don't let those zombies hear any noise. Su Ling continued to remind.
I nodded, then carefully got out of the car with pieces of armor in hand, and placed them in the nearby bushes.
All right, come back.
Su Ling breathed a sigh of relief. No, Chen Chang suddenly spoke, pointing at the dashboard.
Captain, our current weight is just right.
If early morning gets on the car, we still won't be able to start. Su Ling's pupils narrowed, then resolutely said, not hesitating to reduce the load on others, letting Lin Feng come up.
Captain, all we have left are weapons.
Yang Lai said anxiously, if we lose the weapons and encounter a zombie horde on the road, we will still be in danger. Why not give Lin Feng a map and let him walk back from here? Su Ling resolutely refused without hesitation. Seeing Yang Lai's fierce eyes, he suddenly struck with lightning speed, chopping at Su Ling's neck from behind.
Su Ling grunted and passed out. Lin Feng gave you a map, walk back on your own, no getting on the car, we don't have enough fuel.
It's all because of you, you have to take responsibility. I looked at the ferocious expression of Yang Lai, my temper flared up too. It's ridiculous to make me get off the car just to throw away a few weapons.
Yang Lai, you're settling personal scores at the expense of others.
Yang Lai sneered, looked at the others beside him, and asked, Lin Feng wants you to throw away your weapons, do you choose to discard them or make him walk back? The others looked at each other, the implication was already clear. See, the minority must obey the majority, so just obediently walk back, Yang Lai sneered, then closed the car door, and Chen Chang drove away. Seeing this, I quickly ran to the bushes nearby and picked up the heavy helmet. Relentlessly pounding the surface of the armored vehicle, Yang Lai, damn it, you want me dead, but none of you can escape. In an instant, the loud noise attracted the distant horde of zombies. Seeing the situation, there was no time to activate the engine silencer on the city wall, so I drove off like that. I was abruptly pulled by the car, falling heavily to the ground. Yang Lai, you scoundrel, even if I turn into a zombie, I won't let you off. As soon as the words fell, several zombies arrived by my side, and soon I was surrounded.
A water-leaking snake woman stood out conspicuously among the zombie horde.
He approached me at an extremely fast speed, his eyes gleaming with fanatical fervor. I felt a chill in my heart, but as the snake woman's features came closer, I could see them clearly. He had a cascading rust-colored mane, eyes like a pair of emerald snake pupils, lively and profound. His skin displayed a unique pale white hue, smooth and delicate. Tall and slender, with well-proportioned curves, possessing both the softness of a woman and the agility of a snake.
For some reason, my mind was filled with all sorts of messy thoughts. I thought this snake woman still had some charm. If I were to be killed by her, it wouldn't be too bad.
Just as I thought about the cold scales of the quasi-snake woman, they were already pressed against me. Suddenly, at that moment, my mind received a mechanical message.
Congratulations, the end-of-the-world charm system of the host is fully activated. Current charm level, 100,000, maximum strength, 15, agility, 17, endurance, 12, mental power, 15, ordinary infected fans, 2,374. I suddenly realized, so my system is aimed at that group of zombie-infected bodies. This is definitely an end-of-the-world artifact. Why didn't you say it earlier, system? Do you know how I've been living this past year?
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully taming the special infected snake woman, receiving a reward of plus 50 mental power. With the increase in mental power, an inexplicable force rises from the depths of my soul, like a spring breeze sweeping across the earth, cleansing the fear and exhaustion in my heart. Everything in front of me has become much brighter. Just now, that F-grade special infected snake woman that pounced on me is now quietly lying on my chest. The madness and slaughter in her eyes have faded, replaced by a shimmering sense of reverence. A faint glow seems to flow on her delicate skin. Beside me, there are those zombie-like creatures that were about to pounce on me, seemingly in awe of the authority of the snake woman, so they keep their distance from me.
However, their eyes still hold admiration.
Although the zombies in front of me don't attack me, their appearance is still somewhat unpleasant to look at.
The only thing I can look at is the snake woman on my body. Can you get off me? I'm a bit embarrassed to look at the snake woman on me.
When I first awakened the system, she coiled her tail around my body. As she now slightly rises, I can feel the weight of the snake woman. As the snake woman faces me, a hint of shyness flashes through her originally cold snake eyes. She slightly lowers her eyelids, a blush appearing on her cheeks, like the sunrise reflecting on the snow, wild yet beautiful. The corners of her mouth gently curve up, revealing a hint of charming smile, as if showcasing her unique charm. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but freeze, feeling a bit nervous as I swallowed nervously. The snake woman seems unable to understand my words, blinking her lively eyes, tilting her head in confusion. I had no choice but to handle it myself, prying the snake woman's tail off my body. I scratched my head, breaking the awkward silence, asking, "Can you understand me?" As I speak, I gesture with my hand. The snake woman initially showed a puzzled expression, but hesitantly nodded after seeing my actions. It seems she can understand me, but not fully comprehend yet, and she cannot speak. I stare at the snake woman in front of me, gathering courage to ask, "Do you like me?" Upon hearing that, the snake woman immediately nodded, without any delay. A smile gradually forms on my lips. With my charm of 100,000 points, perhaps no one in the entire zombie world can compare. At this moment, I am the god in the hearts of these zombies. I glanced at the time, then turned my gaze towards the direction where the armored vehicle was escaping. "There's not much fuel left. You won't be able to escape back, snake woman. Come with me. It's time for revenge." On the other side of the wall, driving a heavy armored vehicle, we have now reached the vicinity of the third safety zone. Outside the car window are endless ruins and dilapidated buildings. Occasionally you can see some wandering zombies. Ah, finally safe. A burly teammate excitedly looked at Yang Lai. Thanks to the deputy director's wise decision, we abandoned that burden and managed to escape smoothly to this place. That's right, Lin Feng is simply a burden. Another thin teammate echoed, showing a hint of disdain on his face. He knows nothing and only drags us down. Let's not talk about him anymore. Yang Lai interrupted the teammates and jokingly said that he stayed behind for our safe evacuation. Now that he's gone, we don't need to mention him again. Lin Feng sacrificed himself for our safe evacuation. How can we speak ill of him? A teammate instantly convened a meeting, smiling. Just then, Chen Chang suddenly turned around. "Deputy Director, when we were escaping just now, it seems like the vehicle's fuel tank hit a tree. We've lost a lot now. If we continue driving, we probably won't be able to return to Yicheng." "What?" Yang Lai suddenly widened his eyes. "Are you joking with me?" Chen Chang forced a smile and pointed to the fuel gauge. Yang Lai furrowed his brows, then picked up the map to look at it. This place is still a distance away from Yicheng, but luckily there is a guard post nearby. The 3 to 11 guard post is only 3 kilometers away from us. Yang Lai pointed to the map and said, "This is the most suitable solution." After all, each guard post has a plasma shield that can withstand some zombie attacks, which is why the previous guard post fell. It's just that they encountered an F-class special sensation, an attack by the infected. The guard post is not far, and after a few minutes, the group arrived at the location. Inside the shield, the patrolling guards, upon seeing the armored vehicle approaching slowly, were also surprised and immediately reported to the post captain. The group got off in front of the shield, where Yang Lai was negotiating with the two inside. After briefly understanding the mission process, the deputy post captain was slightly surprised. He didn't expect traces of an F-class infected in the 4th safe zone. "It's serious. I'll report to headquarters right away." The deputy post captain turned around to go back and get the communication device, but he was stopped by the captain next to him. "It's too late. Open the plasma barrier first and let them in." At the far end of the ruins, a human figure appeared, followed by a dense horde of zombies. They trudged with heavy steps, emitting low growls under the scorching sun. "You're actually still alive at dawn?" Yang Lai's eyes were full of shock. When he just escaped, he clearly saw Dawn being tackled by zombies. "I should have been assimilated by the zombies by now. How can I stand unharmed in the midst of zombies, not even a tear in my clothes? Are you disappointed to see me alive?" I sneered, wishing I could skin him alive on the spot. If I didn't have the Enchantress system, I would probably have become one of these zombies. Under the deputy station master's operation, the plasma barrier was opened as a gateway. Yang Lai and the others rushed in with their weapons, and as the last person entered, the plasma barrier closed behind them. "By dawn, you must have been infected and turned into a zombie. It's all your obsession now. If you're not afraid of death, come over. I'll end your life with a shot." Yang Lai, hiding behind the plasma barrier, suddenly felt confident. I sneered, "Although I fear death, but they don't. Charge at me, follow my orders." The next moment, the horde of zombies rushed forward. Everything seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. The zombies let out a low and piercing roar, their voices echoing from all directions as they extended their sharp claws, relentlessly pounding on the plasma barrier. Each impact was accompanied by a grating metallic friction. Inside the outpost, the team members' heartbeats almost synchronized with the zombies' roars, fear and despair written all over their faces. Yang Lai tightly gripped his weapon, sweat dripping from his forehead incessantly. His gaze pierced through the seams of the plasma barrier, staring at the impenetrable horde of zombies outside, a nameless chill rising in his heart. "Damn it!
If the plasma barrier breaks, you all better fight for your lives, the bald station chief roared. Simultaneously, the members of Outpost 3 to 11 began setting up defensive fortifications according to the emergency plan prepared earlier. Although the defenses were hastily erected, they were clearly unable to withstand the fierce onslaught of the zombie horde. A crack. The plasma barrier emitted a crisp sound. It shattered like glass, revealing the surging tide of zombies outside. The zombies roared, baring their teeth and claws, their eyes gleaming with hunger and madness, as if they wanted to devour everything in sight. What? The bald station chief exclaimed, the plasma barrier being breached so quickly. Mind you, the F-level special infected, the snake woman, hadn't even made a move yet. Let's do this. The bald station chief raised his machine gun, aiming at the approaching horde of zombies. Despite the ferocious firepower, facing the vast number of zombies, the bullets were quickly engulfed in the zombie sea. Perhaps a few zombies fell under the gunfire, but it was too little compared to the overall number of the zombie horde. Although the members of Outpost 3 to 11 were terrified, they understood that there was no way out at this moment, only to engage in a desperate battle with the zombies. Yang Lai tightly held his rifle, each trigger pull accompanied by a zombie falling, but his ammunition quickly dwindled, while the zombies seemed endless. Ah! You beasts, all of you die! Yang Lai roared. He even thought of using his rifle to end Lin Feng's life, but there were hundreds of zombies acting as a shield between him and Lin Feng. He couldn't reach Lin Feng at all. On the battlefield, blood and fear intertwined into a cruel picture. The zombies' roars, the team members' screams, the sound of weapons firing, all intertwined as if trying to tear apart the very fabric of the world. However, in the face of the absolute number of zombies, human resistance seemed so pale and powerless. Finally, under the frenzied assault of the zombie horde, the defensive fortifications of Outpost 3 to 11 were completely destroyed, and the team members fell one by one. Their lives faded away under the claws and fangs of the zombies. Yang Lai exerted his last bit of strength, knocking down the zombies around him, but he was also heavily injured, his battle attire stained red with blood. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared on the battlefield. It was the snake woman. She looked down at the bloody battlefield, her eyes fixed on Su Lin, swiftly picking her up from the ground and returning to Lin Feng's side. Protect her, Lin Feng said with a complex expression. Among these people, he only hoped that Su Lin could survive. Because just now, when he was betrayed by Yang Lai, only Su Lin, the head of the department, stood up to speak for him. And she had even given him the only antidote she had. For Su Lin, Lin Feng still held a special sentiment. Although the snake woman didn't understand, she still shielded Su Lin behind her. Then, Lin Feng passed through the zombie horde, and they voluntarily made way for him. The other team members were all dead. In front of this horde of zombies, they didn't even leave intact corpses, so there was no possibility of turning into zombies. In the end, Lin Feng arrived in front of Yang Lai. Lin Feng, please, spare me. I promise not to disclose today's events. Chen Chang was at odds with you before. I have already taken care of him for you. And Captain, she belongs to you. No one will compete with you. Yang Lai fell to his knees in front of Lin Feng with a thud. He didn't understand why these zombies would obey Lin Feng's orders. But he was clear on one thing: if Lin Feng nodded, he would survive. Hearing this, Lin Feng cast a look of disgust at him and coldly said, when you refused to let me on the card just now, why didn't you think of this moment? Too late. As the words fell, Yang Lai's eyes turned fierce. In a swift motion, he quickly drew the pistol from his leg and aimed it at Lin Feng. Bastard! Then let's die together. But at the moment Yang Lai raised the pistol, the zombies beside him immediately lunged forward, using their bodies to block the muzzle. Bang! 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 The bullets hit the zombie's body, only splattering bursts of blood mist, without harming Lin Feng behind. Now, Yang Lai was completely desperate. This is impossible. How can you command zombies? The events unfolding before Yang Lai's eyes shattered his worldview. How could a living person like Lin Feng have the ability to command zombies? However, Lin Feng did not give him time to continue thinking. He took out the pistol Su Lin had given him earlier and aimed it at Yang Lai's head. Bang! The gun in Lin Feng's hand still emitted a faint blue smoke. Where the muzzle pointed, Yang Lai's body lay still. His head pierced by the bullet, blood and brain matter mixed and slowly flowed out, staining the surrounding ground red. The surrounding zombies gathered around Yang Lai's body. These irrational creatures seemed to have an instinctual craving for death and blood. Their eyes gleamed with greedy light, staring at the spreading pool of blood, saliva dripping from their mouths. Lin Feng frowned, the air filled with a strong smell of blood and the unique stench of the zombies, the two odors mingling together, nauseating. He turned to the zombies beside him and said, "Clean up this mess." The zombies immediately lunged forward to deal with the aftermath.
Afterwards, Lin Feng entered the room of Outpost 3-11, where there was a communication device with the Human Alliance. Seeing the dense network of wires, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Luckily they didn't send the message back, otherwise I would have been homeless. Although Lin Feng had gained the fervent admiration of the zombies, he was after all a living person and needed to return to the human living area. If he entered the dangerous area where zombies roamed, aside from the issues of food and shelter, staying with them for too long might affect his own state. On the table, Lin Feng saw a familiar blue syringe, unopened, containing an antidote. Outpost 3-11 was configured similarly to their Operation Base 9 Sciences, so there would be a spare antidote. Lin Feng joyfully put it away, planning to give it to Su Lin as a way of repaying her for her care last time. Apart from this antidote, there was nothing else useful in the room. Lin Feng walked out and ordered the zombies to destroy the place. After all, the inexplicable attack here could pose a threat to Lin Feng if any traces were found by the Human Alliance from the remnants of the outpost. He possessed the ability to control zombies, and if the Human Alliance found out, they might capture him for research. Lin Feng couldn't let others know about his special ability. After wrapping up the aftermath of Outpost 3-11, Lin Feng went to check on Su Lin's condition and found that she had only fainted, with no serious injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, Su Lin would have been at the mercy of those guys. In this situation, the bald captain was still a creature who thought with his lower body, not worth mourning. At least Lin Feng felt no guilt towards them. Carrying Su Lin on his back, Lin Feng arrived by a fresh stream and carefully laid her down on the ground, instructing the other zombies to keep their distance. A dappled sunlight filtered through layers of branches, casting patterns on the damp ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soil and green leaves, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds, adding a touch of vitality to this post-apocalyptic world. Finally, after some time, Su Lin slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was still somewhat blurry, as if veiled by a thin mist. Feeling dizzy and weak, her body felt limp, as if just waking from a long dream. As she gradually adjusted to the dim light, a familiar figure entered her sight. It was Lin Feng. He sat quietly beside her, leaning against a sturdy tree with his eyes closed. Lin Feng. Su Lin was struck by a strong shock at the sight of Lin Feng. How could he be here? Wasn't Lin Feng abandoned at the armored vehicle and asked to walk back to City E? How could he appear here? Did he manage to survive from those zombies? In Su Lin's mind, Lin Feng walking back to City E alone was a dead end. You're awake. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking at her with a smile. What's going on? Where are we? You're actually alive. Su Lin bombarded him with questions. Just now, Lin Feng had already prepared his reasons and said earnestly, Suko, when we were exploring the outpost, I was kicked down the mountain by Yang Lai. Luckily the slope wasn't high, and I woke up shortly after. Then I went to look for you guys, only to find Vice Captain Yang Lai and the other team members under attack by zombies. At a critical moment, Vice Captain Yang Lai decided to stay behind and asked me to take you to safety. Hearing Lin Feng's account, Su Lin was momentarily stunned. Yang Lai? Did he actually voluntarily stay behind just to let Lin Feng escape? How could that be? Even if Lin Feng didn't understand Yan Lai, as a captain, she knew him well. He was definitely not the type to sacrifice himself like that. However, everything Lin Feng said seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Su Lin slowly stood up, her feet still a bit weak, and asked, Where are they? Where are we now? Lin Feng's eyes rolled around and he said, Vice Captain Yang Lai asked us to split up. They led the zombies to Outpost 3-11. We are currently in the third safe zone. Hearing this, Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! With the outpost's help, they should be able to escape danger. Su Lin murmured. Then, she looked at Lin Feng with a strange look in her eyes and couldn't help but say, Lin Feng, I never expected you to have such luck. There were thousands of zombies at that outpost, and you just got kicked down a small hill and miraculously survived. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Feng scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. He. Suko, I also find it unbelievable that I survived. With that said, Su Lin's expression paused slightly, then turned serious, looking at Lin Feng earnestly. Lin Feng, rest assured, I will definitely speak up for you in this matter. In our team, we never abandon any comrade on the battlefield. Vice Captain Yang Lai, sacrificing a comrade voluntarily. When we return, I will report this to the higher-ups. I'll strip him of his vice captain position. Mentioning Yang Lai, Su Lin couldn't contain her anger. If it weren't for him, Lin Feng wouldn't have narrowly escaped death. Suko, let's not talk about this for now. Let's find our way back first, Lin Feng said somewhat awkwardly. If Su Lin were to find out that Yang Lai had been completely cleared out by his command of the zombies, who knows what expression she would show. Yes, let's go back first.
Sulin said solemnly, then looked around warily.
Just then, a black wristwatch on Sulin's wrist suddenly made a beeping sound, with a red light flashing on its surface. Seeing this, Sulin's pupils constricted, and she said in a deep voice, "We might not be able to go back yet.
An Esper is asking for help." An Esper asking for help?
Lin Feng was slightly surprised, not quite understanding. Because in this post-apocalyptic world, if anyone alive could be considered powerful, it would only be the Espers.
Therefore, Espers were extremely rare among ordinary humans.
Lin Feng had never even seen an Esper in person, only heard that they were a group of humans with extraordinary abilities. Why would such powerful individuals need help? This is a personal terminal issued by the Human Alliance. Only senior officials of the science rank or above can possess it, Sulin explained, gesturing with her arm. The personal terminal has many functions, one of which is to request assistance. I was planning to request support from the Human Alliance after evacuating that exploration outpost, but I didn't expect things to turn out that way. Now the personal terminal is showing red, indicating someone nearby is asking for help.
And it's an Esper sending the distress signal. Only an Esper's distress signal is red, while a regular combat distress signal is blue. Sulin explained with a dim expression, fearing that Lin Feng might not understand.
I see. Lin Feng suddenly realized, nodding.
However, he furrowed his brows and said, "Do we really have to go? Just the two of us? Although we don't know what danger the Esper is facing, can we handle the danger that even an Esper can't deal with? Without any intelligence, not even knowing what the danger was, how could they rush to provide assistance? They might end up getting themselves into trouble instead. There's no other way."
Sulin sighed, shaking her head. According to the rules of the Human Alliance, if an Esper sends a distress call, everyone nearby must go to help. The terminal automatically records the distress call, and if the Human Alliance finds out that it hasn't been followed, they will be eliminated on the spot. Lin Feng widened his eyes, never having heard of this rule before. How could there be such a ridiculous rule? Were Espers really that important in the eyes of the Human Alliance? Lin Feng felt somewhat angry for some reason, even though these Espers were crucial in fighting against the zombies. But that didn't mean that when an Esper was in trouble, all the surrounding ordinary people had to risk their lives to rescue them. Such a rule was twisted. Lin Feng, why don't you go back first? I'll go alone. The terminal is only on me. Once things are settled there, I'll find you and take you back, Sulin said, thinking Lin Feng was scared.
How can that be? How can I let you go alone?
Lin Feng furrowed his brows.
He took a deep breath and said slowly, I'll be with you, no matter what danger there is, I won't leave you behind.
Seeing how Sulin had always protected him before, Lin Feng would never abandon her. At least, he wanted Sulin to return safely to City E. Lin Feng silently calculated in his heart. Firstly, the Espers of the Human Alliance were in danger, and the danger could only come from the zombies. Since they were asking for help, it meant that the Esper had been driven to a dead end, and in desperation, they had chosen to seek help using the terminal. If the situation changed, Lin Feng could rely on his wits to survive the zombie siege, but others might not be so lucky. If possible, Lin Feng didn't want to tell Su Lin his secret. Facing the suddenly responsible Lin Feng, Su Lin was also taken aback, her gaze towards him softened slightly. Alright, let's go together. On the terminal, there were real-time updates of the rescue location. The direction where the Esper sought help was in the 4th safety zone, less than 10 kilometers from their position. Lin Feng and Su Lin walked side by side towards the 4th safety zone, each step landing on thick dust, accompanied by the sound of crumbling gravel. Before long, their eyes were drawn to a strange sight ahead. It was piles of zombie corpses scattered around, limbs and arms strewn about, a horrifying sight. Most of these zombie bodies were incomplete, as if torn apart by some immense force, yet also seemed scorched by flames. Their skin was charred, some emitting faint blue smoke, the air filled with the stench of burning flesh. Signs of battle surrounded them, towering trees snapped in half, revealing pale wooden cross-sections. Lin Feng and Su Lin exchanged a glance, both showing shock and vigilance in their eyes. Was this the result of battles involving Espers? Finally, after a journey, Lin Feng and Su Lin arrived at the edge of a ruin shrouded in purple mist. They exchanged a glance and nodded at each other. Proceeding cautiously, suddenly, a deep roar shattered the silence, causing their eardrums to ache. Through the sound, Lin Feng located the combat zone. Over there! They quickly found the location of the battle. A man stood on a nearby high ground, hands waving continuously as fireballs flew out one after another from his hands. In front of him, a nimble purple beast shadowed him. Through scanning, Su Lin recognized the infected creature. That's an F-grade special infected, poison panther. Cover your mouth and nose, don't inhale the toxic mist. Su Lin immediately warned.
After scanning the information about the infected, it would provide certain methods to deal with it. The purple figure paused silently, revealing a deep purple panther. Its skin seemed enveloped in a thick purple mist, both mysterious and terrifying. The purple fur shimmered with an eerie light under the sunlight, each strand seeming to contain deadly toxins. As Lin Feng looked at the poison panther, it also instantly noticed him. Suddenly, the fierce look in its eyes softened, as if seeing something unbelievable. Then, the poison panther, ignoring the injured Esper, charged straight towards Lin Feng. Running while wagging its tail, it didn't resemble a fierce wild beast but more like a playful dog. Just as it abruptly changed its target, the injured Esper in the distance's eyes lit up, coldly saying, "A good opportunity." Watch as he waved his hands, releasing precise orange-yellow fireballs, each hitting the poison panther's vital points accurately. The poison panther let out a whimpering cry and fell to the ground. Its fur was engulfed in flames. This was the power of an Esper. Lin Feng was stunned, realizing this was the power of an Esper. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the F-grade special infected, poison panther. Reward, Spirit Power plus 50, host's Spirit Power has reached 100, you can choose to awaken the Esper, do you want to awaken it? The system's voice rang in his ears. Lin Feng was suddenly excited and then opened the data card. Host, Lin Feng. Charisma, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 endurance, 12 spirit power, 115 ordinary infected fans, 2,374, yes. Awaken. Things were a bit unexpected for Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, just locking eyes with the poison leopard, it was successfully tamed, adding 50 points of mental power to itself. His mental power finally broke through 100, allowing him to awaken his own abilities. Surprisingly, the system could assist in awakening abilities. Normally, one would need to go to the ability tower after reaching the mental power standard and undergo professional testing to complete the awakening. It was a pity that the poison leopard lost its life because of him. To push an ability user to such an extent indicated the formidable strength of the poison leopard. This powerful follower was exactly what Lin Feng needed most at the moment. This beast is truly formidable. In the distance, a man with injuries sat on the ground, cursing angrily. The man was tall, with well-defined muscles, slightly tanned skin glowing with health. However, his current state was far from optimistic. The wounds on his body were marks left by the poison leopard's attacks. These wounds were fierce and terrifying, some even poisonous. There was also a horrifying scar on his back left by the poison leopard's claws. The deep scar revealed bone, with the surrounding skin showing an unhealthy dark purple, as if corroded by venom. Purple liquid oozed from the wound, emitting a foul smell, the poison leopard's toxin corroding his flesh. "You too, come here." The man's gaze fell on Lin Feng and the others. At that moment, Lin Feng was undergoing the awakening of his abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host, the ability awakening is complete. Gaining F-level ability Magnetic Force Field introduction. Host can manipulate the magnetic field within a range based on strength, with an increased range after ability enhancement. F-level ability Magnetic Force Field range, 10 meters. At the same time, Lin Feng's data card underwent some changes. A new data card was opened in addition to the existing one. Host, Lin Feng. Charisma, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 endurance, 12 mental power, 15 normal infected fans, 2,374, abilities, F-level ability Magnetic Force Field Special Fans, F-level Special Infected Snake Woman, F-level Special Infected Poison Leopard. Fan status, Snake Woman, happy, Poison Leopard, endangered. The second data card recorded Lin Feng's abilities and the special infected beings following him. Even the status of these special infected beings was noted. The poison leopard was currently endangered, indicating it wouldn't be long before it met its end. Damn it! I called you. Are you deaf? A harsh voice brought Lin Feng back to reality. Looking around, the person who had just spoken was the ability user. Seeing this, Su Lin was a bit flustered and quickly pulled Lin Feng's sleeve. Sorry, Lord Ability User, we were afraid of this special infected being, so we didn't dare to approach. Saying this, Su Lin pulled Lin Feng and walked ahead. Humph, two useless people, scared of this poison leopard? The ability user snorted coldly. Quick, this beast isn't dead yet. Use the guns in your hands to kill it for me. His body had already been invaded by the poison leopard's toxin, and if he activated his ability, he would be unable to suppress the toxin. Otherwise, why would he miss the chance to kill the poison leopard himself? Yes, Lord Ability User. Su Lin didn't hesitate, pulling out her handgun and aiming at the poison leopard's head, firing a shot. With Su Lin's action, a crisp gunshot echoed in the silent air. The poison leopard's excited eyes froze at the sound of the gunshot, its body trembling violently. The bullet pierced the air with a deadly whistle, directly hitting the poison leopard's head. A burst of blood mist erupted from the head of the venomous leopard, splattering blood everywhere. Its massive body swayed a few times before becoming still. The head of the venomous leopard was now a bloody mess, blood mixed with brain matter continuously oozing from the wound, staining the surrounding ground red. Phew! Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly holstered her gun. Just then, the data card in Lin Feng's eyes, belonging to the venomous leopard, disappeared instantly. Ability, F-level supernatural ability magnetic force field special fan, F-level special infected snake woman. Fan status, snake woman, happy. This indicated that the venomous leopard before them had breathed its last. For some reason, Lin Feng had a bad feeling, as if it was his appearance that led to its demise. You! Quickly skin it! Take out the seed and give it to me. The supernatural being looked at Su Lin, commanding. Su Lin dared not resist, then drew a dagger and slowly approached the venomous leopard. But when she reached it, Su Lin frowned slightly, showing a look of difficulty, and looked at the supernatural being. My lord, there are records that the flesh and blood of the venomous leopard are poisonous. If touched directly, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? What's on your leg? Isn't it the antidote serum? The supernatural being impatiently said. Quickly take out the seed for me, then use the antidote serum to detoxify. If other supernatural beings arrive, I won't get the seed in my hands. If it's taken by someone else, I guarantee you will die a gruesome death. Hearing this, Lin Feng was starting to lose his patience. Aren't they just supernatural beings? It seems like they don't see ordinary people as humans. Yes, my lord. Su Lin's attitude was humble, without the dominance she showed in front of Lin Feng and other staff members. She held the dagger, her movements swift and decisive, took a deep breath, then stabbed fiercely into the massive body of the venomous leopard. Plop! The sharp blade of the dagger easily cut through the skin of the venomous leopard, entering its body. To retrieve the seed, the skin of the venomous leopard had to be peeled off first. Finally, at the chest of the venomous leopard, Su Lin found a special protrusion. It was the size of a common pebble, but its surface was covered with intricate patterns, emitting an indescribable scent, a mix of decay and strange fragrance. Carefully cutting it off, beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on Su Lin's forehead. Her once rosy lips now devoid of color, appearing unusually dry. Beads of sweat slid down her cheeks, dripping onto her hand tightly gripping the dagger. Affected by the toxin, her eyes lost their usual sparkle, becoming hazy and hollow, as if shrouded in mist. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, each breath accompanied by violent heaving of her chest. Her body started trembling, shivering uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression changed, and he hurried over. Su Lin had helped him with the antidote serum before, so Lin Feng knew how to use it. He quickly removed the antidote serum, preparing to inject it into Su Lin's body. Just then, hold on! A supernatural being in the distance suddenly shouted. Give me that antidote serum. I am also poisoned. I just set a distress signal, others are on their way. Wait for the rescue to arrive before detoxifying her. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Bullshit! Pointing at Su Lin, he cursed loudly. Are your physiques the same? Do you think she can hold on until the rescue arrives? You idiot! Get lost! With that, Lin Feng resolutely injected the antidote serum into Su Lin's neck. However, the expression of the distant supernatural being instantly turned dark. Useless! You're asking for death. As the antidote serum was injected into Su Lin's body, a hint of color returned to her face. But Lin Feng's actions had angered the already restless supernatural being. Two lowly beings. How dare you defy me? Humph, then I'll kill you now. Even if the human alliance finds out, they won't investigate. The Esper roared in anger, then raised his right hand high, conjuring a blazing orb of orange-red fire hurtling towards Lin Feng. The scorching flames surged like a raging storm towards Lin Feng. As the fiery orb, akin to a hammer of destruction, roared towards him, time seemed to freeze. Wherever the fireball passed, the air twisted and distorted from the intense heat, as if even space itself was being torn apart by the terrifying temperatures. Lin Feng stood his ground, his eyes devoid of fear. He locked his gaze onto the fireball, contemplating how to neutralize it using his magnetic field. However, just as he was about to react, a petite figure suddenly lunged towards him. Lin Feng, be careful! It was Su Lin's voice, weakened but resolute, stirring emotions despite her feeble tone. With all her strength, Su Lin pushed Lin Feng aside. Though clumsy, her actions were resolute. The fireball struck Su Lin fiercely, engulfing her in searing flames instantly. Her body tumbled in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A charred smell lingered in the air, the scent of her clothes incinerated by the intense heat. "Su Ku!" Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes filled with anger and sorrow. He had ways to defend himself, yet she had bravely stood in front of him. "Humph! Seeking death. Even zombies can't withstand my fireball esper ability, let alone a lowly being like you." Su Lin's act of shielding Lin Feng from the attack drew mockery from the esper. Suddenly, he coughed up a pool of purple-red blood, indicating the toxins had invaded his heart and lungs. "To kill you two lowly beings, I'm willing to risk infection. But you've angered me, and the only outcome is death." With those words, the esper continued his assault, flames erupting on his right hand. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng seemed off. The flames of anger burned fiercely within Lin Feng. He raised his head abruptly, his gaze piercing the esper. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, as if he could devour his opponent whole. "You will die." Lin Feng's voice was low and icy, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if gathering all his strength in that moment. For some reason, the esper felt intimidated by Lin Feng's gaze, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. Yet, he quickly composed himself, sneering, "Humph! Do you think you can defeat me? I am an esper. A mere lowly being like you should either grovel before me or perish." Before he finished, a larger fireball materialized in his hand, brimming with cataclysmic power, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng chose not to evade, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In his mind, a strange power began to surge, potent and mysterious. As the fireball neared Lin Feng, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from his body. The light was blinding, illuminating everything around. Upon contact with the light, the fireball seemed to be devoured, vanishing without a trace. The esper watched in shock, his eyes filled with incredulity. He couldn't believe that a lowly being standing motionless could effortlessly neutralize his attack. Yet, what stunned him even more was yet to come. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar gleam shimmering within them. He extended his right hand and with a gentle wave, an invisible force swept towards the esper. It was the power of a magnetic field. Lin Feng could perceive the changes in the magnetic field around him and manipulate them for his own use. In other words, Lin Feng's power was the ability to create magnetic fields out of thin air. He could control the magnetic field, trapping the esper in front of him, and then crush them to death by contracting the magnetic field. As he attacked the esper with his hand, Lin Feng also reached out towards Su Lin, causing the magnetic field to twist and instantly extinguish the flames on Su Lin's body. However, Su Lin's skin had already been burned to the point of exposing flesh and blood. Fortunately, with the latest medical technology in E-City, as long as a person was not dead and still had a breath, they could be saved. At the same time, the esper in the distance, under the control of the magnetic field around him, suddenly stiffened. Not only that, he felt as if his own esper abilities were being suppressed by an invisible force, unable to be used as freely as before. What was going on? Feeling strange? Lin Feng walked towards him step by step. "Are you wondering why you can't use your esper abilities?" Lin Feng had already guessed the other's thoughts. It was only then that the esper fully understood the situation, his face filled with a fearful expression, his speech stuttering. You also have esper abilities." "Yes, so what?" Lin Feng glanced at him with disdain. Just as Lin Feng was using his own esper abilities, he suddenly discovered that when a person used esper abilities, a special human magnetic field would be generated within their range. When Lin Feng had previously tried to activate his esper abilities, he first activated this human magnetic field before unleashing his esper abilities. By observing the esper in front of him, Lin Feng also noticed that when he unleashed his fireball esper ability, the magnetic field around his body would change accordingly. What Lin Feng did was simply to find the pattern of the human magnetic field changing and then use an external magnetic field to suppress this pattern. In this way, the human magnetic field became useless, and the esper could no longer activate their own esper abilities. The esper bound by the magnetic field struggled in fear, trying to break free from the restraint but to no avail. Lin Feng walked towards the esper step by step, his eyes filled with indifference. "You are wrong." Lin Feng approached a few steps closer and said coldly, "In this world, no one is born inferior. Everyone has their own value and dignity. And you, as a human being, using your power to oppress others, you are the true inferior one." With that, Lin Feng waved his right hand again. A powerful magnetic field force erupted instantly, tightly binding the esper in place. The power erupted quietly. Thud! The esper in front of him actually knelt down before Lin Feng. In fact, this was also because Lin Feng had used the magnetic field to oppress his legs. Although he struggled and roared, it was all in vain. "We are all espers, the hope of humanity. You can't kill me." It was only at this moment that the Esper was still pleading for Lin Feng's forgiveness. Lin Feng just sneered, then nodded, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." With these words, the expression on the Esper's face was filled with astonishment, followed by uncontrollable excitement. "Thank you. Thank you. I was wrong. When I go back, I will definitely report to the Human Alliance and ensure that woman receives the best treatment. Also, this venomous leopard's corpse is yours. I don't want it." Although he said this, his inner thoughts were not the same. He had already planned that once he returned to his city, he would report this matter to the Esper Tower. "Hold on, don't be in such a hurry." Lin Feng smiled slightly, but his smile contained a chilling intent. "I said I won't kill you, but you can kill yourself. Judging by the gun strapped to your leg, it seems the Human Alliance left it for you to end yourself, right?" Lin Feng's smile appeared unusually eerie, his words sharp as a knife, piercing the heart of the Esper. The Esper's face turned pale, fear and despair filling his eyes. Lin Feng began manipulating the magnetic field. With a wave of his hand, the Esper felt his body uncontrollable. He found himself pulling out the gun strapped to his leg. He couldn't stop any of it. In the end, the gun pointed at his forehead. Bang! The gun carried by the Esper was also top-notch, different from regular firearms in combat sequences. Their guns could easily kill Espers. After humans awakened their Esper abilities, their own strength would increase accordingly. If an Esper's ability was related to physical strength, some could even ignore conventional firearms. Therefore, the Human Alliance developed special firearms for Espers to end themselves. A powerful Esper, if infected to become a carrier, might be more troublesome than a regular carrier. The Esper Lin Feng just killed had detailed information on a silver pendant hanging from his chest. F-level Esper, Zhang Yan. Following the same criteria as special carriers, Espers and special carriers were classified based on ability levels by the Esper Tower. Normally, an F-level Esper would be stronger than a delirious F-level special carrier. But this was mostly the case. In encounters with ability suppression, at the same level, Espers would still be inferior to special carriers. Just like the F-level special carrier Poisonous Leopard this time. In a one-on-one situation, it actually pushed Zhang Yan to seek help. It showed that Poisonous Leopard's combat power far surpassed Zhang Yan's. Whether in speed or the dangerous poison fog, they were threats Zhang Yan couldn't ignore. After confirming Zhang Yan's demise, Lin Feng hurried to Su Lin's side. Bending down, Lin Feng anxiously examined Su Lin's injuries. She was directly hit by Zhang Yan's flames, her skin almost burnt. What to do? Although Lin Feng could command zombies, he had no healing abilities. Just then, rustling sounds came from behind Lin Feng. Instinctively wary, he turned around and saw a graceful and enchanting figure slowly crawling towards him. It was the Snake Woman. Lin Feng was slightly surprised and said, "Why did you come here? Human Alliance support will arrive soon. It's dangerous for you here." A plea from an Esper could attract not only ordinary people but also Espers dispatched by the Human Alliance. Any Esper was a valuable asset to the Human Alliance. Therefore, they would never give up. The Snake Woman opened her mouth, hissing without making clear what she wanted to say. Lin Feng was puzzled, not understanding her intentions. When the Snake Woman crawled up to him, she gestured to the scales on her body and then pointed to Su Lin on the ground. Watching her movements, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you saying you can help treat her burns?" The Snake Woman nodded repeatedly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, quickly making way for the Snake Woman. "Really? Then try it quickly. Don't force yourself," Lin Feng reminded. The Snake Woman slowly approached Su Lin, extending her hands. Her delicate skin was astonishing, her fingers long and flexible, as if meticulously crafted. The Snake Woman's fingers touched Su Lin's body surface, a strange green energy spreading over her, enveloping her skin completely. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. On the surface, Su Lin's burned skin, under the repair of that strange green energy, actually scabbed and peeled off at a visible speed. When the surface scars fell off, all that was left was flawless skin. It looked almost as smooth and tender as a Snake Woman's skin. Lin Feng was stunned to see this. The Snake Woman actually had this ability. After a few minutes, the burned skin on Su Lin's body had been completely repaired by the Snake Woman. However, looking at the remaining shreds of clothing on Su Lin's body, Lin Feng suddenly swallowed hard. Su Lin usually wore a tight training suit that highlighted her figure perfectly, and now it was clear that Su Lin had an amazing body. Taking off his jacket and covering Su Lin with it, Lin Feng then looked at the Snake Woman. At this moment, because she had exhausted her own strength, she looked a bit pale, but seeing Lin Feng happy made her happy too. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. The Snake Woman's cold and mature face showed a hint of shyness. Seeing her look so cute, Lin Feng reached out and patted her head a few times. Just then, ding! By touching, intimacy with the snake woman +2, current intimacy 52/100, the system's voice sounded, and a data card that only Lin Feng could see appeared on the snake woman's head. Loyal fan, F-level infected body snake woman. Intimacy, 52 out of 100 current status, proud. Next intimacy unlock ability, evolution, just by touching the snake woman's head, their intimacy increased by +2. Lin Feng became interested. He didn't retract his right hand but kept patting the snake woman's head. Intimacy +2, intimacy +2, intimacy +2. In the end, when their intimacy reached 66 points, it stopped increasing. Despite Lin Feng repeatedly patting the snake woman's head, even turning her hair into a mess, their intimacy did not increase by a single point. On the contrary, the snake woman was very puzzled by Lin Feng's actions, even a bit curious. Did Lin Feng like her this way? Ahem. Sorry. Seeing the snake woman's puzzled expression, Lin Feng awkwardly smiled, casually straightened her hair, but he had never styled a girl's hair before, so it was better left untouched. When their intimacy with the snake woman reached 100, a new ability would be unlocked, which was evolution. Lin Feng was looking forward to this new ability. Perhaps evolution meant that the snake woman would evolve from F-level to E-level. In special infected beings, the strength between each level was vastly different. An E-level special infected, even if faced with multiple F-level ability users, could easily handle them. Vice versa. Lin Feng's secret, he didn't know how long he could keep it hidden. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. If his secret was revealed, he would no longer be safe, as humans might desperately want to control his ability to control zombies and would come after him. Therefore, in this post-apocalyptic world, enhancing his own strength and that of those around him was crucial. The snake woman was the first infected being he had subdued, and he had special feelings for her. If he could help the snake woman evolve, he would do so as much as possible. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there were several faint gunshots in the distance, mixed with the sounds of zombies tearing throats. It should be the support of the human alliance arriving. They encountered the zombies lurking beside Lin Feng and engaged in a battle. Lin Feng's expression immediately became serious as he looked at the snake woman earnestly. Listen to me, take your little brothers and run. I'll come out to see you when I have time. Remember, stay away from humans, don't die. The snake woman could understand Lin Feng's words but showed an unwilling expression. However, due to Lin Feng's insistence, the snake woman had to agree. It ran off into the distance, looking back at Lin Feng with eyes full of reluctance. At the same time, Lin Feng decisively took off his extra clothes and helped Su Lin put them on. Although the process was a bit ambiguous, in this situation, there was no time to worry about that. After doing this, the distant sound of gunfire suddenly stopped, indicating that the snake woman had retreated with her companions. Simultaneously, Lin Feng heard the sound of vehicles in the forest in the distance. Damn, no time to deal with the bodies. Doesn't matter, I'm a victim too. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, then raised his right hand and manipulated a powerful magnetic field. It suddenly struck his forehead. The sudden blow made Lin Feng pass out immediately. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear other people's voices. Found him. Over here. There's someone here. Thump. Thump. Some heavy and forceful sounds, the beating of his own heart, echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Although in a state of unconsciousness, Lin Feng's mind was clear, as if his consciousness was sealed inside his body. Looking inward, Lin Feng discovered a strange phenomenon. A faint golden light was emanating from the back of his head. As the light dispersed, it followed a pattern, like a functioning magnetic field. Recalling the scene where he suppressed Zhang Yan's abilities with his own magnetic field, Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. When a person's abilities awaken, they emit a magnetic field from their body, and the source of abilities is the back of the human brain. When dealing with Zhang Yan earlier, Lin Feng used the magnetic field to suppress the latter's abilities. At the same level, Lin Feng should be able to suppress the opponent's abilities. After all, Lin Feng's methods were quite different from others. His invisible magnetic field was intangible. Unless the opponent's ability level was higher than Lin Feng's, his magnetic field could suppress anyone's abilities. Few within the human alliance should know about this secret. His ability range was within 10 meters, meaning that as long as he faced an ability user of the same level within a 10-meter battlefield, he would be invincible. No one could defeat him within 10 meters. Lin Feng was excited. The system had indeed given him a powerful ability. The only limitation now was the range of his magnetic field manipulation. As Lin Feng pondered, a cool sensation rushed into his heart, making him feel as if he had been doused with cold water, chilling him to the bone. His consciousness gradually cleared, and he heard other people speaking. Vital signs are normal, hormones have been administered, he should wake up soon. It's strange, in that kind of battle, he only hit his head, and it looks like he ran into a tree. It's the first time I've seen such a bizarre injury. Lin Feng felt a slight headache and gradually woke up in a daze. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, with several doctors in white coats standing nearby. "You're awake." Seeing Lin Feng wake up, the doctors were not too surprised, just looking at him calmly. At that moment, Lin Feng kept thinking about how he should act to avoid revealing any flaws. Where am I? Lin Feng pretended to look confused, gazing at the doctors in front of him. "You're in the hospital at the operational site," a middle-aged doctor who appeared older said. He looked at Lin Feng with a slightly puzzled expression and then asked, "Do you remember what happened before?" Lin Feng's eyes rolled in their sockets, then he shook his head. "I don't remember. I only know that the department head received a distress call from a senior ability user, and I followed the department head to provide support. But I didn't expect that when we arrived at the place, we got involved in the battle of the supernatural adults. I don't know what hit my head, and I passed out." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Dr. Namai squinted slightly, as if pondering something. Lin Feng straightened up slightly and asked with concern, "What about our section chief? How is she? Is she safe?" Before she fell unconscious, Sulin's injuries were indeed healed with the help of the snake woman, but there might be some aftereffects. Sulin's body, after all, is that of a normal person and needs to undergo scientific examination to determine if she is unharmed. "Don't worry, we have thoroughly examined her body, and there is no major harm," the doctor just now continued. However, the doctor's tone changed, and he continued, "From her body, we found traces of residual poison from the poison panther and some traces of the supernatural abilities of the adults. Do you know why this is?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly became very nervous. The reason was simple. Sulin had previously intercepted Zhang Yan's supernatural fireball, leaving traces in her body for sure. Not only that, she was also poisoned by the poison panther. Although she was given an antidote, some traces would still remain. Lin Feng's brain spun rapidly, and suddenly a thought struck him. That's because the section chief helped the supernatural adult defeat the poison panther. When we arrived at the scene, the supernatural adult and the poison panther were already both injured. It was the section chief who risked her life to control the poison panther, giving the supernatural adult the confidence to defeat it. Later, I saw the section chief poisoned, so I helped her with the antidote, but since the poison panther wasn't completely dead, it knocked me out. This explanation, although far-fetched, was highly credible. After all, only he and Sulin knew the situation at the scene, and whatever they said would be taken as the truth. Even if what they said sounded absurd, others could only believe it. "Oh, I see." The doctor glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. "Get ready, the death of a supernatural adult is not a trivial matter. Since you witnessed the death of a supernatural adult with your own eyes, you will receive a notification from the supernatural tower. At that time, you must tell the high-ranking officials of the supernatural tower everything you know truthfully. If you lie, you will be executed on the spot." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart sank halfway. However, he pretended not to care, smiling as he asked, "Is lying that serious?" But looking at it this way, how would the high-ranking officials of the supernatural tower know if we are lying or not? The truth of what happened on the scene depended solely on him and Sulin. So, regardless of the facts, it all came down to their words, right? The doctor sneered, seemingly mocking Lin Feng's naivety. If it were that simple, the supernatural tower wouldn't have executed so many people. It is said that within the supernatural tower, there are special supernatural beings who can sense people's minds. In front of them, whether you lie or not, they can tell at a glance. Do you still think someone can lie in the supernatural tower? As the words fell, Lin Feng's heart felt as if it had been nailed in place. Special supernatural beings with mental abilities. They could actually determine if someone was lying? Wasn't that a bit too much? Even more effective than a lie detector. Fortunately, he didn't show any panic on the surface. Just a relaxed demeanor. "Alright, you should rest for now. The notification from the supernatural tower should come soon. Your section chief will come here later, and you will go together." After saying this, the doctor left the ward with a few assistants. Shortly after, a neatly dressed Sulin entered the ward. However, compared to her usual self, she now appeared visibly worried. The two looked at each other in silence until Su Lin walked up to Lin Feng and couldn't hold back any longer. She spoke up, "Lin Feng, I have a question for you. How did that powerful being die?" "Him?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that Su Lin's first question upon waking up was about that powerful being. Compared to Lin Feng's composure, Su Lin seemed a bit flustered, fumbling as she spoke. "If that powerful being's death is really related to us, then we're done for. According to the laws of the human alliance, both of us will be sentenced to death. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he kept recalling what had happened before. Suddenly, he remembered that Su Lin had passed out right after being hit by that powerful being, so she had no idea about what happened afterward, naturally unaware of her own extraordinary abilities. "Chief, don't worry, this has nothing to do with us." Lin Feng looked at Su Lin seriously, his calm expression helping to soothe her nerves. "Really?" Su Lin asked tentatively. "Of course it's true." Lin Feng began to fabricate a serious story. "When we arrived, that powerful being and the venomous leopard were in a fierce battle, but it was you who took the initiative to engage the leopard, giving the powerful being a chance. Although you later killed the leopard, the powerful being succumbed to the virus in his body and had to end his own life with a gun. So the powerful being's death has nothing to do with us." Su Lin stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. Wasn't he just making up stories? Even if that powerful being did die from the virus backlash, it was because he had attacked them. After blocking an attack for Lin Feng, Su Lin lost consciousness. But now that she had woken up, she couldn't find any injuries on herself. She even felt an unprecedented surge of strength in her body. Only Lin Feng knew what had happened after she fainted. "Lin Feng, Su Lin sounded worried. If they followed Lin Feng's story, they might be exposed by the Tower of Abilities, because none of it was true. But before she could say more, Lin Feng interrupted her. "Wait, Chief, I want to ask you a question." Lin Feng's expression turned serious. "If we tell them the truth, will our situation improve? Isn't it a dead end anyway?" Su Lin was taken aback. "Right, that makes sense. If they revealed the truth to the Tower of Abilities, they would only face death. But if they followed Lin Feng's plan, there might be a glimmer of hope." "But," Su Lin frowned, looking at Lin Feng with concern. "The Tower of Abilities has a special ability to detect lies. Can we really pass the test?" "Don't worry, we can." Lin Feng smiled slightly, patting Su Lin's shoulder reassuringly. "Trust me, we'll be fine." For some reason, Lin Feng's words calmed Su Lin down from her earlier panic. At the same time, she looked at Lin Feng with surprise. Why did it feel like Lin Feng had changed after this mission? Not only that, his aura had changed from within, exuding a unique confidence at all times. And so, she believed in Lin Feng. Soon, after various medical examinations, both of them met the health standards, and the Tower of Abilities issued an order for them to proceed immediately. They were greeted by an F-level ability user from the tower. It was called a welcome, but in reality, it was just to prevent them from escaping and to escort them. The F-level Esper is called Chao Fei, who appears to be burly and muscular, indicating a power-based Esper. Silent all the way, Chao Fei's attitude towards the two was noticeably impatient. It was a waste to have a dignified Esper escorting two ordinary people. Finally, they arrived at the front of the Esper Tower. In front of them stood a tall tower at the center of City E, seemingly the lifeline of the entire city. The tower was made of a special alloy material, shimmering with a cold metallic luster on the surface. The streamlined tower shone brightly in the sunlight, exuding a sense of modern technology. Guided by Chao Fei, they entered the Esper Tower. The walls inside were embedded with huge LCD screens displaying complex data and information, showing various statuses and parameters of the Esper Tower. Su Lin was speechless and shocked by the scene before her. Although she was the head of the 9th Division of Action, she had never been inside the Esper Tower. This was a place only qualified for Espers to enter. After wandering through a long narrow corridor, they reached a hall similar to an auditorium. At the end of their gaze, there was a staircase leading upwards, with 2 seats placed at the top. Seated above were 2 women. The one on the left had a frosty demeanor, her gaze calm as she looked ahead. As Chao Fei and the others appeared, her icy gaze fell upon them. Chao Fei quickly bowed. "Madame Lu, the people have been brought here." He then turned slightly to introduce the 2 behind him. "This is Madame Lu Muyu, the highest authority of the Esper Tower in City E. Hurry, pay your respects." With his reminder, the 2 belatedly bowed and said in unison, "Madame Lu." Lu Muyu's gaze fell on Lin Feng and the others, saying little as she turned to the side. "Liang Bei, here." A voice suddenly came from the shadows beside the steps, and a figure swiftly arrived next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneakily glanced at his badge, an F-level Esper, Liang Bei. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was still under control. "Let's begin," Lu Muyu said expressionlessly. "Yes." Liang Bei deeply bowed towards her direction, then looked at Lin Feng. "No matter what Madame Lu asks later, you must answer truthfully. If you lie, there will be only one outcome." Before he finished speaking, Chao Fei suddenly threw a punch forward. Boom! The sound of air bursting came as the punch hit the air, unleashing a tremendous force. His power was unimaginable. Facing this situation, Su Lin also appeared nervous, unsure of what to do. "Head, It's okay. Just tell the truth later. I believe these Esper authorities won't make things difficult for us. Lin Feng noticed her tension and reassured her. Meanwhile, Liang Bei began to demonstrate his ability. He raised his right hand, a serious expression on his face, and a transparent colorless light sphere quietly condensed on his palm, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. See this? This is my Esper ability, heart perception. Liang Bei proudly introduced. Later, place your hand on it. If you lie, the transparent sphere will turn red. If you tell the truth, it won't change. One by one, starting with you. Liang Bei turned his gaze to Su Lin. Helplessly, Su Lin had to be the first to undergo questioning. As she placed her hands on the heart perception, the elevated Lu Muyu spoke quietly. Is Zhang Yan's death related to you? One sentence hit Su Lin's lungs like a stab, her pupils slightly constricted, unsure how to respond. It was Lin Feng who gave her a look first. Gritting her teeth, Su Lin shook her head. The death of the Master of Abilities has nothing to do with us. Buzz. On the surface of the perception heart, as Su Lin's words fell, there were ripples. After a few seconds, the color of the perception heart remained unchanged. No abnormalities. Su Lin discreetly turned her face, giving Lin Feng a look of utter shock. It seemed to ask, what's going on here? Oh. Seeing no change in the transparent light ball in Liang Bei's hand, Lu Muyu furrowed her brows slightly. Then, with a somewhat profound gaze, she stared at Su Lin, as if she could see through the surface to the core. He. At this moment, the woman sitting next to her laughed, then said, let's go with my suggestion. It's because the abilities under your command are too weak that they died at the hands of such a special infected being of the same level. You've seen the autopsy reports of both sides. The poison panther died from normal firearms, a headshot, indicating that Zhang Yan was able to kill it with their help. Zhang Yan's death has nothing to do with those two. Hearing this, Lu Muyu gritted her silver teeth, not believing the reality, then looked at Su Lin again and asked, then tell me, what exactly happened at that time? Su Lin's heart sank instantly. This question seemed even more sensitive. When she asked that question just now, Su Lin felt that her answer was somewhat flawed. Although Zhang Yan died from his special firearm, Su Lin didn't believe that she pulled the trigger. In reality, Zhang Yan's death had nothing to do with Su Lin. Even if he didn't die from a bullet, he would have perished due to the virus outbreak. So strictly speaking, Su Lin's answer just now wasn't a lie. But the next question touched on something more sensitive. At that time, Lin Feng and I received a distress signal. When we arrived, the Master of Abilities was already heavily injured from fighting that beast. While we were helping the Master of Abilities, we were accidentally knocked unconscious by the aftermath of their battle. They said later that the Master of Abilities, due to severe poisoning, used a handgun to end their own life. Su Lin said nervously. This was completely contrary to the real truth, with no authenticity whatsoever. She didn't know how the perception heart would react. As ripples spread across the surface of the perception heart, its color remained unchanged. Now, Su Lin was completely stunned in place, but fortunately, she reacted quickly, not letting anyone see the shock in her eyes. What no one saw was that at this moment, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed entirely on the perception heart. In Lin Feng's eyes, within that palm-sized perception heart, what was operating inside was Liang Bei's human magnetic field. Wasn't this a coincidence? Lin Feng's ability was to manipulate magnetic fields. Even with a human magnetic field, it was the same. When Su Lin answered, Lin Feng noticed that there was a change in the human magnetic field inside the perception heart. He knew Su Lin was lying. So, the change in that human magnetic field was the reason the perception heart turned red. All Lin Feng did was suppress that human magnetic field, keeping it in its original state. Not even Liang Bei noticed. Lady Lu, she didn't lie. My perception heart didn't detect any anomalies. Liang Bei looked towards Lu Muyu on the steps in the distance, speaking loudly. At this moment, Lu Muyu's expression became increasingly grim. Ask another one. Soon, the questioning bypassed Su Lin and turned to Lin Feng, who seemed to have a not-so-stable psychological disposition. Lin Feng placed both hands on the perception heart, getting closer, making it easier to manipulate the magnetic field. You tell me, does Zhang Yan's death have anything to do with you? While questioning, Lu Muyu's hand was already gripping the seat beside her, her delicate jade hand exerting a slight force, causing fine cracks to appear on the surface of the seat. Lord Lu, I'm timid and haven't even spoken to that extraordinary person. Lin Feng pretended to look innocent. However, Su Lin beside him had a strange expression. If she hadn't been with Lu Muyu and the others, she probably wouldn't have been able to control her facial expression. She couldn't help but want to ask Lin Feng what was going on. Could it be that this extraordinary person who uses abilities to detect lies is connected to Lin Feng? Who is he exactly? How could he have such powerful connections? The world of extraordinary people and ordinary people is like a huge gap. How could they be related? Then tell me, did you see him commit suicide? Lu Muyu asked through gritted teeth.
Lin Feng also looked innocent, shaking his head. No, I was knocked unconscious by a venomous leopard's tail at the time, and I don't know what happened afterwards.
Sighing, Lin Feng added,
That extraordinary person was still good. He didn't abandon us, he escaped alone. Looking at Lin Feng's expression, it seemed like he still felt a bit reluctant towards Zhang Yan.
Lu Muyu's body completely softened.
Both of them were telling the truth, which meant that her subordinate was indeed not strong enough, leading to his death outside.
Having no connection with others?
For Lu Muyu, this was simply shameful. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Muyu sighed deeply and said,
It seems that this matter has nothing to do with you two.
I called you here today not only to talk about Zhang Yan's matter but also to inform you of another thing. With that, Lu Muyu's tone returned to normal, coldly stating, the other 13 members of your 9th division have all lost contact. On the way back from the 4th safety zone to the defense line, their intact bodies were not found, only several sets of similar bones were discovered at the 3 to 11 exploration post, but not complete. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's pupils dilated instantly, wearing an incredulous expression.
What? Only the 2 of us are left in our 9th division?
Su Lin had thought that the remaining team members had successfully escaped and was planning to summarize their experiences, but she never expected that all the others had died.
The entire 9th division now only had the 2 of them left. Su Lin's emotions instantly became somewhat low.
Lin Feng looked at her expressionlessly. Su Lin didn't know what kind of people were in the 9th division. If she did, she probably wouldn't feel sad for the deaths of these people.
You don't need to be too disheartened. We are preparing to send an extraordinary team to search for the Snake Woman's trail in the 4th safety zone. She has continuously destroyed 2 of our East City exploration outposts.
If we don't take precautions, she might start looking down on us. The mere Snake Woman is not worth mentioning.
Lu Muyu announced condescendingly.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, who had just been extremely calm and relaxed, suddenly became nervous.
They were actually going to retaliate against the Snake Woman.
Facing an extraordinary team from the Extraordinary Tower, with the Snake Woman's F-level strength, she would probably meet a gruesome end.
May I ask, Lord Lu, when will the extraordinary team strike? Lin Feng asked tentatively, clasping his hands in a bow. Before Lu Muyu could respond, the woman sitting beside them spoke first. What's this? You seem very concerned about the Snake Woman.
As soon as these words were spoken, a buzz filled the air. Lin Feng felt his brain glitch for a moment, thinking he had been quite conservative in his behavior. How could he still be found out? Fortunately, Lin Feng refused to admit it.
Concerned? Of course, I care. She's the enemy who killed 9 members of my team. We are sworn enemies.
I wish I could kill her myself. Lin Feng put on a righteous appearance, speaking through gritted teeth.
Very well.
Another person leaned forward slightly, their face emerging from the shadows.
If Lu Muyu gave off an aura of eternal ice, this woman with red lips and elaborate makeup exuded an intense inner heat.
Since you hate the Snake Woman so much, both of you will join the team.
When the team of mutants captures the Snake Woman, you will be the one to take action. Send the Snake Woman on her way.
But, a hint of hesitation appeared on Lin Feng's face as he hesitated, his eyes searching for the right words. Finally, he reluctantly said, My lord, I saw that the Snake Woman can't even stand properly. How can I kill her?
Can't this matter be put aside? With other mutant lords taking action, they will surely kill the Snake Woman.
No! The woman who had just spoken remained unmoved, her tone firm and resolute, leaving no room for argument.
Even if you are afraid, we will have someone to look after you.
I don't believe that even when the Snake Woman is gasping for breath, you will still be too scared to act. Her voice carried an unquestionable authority, making it impossible for Lin Feng to find any more excuses. Both of you will join this team and go out of the city to hunt down the Snake Woman. With things having reached this point, if Lin Feng continued to evade, others would surely become suspicious. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, knowing he had no way out.
He bowed deeply and said, I will obey.
The woman's lips curved slightly upwards, standing tall with a perfect posture, smiling as she said, Rest assured, a few vanguards have already been sent out by this team to pinpoint the Snake Woman's exact location.
You will depart only after receiving the message. Prepare yourselves first.
Yes. Lin Feng and Sulin were being watched and not allowed to leave the mutant tower, but they could equip themselves in the armory.
Lin Feng.
When the person monitoring them stood guard at the armory gate, Sulin whispered a few words to Lin Feng.
What just happened? Why didn't the methods of that mutant lord work? Sulin was filled with question marks. They were all lying, so why weren't they discovered? Was it because his mutant ability failed? Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng looked at her helplessly and gave her a look. Can you stop calling everyone my lord? We're not in front of them. Just act normal. Sulin's face froze for a moment, then she awkwardly scratched her head. It's just a habit. Lin Feng smiled faintly, casually saying, Captain, just remember, this matter is already in the past and has nothing to do with us. Next, we will follow the team to hunt down the snake woman, so don't think too much about it. Sulin hesitated to speak, still harboring worries. But seeing Lin Feng's casual and indifferent expression, she took a deep breath and convinced herself inwardly. Perhaps this matter has already been put to rest. Although the two of them were in the armory of the mutant tower, they still did not have access to higher-level firearms. They could only enter the department-level armory. Lin Feng skillfully found a set of iron armor, heavier than the one he had worn before. However, thanks to Lin Feng's ability to manipulate magnetic force fields, although the armor appeared to be worn on the outside, there was an invisible force field separating the armor from Lin Feng's body on the inside. Sulin had prepared her firearms, got everything in order, ready to avenge her colleagues at the 9th Division. Are you ready? The order has been given, we can prepare to depart. The Esper responsible for monitoring the two shouted at the door, and they quickly walked out. Arriving at the assembly point, the lineup for this operation was luxurious, with 4 F-level Espers, along with 10 ordinary combat sequence members. Except for Lin Feng and the other person, all were high-quality members selected from various divisions. Their mental strength ranged around 50, making them the most likely candidates to become Espers in the future. Prepare to depart. Leading the team was Chao Fei, whom they had seen before, and his Esper ability was probably related to physical strength. After boarding the vehicle, Chao Fei's expression turned serious as he began introducing the others. He is Lu Ping, an Earth attribute Esper who can manipulate the Earth around him, primarily for defense. If there's a sudden danger, you ordinary folks can hide behind him. The one with blonde hair is Xia Jiming. His ability is hearing, able to detect infected traces within a 3-kilometer radius through his ears. We rely on him for tracking. Lastly, this is Tian Jiang, with a wind attribute ability, specializing in long-range attacks. He will be at the back of all of us, providing support. And finally, I am Chao Fei. My ability is simple, I have a tough body and great strength. I'll take on the infected first. Remember everything? Lin Feng assessed the other 3, all F-level Espers, and for him, dealing with them should be easy. Remember. Others responded, and Chao Fei's gaze fell on Lin Feng's heavy armor, causing him to sneer. Humph. Oh, one more thing, the 2 teammates responsible for tracking the Snake Woman's trail have sent a message. They encountered the Snake Woman, managed to severely injure her together, but due to a lapse in attention, she managed to escape. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't need to set out. Before the words had even settled, Lin Feng, inside his armor, revealed an expression of disbelief. The Snake Woman was injured? He quickly opened his data card to check. Loyal fan, F-level infected Snake Woman. Intimacy, 52 out of 100 current status, severe injury. Next intimacy level unlocks ability, evolution. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The Snake Woman was currently in a severely injured state. When the Poison Panther was severely injured before, it didn't take long for it to die. How much longer could the Snake Woman hold on? The 2 frontline members are also injured, their bodies invaded by the Snake Woman's virus toxins, so they are returning for treatment. According to them, the Snake Woman should have fled to the 5th safe zone. Being severely injured, she won't get far. We will go to the 5th safe zone and end the Snake Woman once and for all. Lin Feng's expression darkened, fortunately hidden behind the armor, so others couldn't see. Brother, which division are you from? Wearing armor like that, how scared of death are you? The man sitting on Lin Feng's other side grinned mockingly. Exactly. This time, with the Espers leading the charge, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Isn't this armor originally used by humans to defend against zombies? Times have changed, this kind of armor is no longer useful. Miss, why are you following such a cowardly guy? What are you after? Exactly, on the battlefield, if you encounter zombies, he'll probably sell you out in a blink of an eye, right? The men around them looked at Lin Feng with slightly jealous eyes, mainly because of Sulin, who was resting on him with her eyes closed. In this group of men, Sulin's allure was simply irresistible. Almost all of them were elite members of the division, and any one of them had better physical qualities than Sulin. Naturally, they looked down on Lin Feng. However, Sulin just gave them a cold glance and continued to rest her eyes. She quietly said, "You don't need to worry, I trust my subordinates. If I had to choose between you, I'd rather trust him with my back." Upon hearing this, the others still wore disdainful expressions. Rely on him? A waste with almost zero combat power? Su Lin just gave a cold smile and asked back, he would fight for me. What about you all? Ha! This waste? A burly man with muscles all over his body sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Feng. When encountering zombies, he'd be lucky to run away in this armor. But, if I'm not mistaken, this armor is reinforced, weighing at least 150 catties. Wearing such thick armor, when facing zombies, he might as well go ahead and take the brunt. Ha ha ha. Su Lin suddenly opened her eyes wide, her cold expression deepening, about to erupt, but was stopped by Lin Feng's hand. Through the cracks in the armor, she saw Lin Feng's slightly smiling eyes. Shut up! Whoever makes noise again will be thrown off. Xia Ziming with orange hair coldly ordered. On their way to the 5th safety zone, he still needed to use his ability to listen to the situation within a few kilometers nearby. Others' noise would certainly delay him. Although Xia Jiming's ability had nothing to do with combat, and his combat power was almost the same as an ordinary person, his identity as an Esper still made the surrounding ordinary people fear him like a tiger. One by one, they closed their mouths and remained silent. Just then, Xiao Fei pointed to the screen behind the driver's seat and spoke. The 2 Vanguard Espers have obtained some Snake Woman blood. The sample data is stored here. By using our Sky Eye tracking system, we can lock onto our position within 5 kilometers. We are now heading to the 5th safety zone and will conduct a search around it. You better not make any noise. If the search is delayed, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. The atmosphere in the car fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hidden inside the armor, had already fallen into a deep sleep. Beep beep beep. Just then, the right-hand bracelets of Xiao Fei and the others simultaneously emitted warning sounds. Additionally, a blue warning light kept flashing. Lin Feng was awakened by this commotion and, upon casting his gaze around, understood what was happening. According to Su Lin's previous explanation, if the indicator light was blue, it was just an ordinary person requesting help. These Espers who considered themselves superior might not bother to go for the rescue. Xia Jiming and Xiao Fei exchanged a glance, tacitly agreeing to ignore this call for help. However, Lu Ping suddenly said, "Wait. This is a distress signal from Exploration Outpost 5-2. We must go." If one observed carefully, the screen on the bracelet also displayed the specific location of the outpost. Xiao Fei furrowed his brows slightly and muttered, "So it's Outpost 5-2, then it's indeed necessary to go there." Lin Feng was somewhat surprised and turned his helmeted head towards Su Lin, who leaned in and explained softly. Currently, there are only 2 outposts left in the 5th safety zone, 5-1 and 5-2. If all the exploration outposts are destroyed, it means the 5th safety zone has completely fallen. The Esper Tower will definitely not overlook such a situation. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, suddenly understanding. Tian Jiang, who had been silent all along, raised his head slightly and said, "Exploration Outpost 5-2 is right ahead of us. After helping them out, we'll use the outpost as the starting point to sweep through the entire 5th safety zone." The safety zones were arranged in a circular manner, surrounding the survivors' city layer by layer. The further out the safety zone, the narrower it became. The width of the 5th safety zone, at most, does not exceed 5 kilometers, making it possible to utilize the Sky Eye tracking system. A complete inspection can be done simply by circling around the 5th safety zone. That's a good idea, Xiao Fei nodded, then commanded the driver, "Head to Outpost 5-2. Yes. With several Espers stationed there, the driver didn't have many concerns and sped along, not minding if they attracted the attention of zombies or infected individuals. If they approached, that would be seeking death. In less than 20 minutes, the armored vehicle arrived at the location of Outpost 5-2 after passing through a narrow mountain road. "Get out! Prepare for battle!" Xiao Fei ordered, and the armored vehicle's doors opened as everyone disembarked with their weapons. Even Lin Feng leisurely got down. Despite the assistance of the force field, wearing armor didn't pressure him, but he still needed to give others the impression of exertion. However, when everyone reached Outpost 5-2, they were stunned by the scene before them. Where was the danger? The plasma barrier of the outpost was still intact. The facilities inside were undamaged, everything seemed normal. The only odd thing was that all the doors and windows of the outpost were tightly shut, and there was no one outside, not even a guard. "Is anyone there?" Xiao Fei impatiently asked in front of the plasma barrier. His voice echoed around, receiving no response. At that moment, Xia Jiming walked up to him and said, "I used my ability to listen in. There seem to be 15 people inside, but I don't know what they are doing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei became furious and shouted loudly towards the outpost, "Damn it! Faking a distress call? If you delay my business, I'll come in and slaughter each one of you." Normally, they would ignore distress calls from ordinary people. But out of respect for Outpost 5-2, they made a detour. However, they didn't expect it to be a fake distress call. As Chao Fei's angry shout landed, the outpost's gate was hastily pushed open from afar, and a lean man in action gear quickly ran towards them. Yet, he casually closed the outpost's door behind him. "Oh, it's the esteemed Espers, forgive my distant welcome, please allow me to make amends." Through the plasma barrier, the man immediately noticed the insignias on Chao Fei and the others, the symbols of their Esper status. "Enough talk. Why the fake distress call?" Chao Fei suppressed his anger, his voice low. "My apologies, esteemed individuals, there was a signal issue at my post, which accidentally triggered the distress system. We are currently repairing it, sorry for disrupting your tasks, esteemed individuals." Hearing this, Chao Fei's anger subsided a bit, and looking at the undamaged outpost 5-2, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the man who emerged from the outpost. Since awakening his ability, Lin Feng could observe the biomagnetic fields of every person, closely linked to their mental strength. The higher the level of the Esper, the stronger their mental power and the more active their biomagnetic field. But looking at the man before him, his biomagnetic field seemed peculiar. It was as if something was disturbing it, and the source of the disturbance was at his back. However, that area was covered by his clothes, so Lin Feng couldn't discern anything. As Lin Feng scrutinized him repeatedly, his attention was suddenly drawn to the radar compass at the man's waist. The familiar shape seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He had seen this compass at outpost 3-11. According to the bald station master, this thing, once activated, can emit special sound waves that attract zombies within a 5-kilometer radius. This is the tool used by the exploration team to eliminate nearby zombies. Behind his armor, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. This is a good thing. If sound waves are emitted, causing zombies from the 5th safety zone to gather here, it will definitely create chaos. Although they have 4 F-level ability users, don't forget, this is the 5th safety zone that is on the brink of complete collapse. Even the 4th safety zone has been infiltrated by E-level special infected. Can the 5th safety zone be an exception? He could take advantage of the chaos to escape, find the snake woman, and bring her to safety. After all, as the first special fan, Lin Feng was still full of expectations for her. It's definitely not because of the snake woman's outstanding appearance. Thinking of this, Lin Feng slightly raised his armor and quietly twisted his right hand. Behind the plasma barrier, the soundwave radar at the man's waist seemed to tremble slightly. "This time our mission is urgent, I won't waste time with you. Go fix the equipment. If you dare to send false distress signals again, be careful, we'll all be sent to the clearing team." Upon hearing the words clearing team, the rest of the ordinary people shuddered, clearly fearing the clearing team. The clearing team is responsible for the operation of expanding the safety zone, and the members inside risk their lives. Almost none of the members who go out for clearing missions can come back in one piece. Yes, I will remember." The man's apology was sincere, but Chao Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so he turned and shouted, "Let's go!" However, Xia Jiming, the yellow-haired man standing next to Chao Fei, suddenly changed his expression. "Wait!" He suddenly raised his right hand, seeming to sense something but not daring to believe it. The next moment, he simply lay flat on the ground, pressing his ear against the ground. Then, Xia Jiming's expression became particularly ugly, his brows furrowed, and he gritted his teeth. "We can't leave. The zombies near the 5-2 outpost are all heading this way. And there are several F-level special infected." "What?" Xia Jiming's words were like a bolt from the blue, and Chao Fei's face changed immediately. "Say that again? What's going on?" Xia Jiming stood up, looking somewhat grim, and said in a trembling voice, "The zombies near the 5-2 outpost are converging towards this place. And, judging from their aura, there should be 3 more F-level special infected." As soon as this was said, the surrounding ordinary combat members couldn't help but gasp. 3 F-level special infected. Although they were all elite members of their respective action departments, their mental strength had not reached 100, so no one could awaken their abilities. Even if they were all together, they probably couldn't defeat 1 F-level special infected. Now 3 of them are coming at once, and who knows how many zombies there are. How are they going to fight this? With 3 of these beasts, we're in trouble. Chao Fei said solemnly, then turned his head and ordered, "Send a message to the ability tower, tell them everything that's happening here. Tell them we need support." "Yes." A combat member carrying a communication device immediately obeyed. At the same time, Chao Fei was also scanning the surroundings, looking for a possible escape route. However, the 5-2 outpost was built on a mountain, with only the mountain road that the group had just taken, and a high cliff behind the outpost, at least 30 to 40 meters high. If an ordinary person fell from here, they would undoubtedly die.
These ability users had bodies stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with their abilities, they could escape from here. However, the remaining ordinary people would probably all perish here. So, if it's not the last moment, they still have to stick to it. But really, there is no chance of winning. These supernaturals will definitely not perish together with the zombies, but will decisively abandon the ordinary people and leave this place. You, open the plasma barrier and let us in. Establish defenses around the outpost, hold on as long as you can. Chao Fei shouted at the captain of Outpost 5-2. Although caught off guard, the latter obediently turned around and shouted inside the outpost. Open the plasma barrier. Let the esteemed supernaturals in. Soon, the plasma barrier was opened, and several people, along with the armored vehicle, entered. Although other team members were a bit weak-kneed at the sight of the infected, they were all seasoned warriors and wouldn't be completely frightened. They skillfully propped up black shields made of special alloy on the plasma barrier. These shields could isolate the power of the plasma barrier and, when pieced together, turn the entire plasma barrier into a trench that could be attacked from all directions. However, the outpost faced a high cliff about 30 to 40 meters away, a direction unlikely to be attacked by zombies, so their defense pressure was significantly reduced. 5 firing ports were set up, only for weapon firing. There were also 2 special entrances and exits for the entry and exit of several supernaturals. Chao Fei's ability naturally involved close combat with the infected, but if things went south, he could quickly retreat back into the plasma barrier. The other team members cooperated in pairs, with Su Lin and Lin Feng in charge of the rightmost firing port. Although they didn't carry many firearms, the pressure on the side defense was not too great. Moreover, with Tian Jiang, a wind attribute supernatural, on the inside, if any firing port was under heavy pressure, he would naturally lend a hand. Lord Chao Fei, the member responsible for contacting the supernatural tower, suddenly stood up. The supernatural tower has sent a message to hold our ground here. They are preparing to send supernaturals to support us. Outpost 5-2 must not fall. If we really can't hold it, then we can only break out individually, prioritizing the lives of all esteemed supernaturals. At this point, the member's expression had become somewhat solemn. The hearts of the others also trembled. In front of the supernaturals, the ordinary people were like pawns that could be discarded at will. Even if they couldn't hold on, the chances of the several supernaturals escaping from this place were much greater than theirs. Did you all hear that? Hold this ground. If we can't hold it, it's death, Chao Fei said sternly. Faced with such a large number of enemies, their best choice was to hold their ground. If they acted separately, each on their own, even with their few supernaturals, they wouldn't have the certainty to break out from this place. Yes, the people, as if injected with chicken blood, moved faster in setting up the firing points. The captain hesitated, watching the others busy themselves, before sluggishly saying, I'll go prepare. With that, he rushed into the outpost and closed the doors. Soon, the 5 firing points were deployed, and everyone stood ready at their positions, prepared for battle. They're here. Xia Jiming's pupils slightly constricted as he had already sensed something. In just a few breaths, everyone was shocked to see countless twisted and eerie figures appearing on the path they had come from. Countless zombies, like lost souls crawling out of hell, ragged clothes, decaying skin, empty eye sockets, emitting a foul stench. There were at least thousands of these zombies. Their movements were stiff yet incredibly swift, surging like a tide. Some zombies growled low, while others extended their withered arms, fingertips sharp as claws, glinting in the sunlight. The team members at the firing ports, witnessing this scene, were all filled with extreme terror. Their faces turned pale in an instant, filled with despair and fear. Even though they had been through countless battles, they had never seen such a scene before. The air was thick with the smell of blood and decay, suffocating. The sound of everyone's heartbeat seemed particularly clear, as if it could jump out of their chests at any moment. Fire! Kill these beasts! Chao Fei cursed. The members of the combat sequence at the firepower point finally reacted, lifting machine guns as if their lives depended on it, some even pulling the pins of 4 or 5 grenades simultaneously, unleashing firepower towards the approaching horde of zombies. The first wave of attack erupted, but the number of zombies was not greatly affected. Only the front layer of zombies acted as neat shields. Seeing their attacks being futile, the rest of the group's faces were instantly filled with despair. You cowards! What are you afraid of? Chao Fei noticed the fear on the faces of the others and became furious. Watch me! With that, he stomped his feet on the ground, his body flying out like a cannonball. By the time the others saw Chao Fei's figure again, he had already passed through one of the exits and arrived 10 meters away from the barrier. Such incredible speed! Ordinary people who witnessed this scene were shocked. In their eyes, his movement speed seemed like teleportation. In just a few seconds, Chow Fei stood in front of the zombie horde and threw a punch.
Boom! The force of his punch sent dozens of zombies flying.
Those zombies were like fragile dandelions, scattered by the force of his punch.
So powerful. Truly a master of abilities. To take on so many zombies without any weapons, just one person, is this the power of an ability user?
Brothers, fighting side by side with the master of abilities, we will definitely hold out until reinforcements arrive.
Chow Fei's punch stirred the blood of the others. Witnessing the power of an ability user firsthand naturally excited them. With more battles, through the trials of real combat, their mental strength would gradually improve.
Someday in the future, they too would have the chance to become ability users. Suddenly, the emotions of the group soared even higher, and those zombies no longer seemed so intimidating to them. Just then, as Chow Fei was pleased with his ability to rally emotions, a fist came whistling towards him.
Bang!
The fist seemed to strike the air beside Chow Fei, not touching his body.
Looking into the distance, Tianjian raised his hands and used long-range wind blades to block the attack aimed at Chow Fei.
Old Tian, thanks for the help. Chow Fei, experienced in battle, instantly shook off the fear of being ambushed and focused on the big guy in front of him. That's an F-level special infected, the Iron Saw Butcher. Su Lin, through her scanning glasses, identified the identity of the infected that had ambushed Chow Fei. The latter stood at a height of 3 to 4 meters. His arms were as thick as pillars, his right hand lacking a palm, instead having a crimson iron saw seemingly grown into his flesh and blood. That was why he was called the Iron Saw Butcher.
Humph, Iron Saw Butcher? Interesting.
Chow Fei snorted, taking a few steps back, his gaze fixed on him. Don't worry about this guy, I'll deal with him. You all keep your firepower in check. If the zombies break through, I'll twist your heads off. As Chow Fei and the Iron Saw Butcher clashed, other firepower points also began to unleash their ammunition.
Bullets shot out like raindrops, slowing down the advance of the zombie horde.
If the zombies advanced too quickly, Tianjian would intervene in time to help relieve the pressure on the various firepower points. However, he still needed to conserve his energy as there were 2 more F-level special infected yet to appear.
Old Xia, aren't there still 2 F-level ones left? Where are they hiding?
Lu Ping suddenly asked.
Xia Jiming closed his eyes, listening to the sounds around him.
After a while, he slowly replied, the 2 F-level infected individuals have not shown themselves, hiding probably 200 to 300 meters from the outpost.
They probably want the butcher to clear the way before making a move.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ping furrowed his brow. These beasts actually have tactics. Tianjian's gaze became more serious as he said in a deep voice, Old Lu, don't forget, after special mutation, infected individuals can possess some intelligence. F-level special infected individuals have slightly higher intelligence than ordinary zombies, roughly equivalent to a 4 or 5-year-old child.
Don't underestimate them.
Lu Ping gritted his teeth and sighed slightly. It seems we have to hold our ground for a while. When those 2 F-level infected individuals lose patience, they will probably come after us. Meanwhile, the distance between the zombie horde and the outpost was getting closer, putting pressure on all the firepower points, except for the one where Lin Feng was stationed. At the defensive firepower point, team members worked in pairs, with one shooting while the other reloaded. Now back to Lin Feng's position. After Su Lin finished firing a burst of bullets, she hurriedly said to Lin Feng, cover me. I'm reloading. To her surprise, Lin Feng just lazily grunted, leaning against the metal plate of the firepower point, holding a small pistol aimed outside.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Seems like it's jammed. Lin Feng noticed the trigger seemed stuck, so he straightened up to examine the pistol.
Lin Feng, what are you doing? Su Lin's heart was pounding. The zombie horde could break through the firepower point at any moment, and here was Lin Feng checking if his pistol was jammed?
This was a battlefield,
not a shooting range.
Through the gap in her helmet, Su Lin saw Lin Feng's somewhat innocent expression.
Come on, Su Ko, we might not need to rush this. Just watch.
Lin Feng reached outside with one hand, while Su Lin finished reloading her rifle and was about to position it at the firing window. She was stunned by what she saw. The approaching horde of zombies, like a tide, diverted their direction when they were about 10 meters from their firepower point, heading towards other points instead. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would slip through, but they posed no real threat.
What's going on?
Su Lin was dumbfounded by this sight. Their firepower point was on the far right, with a small firing window, so the others hadn't noticed this unusual situation at all.
Some were even complaining.
Why was it so difficult to deal with these zombies with 5 firepower points?
I have no idea. Maybe I have body odor, and these zombies are afraid of it.
Lin Feng behind the armor shrugged helplessly, looking a bit resigned, as if he would be happier with some sunflower seeds. What Su Lin couldn't see was an invisible force field wall 10 meters outside the firepower point, halting the advance of the zombie horde. However, to avoid raising suspicion, under Lin Feng's additional control, a few zombies would slip through. Su Lin would take care of them then. How is this possible? Su Lin's expression was one of astonishment. Having lived for most of her life, she had never seen anything like this before. Captain, start firing quickly, or those zombies will break through. While Su Lin was shocked, Lin Feng quietly reminded her. Only then did she react, as a few zombies had already charged towards them, so she focused all her attention and pulled the trigger. Lin Feng looked at the others with a slightly pitiful gaze, silently thinking, sorry, you guys are so capable, then please share some of the pressure for us. At the same time, Lin Feng was constantly planning in his mind how to break free and find the snake woman. His best chance was if the outpost's defense was breached, the superhumans were defeated, and then they could break out separately. He had the opportunity to go find the snake lady himself. But what about afterwards? He was just an ordinary person, wearing hundreds of pounds of armor. Could he break through such a horde of zombies? Even if he did manage to save the snake lady in the end, he probably wouldn't be able to return to City E. Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed, unsure of what to do. Just then, the gate of the outpost behind the crowd suddenly opened, and the station chief, fully armed, rushed out. Lin Feng immediately furrowed his brow. TSK. There are still these outpost people. If they all join the defense, this place could probably hold out for a long time. We should be able to hold out until the support from the Tower of Abilities. Just as Lin Feng was thinking this, the station chief suddenly raised the rifle in his hand and, without warning, pulled the trigger towards the two people at the center of the firepower. Bang bang bang! A burst of rapid gunfire rang out, catching the two people off guard, and they were shot into a sieve. This scene shocked the remaining few ability users. Tianjiang was the first to spring up from the ground, quickly moving away from the station chief, angrily demanding, "You bastard! What are you doing?" At this moment, the station chief's expression became extremely eerie, a smirk on his face, and even a few drops of viscous dark red liquid on his forehead. Lin Feng's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze fixed on the station chief. At the back of his head, there was a dark yellow spider about 20 centimeters in size, using its sharp fangs to gnaw at the back of his head. Blood gushed out. It seemed that the station chief was being controlled by that spider. It was only then that Lin Feng remembered that the first time he saw him, there seemed to be something affecting his body's magnetic field on his back. At that time, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention, but seeing the station chief now, along with his strange reactions just now, everything made sense. He had long been controlled by the mutant. Nonsense! Lu Ping reacted swiftly, his hands coming together, and the earth beside the station chief flowed like water, quickly solidifying into two earthen walls that crushed towards the center. Without any resistance, the station chief didn't even let out a scream before being flattened by the earth walls. Poochie! The pungent smell of blood sprayed out from the cracks. Lu Ping's eyes were sharp, immediately recognizing the infected controlling the station chief. This should be the larva of the golden thread spider, Lu Ping said in a deep voice. Be careful. If there are larvae, there must be a mother too. Before he could finish his words, several black tentacles suddenly burst out from the half-open gate of the outpost. If one observed carefully, these black tentacles were segmented, each segment about 10 centimeters long, like iron whips, stabbing towards the remaining firepower positions. Obviously, the mother inside the outpost knew who to deal with. The members of the other firepower positions were caught off guard and were pierced through the chest one by the hard tentacles. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly. As one of the tentacles was about to attack Su Lin, he swiftly raised his right hand and created a magnetic force field in front of her, blocking the attack. However, as the black tentacle was blocked, it quickly twisted and instantly wrapped around Su Lin's body. Not good. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, not expecting the tentacle to attack like this. Ah! Su Lin screamed as she was dragged by the tentacle towards the interior of the outpost. In the nick of time, Lin Feng took a step forward, leaped out, and directly embraced Su Lin. However, this action provided an opportunity for the tentacle attacking Lin Feng. The tentacle retracted, entwining Lin Feng's body as well, pulling him towards the interior of the outpost. Nevertheless, there was no fear on Lin Feng's face, just a hint of excitement. Is this thing called a golden thread spider? Damn, what a special infected! The power of the special infected was now revealed before Lin Feng for the first time. Although Lin Feng had encountered the snake woman before, the snake woman, upon seeing him for the first time, did not reveal a particularly strong attacking power. The golden striped spider before him was the real powerhouse. Despite his resistance with his supernatural magnetic field, he was still dragged towards it. His body was moved by the tentacles and eventually pulled into the interior of the outpost. Inside the outpost, it was dim and dark, with only faint fluorescence flickering in the corners. The air was filled with an indescribable foul smell, a mix of metal and damp earth, stimulating the senses. Even though Lin Feng was wearing armor, he couldn't block out the smell. In the depths, a giant spider about 3 to 4 meters long lurked there. Its body was covered in golden armor, with 8 thick tentacles waving in the air, each covered with sharp barbs gleaming coldly. The spider's head was unusually large, its compound eyes flickering red like burning flames, particularly striking in the darkness. Soon, Lin Feng's gaze fixed on several large spider cocoons next to the golden-striped spider. The cocoons were dripping with sticky green liquid, shimmering faintly. The humanoid outlines could be vaguely seen inside the cocoons, but their heads had been gnawed to bare bones by the golden-striped spider's offspring. Although these offspring were only the size of a palm, their sharp mouthparts were enough to crack open human skulls. They greedily gnawed, emitting a chilling chewing sound. The entire outpost was filled with a sense of death, as if even the air had solidified. Click. Lin Feng slightly tightened his right hand, and the magnetic force field around him began to exert force, continuously impacting the spider's body. Fortunately, it finally bent out of shape, bringing Lin Feng a bit closer to Su Lin. Its level is F+. Through her reconnaissance goggles, Su Lin discovered the level of this golden-striped spider, despairing as she spoke. It's about to evolve. A successful evolution will make it an E-level special infected body. The reconnaissance goggles identified the powerful virus inside the golden-striped spider, fitting the F+ level. In other words, this golden-striped spider was even stronger than several other superhumans outside. Although infected bodies could evolve, their evolution was much more difficult compared to human superhuman enhancements. Over the years, infected bodies had always been ahead of humans in every aspect, simply due to their greater numbers. Evolving infected bodies were ultimately a minority, but there were always exceptions. Su Lin couldn't escape the grasp of the golden-striped spider's tentacles. Her clothes were tightly hooked by the barbed hooks, and the more she struggled, the tighter the restraints became. Lin Feng, where's the gun I gave you back then? Remember what to do if infected by the virus. If possible, also help me end it. Su Lin gritted her silver teeth, shouting at Lin Feng. The eerie appearance of the former 5-2 outpost commander was still vivid in Su Lin's mind, haunting her. She certainly didn't want to end up looking like that, but rather wanted to die with dignity. What are you thinking, Captain? Compared to Su Lin, Lin Feng's reaction was evidently much more relaxed. Don't worry, neither of us will die. Su Lin, who had been prepared to accept death, felt a special force as if lifting her body upon hearing Lin Feng's words. The next moment, click! The tentacle of the golden-striped spider that bound her was actually severed by an invisible mysterious force. Greenish blood gushed out, but Su Lin felt as if she were in a black hole, as if there was a vortex behind her, dragging her body. Ah! Su Lin screamed and was thrown far out of the outpost by that immense force. At the same time, Lin Feng glanced behind him, and the outpost's main gate immediately closed tightly under the control of the force field. Then, Lin Feng lightly hooked his finger, and the face mask of his armor fell off. The handsome face was revealed. The dim candlelight fell on Lin Feng's profile, enhancing his attractiveness. Just then, a dramatic change occurred. The red gleaming compound eyes of the golden-striped spider suddenly contracted, as if it had seen something unbelievable. In the next moment, its eyes sparkled with desire, deeply drawn to Lin Feng's handsome face. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the plus special infected body golden-striped spider, rewarded with mental power plus 75. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lin Feng's data card gained additional information. Loyal fan, F-level infected body snake woman. Intimacy, 52 out of 100. Current status, severe injury. Next intimacy level unlocks ability, evolution, F+ infected body golden-striped spider. Intimacy, 50 out of 100. Current status, admiration. Next intimacy level unlocks ability, evolution, as expected. Lin Feng smiled lightly, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He casually raised a hand, pointing to the tentacles around his waist. The golden-striped spider immediately understood, gently releasing Lin Feng's armor. This revealed numerous marks left by its densely packed thorns on the surface of the armor. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for wearing the armor, as being caught by its tentacles alone would have resulted in serious injury. At that moment, the tentacles that the golden-striped spider usually used for attack slowly extended towards Lin Feng, delicately touching his body, as if expressing friendliness and respect. However, the spider seemed unfamiliar with human anatomy. When it reached a particular protrusion, Lin Feng's expression changed, quickly raising his hand. Stop!
I'm not that hungry yet. The golden striped spider naturally halted its tentacles. As an F+ level creature, it had partially awakened its own intelligence and could now understand Lin Feng's commands. Looking around the various corners of the outpost at the numerous spider hatchlings, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. These are your offspring, so you must be able to command them, right? Lin Feng gazed at the golden striped spider with urgency. Perhaps due to his intense gaze, the spider squirmed uncomfortably, seeming a bit embarrassed. After a moment, the spider's head began to sway slowly. Great! Lin Feng's lips curled upwards as he continued, then have them do me a favor, go find a special infected body for me. Named the Snake Woman. As Lin Feng's words trailed off, a hint of confusion appeared in the golden striped spider's eyes. Lin Feng gestured with his hands. Snake Woman. Do you know the Snake Woman? She is an F-level special infected. At this point, Lin Feng abruptly stopped speaking, frozen in place. The rankings and names of these infected bodies were determined by human standards. They surely wouldn't understand. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng stood up straight, clasped his hands together, extended his arms, and placed his hands above his head. Then, he began to move his body, imitating the movements of the Snake Woman. Do you recognize this infected body's way of walking? This time, the golden striped spider seemed to recognize it, nodding its head in understanding. Once you find her, send all your offspring out to locate her. She should still be recovering from her injuries, and I absolutely forbid any harm to come to her. Under the golden striped spider's command, the spider hatchlings crawled out through the broken windows of the outpost, scattering in all directions, numbering in the thousands. These offspring followed the spider's instructions and would return promptly upon finding the Snake Woman's trail. Now, I need to figure out how to escape, Lin Feng murmured to himself. He couldn't stay at the outpost for too long. If he hadn't died after such a long time, the people outside would definitely become suspicious. However, the people outside now had no intention of caring about Lin Feng's life or death. This plasma barrier won't hold much longer. What should we do? Lu Ping kept watch behind him at the outpost, looking worriedly at the plasma barrier. After chaos erupted inside the barrier, Qiao Fei immediately returned inside, of course, to protect Xia Jiming, who was not good at fighting. What he didn't expect was that almost all the ordinary members had been wiped out. Only one survived, Su Lin, who was thrown out of the outpost. Master Esper, Lin Feng is still inside. Please, help him. After being thrown out by a special force, Su Lin didn't have time to think about where that force came from. She fell to her knees in front of Lu Ping. What? You want us to save him? Qiao Fei immediately turned hostile and shouted angrily. It's too late for that, our lives are the most important. He was dragged in by the golden thread spider, he might already be dead. Hearing this, a hint of despair flashed across Su Lin's face, but she still bravely said, no. It's not certain. Lin Feng is tough, I believe he's not dead. It's not too late to save him now. At this point, only a few Esper masters present could help. As for her, in front of the F+ special infected, she would only be food. Impossible. Xia Jiming's expression darkened to the extreme as he observed the nearby zombie movements and said, there are 3 F-level special infected outside, and this one inside might even be F+. The 4 of us together might barely be able to resist it. Why take such a risk for a lowly person? With these words, the term lowly person had already deeply ingrained itself in Su Lin's mind. She stood there completely stunned. If it had been an Esper dragged in, they might have considered a rescue plan. But if it was just an ordinary person, they would be abandoned. That was the rule of this post-apocalyptic world. Equality between people? Just a joke. In this world, only the strong and the weak remained, only the strong deserved a voice. Su Lin's face was filled with unwillingness, her teeth almost biting through her lips. Her body trembled uncontrollably out of anger. Just then, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Xia Jiming's face changed as he looked towards a section of the plasma barrier. It didn't hold for long. Under the siege of the zombies, the plasma barrier was destroyed as if it were made of paper. In an instant, after the plasma barrier collapsed, a suffocating number of zombies surged in like a tide from outside the barrier. Their eyes gleamed with greed and cruelty, mouths gaping with sharp teeth, as if they wanted to devour everything. They're coming in! Xia Jiming shouted. In terms of defense, he was the weakest among them. Charge! Lu Ping shouted loudly, slamming his hands on the ground. The next moment, the earth beneath their feet seemed to flow, rising up as a whole to form a circular platform about 5 meters in diameter. He wanted to create a height difference, perhaps to block the zombies' advance. However, Lu Ping was clearly under immense pressure. As the platform rose about 6 to 7 meters, beads of sweat the size of beans already covering his forehead. The group of zombies with limited mobility could only stare dumbfounded at the high platform, their sharp claws scraping against the soil surface,
unable to coordinate their limbs to climb up. After all, these creatures had lost their intelligence, they were just walking corpses. Phew! Seeing the high platform temporarily slowing down the zombies' advance, Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Just at that moment, boom! A loud noise rang out, and the commotion came from the direction of the outpost. The walls of the outpost shattered like broken pieces, and countless golden-striped spiderlings crawled out from inside, densely packed, sending shivers down one's spine. In the center of the outpost, a giant golden-striped spider was waving its tentacles. At the tip of the tentacles was wrapped a figure. It was Lin Feng. Oh damn! Lin Feng's voice soared to the sky, pretending to be in a chaotic state, shouting loudly, "If you want to eat, then eat. Dare to mess with me? If you dare to put me down, I'll mow you down with a machine gun." Hearing Lin Feng's voice again, Su Lin, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately looked up with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. And indeed, it was Lin Feng. He wasn't dead yet. This kid's got quite a tough life. Captured by the golden-striped spider, instead of being eaten, he's playing around? Chao Fei stared dumbfounded at the scene. However, being caught by the golden-striped spider's tentacles meant only one way to death for Lin Feng, who had the ability to save him. What they didn't know was that this was just a play Lin Feng was acting out in cooperation with the golden-striped spider. It seemed that these people didn't suspect a thing. Just as the golden-striped spider suddenly flung its tentacle, Lin Feng was thrown off the cliff. Damn it! Why throw me down? Let's keep playing. Lin Feng left behind these words as his voice gradually faded. Su Lin foolishly stared at the edge of the cliff, tears welling up in her eyes. At that moment, Tian Jian also walked up to Su Lin and said calmly, "That cliff is probably 30 to 40 meters high. Although it's a slope, being thrown down like that would either kill or cripple you. In such an environment, being crippled was no different from being dead." Tian Jian then looked at Su Lin, clearly more attracted to her impressive figure. "I'm different from other ability users. I respect you ordinary people more because every ordinary person has the potential to become an ability user. If you agree to be my slave, I can protect you." Tian Jian was confident in his proposal, knowing that in this situation, if everyone acted individually to escape, his chances of survival were the highest. With his unique wind attribute ability, used correctly, he could even make people fly. Su Lin would certainly not refuse such an offer. However, Su Lin looked at him with a deadpan expression, her eyes no longer showing respect but rather a strong disdain. "You? Not even worthy." Before Tian Jian could react, Su Lin supported herself with her hands and jumped straight down. But Su Lin wasn't seeking death. As she jumped, she gripped the climbing rope around her waist and landed on a tree near the high platform. Swiftly tying the climbing rope to the tree trunk, Su Lin leaped forward again, this time aiming for the 30 to 40 meter cliff. "A bunch of scum. Pretentious scum. If you won't save them, I will. TSK." As the climbing rope made a creaking sound, the thin rope rubbed against the uneven cliff surface. Su Lin slowed down, but she seemed to have overestimated the strength of the climbing rope. Snap! Due to gravity, as Su Lin fell downward, she also changed the angle of the climbing rope. This caused the surface of the rope to be continuously rubbed by the sharp edges of the cliff. The climbing rope was on the verge of giving way. Ah! A light sigh sounded in Su Lin's ear. Her free-falling body was lifted as if by a sudden force, suspending her in midair. The emptiness beneath her feet felt solid. Su Lin could even see a slight flowing trend in the void beneath her feet. She was actually standing in midair. "Suko, I really didn't want you to find out this secret, but you followed me and jumped down. I had to save you," Lin Feng said helplessly. Su Lin turned around and was shocked to find Lin Feng standing on thin air, looking at her casually. What on earth was going on? How could they both stand in midair? Except for some special abilities, most people with powers couldn't fly on their own. Luckily, Lin Feng was an exception. Flying for him was simply creating a magnetic field under his feet to lift his body. The advantage of this was that it could also allow others to stand in the sky. Su Lin was clearly stunned by the scene before her. Looking at the ground still 20 meters below, she suddenly looked up, her eyes wide in astonishment at Lin Feng. "Let's talk down there. This is not the place for conversation." "But we can't let those guys up there find out," Lin Feng muttered, glancing upwards. As they spoke, Lin Feng reversed his hands, immediately changing the magnetic field under their feet. It was like a smoothly descending elevator, safely bringing them back to the ground. Lin Feng pulled the still-dazed Su Lin and hurried into the nearby forest, trying to shield themselves from the view of those with powers. At the same time, Lin Feng remembered Xia Jining's methods. His hearing was no joke. He casually created a magnetic field, enveloping them both. This way, any sound vibrations produced during their conversation would be dissolved by the magnetic field, preventing Xia Jining from eavesdropping. In this situation, he probably wouldn't have the time or ability to eavesdrop, let alone use his powers. Once completely hidden, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Just as he was about to speak, Su Lin in front of him spoke first. Lin Feng, what's going on here? Why was I able to stand in the sky just now? Was it because of you? You! Are you a person with powers? Her gaze was blank, her face filled with disbelief. A member of the 9th Division, a prestigious person with powers? Su Lin had long harbored the desire to become a person with powers, which was why she had been striving to participate in battles all these years. However, despite experiencing numerous life and death battles, Su Lin's mental strength did not improve rapidly. Whether one could become a person with powers depended on their talent. Sometimes, effort was overshadowed by natural talent. And Lin Feng, who often skipped training and showed little performance in zombie battles, was actually a person with powers. How could Su Lin not be shocked by this revelation? Lin Feng looked embarrassed, scratched his face, and then smiled awkwardly. Chief. Forgive me for keeping this from you for so long, but I really didn't want anyone else to know about this, it's just that. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Lin lowered her head in front of him and said in a heavy tone, I'm sorry, person with powers, I misunderstood. You have the ability to escape, and I rashly followed you, causing you trouble. The change in attitude happened in an instant. The smile on Lin Feng's face disappeared at that moment. He didn't understand why Su Lin suddenly acted this way in front of him. Chief, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng looked at her in astonishment, but Su Lin kept her head down, unable to meet his eyes. What's the matter? So what if I'm a person with powers? Why do you have to act like this? Lin Feng's tone gradually became agitated as he questioned her. Chief, have you forgotten how you treated me before? That was fine. You scolded me, I have no problem with that. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, a few traces of fear appeared on Su Lin's face. Thump! She actually knelt directly in front of Lin Feng. Master Esper, I was wrong. I didn't know you had such abilities, and I kept urging you to train every day, that was my mistake. Please forgive me. Lin Feng's mind was suddenly struck by something, unable to calm down for a long time. His shocked expression turned calm, then darkened. Get up! Lin Feng commanded. But Su Lin's body trembled slightly, seemingly fearing the authority of the Esper, remaining kneeling on the ground. I said, get up! Lin Feng gestured, and a magnetic force field immediately enveloped Su Lin's body, forcing her to stand up. Now, Lin Feng could see Su Lin's eyes, but when their gazes met, Lin Feng was stunned. Because Su Lin's eyes were already brimming with tears. Lin Feng's heart softened again, this time he patiently asked, Captain, speak your mind. I am an Esper, but I am not some so-called superior being, and of course, you are not an inferior being either. We are all equal individuals. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Lin's heart trembled completely. Equal individuals? Is there really equality between us? In this post-apocalyptic world, Espers are gods among the surviving humans. They possess power, so they are everything. Since childhood, Su Lin has been indoctrinated with the concept that people are divided into different classes, the highest class being the Espers, and those like them, ordinary civilians with no special abilities, are the most common lower class. The next moment, tears welled up in Su Lin's eyes, and she suddenly lunged forward, opening her arms and embracing Lin Feng. Brother! Hearing this address, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Su Lin's brother? He had heard that the former captain of the 9th Division was not Su Lin, but her brother. It was said that this former captain of the 9th Division had met with an accident during his Esper awakening and died on the spot. Later, Su Lin joined the 9th Division and, with a reckless determination, achieved military success, becoming the captain of the 9th Division. Because of her brother, Su Lin had a kind of almost fanatical obsession with awakening her Esper abilities. Lin Feng sighed, gently stroking Su Lin's back with his hand, about to speak words of comfort when he heard strange noises around them. Rustle! Many golden spiderlings that had just left were now converging from all directions. The leading one seemed very excited, gesturing aggressively towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Found them? At this moment, Lin Feng felt somewhat awkward, holding Su Lin in his arms, but his mind was on the snake woman who was in a life-threatening situation. This was a difficult choice to make. Su Lin, who had just been immersed in sorrow, switched instantly to combat mode upon seeing the golden spiderlings converging around them, drawing her gun from her waist. Master Esper, be careful. Saying this, Su Lin was about to shoot at the spiderlings. Lin Feng acted swiftly, grabbing Su Lin's wrist immediately. Captain, you can't shoot. These are all my little brothers. Fortunately, Lin Feng stopped Su Lin in time from firing, and the magnetic field he had set up around them prevented the bullets from penetrating.
Little brothers? Su Lin stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded, unable to understand his meaning for the moment.
Seeing Su Lin's shocked expression, Lin Feng didn't know how to explain, so he opened a gap in the magnetic field and brought a golden spiderling into it. Although the appearance of the golden spiderling was somewhat terrifying, when placed in Lin Feng's palm, it behaved like a tamed puppy, constantly rubbing against Lin Feng's hand.
This. Su Lin's expression was completely unsettled.
The fierce golden striped spider, placed in Lin Feng's palm, was unexpectedly gentle, like a tamed dog.
Why was this happening? Captain, I want you to keep this a secret for me. This also counts as my ability.
All the zombies in the world cannot show hostility towards me, they might even worship me.
Just like what you see.
With that, Lin Feng intended to stroke the young golden striped spider, but seeing its ugly appearance, he retracted his hand. Su Lin felt like her worldview had been shaken.
Could it be that there are humans in this world who can do such things?
In the current post-apocalyptic world, the zombies still dominate the world.
The infected area on the blue star has exceeded 90%.
The remaining humans are barely surviving in this small area.
And now, there is someone who has the ability to tame zombies? It's like a dream.
Su Lin pinched her arm to make sure this wasn't a dream, but the clearer her mind became, the more she couldn't believe what she was seeing.
Is this all real? Can Lin Feng really tame zombies?
If this news gets out, who knows what kind of uproar it will cause.
He's like the savior of humanity.
Lin Feng, you. Su Lin wanted to say something, but looking around at the young golden striped spiders, she found herself speechless. To her, beings of this level were like gods.
Shoo! Lin Feng made a hushing gesture towards her, then slowly said, "You know about this, we must not let anyone else know, understand? At least among the surviving humans in City E, I only trust you."
Lin Feng must not let the people at the ability tower know about his ability to tame zombies.
In the current post-apocalyptic world, the Human Alliance seems to be in charge of managing humans on the surface. But behind the Human Alliance lies the ability tower.
The civilized society on the surface is actually a feudal dynasty built by some for their own selfish desires.
Yes, I understand.
Su Lin nodded repeatedly. She was not foolish and knew the impact this ability could have on humanity. Also, whether in front of others or not, you should address me however you used to address me. Lin Feng remembered this, hands on his hips, he said impatiently.
But upon hearing this, Su Lin's expression showed some hesitation. Lin Feng didn't bother explaining much and directly said, "Ordinary people should obey the commands of those with abilities, right?
So I command you, from now on, in front of me, treat me as you always have, don't have any special emotions towards me because of my ability as an ability holder."
Su Lin looked blank. After a while, she nodded hesitantly. Yes.
Although this seemed a bit coercive, given time, Su Lin would start to question the idea of revering only ability holders. Lin Feng's goal was achieved. With her matter settled, Lin Feng now wanted to find the snake woman. After all, according to the data card, the snake woman was still severely injured. Lin Feng prepared to leave, then glanced at Su Lin. "Captain, I need to do something, will you come with me or stay here?"
"No matter what you choose, I can ensure your safety." Hearing this, Su Lin fell into silence.
Although she wanted to know what Lin Feng was going to do, the current situation made Su Lin realize that she and Lin Feng were from completely different worlds. All she could do was not cause trouble for Lin Feng.
"I will wait here for you," Su Lin said softly. But then she gathered her courage and asked, "If I wait here for you, what about the other ability holders above?
If they die, the Tower of Abilities won't let it go easily." Lin Feng casually waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I have experience. I just gave a command to the golden pattern spider, telling it to command the zombies, only to drive them away, not to inflict serious damage on them.
The Tower of Abilities is a huge entity and cannot move for now.
Although those few ability users are not considered good people, the power behind them, the Tower of Abilities, is indeed formidable. At least for now, Lin Feng doesn't want to create any enmity with those guys from the Tower of Abilities." With that said, Lin Feng ordered the surrounding golden pattern spider hatchlings to protect Su Lin. He then followed one that had just come to deliver a message and quickly left. The snake woman, heavily injured, chose a hiding spot, which happened to be in the opposite direction of Outpost 5-2, so Lin Feng didn't have to worry about encountering members of the Tower of Abilities coming to support her. Finally, after walking for about 10 minutes, those unusually active golden pattern spider hatchlings led Lin Feng to a cave entrance. Standing outside the cave, one could vaguely see several green lights flickering deep inside. Without delay, Lin Feng rushed in. His steps quickened, and he caught a familiar fragrance mixed with the scent of blood in the cave. After turning a corner, Lin Feng finally saw the heavily injured snake woman. Her body twisted, the once smooth and flexible snake scales now dull and lifeless, some even peeling off to reveal the red flesh underneath. Her body was no longer sleek but swollen in multiple places, as if struck by a heavy hammer. What was even more heart-wrenching was that her body was covered in various wounds of different shapes. Some wounds were caused by sharp weapons, jagged and ferocious in appearance. Her eyes half opened, breathing weak and rapid, each breath accompanied by a slight tremor in her body. Lin Feng's gaze was somewhat vacant, fixed on a fist-sized bloody hole in the snake woman's chest. This kind of injury was more severe than a fatal wound. It seemed like she could breathe her last breath at any moment. The only belief that kept the snake woman going until now was the sentence Lin Feng left her with when he departed, "I'll come find you." Damn it, how dare they injure my snake woman so severely? Lin Feng gritted his teeth and approached quickly. Initially, upon hearing approaching footsteps outside the cave, the snake woman, teetering on the brink of life and death, revealed a fierce killing intent. However, as she struggled to turn her body and caught sight of Lin Feng, she froze in place. Then, an indescribable emotion surged from the depths of the snake woman's heart. Her originally fierce expression softened, then turned excited. Cough, cough. Due to her heightened emotions, the injuries within the snake woman's body had not stabilized yet, and she suddenly spat out a dark green blood. Seeing this, Lin Feng paled in shock, quickly bent down, and earnestly examined the snake woman's injuries. The fallen snake woman now tightly clutched one of Lin Feng's arms, her face pale as she forced a smile. It seemed to say, "I kept my promise, I didn't die." At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a change in the data card above the snake woman's head after her severe injury. Loyal fan, F-level infected snake woman intimacy, 52 out of 100 current status, severe injury. Treatment required, 1 F-level infected corpse seed. Next intimacy unlockability, evolution. After Lin Feng made contact with the snake woman, the system automatically updated the method to treat her. The information on the data card in Lin Feng's eyes was also updated. She can be saved, that's great. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, then looked at the snake woman seriously. "I'll take you out, you must hold on." Although the snake woman didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do, she would unquestionably obey him. Before her consciousness could fade completely, the snake woman would never allow herself to slip into unconsciousness. It was all because of Lin Feng's previous orders. That's the power of an idol. With a wave of his hand, an invisible magnetic force field enveloped the snake woman's body, and Lin Feng, with intense focus, carefully lifted her up. The snake woman was amazed by her own state, feeling as if she was flying in mid-air, gazing at Lin Feng with admiration. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Feng didn't stop, heading back in the direction they came from. At the same time, he pondered, last time, the poisonous leopard died, and what that Esper had Suku retrieve should be the corpse seed. I never expected that the corpse seed could actually help the snake woman heal her injuries. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the attack of 4 F-level special infected, the 4 Espers were struggling. The platform created by Lu Ping did not withstand the onslaught of the zombies for long, as several F-level special infected seemed to join forces and collectively brought down the base of the platform. Helpless, the Espers had to fight individually. Among them, Xia Jiming teamed up with Lu Ping, and with the coordination of their abilities, they barely held off the zombie attacks. Originally able to go head-to-head with the Iron Butcher in a fight, Xiao Fei was now overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies and was covered in wounds. Among the 4, Tianjiang seemed the most relaxed. His ability was quite unique, allowing him to control the wind and move swiftly with it. Although he couldn't sustain it for too long, it helped him escape. The Golden Spider, following Lin Feng's orders, sent out an F-level special infected to pursue them from behind. Thus, he avoided being surrounded by the majority of the zombies. Humph. After distancing himself from Outpost 5-2, Tianjiang snorted coldly. Looking back, he saw a decaying zombie emitting a foul stench still chasing after him. The other beasts didn't catch up, yet you dare to chase me? Tianjiang's body slowly descended, and when he landed on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. Controlling the wind for a long time to fly had greatly drained his stamina. Therefore, he could only control flight for a few kilometers, fearing exhaustion if he went further. F-level special infected, poisonous corpse. Through Tianjiang's reconnaissance eyes, information about this special infected was transmitted. It looked like an ordinary zombie, but its decaying flesh emitted a foul odor, and every movement seemed to exude toxins. When engaging, be cautious not to be harmed by its corrosive venom. Seeing the precautions for dealing with the poisonous corpse, Tianjiang smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just need to watch out for the venom? Seems like it's not a high-quality product, easily disposable. I'll take your corpse seed. With a cold laugh, Tianjiang swiftly gathered 2 gusts of wind on his hands and then hurled them forward. Divine Wind Slash. Although the 2 gusts were invisible, they carried immense impact and charged forward at astonishing speed, hitting the poisonous corpse in the chest before it could react. The body flew backward. Thud! Behind the poisonous corpse, there was a broken tree trunk, and facing the gusts, it had no resistance, being forcefully impaled on the trunk. Not stopping there, Tianjiang casually picked up a few branches from the ground. Gripping the branches, one could faintly see a layer of silver-white vortex forming on their surface. It seemed like there was airflow swirling around the branches. Go! Tianjiang threw the branches one by one. Like steel needles, they whistled through the air, with a thud sound, accurately piercing the limbs of the bloodied corpse and pinning it heavily to the tree. He. After completing these actions, Tianjiang looked at his masterpieces and chuckled in satisfaction. Those beasts just now, except for that golden spider being a bit tricky, the rest are all trash. Unfortunately, the venom in your useless body is a bit troublesome. Otherwise, I would have skinned you alive and directly harvested your corpse seeds, Tianjiang said somewhat regretfully. Before his words had even settled, a voice emerged from the nearby bushes. I didn't expect that the wind attribute ability could be used in such a way. The voice sounded familiar as Tianjiang, puzzled, turned to see Linfeng walking out effortlessly from the bushes. Is it you? Falling from such a height, and yet not dead, Tianjiang raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Linfeng's appearance. Linfeng shrugged casually and said, from that height, of course, I wouldn't die. Tianjiang's gaze fixed on Linfeng, then he licked his lips and asked with a smile, how did you end up here? What about the woman you went to save? Where is she? Hearing this, Linfeng's eyes gradually turned cold. She's fine, in a safe place. Tianjiang seemed relieved, chuckled, and said, good, then take me to her. Defy my will? This woman's stubbornness is intriguing, just to my taste. Oh, Linfeng's eyes held a hint of killing intent. Say that again? Seeing the threatening look in Linfeng's eyes, Tianjiang felt uneasy. Do you know who you're talking to? A mere commoner like you must obey my orders, understand? Linfeng remained composed, casting a glance at the snake woman barely alive in the bushes, protecting her with a magnetic force field. I'm a bit confused. My lord with abilities, could you explain it to me? Ensuring the snake woman's safety, Linfeng turned to face Tianjiang, coldly questioning him. You're asking for trouble. Tianjiang frowned, not expecting Linfeng, a commoner, to defy his orders. This was unforgivable. Do you believe I can kill you right now? Falling from the hillside, others probably think you're dead. In other words, even if you're not dead, if I kill you, they won't hear a thing. Do you believe that? Tianjiang's words were filled with blatant threats. However, Linfeng appeared relaxed, unaffected by Tianjiang's threats. You talk too much, Linfeng sneered disdainfully. Are all members of your ability tower like this? Constantly belittling others, it seems you should die too. Linfeng's puzzling words brought sudden clarity to Tianjiang. Because recently, only one ability user had died outside the ability tower. That was Zhang Yan. It's you! Tianjiang exclaimed. You killed Zhang Yan and staged his suicide. Linfeng smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. A mere commoner daring to take advantage of others' misfortune and kill an ability user? Tianjiang was completely enraged, his voice trembling. You deserve to die. With that, Tianjiang suddenly extended his right hand, gathering winds from all directions swirling around his hand. Then, he struck out with a powerful gust of wind, heading straight for Linfeng. However, facing Tianjiang's attack, Linfeng did not dodge but walked straight ahead. Buzz! When the gust of wind reached about 5 to 6 meters in front of Linfeng, it seemed to hit an invisible wall and dissipated instantly. Linfeng's steps did not falter. Tianjiang widened his eyes in shock. How could his move fail? It must have been something Linfeng did. But he hadn't seen Linfeng make any moves. Could it be that he is also a paranormal? Suddenly, a terrible conjecture arose in his mind. Even if Zhang Yan was seriously injured, he should have enough strength to kill him if he was just an ordinary person. Unless Linfeng also possessed paranormal abilities. Tianjiang condensed several gusts of wind without giving up, aimed at Linfeng's head, and launched the attack. However, before those gusts of wind could reach Linfeng, they were inexplicably dissolved by some unknown force. It was as if there was an invisible entity protecting him from the shadows. How is this possible? Tianjiang exclaimed, involuntarily taking a cold breath. Linfeng was not just a paranormal, but an even more powerful one than him. What was even more terrifying was that Tianjiang had not yet figured out what kind of paranormal Linfeng was. Don't waste your efforts, Linfeng said with a smile, getting closer to Tianjiang. It was then that Tianjiang truly felt fear. His proud wind attribute paranormal abilities were like child's play in front of Linfeng. There was not even the slightest threat. You! Watching Lin Feng getting closer, a hint of fear finally appeared in Tianjiang's heart. His expression turned fearful, and he instantly turned around. Escape! Faced with Lin Feng's unknown abilities, he could only run. As long as he could inform the paranormal tower about this, Lin Feng would have no way out. The paranormal tower strictly prohibited internal conflicts among paranormals, especially killing them, which was a grave offense. However, just as Tianjiang was about to take off with his last bit of strength, he felt as if he had hit a wall and was forcefully pushed back down after flying less than half a meter. Thud! Tianjiang's body fell heavily to the ground, limbs sprawled. He looked on in horror, but could not discern any clues. It was as if there was an invisible hand pressing him down alive on the ground. What is going on? What kind of paranormal ability do you have? Tianjiang shouted in disbelief. In front of Lin Feng, he seemed to have no means of fighting back. Lin Feng's paranormal abilities were like a god to him. What good would it do to tell you? Can you defeat me? Lin Feng strolled over to Tianjiang, speaking casually. But rest assured, I am a civilized person. I never kill, only assist in self-termination. With that, Lin Feng reached out towards a distance. Swish! 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 Several branches stuck in the poison corpse were pulled out, and at the same time, the poison corpse's body was dragged down from the tree trunk by a great force. Severely injured, there was a blood hole in his chest as thick as a tree branch, and he probably wouldn't live long. With his limbs disabled, the poison corpse crawled on the ground, not towards Tianjiang, but towards Lin Feng. Its eyes were filled with urgent hope, staring at Lin Feng brightly. I've avenged you. Whether this guy lives or dies is up to you, Lin Feng said to the bloodied corpse. Hearing this, the bloodied corpse was first stunned, then its expression gradually turned fierce. It moved its disabled body towards Tianjiang's neck and bit down. Ah! Tianjiang immediately let out a scream of agony. He could feel the corrosive virus entering his bloodstream. Although the poison corpse wouldn't live long, the virus inside it was still terrifying. Alright, you are now infected with the virus. According to the unwritten rules of the paranormal tower, you should end yourself, Lin Feng said innocently, and with a single glance, Tianjiang obediently drew the gun from his waist. No! No! I can still be saved. I can still be saved. Tianjiang's body moved beyond his control, his face pale with despair. He finally understood why Zhang Yan's cause of death was suicide. It was all because of Lin Feng's eerie paranormal abilities. You can still be saved? No, ever since you harbored improper thoughts about Su Ku, you haven't had long to live. Lin Feng shook his head. When Su Lin stepped forward earlier, wanting to ask a few superhumans to help, Lin Feng was eavesdropping by the cliff. At that time, he was afraid that those superhumans would agree. If they did, he would have to pretend to be injured under the cliff. How could he find the snake woman then? Fortunately, reality did not surprise Lin Feng. Those superhumans absolutely did not care about his life or death. Their safety was the most important. The others were fine, but Tianjiang actually used coercion and temptation to try to make Su Lin submit to him. Since then, he had been marked for death by Lin Feng. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a silver bullet pierced Tianjiang's skull, his head a bloody mess, life completely extinguished. At the same time, Lin Feng glanced at the dying poison corpse and the barely alive snake woman in the distance, scratching his head. TSK. It's awkward to blame anyone. The poison corpse's condition couldn't last much longer. Limbs damaged, a bloody hole in the chest, its condition even more severe than the snake woman's. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a new loyal fan, F-level special infected, reward, spiritual power plus 50, the system's voice sounded in his ear. At the same time, Lin Feng noticed the poison corpse's condition. Seeing Lin Feng up close seemed to greatly excite the poison corpse's emotions in an instant. But this excitement only worsened the wound on its chest. Blood gushed out, and the poison corpse couldn't hold on for more than a few seconds before dropping its head. Seeing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Is this dying happily from being too excited to see me? Lin Feng didn't even check the data card of the poison corpse, it had already breathed its last sigh. Luckily, you were just a corpse to begin with, otherwise, I might have felt a bit guilty. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng raised his right hand, creating a magnetic force field that entered the poison corpse's heart. According to Lin Feng's understanding of infected beings, the seat of infection was located in the heart. The previous poison panther had been dissected in front of Lin Feng. After enduring the foul stench of toxins, Lin Feng finally found the seat of the poison corpse. It was a spherical object resembling an eyeball, with black bloodstains on its surface, suspended in midair by the force field, much to Lin Feng's surprise. Within this seed, there was actually a certain magnetic field.
It was like a huge force field compressed into a small sphere. If it erupted, the power of this thing would rival any conventional explosive grenade. This should be the core that activates infected beings, but I wonder how it's produced. Lin Feng asked inexplicably. It was said that the cause of the apocalypse was the leakage of a virus studied by a group of scientists, which led to the emergence of infected beings. Over the years, the scale of infected beings had continued to expand, even spreading to the entire biosphere. It was hard to imagine that in this long period of time, infected beings would produce such seed-like cores. Research was not Lin Feng's forte, so once he obtained the seed, he had to heal the snake woman. System, now that I have the seed, how do I heal the snake woman? Lin Feng asked in his mind. As soon as he spoke, in Lin Feng's line of sight, it seemed that blue threads appeared out of thin air, converging from all directions and finally condensing at the snake woman's chest. In front of the snake woman's body, there was a blue-black hole that only Lin Feng could see. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly realized that as long as he placed the seed inside, he could help heal the snake woman. Without delay, Lin Feng decisively manipulated the force field and stuffed the just extracted seed into the blue-black hole. Swish! As the corpse seeds approached the surface, it seemed to be drawn by a tremendous internal force, instantly breaking free from the control of the magnetic field and being sucked into it. At the same time, faintly visible from the outside, the corpse seeds that were sucked in seemed to decompose, turning into a fluorescent purple energy that merged into the snake woman's body surface. A miraculous scene unfolded. The snake woman's scales, originally covered in bloodstains, began to repair at a visible speed upon contact with the purple energy. Even the rotten flesh miraculously healed, appearing as if it had never been injured. Even the huge wound on the snake woman's chest was rapidly healing. A single F-grade special infection corpse seed was enough to restore the snake woman to her peak state. However, the process of restoration seemed rather uncomfortable. The snake woman gritted her silver teeth, trying hard not to make a sound. But perhaps the pain of the chest repair was too much, and the snake woman couldn't help but show a pained expression. Ugh! Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the expression. Scratching his head awkwardly, unsure whether to leave or stay. Fortunately, the snake woman's recovery speed was fast, and in less than 3 minutes, her injuries were completely healed. Seeing the fully recovered snake woman, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! The snake woman knew that Lin Feng had saved her. When her consciousness became clear, she immediately moved forward excitedly and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. For some reason, Lin Feng even caught a whiff of a special milky fragrance from the snake woman. Did cold-blooded animals have such a scent? As Lin Feng pondered, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected healing the snake woman, intimacy plus 50, unlocking the evolution function. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Evolution? That's a good thing. The snake woman's current strength, according to human standards, was only F-grade. Coupled with her relatively unremarkable status among the infected, if she encountered a human esper in a one-on-one situation, the snake woman would likely be defeated. Lin Feng couldn't always be by the snake woman's side, so she needed to become stronger, to possess the power to protect herself. With this in mind, Lin Feng decisively opened the snake woman's data card to see how to evolve. Loyal fan, F-grade infected snake woman. Current intimacy, 102/200. Current status, joyful evolution to E-grade requires materials, 5 F-grade corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy. Seeing this, a wry smile crept onto Lin Feng's face. His lips trembled slightly. 5 F-grade corpse seeds? Are you kidding me? He had struggled to obtain just 1 F-grade corpse seed, and now the snake woman needed 5 for evolution. It would be easier to go and steal them. Ha! Steal them! Suddenly, an image popped into Lin Feng's mind. He remembered how Zhang Yan had threatened Su Lin to collect corpse seeds for him. Moreover, he was afraid the corpse seeds would fall into the hands of other espers. It seemed that corpse seeds were a rare commodity even among espers, and there must be plenty in the Esper Tower in City E. If he could steal some corpse seeds from the Esper Tower, the snake woman's evolution would be a breeze. It looks like when I get back, I'll have to think of a way inside the Esper Tower. They must be hiding a lot of corpse seeds. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Just then, in the distance, gunshots gradually rang out from the jungle, getting closer. Lin Feng looked in that direction, his brow furrowing. So soon? Has the reinforcement from the Esper Tower arrived? It seems I can't linger here either. But before he could finish his sentence, the snake woman unexpectedly clung to his arm, looking at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. Although the snake woman couldn't speak, Lin Feng understood her meaning through her eyes. Sigh. There's no way around it. I'm still a human after all, so I have to go back to the human camp, Lin Feng said helplessly. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and gently stroked the snake woman's forehead. Be good. I'll come to see you again when I have the chance. During this time, you should hide well. The Tower of Abilities knows you're not dead, so they will definitely send someone to investigate. If you encounter danger then, just run, understand? The snake woman's head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grains, looking very obedient. Lin Feng smiled knowingly, then turned his gaze to the other side where Tian Jian lay. He extended his right hand and gradually condensed a powerful magnetic field around the body. The people from the Tower of Abilities have many means. They might find some clues from your body, so I might as well destroy it. Tisk tsk. I've never done this kind of thing before, destroying evidence. Nonsense. Weren't they all fierce just now? How come they become like morning dogs now? Come and fight me. Saifei shouted angrily at the scattered fleeing zombies. His condition was not optimistic, with wounds left by the zombies all over his body. Fortunately, Saifei was strong, and the virus would take time to invade. After the support from the Tower of Abilities arrived, they brought a lot of detoxifying serum. Several powerful ability users cleared the way ahead, followed by a well-equipped team that charged into the zombie horde. Their goal was to save people, so they didn't exterminate the fleeing zombies. However, this scene puzzled them. These zombies seemed to have a unified command, attacking or retreating as ordered. Although they appeared chaotic, there was a special kind of tacit cooperation among them. Could mindless zombies really achieve this level of coordination? Lao Chao, don't chase, your body can't take it. Come here, I'll detoxify you. A sturdy ability user said, holding several blue detoxifying serums in his hand. Helplessly, Saifei had to stop the pursuit. If he continued, his life would be in danger. Saifei looked around, assessing who was coming to help. Finally, his gaze fell on a slightly frail figure. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, whose body exuded a special aura that sent shivers down one's spine with just a glance. Sun Yuan? How did he come here? Saifei exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the middle-aged man. The person next to him injected the serum and said, why wouldn't he come? After all, he's also a member of our Tower of Abilities. Lao Chao, you have to understand, the conflicts above are their business, it has nothing to do with us below. After all, in these years, it's unlikely that our ability levels will rise to E rank. In that case, just do your own job well, fulfill your duties for the Tower of Abilities, and stay out of power struggles, it's only a threat to us. Saifei nodded thoughtfully. The two giants of the Tower of Abilities in East City today were Lemutyu and the woman sitting beside her during Lin Feng's interrogation, Xinwaner, known as the Blood Red Rose. It was said that her title of Blood Red Rose originated from a certain safe zone development battle in East City, where she single-handedly took down 4 E-level infected beings. By the end of the battle, her body was bathed in blood, the blood of those infected beings. Since then, there had been a strong competitor for the leadership of the Tower of Abilities in East City, and that was Xinwaner. Both she and the current leader of the Tower of Abilities, Lemutyu, were D-level ability users. Due to their power struggle, the people below were somewhat affected, with the most significant impact being the number of people joining each faction. Just mentioned by Chao Fei, Sun Yuan is the Esper under Xinwaner. Generally, when there is a task that requires the deployment of Espers, they and even their subordinates have never cooperated. Although the Esper Tower seems imposing, internally, it has already split into 2 factions. The zombies here have been almost cleared out, but unfortunately, a few F-level infected escaped. A person approached Chao Fei, sounding regretful. At the same time, he looked around and asked, are all the people here dead? Why are there only 3 of you left? Where's Lao Tian? The Lao Tian he mentioned naturally referred to Tian Jiang. Chao Fei recalled what had just happened and then pointed to the cliff behind the outpost, saying, there, I remember Lao Tian used his Esper ability to escape in that direction. He even attracted an F-level infected, a toxic corpse, away. The person who spoke earlier seemed pensive, nodding. In the Reconnaissance Eyes database, there is detailed information about toxic corpses. With Lao Tian's Esper ability, dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Chao Fei seemed to remember something and sneered, oh, there were also 2 ordinary people who fell from here. Although the cliff has a bit of a curve, falling from such a height, even if they don't die, they'll be disabled. If you're interested, go and retrieve them. Upon hearing this, the person who had just spoken was a bit conflicted but remembered that before leaving, Lemutyu had ordered to bring back all the living people safely. Helplessly, he had to send someone down to search. You, and you, go down and find those people for me. Whether alive or dead, bring back whoever you can find. The members of the elite team who were called out agreed and quickly tied themselves with climbing ropes, finding a sturdy anchor point and began to descend. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the cliff, Su Lin stood anxiously in place, pacing back and forth, waiting for Lin Feng's return.
The golden-threaded spiderlings surrounded Su Lin, moving swiftly with her steps, making a rustling sound on the ground. The gunshots from above indicated that the support from the Esper Tower had arrived. If the two of them were not found, it meant they had died in the mouths of the zombies. In the archives of the future human alliance, there would be no record of their whereabouts. In a world filled only with zombies, how could one survive? Fortunately, rustling sounds came from the distant bushes, and Lin Feng emerged from within. Su Lin's eyes widened with joy. Lin Feng, you're finally back. However, Lin Feng quickly ran to Su Lin and gestured for her to be quiet. I just checked, someone is coming down from above, probably looking for the two of us, Lin Feng whispered. Looking for us? That's good news. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It's considered good news, but we can't go back like this, Lin Feng said seriously. Seeing his serious expression, Su Lin didn't react for a moment. What do you mean? It's simple. Lin Feng put on a mysterious expression and leaned in close to Su Lin's ear. Su Ko, can you run for your life? Run for my life? Su Lin looked puzzled, then glanced at the densely packed golden-threaded spiderlings on the ground, starting to understand. The next moment, Lin Feng decisively grabbed Su Lin's hand and rushed off in a direction. Just now, Lin Feng had already seen the direction where several people were coming down from the cliff. Help! Someone save us! You monsters, stop chasing me! Although Lin Feng was wearing heavy armor, he moved swiftly, pulling Su Lin along as they ran forward. Behind them, the pile of golden-threaded spiderlings chased after Lin Feng, their eyes gleaming, truly resembling a pursuit. At that moment, a voice came from the cliff in the distance ahead. I hear cries for help, over here. Are those the offspring of the golden mark spider? There are so many of them. Were they entangled by these beasts? Don't be afraid. Come towards us. Su Lin suddenly realized, recalling her return to City after the last time she was unconscious. Well, wasn't that how he did it last time too? You two are really lucky. Sliding down from such a high slope, yet still alive. A soldier from the armored vehicle that came to their aid said to Lin Feng with a smile. It's all thanks to this armor protecting us well. Rolling down from such a height just makes you feel dizzy. Lin Feng responded with a smile. However, Su Lin, sitting beside them, seemed nervous, as she already knew Lin Feng's secret. Ah, it's a pity. Although we acted promptly, we still couldn't hold on to Outpost 5-2. Now, there is only one outpost left in the 5th safety zone. It won't be long before the Human Alliance reclaims this outpost. A team member sighed. This also meant that the survivors' activity range in City E was once again restricted. Coupled with the previous attack on the 4th safety zone, they were left with only 3 safe zones they could ensure security in. The human disadvantage was growing larger and larger. If it weren't for those sudden zombies appearing, I would have found the snake woman long ago and torn her apart. Xiao Fei, wrapped in bandages all over, swung his arms with a disgruntled expression on his face. It's strange. How could we be attacked by zombies out of the blue? I remember the location where Outpost 5-2 was built. It's not a place the infected usually approach. How could we suddenly face such a large-scale attack? Lu Ping asked in confusion. Lin Feng tried to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. There are not many infected with the ability to gather zombies in a short period of time. And the few F-level special infected we encountered wouldn't have this ability. It indicates that the gathering of those zombies has another reason. Xia Jiming pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Could it be the induction radar used to attract zombies at Outpost 5-2? Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone turned to look in Lin Feng's direction, their gazes holding a hint of contemplation. Since the outpost commander has been controlled by the Golden Mark Spider, it means his actions are not under his own control. He must have taken advantage of the distraction to secretly activate the ultrasonic radar that attracts zombies. Suddenly, Xiao Fei and the others realized. Right. Why didn't I think of it? There is indeed an ultrasonic radar specifically designed to attract zombies in the outpost. Exactly, it must be it. There is no other explanation. If this thing is activated, nearby zombies will gather. Originally meant to set traps for zombies, it unexpectedly became our trap. It dawned on them that if there were no changes inside the outpost, they could have possibly relied on the plasma barrier to hold out longer. But it was the sudden outbreak of the Golden Mark Spider that caused the situation to reverse, leading to the deaths of most ordinary people in the team at the hands of the spider's tentacles. Except for Lin Feng and Su Lin, the two lucky ones. Surviving in such a situation, their luck was truly unmatched. Without encountering any other dangers along the way, the group safely returned to Survivor City E. According to the normal mission procedure, after completing the mission with the Espers, ordinary people could disband and return to their respective operational areas.
However, the vehicle did not stop but instead took the two to the Esper Tower. As the vehicle came to a halt, the Esper Tower stood before them, causing Lin Feng to furrow his brow. What does this mean? Swish! The armored vehicle's door was opened from the outside, and an F-level Esper wearing a chestplate stood in front of the vehicle, as if he had been waiting for them. This mission has failed. My sister wants to see you, especially these two ordinary people from the 9th Division. Follow me. From the man's chestplate, Lin Feng saw his name. Lu Silly. Both surnamed Lu, could he be Lu Muyu's brother? As he thought this, they were already urged to get off the vehicle. Helpless, they had to follow Lu Silly's footsteps and head to the Esper Tower's council chamber together. Arriving at the familiar place, at the top of the steps, Lu Muyu sat there, seemingly meditating with closed eyes. On the other side, Xin Wana was sitting, looking interestedly at the few people brought in. When her gaze fell on Lin Feng, there was a hint of inexplicable heat in her eyes. However, this gaze disappeared in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Sister, the people have arrived. Lu Silly stood at the bottom of the steps and called out. On the throne, Lu Muyu nodded silently, then turned her gaze to Chao Fei and the others. Tianjiang is dead, did you know? What? As soon as Lu Muyu spoke, Chao Fei, Lu Ping, and Xia Jiming all showed incredulous expressions. Tianjiang was clearly one of the first four to break out of the encirclement. How could he be dead? The only one chasing after Tianjiang was an F-level special infected corpse, a relatively common type of special infected. For Tianjiang, it posed no threat at all. Why would he be dead? Lu Muyu took a deep breath and slowly said, "We located the place of his death through the wristband. However, the team that returned with you did not find Tianjiang at the designated location, only the infected corpse from which the corpse seed was taken, and even Tianjiang's body was nowhere to be found." As she finished speaking, Lu Muyu's emotions became somewhat agitated, her voice carrying a sense of oppression. Just her voice alone made people shudder, even Lin Feng was no exception. He glanced at Lu Muyu secretly, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Judging from the pressure just now, the highest authority of the Esper Tower's Esper, her Esper power far exceeded his own. Perhaps she was a D-level Esper. This is impossible. How could Tianjiang die at the hands of an infected corpse? Chao Fei exclaimed. Could it be the work of those rebels? Lu Ping frowned, suggesting a possibility. Lu Muyu remained calm and said slowly, that possibility cannot be ruled out. But the purpose of setting up exploration posts is also to guard against these pests roaming in the infected area. At least, we haven't found those guys. With that, Lu Muyu's gaze fell on Lin Feng and the others, seeming to have some thoughts in her mind, and she said, Tianjiang's matter will naturally be investigated by someone, there's no rush for now. The reason for bringing you two ordinary people here is to tell you something. Zhang Yan's auxiliary wristband, under the repair of our Esper Tower's specialist, has perfectly preserved the data. What happened before his death has also been somewhat revealed. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lin subconsciously wanted to look at Lin Feng, but afraid of exposure, she just turned her face slightly and gave Lin Feng a glance. At this moment, Lin Feng was suddenly shocked, his back chilled. There's something like this? The auxiliary wristband carried by Espers actually has a recording function. Could it be he was about to be exposed? Standing still, Lin Feng felt uneasy all over. Although he didn't move, he was observing his surroundings, looking for the best way to escape. Those standing beside him were all Espers, but Chao Fei and the others had experienced a major battle, and their current condition was not good. Moreover, they were only F-level Espers. In front of Lin Feng's abilities, even if the three of them attacked together, they were no match for Lin Feng. There was a gap even among F-levels. However, the only ones Lin Feng truly feared were the two on the steps. Undoubtedly, as the highest-ranking survivors of the East City Ability Tower, their abilities were at least above D-level. Faced with such powerful ability users, Lin Feng wouldn't stand a chance in a fight, let alone in an escape. There was no absolute certainty. If a conflict were to erupt, choosing to flee would only lead to capture. However, if he could control all three people around him, using them as leverage to secure his own escape. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he silently gazed towards Lu Silly in the distance. He was Lu Muyu's brother. If he could capture him first, there might be a chance to negotiate with Lu Muyu. Lin Feng straightened his posture silently, ready to act at any moment. Just then, Lu Muyu continued speaking. I'd had Zhang Yan's auxiliary bracelet brought here. As her words fell, the door of the hall in the distance quietly opened, and Liang Bei walked in from outside, holding a tray with Zhang Yan's auxiliary bracelet placed on it. Lin Feng stared at the auxiliary bracelet for a long time, gritting his teeth inwardly. In the future, when dealing with people from the Ability Tower, he must remember to cover his tracks. Even this auxiliary bracelet needed to be destroyed. Otherwise, the same thing as today might happen again.
Liang Bei slowly approached the steps, about to ascend, when Qin Wan'er, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke.
Stop. With that, Qin Wan'er raised her hand and reached towards Liang Bei.
Although it was a subtle movement, the next moment, the auxiliary bracelet on the tray fell into Qin Wan'er's hand out of thin air, despite the 10-meter distance between them. The speed was so fast that no one around could see clearly. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, muttering to himself, such a fast speed, not even a shadow can be seen. Could it be a spatial ability? Abilities came in all sorts, and anything was possible. Lin Feng was mentally prepared to face various abilities. As Qin Wan'er obtained the auxiliary bracelet, Lin Feng was already prepared to act, ensuring he could control Lu Silly the moment he was discovered. Qin Wan'er lightly tapped the auxiliary bracelet with her hand, then adjusted her surveillance glasses. Soon, the scene that occurred before Zhang Yan's death, visible only to her, appeared in Qin Wan'er's lenses. Qin Wan'er's expression showed a slight surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. After watching the recording for over 10 seconds, Lin Feng was sweating nervously. She might have discovered everything he had done. What should he do? Should he act now? Lin Feng went through a moment of complex internal struggle. However, the next moment, Qin Wan'er chuckled and said, "Huh, so these are the ability users you brought, just needing the help of two ordinary people to deal with a venomous leopard? Do you want to see how Zhang Yan was bullied by the leopard?" With that, Qin Wan'er handed the auxiliary bracelet to Lu Muyu, who turned pale with anger at her words. Staring at the auxiliary bracelet, Lu Muyu's inner turmoil could not settle for a long time. It seemed like she was searching for a reason for Zhang Yan's death among the ordinary people under her command, just to have an excuse. Even if these two ordinary people had the slightest fault, she could shift the blame onto them. Ultimately, it was just to find a plausible cause for Zhang Yan's death, to let others know that not all the ability users under her command were useless. After a moment of silence, Lu Muyu took a deep breath, about to take the bracelet. But suddenly, Qin Wan'er clenched her right hand, and there was a crisp sound. The auxiliary wristband shattered with a sound, and Lu Muyu's hand also came down at the same time.
Qin Wan'er, what are you doing? Lu Muyu was completely irritated. Even if the contents inside were unbearable, she should have personally reviewed them, instead of destroying them directly. Qin Wan'er, after finishing this, deliberately put on an innocent expression and said, "I'm considering it for your sake. You were hesitating just now, you definitely didn't want to see Zhang Yanlin's tragic situation before he died, so I made the decision for you, let's not watch it. I'm saving face for you, you should thank me." Qin Wan'er laughed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was standing below, was completely confused. What's going on? The auxiliary wristband should clearly record how she controlled Zhang Yan's suicide, enough to incriminate herself. However, after Qin Wan'er looked at it, she actually destroyed the auxiliary wristband in front of Lu Muyu. What's the situation? Their internal conflict? Lin Feng, who was ready to act at any time, relaxed at this moment and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the auxiliary wristband was destroyed, the contents inside were no longer relevant. After all, no one could restore them. You. Lu Muyu was trembling with anger, gritting her teeth. However, the auxiliary wristband had been destroyed, so now, no matter what she said, it was already too late. She glared angrily down below, fixed on Lin Feng and the others, then scolded, "Get out! Get out of here! All of you, get out!" Such a scene of losing control was unprecedented for Chao Fei and the others. After exchanging glances, they could only leave in disappointment. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng also took Su Lin and left the hall. After walking out, Su Lin looked at Lin Feng in panic, only to find that he had already regained his calm expression. "Lin Feng, do you think, does she really know the truth?" Su Lin asked softly. "If she really saw the truth, why would she hide it for us? Killing espers is not something that can be easily covered up." Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Whether she knows the truth or not is no longer important. The auxiliary wristband has been destroyed, and the only one who might know what I did before is her. If she really has other thoughts about me. Lin Feng's tone became serious. Then I can only leave it to fate. After all, I'm still alive today, right? In this post-apocalyptic world, as Lin Feng put it, every day alive is a day gained. Su Lin gradually let go of her worries and nodded. Well, it can only be this way. As their conversation ended, the two walked away, almost leaving the Esper Tower. However, at the entrance of the Esper Tower, a figure was waiting for them. Just as Lin Feng and Su Lin reached the entrance, the figure stepped forward, blocking their path. "Lin Feng, my superior is Lady Qin. She wants to see you, come with me." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Su Lin exchanged glances, both showing different expressions. The person in front of them seemed familiar, one of the reinforcements sent by the Esper Tower at the 5-2 exploration outpost. Looking at the name tag on his chest, A-rank Esper, Sun Yuan.
Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Undoubtedly, his strength surpassed his own.
It seemed that he had to go no matter what. Okay.
Lin Feng didn't even ask for the reason, he agreed directly. Seeing this, Su Lin looked at him with some concern and then said, "How about
I go with you?" But before Lin Feng could answer, Sun Yuan interjected, "No. Lady Qin only wants to see him alone."
Su Lin frowned, looking worried, but Lin Feng patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "Then you go back first, it's safe here."
But
Su Lin hesitated, not feeling at ease letting him go see Qin Waner alone.
"Don't worry, Lord Qin has no ill intentions towards him," Sun Yuan spoke slowly, his expression calm.
"Calling him over is just Lord Qin's way of forming a certain deal with him, nothing more." Although Su Lin felt a bit relieved, she still looked at Lin Feng with concern.
"It's fine, maybe she just finds me too handsome and wants to get to know me better."
"Su Ko, you go back first," Lin Feng waved his hand, teasingly. However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Sun Yuan's mood shifted slightly, his gaze towards Lin Feng carrying a hint of malice. It was then that Lin Feng realized he might have said the wrong thing.
Well,
after a moment of hesitation, Su Lin sighed. She had no status after all, despite being a section chief in action. She was not qualified to meet someone like Qin Waner in terms of official position. "Just be careful," Su Lin cautioned. Soon, Sun Yuan walked straight towards another direction of the ability tower, giving Lin Feng a look, who then hastened to catch up.
"I'll be fine. Don't worry."
It wasn't until the two disappeared around a corner that Su Lin reluctantly left the ability tower. On the other side, led by Sun Yuan, Lin Feng arrived at a room with a silver-white sign hanging on the door with 3 large characters written on it. Combat room. Pausing in front of the door, Sun Yuan cautiously knocked, and after a moment, Qin Waner's voice came from inside.
"Come in."
Upon receiving the command, Sun Yuan opened the door, gesturing for Lin Feng to enter. Although Lin Feng was wary of the characters inside, he was now like a grasshopper being roasted over a fire, forced to go along with the situation.
Moreover, Lin Feng had a rough idea of why Qin Waner had summoned him. It must be about the auxiliary wristband.
Among those present at the time, only she had seen the images inside the auxiliary wristband, and only she knew that Zhang Yan was killed by her. With heavy steps, Lin Feng entered the room, while Sun Yuan stood guard outside. After he went in, there was a loud bang as the door closed. The combat room was not small, covering an area of nearly 200 square meters, with the floor and walls made of a silver-white metal. It seemed to resemble their 9th Division training ground. The room was brightly lit, empty except for 2 figures standing in the center. One of them was Qin Waner, who had summoned Lin Feng. Standing on the other side was a stern-looking man in his 20s or 30s, his name tag proving his strength and identity.
F-level Esper, Fong Lin, you're here.
Seeing Lin Feng enter the combat room, Qin Waner squinted her eyes, unable to help but give him a few more glances, as if he had an inexplicable charm to her. Without rushing to respond, Lin Feng strolled forward, observing Fong Lin at the same time. Of the two before him, Lin Feng was confident in dealing with only Fong Lin. Qin Waner, as a D-level Esper, displayed abilities too unique for Lin Feng to handle. Therefore, if things escalated beyond his control, Lin Feng would have to resort to blackmail to leave.
"Greetings, Lord Qin."
Approaching, Lin Feng respectfully bowed to Qin Waner, who looked at him with interest, a smile on her face.
"No need for so much formality, I'm not like that, Mr.
Liu, I don't care about these things."
Qin Waner waved her hand, speaking confidently.
"I called you here this time not for anything else, just to ask you one question. What is your ability?"
"Exactly?" Qin Waner got straight to the point, voicing her question directly.
Lin Feng's heart sank, his expression turning serious. He hadn't expected Qin Waner to be so straightforward, asking such a sensitive question. Lin Feng glanced at her, then at Fong Lin beside her, his eyes filled with complexity. Qin Waner naturally knew what Lin Feng was concerned about, so she smiled reassuringly and said, "You can rest assured, Xiaofang has been under my command since the day he entered the Tower of Abilities.
Tell me about your ability, he will never reveal it."
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was speechless for a moment.
Was he not trusting him?
He didn't trust either of these two in front of him. Not to mention that ability users need to conceal their abilities. Just looking at these two in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't be sure if they were friends or foes. How could he directly reveal his ability? Seeing Lin Feng fall into silence, Qin Waner's lips curled up, a subtle smile crossing her face. "I see, it seems you want to play dumb with me." Qin Waner's tone was playful, then she glanced at Fong Lin beside her.
"Let me see for myself then."
At this point, Qin Waner's tone gradually turned cold.
"Go ahead, kill him."
Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, a sense of danger rushing over him.
Although Qin Wanner had just given the order, Fong Lin seemed prepared as if he had anticipated it.
Targeting him, his right hand moved like a sharp claw, swiftly reaching out. Swish! Using the force field control, Lin Feng's body retreated rapidly, instantly backing away 7 to 8 meters. He narrowly avoided Fong Lin's strike, but it was a hair-raising moment. Seeing this, Qin Wanner was slightly surprised, smiling as she said, "Interesting, quite fast."
"Madam Qin, is this really necessary?"
Lin Feng looked at Fong Lin warily, his gaze flickering towards the exit of the martial arena.
"Why not? I'm quite curious about your ability,"
Qin Wanner said with a smile, seeming to have guessed Lin Feng's thoughts.
"Don't even think about escaping, there are guards at the door.
If you dare to run, they will surely subdue you immediately.
If any commotion arises, you can't blame anyone else.
The current situation only has 2 choices, either you kill him, or he kills you."
Hearing this, Lin Feng clenched his teeth, feeling angry.
This was a threat. Although he didn't know what Qin Wanner was up to, Lin Feng never liked being threatened.
"Fine. As you wish."
Lin Feng's eyes turned fierce, his tone icy.
He then looked at Fong Lin.
By now, the latter had already rushed forward, his speed astonishing.
Above Fong Lin's hands, his skin even seemed to turn into a silvery white color. His hands appeared to have turned into metal. The next moment,
hiss! A burst of air sounded, as if Fong Lin's body had touched an invisible wall, the powerful recoil almost knocking him unconscious. At the same time, Fong Lin was horrified to find that his limbs were unable to move an inch. It felt as if he was trapped in a steel-reinforced concrete pillar.
"Why can't I move my body?" Fong Lin's expression changed rapidly, filled with fear.
Meanwhile, Qin Wanner, who had been watching the fight, had also wiped the smile off her face.
Oh, crack!
As Lin Feng slightly clenched his right hand, one of Fong Lin's arms was compressed by the surrounding air. Despite being reinforced as metal, it was forcibly bent.
Throughout the process, Qin Wanner never saw how Lin Feng made his move.
Ah! Fong Lin let out a scream, his metallic arm instantly restored. Although it seemed unharmed on the surface, it was already fractured inside.
"That's enough. Stop!"
Qin Wanner shouted loudly, but Lin Feng just coldly smiled, his gaze shifting to Fong Lin's other arm.
"You wanted to fight just now. Now that I've stopped, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me?"
Just as Lin Feng was about to use his magnetic force field to twist Fong Lin's other arm, Fong Lin, who was being compressed by the force field, suddenly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was beside Qin Wanner. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise.
So this was Qin Wanner's mysterious spatial transfer ability. She could even transfer living people?
But Qin Wanner seemed a bit tired, as if it had taken a toll on her.
Phew!
Qin Wanner took a deep breath, then when she looked at Lin Feng again, there was a hint of seriousness in her eyes. If she hadn't intervened in time just now, Fong Lin's other arm might not have been spared. What exactly was Lin Feng's ability that she couldn't see through? "You go get treated first, tell Sun Yuan not to let anyone in," Qin Wanner ordered, looking at Fong Lin. Still recovering from the recent shock, Fong Lin looked at Lin Feng in horror, then rushed towards the door as if fleeing. Soon, there were only the 2 of them left in the martial arts arena.
Xiao Fan's ability is to turn his skin into metal. We've tested it, ordinary firearms can't even scratch his defense. What have you done?
Qin Wanner fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, questioning. With only the 2 of them left, Lin Feng felt a bit nervous. He kept thinking about how he could win against Qin Wanner if it came to that. No, winning was not the priority, escaping was. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Qin Wanner smiled faintly and walked slowly towards him.
Lin Feng was taken aback. Was she really approaching him like this without any precautions?
As Qin Wanner came within 10 meters of Lin Feng, he grew even more nervous.
Should he make a move against her? If he did, was there a chance of a fatal blow? But if he did kill her, how would he escape from the Tower of Talents where formidable experts abounded?
There was no chance of escape. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, adjusting his mental state to its best, despite being highly tense. His reaction speed was also extremely fast at this moment. If Qin Wanner made any sudden moves, he would strike immediately.
But Qin Wanner just walked without any unusual actions.
When she reached Lin Feng, she stopped. The distance between them was less than a meter. At such a close range, Lin Feng stared at her, finally getting a clear look at Qin Wanner's appearance. He had to admit, she was indeed a beauty of the highest order, with a figure that exuded charm from inside out, making one feel a burning sensation. Especially today, dressed in a fiery red gown, she was incredibly alluring.
Lin Feng felt a bit thirsty and couldn't help but swallow. Seeing his reaction, Qin Wanner giggled.
Then, surprisingly, she moved closer to him.
Qin Wanner, tall and slender, leaned in slightly, revealing a spectacular cleavage. She whispered in a seductive voice near Lin Feng's ear, "Am I that scary to you? Are you afraid I'll kill you, or devour you?" Qin Wanner's voice was incredibly enticing, sending shivers down Lin Feng's spine. He stammered, both, I guess. He. Qin Wanner sweetly smiled and then hugged Lin Feng. He could feel something pressing against his chest. Probably Qin Wanner's assets.
At the same time, Lin Feng lightly manipulated the magnetic force field with his fingers to conceal something, so he wouldn't look too strange. After doing this, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"Madam Qin, please behave yourself,"
Lin Feng said with a heavy tone, trying to push away Qin Wanner, who pretended to be a little girl and held onto him even tighter.
He. Since you're so obedient, I'll let you off this time."
Realizing Lin Feng's embarrassment, Qin Wanner finally let go of him, but deep down, she was still somewhat unsatisfied.
"Alright, I won't tease you anymore."
Qin Wanner changed her expression and looked calmly at Lin Feng.
"I'm not too concerned about your abilities right now, but I want you to promise me something, and that is
to join the Ability Tower and become a member of the in-house team." Lin Feng, who had just relaxed, immediately tensed up upon hearing this.
"Let me join the Ability Tower?"
Lin Feng furrowed his brows.
"Isn't that a bit difficult? Who would believe that I have abilities? Besides, the one in charge of the Ability Tower is Lady Lu. If I were to join, she would know, right?" Lin Feng questioned. He. Qin Wanner smiled lightly, looking relaxed. "It's a small matter. Isn't it just that woman surnamed Lu?
I'll take care of any trouble from her. You don't need to worry about your identity." Lin Feng looked somewhat troubled.
He didn't want his ability to be made public, but now,
if you don't agree, I'll reveal the contents of the holographic image in your auxiliary bracelet to that woman surnamed Lu. Although we don't get along, she will definitely believe what I say.
Do you want to give it a try?
Seeing Lin Feng hesitating, Qin Wanner added fuel to the fire.
You.
Lin Feng was suddenly shocked, gritted his teeth, and stared fiercely at Qin Wanner in front of him.
What's wrong with me?
If it weren't for me, you would probably have died at the hands of that woman surnamed Lu just now, Qin Wanner said smugly. Lin Feng stood still, filled with anger.
However, Qin Wanner's words made sense. If he didn't agree to her, he would only have a dead end. Fine, I agree.
Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said firmly.
Qin Wanner was not surprised by Lin Feng's response and nodded in satisfaction. Ha. Good. These are my only requirements for you. In return, I will help you solve your previous troubles. You don't need to worry about what happened before. If you ever want to deal with people from the Ability Tower in the future, you can also tell me. Who knows? Maybe I can help you. Qin Wanner's words surprised Lin Feng. She could actually help him deal with people from the Ability Tower? What kind of position did she hold? Who was she really? Qin Wanner didn't explain his inner doubts and simply waved her hand. Alright, sorry to keep you. You can go now.
With that, Qin Wanner lightly called out to the door, and Sun Yuan immediately entered and led Lin Feng out.
Throughout the ordeal, Lin Feng kept thinking about the last words Qin Wanner said.
She could help him deal with people from the Ability Tower. As Lin Feng left, only Qin Wanner remained in the martial arts arena.
Phew!
Qin Wanner took a deep breath, feeling a bit unsteady, but she managed to stay on her feet by exerting force in her legs. A fine black line slowly spread from the base of Qin Wanner's neck upwards. The next moment, Qin Wanner gritted her teeth, seemingly suppressing something, and the black line gradually faded. However, Qin Wanner's condition didn't look optimistic. She seemed somewhat exhausted. Excessive use of abilities will still have consequences, but it's worth it. After contacting him, my initial idea was proven correct. The closer I am to him, the harder it is for me to control myself. This guy, what other secrets does he have hidden? After leaving the Ability Tower, Lin Feng first returned to the operations center to report his safety to Su Lin. He was about to return to his residence. However, before leaving, Su Lin handed him a key. The order just came down. It says that you performed meritorious service by acting together with the ability users this time, and you are promoted to Deputy Section Chief.
Villa No. 5 in Zone C, that will be your future residence.
Taking the key, Lin Feng was quite surprised, but upon careful consideration, it seemed reasonable. After all, among the 9 departments in action now, besides Director Su Lin, there was only him left. The official order will be issued at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so it's best to come over then, Su Lin said gently. After all, Lin Feng's true identity was that of a supernatural being. It was indeed a bit unfair to make him a deputy director of a small department. Lin Feng did not tell her about joining the supernatural tower, in order to not put too much pressure on Su Lin. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning, Lin Feng readily agreed. Before long, according to the city map, Lin Feng found Villa No.
5 in Zone C. In the survivor city of E, ordinary people lived in zones D, E, and F, with the best conditions being a few dozen floors of small residential buildings. Zones A, B, and C were only accessible to some special members, and the higher one's status, the more upscale the place they could live in. Lin Feng was assigned a double-story villa, a rare accommodation in this post-apocalyptic world. However, Lin Feng was well aware of one thing, that in City E, the issue of social status always existed. The most tangible manifestation of this was the residential areas. Although on the surface, City E consisted of the main city area and zones A to F, in reality, the combined area of the last three zones was not even as large as Zone C. The area where ordinary people could move around was greatly restricted. Only by demonstrating one's strength could they have a place in City E. Arriving at the villa, Lin Feng opened the door and took a step inside. Buzz! A special sensation crossed his mind, and Lin Feng subconsciously turned to look at the doorknob he had just touched. Seems like there's some kind of special electromagnetic wave, Lin Feng murmured, reaching out to grab the doorknob. Electromagnetic waves were a form of magnetism, and although they existed everywhere, Lin Feng could sense their strength. The electromagnetic wave at the doorknob just now was particularly strong. Click! Lin Feng manipulated the magnetic field, unscrewing the doorknob to reveal a thumb-sized black box inside, flashing red lights. It looks like some kind of listening device, Lin Feng observed, a smile forming on his lips. I wonder if every villa has one of these, or if it's just mine. Too bad you ran into me, you're going to be useless now. With that, Lin Feng lightly flicked the listening device, and the magnetic field around it immediately crushed it, not just on the surface but directly destroying its core. After doing this, Lin Feng casually put the doorknob back in place. At the same time, he moved to the center of the villa. With Lin Feng's range of abilities, he could easily envelop the entire villa. Sure enough, as Lin Feng actively sensed, there was not just one but multiple listening devices in the villa. Almost every room had hidden listening devices in dark corners. Lin Feng wasn't sure if this was the supernatural tower monitoring him or if it was a standard treatment for everyone. However, Lin Feng never liked to expose his personal life. Snap! Lin Feng clapped his hands lightly, causing the magnetic field of the entire villa to change, simultaneously destroying the listening devices emitting special electromagnetic fields inside. This miraculous method was probably something only Lin Feng could achieve. Humph! Lin Feng sneered, thinking they could monitor him with this thing? Too naive. Making sure the room was completely safe, Lin Feng took a shower and went to the bedroom. He was ready to get a good night's sleep, but lying in bed, he couldn't help but wonder about the current situation of the snake woman. He immediately closed his eyes. Loyal fan, F-rank infected snake woman. Current intimacy level, 102/200. Current status, confused. Materials needed for evolution to E-rank, 5 F-rank corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlocked, telepathy. Seeing the current state of the snake woman, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became somewhat helpless. Although his charm level in the enchantress system was sufficient, the corresponding infected individuals would not be in high spirits if they were not with him. Fortunately, after Lin Feng's reminder this time, the snake woman should find a safe place and wait patiently for him. What Lin Feng was more concerned about was the evolution of the snake woman, for which he needed corpse seeds, a large number of them. The only place with a storage of corpse seeds should be the ability tower. Currently, there are already 2 confirmed D-class ability users in the ability tower. There will be even more E or F-class ability users. If he were to turn against the ability tower, he wouldn't have enough confidence. Unless he fled into the infected area, leveraging the power of the massive zombie horde, there might be a chance to contend with the ability tower. The reason behind all this was that Lin Feng had too few missions and encountered too few zombies. No! Lin Feng's gaze gradually became firm. With Qin Wanner's help, he had also joined the ability tower. The number of missions he could go on would increase. Moreover, due to the special status of ability users, Lin Feng might even qualify for solo missions. Just like Zhang Yan, who was once a lone wolf, wasn't he acting alone? The more he acted, the more infected fans he could recruit. The more he recruited, the stronger he would become, and he could even train these infected individuals in return. It was a win-win situation. Quietly calculating his plans, all of them required time, so Lin Feng was not in a hurry. As drowsiness crept over him, before it was even late, Lin Feng fell asleep. When he naturally woke up, it was already the next morning. 8:50 a.m. At the outdoor training ground of Action Department 9, many energetic young people had already gathered. They were the newly selected recruits due to the deaths of senior members of Action Department 9. Although they had not completed a year of training, their overall quality was still acceptable. These young people curiously looked around,
but most of them were more curious about their department head, Su Lin. He. I didn't expect us to be assigned such a punctual department head, that figure, TSK. Ahem, buddy, I advise you to tone it down a bit. Anyone who can survive in the action department must have some extraordinary means. Means? Pa, she's just a woman. A good scolding will put her in her place. What's so great about her? I've heard of this Su department head's reputation. Born and raised in the battlefield, I suggest you guys not mess with her. But the deputy department head of 9 department seems like an incomplete one-year training rookie. As soon as this last sentence was spoken, the nearby people's gazes instantly converged. What? Not completed a year of training? Isn't that the same as us? What same? He must have survived where other department members died. That's how he luckily got the position of deputy department head. He might just be a waste. Makes sense. I heard this deputy department head didn't kill many zombies on the battlefield, but instead ran all the way. That's how he saved his life. What a joke. Such a waste, and he's still worthy of being a deputy department head? Xiao Su, what's going on? Doesn't Lin Feng know he's supposed to be appointed today? Do I have to wait for him? At the outdoor training ground, a middle-aged man in a suit impatiently looked at Su Lin. However, when his gaze swept over Su Lin's graceful body, the previous impatience vanished, replaced by an intriguing smile. Director Liu, please wait a moment, I informed him yesterday. Su Lin said apologetically. Although she was disgusted by the oily middle-aged man in front of her, she did not show it. This was none other than Liu Yu, the deputy director of the action department. Humph. Don't think that just because you're a deputy department head, you can look down on everyone. He only got the position of deputy section chief because all the other staff members died. I heard that Lin Feng didn't even complete the one-year training. Liu Yu snorted coldly. Su Lin stared at him with a strange expression. If this deputy director knew that Lin Feng's true identity was a supernatural being, what would he think? However, Lin Feng had no intention of revealing his identity, and Su Lin would naturally help him conceal it. Liu, although Lin Feng didn't complete the regular training, his performance on the battlefield has been quite good, Su Lin said slowly. Whether the performance is good or not, it's up to you to decide, Liu said, looking at Su Lin with a scrutinizing gaze that suddenly turned unfriendly. Little Su, I remember you've been in office as a section chief for a full 6 months, right? Su Lin nodded. Liu continued, in these 6 months, the performance of your 9 sections has been very good, actively cooperating with the tasks assigned by the Human Alliance. Although in the last operation, almost all of you were wiped out, you also clarified the situation at the outpost, which was a great achievement. With your qualifications, you could easily take on the role of a deputy team leader, so why do you still want to continue leading a section-level team? In the operations department, there were 4 major teams, each responsible for 3 operational sections. In daily work, their tasks mainly involved issuing missions, with hardly any life-threatening situations. Su Lin modestly smiled and whispered, I still lack the qualifications. How can I dare to think of advancing further? Why not? Liu Yu retorted, then took a step forward, patting Su Lin's shoulder affectionately. Little Su, here, qualifications don't mean everything. In my eyes, your abilities are already sufficient. If you were a bit smarter, being a deputy team leader would be a piece of cake. Spending all day in the operations department giving orders is much better than risking your life outside. Liu Yu's audacious gaze scanned Su Lin. Although as a deputy director, Liu Yu's strength was not as good as those young people who had just entered the 9th section. But there was nothing he could do about it, as he had a brother who was a supernatural being. Relying on his brother's identity, Liu Yu had taken the position of deputy director in the operations department, and in this position, he could act with impunity, and no one dared to oppose him. After all, in City E, with a population of nearly 200,000, there were only over 30 supernatural beings. Even the director of the operations department had to show some restraint in front of Liu Yu. What Su Lin feared was precisely Liu Yu's brother's identity as a supernatural being. Thank you for your kind words, Director Liu. I will work hard to kill the enemy in the future. Su Lin took a half step back as if dodging. Seeing her refusal, Liu Yu did not feel discouraged but instead became very interested in Su Lin. What's the use of killing enemies? In the hierarchy of the operations department, everything is at my disposal, right? Liu Yu raised an eyebrow teasingly, then looked at Su Lin with eyes full of greed. Little Su, promotion to this position is also a skill. Come to my villa tonight, and I'll teach you how. What do you say? Su Lin's face changed. She had heard before that several female staff members in the operations department had been taken advantage of by Liu. Later, due to their reputation, they had all applied to leave the operations department. If she agreed, what face would she have to stay here? But if she confronted Lu head-on, her position as a section chief might be. Just as Su Lin gritted her teeth, preparing to firmly refuse, a voice came from behind.
Oh, a promotion, is it? What a good opportunity. Why don't you teach me too?
Hearing the familiar voice, Su Lin's eyes widened with excitement. She turned around and saw Lin Feng.
Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly, also turned around to see Lin Feng, and questioned, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Don't get yourself into trouble."
Lin Feng looked relaxed, casually leaning on the parallel bars nearby, paying no attention to Lu Yu, but instead turning his gaze towards Su Lin.
"Section chief, who is this fatso? Coming here to cause trouble? Do you want me to throw him out?"
Lin Feng didn't lower his voice, and with that sentence, the entire outdoor training ground fell completely silent.
Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze fell uniformly on Lin Feng.
At the same time, a common question arose in their minds.
Who is this person? How dare he speak with such arrogance? He actually called the deputy director of operations a fatso.
Su Lin looked embarrassed. Although she knew Lin Feng had extraordinary abilities, she couldn't reveal them. If she spoke as an extraordinary being, even Lu Yu would have to kneel and listen. But if she spoke as a deputy section chief,
"You insolent fool! Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?"
Lu Yu was furious, his eyes shooting angry flames as he stared at Lin Feng.
"Who are you to me?"
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, playfully looking at him.
"I only know we both have 2 shoulders and 1 head. How are you nobler than me?" Lu Yu was completely stunned.
He never expected someone in this small office to dare talk to him like that.
"You lowly person, do you even know what you're saying?"
Lu Yu cursed loudly. "My brother is an extraordinary being at the Tower of Extraordinary Abilities. If you provoke me, you'll have a death wish." Initially, Lin Feng was quite relaxed, but upon hearing the words lowly person, his expression suddenly turned icy.
"Ha! Calling me a lowly person, you really feel superior, huh?"
Lin Feng sneered. Lu Yu had no fear of him at all, smiling as he approached, about to pat Lin Feng's cheek.
"Feeling superior? I sure am. You, lowly person, have a problem with that?"
But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng swiftly raised his right hand.
Smack!
Before Lu Yu could react, he felt the world spin before being slapped by Lin Feng and sent flying 3 meters away. Lin Feng had used a bit of magnetic force to flip Lu Yu, given his large build. Lu Yu sat on the ground, glaring at Lin Feng with extreme anger, gritting his teeth.
"You're asking for death. Tell me, who are you?"
"My name is Lin Feng," Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this name, Lu Yu was stunned, remembering his purpose for coming today and cursing. "You fool. I came here today to promote you to deputy section chief.
And you still dare to hit me?"
Suddenly, the new staff around them looked at each other in shock.
"Is this Lin Feng? Wasn't he a coward who fled the battlefield? How did he just come and slap the deputy director like that?"
Lin Feng chuckled coldly.
"Deputy section chief? Who cares about your lousy deputy section chief position?"
The once bustling outdoor training ground was now eerily quiet, with all eyes fixed on Lin Feng, their expressions too shocked for words. Especially the new staff from the 9 departments, seeing Lin Feng show no respect for Lu Yu, they were dumbfounded.
"This person, is he too arrogant? Dismissing the position of deputy section chief like that? Do they not realize how many people join the operations department, striving for 1 or 2 years, and still can't reach that position? Some even die in the process."
Lin Feng managed to become a deputy section chief by escaping death, which was no easy feat.
How dare he speak to Lu Yu like this? Does he not know his place? "So you're Lin Feng? The waste who became a deputy section chief by escaping the battlefield?" A newcomer gathered courage and stepped forward to speak up for Lu Yu. "He's a deputy director, of course, he needs to flatter him.
Maybe by speaking up for him today, his own status and position in the future could skyrocket like flying."
"I see you can't see the situation clearly. You dare to hit this person. Do you not want to stay in the action department anymore? With a useless deputy section chief like you, how are we going to complete our tasks in the future? Apologize to the deputy director quickly. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook."
Several others also stood up, following suit.
"Oh,"
Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, casually glancing at the newcomers, then said to Su Lin, "Suko, who are these people?"
"They
are all newcomers from the 9th department," Su Lin gritted her teeth and replied. Caught in the middle, Su Lin's situation was also very awkward, and Lin Feng certainly wouldn't make things too difficult for her.
"So they are newcomers, huh, he.
Lin Feng suddenly realized.
"What's wrong with newcomers?
They are much better than a coward like you who deserted the battlefield."
"Exactly. What makes you worthy of being a deputy section chief? This position is not for deserters like you. You are not deserving. With someone like you as a deputy section chief, it's a disgrace to our ninth department. The newcomers clamored and cursed, clearly speaking up for Liu Yu. Seeing the newcomers on his side, Liu Yu got up from the ground, patted his butt, looking smug. Lin, if you dare to hit me today, you can forget about sitting in this deputy section chief position. The deputy section chief of the ninth department will be chosen from these newcomers. However, Lin Feng chuckled, hee hee. It sounds like I really cherish this position. Liu Yu was at a loss for words. Hearing that Lin Feng might be removed from the position of deputy section chief, Su Lin became anxious and was about to speak up. But then Lin Feng continued, also, are you sure you want these newcomers, one more useless than the other, to be deputy section chiefs? If we go on a mission in a few days, they might drop like flies one after another. Do you understand the logic of the water margin? Lin Feng's words clearly angered the newcomers. They were all young and arrogant, how could they bear such provocation? Damn! Who are you calling useless? Based on you, you are not qualified to say such things. A deserter who only knows how to run away on the battlefield is actually lecturing us? The matter of angering Director Liu just now hasn't been resolved yet. Are you sure you want to involve us? I can't stand it anymore. Director Liu, I would like to request, I want to challenge Lin Feng. Upon hearing the last person's words, Su Lin almost burst out laughing on the spot. A sentence inexplicably flashed through her mind. I'm laughing to death, can you beat him? Liu Yu's eyes lit up, looking at the strong newcomers around him. A plan formed in his mind. Good. It's on. Not just you, all of you can. Whoever can defeat Lin Feng can become this deputy section chief. As for him, if he's defeated, report it as battle damage. Xiao Su, you write the report, I'll sign it. For a moment, those surrounding newcomers were suddenly excited. Could it be this easy to become a deputy section chief? It's too easy. Just defeat him, right? For someone who was already useless, it was a piece of cake for them, wasn't it? Lin Feng also became a bit interested. He took a few steps forward, casually scratching his ear. Since you want to make yourselves uncomfortable, then come. It's a good opportunity for me to stretch my muscles. Su Lin looked at Lin Feng with a worried expression, and he just smiled lightly, waving his hand. Don't worry, Suko, I will go easy on them. At least let me teach them a lesson first. It will be easier for you to manage them in the future. Lin Feng's arrogance made the newcomers furious. How could a useless person like him dare to look down on them? You bastard, you're asking for it. The first person who spoke suddenly rushed forward, swinging a powerful punch towards Lin Feng's face. However, Lin Feng just raised his hand slightly to block it. Crack! The man's fist smashed into Lin Feng's hand, instantly shattering his fingers as if hitting a wall. The attacker bent over in pain, clutching his right hand. Ah! Lin Feng glanced at him and kicked out. Whether in defense or in the kick, Lin Feng used the power of his magnetic force field, covering his body with a layer of magnetic force field to withstand most attacks. In Lin Feng's view, even ordinary firearms couldn't penetrate his force field defense. Seeing the first person fail, the dozen or so newcomers gritted their teeth, exchanged glances, and made a decision. All together now. Charge. Take him down. Avenge Lu Chu. He just has a bit more combat experience than us, he's nothing. Don't be afraid. However, as these people rushed forward, Lin Feng also moved. Stepping forward, he waved his hands in front of him. Almost every time he saw a person, he would slap them directly, making it hard for them to evade his slap whether they tried to block with their hands or dodge. Smack! 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 As he went along, Lin Feng only needed to slap each person once. Just one slap was enough to leave them unable to stand. They either spat blood, along with a few tooth fragments, or were sent flying. Until he finally reached Liu Yu. You! Seeing Lin Feng, who seemed like a god, Liu completely lost his nerve, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. You can't touch me, my brother is from the Tower of Abilities. He has a good network there, you're asking for trouble. Even at this point, Liu Yu emphasized, speaking nervously. Ha! Lin Feng coldly smiled, about to give him another slap, but his right hand froze, his gaze shifting to the side. Lin Feng sensed someone had entered his force field range. And it was a strong presence. Looking up, he saw a figure descending from the sky in the distance, as if leaping in from the outdoor training ground. The person looked familiar to Lin Feng. It was Sun Yuan who had taken him to meet Qin Wanner yesterday. Seeing him in the Tower of Abilities uniform, Liu Yu ran over as if grasping at a lifeline. Sir! I report. This Lin Feng, as a deputy section chief, has used violence against his subordinates and even fought me. Please, sir, use your abilities to subdue this madman. Lin Feng just calmly watched him, saying nothing. Sun Yuan furrowed his brow, gave Liu Yu a cold glance, then indifferently said, Get lost, you're in my way. Lu Yu was stunned, about to explain his identity, but Sun Yuan impatiently walked past him, giving him a kick that sent Lu Yu flying 4 or 5 meters away. Finally, he arrived in front of Lin Feng, handing over a few items. Looking down, it was a badge indicating Lin Feng's power level and an auxiliary wristband. F-level ability user, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Lord Qin has completed the procedures for you. I'm here to deliver these. Congratulations, from today onwards, you are officially a member of the Tower of Abilities. Ah, how is this possible? As Sun Yuan's words fell, Lu Yu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes, as if something was stuck in his throat, struggling to squeeze out these words. His face frozen in shock. The badge shimmered in the sunlight, the emblem of the Tower of Abilities clearly visible, symbolizing the highest honor and power. As soon as Lu Yu thought about how he had just been so arrogant towards Lin Feng, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. A wave of inexplicable panic surged in his heart, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He had just targeted Lin Feng like that, and now, he had actually transformed and joined the ability tower? Could it be that Lin Feng had been an ability user from the beginning? This thought sent Lu Yu's heart into turmoil. No wonder so many people had attacked him just now, yet none could last a round under his hands. That astonishing speed and strength were far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, Lu Yu finally understood how foolish his previous actions had been. He had thought he could suppress Lin Feng with numerical superiority, but little did he know that Lin Feng was not someone they could afford to provoke. Thinking of this, Lu Yu was filled with regret and despair. He knew he had completely offended Lin Feng, and as a member of the Ability Tower, the other party could easily deal with him. In this moment, Lu Yu was filled with fear and helplessness, like prey targeted by a hunter, waiting for the judgment of fate. So fast? Lin Feng looked at him somewhat surprised, thinking that even if Qin Wanner intervened, it would be difficult to handle the procedures, but unexpectedly, what was promised yesterday was completed today. It was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Su Lin stood by, looking panicked and at a loss. In her mind, scenes from leaving the Ability Tower yesterday involuntarily replayed. It wasn't until now that she realized Qin Wanner had done it for this matter. Lin Feng's identity as an ability user, was it still not kept hidden? Master Qin is quite powerful in the Ability Tower, handling such matters effortlessly. Sun Yuan said casually. Lin Feng took the badge and auxiliary bracelet, his expression calm as water, and said lightly, "Thank you." However, as Lin Feng took the auxiliary bracelet, his eyes slightly narrowed. He sensed a familiar fluctuation, similar to the special electromagnetic waves he felt in his villa last night. This feeling made Lin Feng's heart stir. It was no coincidence, there was surveillance equipment in the auxiliary bracelet. Recalling the contents recorded by the auxiliary bracelet before Zhang Yan's death, Lin Feng lightly touched it with his fingertips. Others couldn't detect any anomaly, but the internal monitoring device had already been destroyed by the force field. I've completed my task by handing this over to you. If the Ability Tower has any assignments, relevant personnel will inform you. With these words, Sun Yuan turned and left, as if unwilling to stay here for too long. Passing by Lu Yu, the latter quickly kowtowed several times, fearing that Sun Yuan would blame him for Lin Feng's matter. Little did he know, Sun Yuan had no interest in him at all, not even sparing him a glance, and left without a second thought. Lu Yu prostrated on the ground, his body trembling continuously from fear. Lin Feng, why did you join the Ability Tower? After Sun Yuan left, Su Lin couldn't help but ask, wasn't he supposed to hide his identity? By joining the Ability Tower now, he would have more opportunities to go out on missions, making it easier to expose his special relationship with the zombies. If discovered by the people of the Ability Tower, even if Lin Feng was one of them, what good would it do? No choice, I was threatened, Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. If possible, Lin Feng would never want to join the Ability Tower. But on second thought, by joining the Ability Tower, Lin Feng would encounter more opportunities. Once he had the chance to go on solo missions, the infected area outside would be Lin Feng's kingdom alone. All infected beings would obey Lin Feng's commands. Such power was truly terrifying. Sigh. Su Lin let out a long sigh, looking at Lin Feng with reluctance as he became a member of the Ability Tower, distancing himself further from her. Su Ku, don't be discouraged. Even though I joined the Ability Tower, I'm still a member of the 9th Division. They mentioned promoting me to Vice Division Head, and I quite like that villa, Lin Feng said with a smile. As he finished speaking, his eyes filled with amusement as he glanced at Lu Yu on the other side. But, it seems like someone doesn't want me to move in now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu suddenly shivered, decisively straightening up but still on his knees. With his knees rubbing against the ground, he shuffled over to Lin Feng. Respected ability user. It was all a misunderstanding. I was blind and offended you. Your position is unshakable. If you wish, I can give you the villa in Area B. Lin Feng sneered. Heh, that won't be necessary. I like my current residence.
The newcomers who had been knocked down by Lin Feng earlier now widened their eyes in astonishment. The deputy division head, acting so subservient in front of an ability user. Little did they know, even if Lin Feng demanded Lu Yu's position as deputy head, he could have it. What's a meaningless title of deputy head compared to their lives? If even the deputy head acted this way, then what about them, the newcomers?
Thinking this, the newcomers paled, anticipating their fate.
Without knowing who started it, they all followed Lu Yu's example, kneeling and shuffling towards Lin Feng.
Respected ability user. You are magnanimous, please spare me.
Yes, sir, I was foolish earlier, unable to recognize your greatness.
Please spare me.
I promise to work hard in battle in the future. Let me leave my wretched life on the battlefield.
They begged like they were at their wits' end, irritating Lin Feng. Enough. Get lost. Lin Feng impatiently ordered.
Hearing this, the people's faces lit up with relief, immediately scrambling to escape. However, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold as it landed on Lu Yu.
You, wait.
Buzz. Lu Yu's brain felt like it was being washed by a torrent, his body instantly chilled. Despite his swollen face and bruised nose, he looked at Lin Feng with a pleasing smile. Respected ability user, do you have any further orders? Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward.
Bang! He kicked Lu Yu hard in the abdomen, sending him flying backward.
Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Feng had used almost half of his strength in that kick. He held back, not wanting to kick him to death.
This kick is for lusting after Suku. If I catch you doing it again, it will cost you your life.
Lin Feng said coldly. At the same time, his gaze swept over the backs of the newcomers. The newcomers felt a chill run down their spines, standing there at a loss. Su Lin watched the scene in astonishment, touched that Lin Feng, despite joining the ability tower, was looking out for her. Lin Feng's words were a warning. He made it clear that he stood behind Su Lin. Lu Yu felt like something was stuck in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, filled with humiliation and resentment, yet at that moment, he had no courage to resist. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently, as if he were looking at an insignificant ant. Respected Lin Feng, I will remember this. The pain was enough. Lin Feng waved his hand, shooing Lu Yu away like a fly. He dared not linger, scrambling away from the scene. Su Lin watched the whole scene in shock, words stuck in her throat, torn between speaking and staying silent. In the past, the most unreliable clerk in her own eyes has now become an esper, capable of making the deputy director crawl out of the 9th division like a dog. Such a thing, Su Lin didn't even have the courage to think about. But now it was happening right before her eyes. The stark reality made Su Lin momentarily unable to accept it. She didn't know how to face Lin Feng.
Su Division.
Sensing her confusion, Lin Feng suddenly spoke.
No one should bother you in the future. If anyone dares, just mention my name.
Lin Feng faintly smiled, pointing to the badge on his chest.
Although I don't really like this thing, but in City E, this should be the biggest backing, right?
Although Su Lin didn't want to admit it, there was no falsehood in Lin Feng's words.
After a long silence, Lin Feng didn't continue the conversation but asked, Su Chief, are you not coming to the 9th division anymore in the future?
With the identity of a member of the Esper Tower, Lin Feng's future tasks would be on a completely different level of difficulty from theirs. Today, as Lin Feng left, although City E was not big, their identities were worlds apart, and she didn't know when they would meet again. Lin Feng fell silent but shook his head.
That's not necessarily true. You've taken care of me before, how can I just leave you alone?
Su Lin hesitated, seeming to have something to say but couldn't bring herself to say it. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Feng took the initiative. Su Chief, just say what you want to say.
We might not have many chances like this to chat in the future.
Su Lin gathered her courage and said, Lin Feng, you
don't have to be so good to me. I will never reveal your secret.
In her view, the reason Lin Feng treated her this way was because she knew his secret. If the secret were exposed, Lin Feng would be in great danger. But Su Lin didn't want to use this secret to threaten Lin Feng. After all, he had saved her life.
Ha! What do you take me for? Turns out it's this.
Lin Feng gave her a look and then looked at her unkindly. Su Chief, do I look so petty to you?
It's only right to be a little kind to you.
You took care of me before, so this is also a way to repay you. These words touched Su Lin's heart. This fiery-tempered woman rarely showed such a gentle expression. She slowly approached Lin Feng, reached out to hold the back of his neck, tiptoed, and gently kissed his cheek.
Thank you.
Su Lin blushed slightly, her shy and coquettish demeanor, When had that ever been seen before?
There's nothing to thank me for.
Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his heart pounding just as fast.
Alright, go rest first.
I have to teach the new recruits the rules later. Su Lin blinked her bright eyes, full of spirit. Lin Feng felt a bit deflated for some reason, expecting something more to happen next.
Oh, then I'll go first.
With that, Lin Feng turned to leave. But just then, Su Lin called out to him.
Oh, Lin Feng.
Su Lin looked at Lin Feng with extreme tenderness and said softly, since you joined the 9th division, I've always treated you like a younger brother.
It was like that before, and it will be the same in the future.
Although my abilities are limited, if it concerns your safety, I will do everything I can. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a strange mix of joy and regret. Soon, Lin Feng left the outdoor training ground as if he knew the way by heart. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw a familiar face.
You finally came out.
Sun Yuan had been waiting here for who knows how long, looking at Lin Feng calmly.
Seeing him, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Didn't you just say everything was fine?
Sun Yuan handed the walkie-talkie to Lin Feng and said, there's an emergency.
Lord Qin has an announcement to make. Taking the walkie-talkie, Qin Wanner's voice came through.
Lin Feng, although you've just joined the ability tower and are considered a newcomer, I can't see through your abilities, and your strength has earned my approval.
This time, there's a level 5 mission for you to complete. Level 5 mission?
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly serious. In the Human Alliance, mission levels range from 1 to 6, excluding the rarely seen Hell and Nightmare levels. Only missions involving special infected beings are marked with difficulty levels. Like the 9 sciences where Lin Feng was previously, they didn't even qualify for such tasks. A level 5 mission indicates that there will be threats from E-class infected during the mission. Lord Qin, I've just joined the ability tower, and you're sending me on a nearly impossible mission. Isn't that a bit too much? Lin Feng gritted his teeth slightly, questioning. In his heart, he was confident that even if the enemy was an E-class infected, he wasn't afraid. But how would he explain it if he could complete the mission? Don't misunderstand. I'm not sending you to your death. Qin Wanner sensed Lin Feng's thoughts and smiled lightly.
This mission is a joint operation.
The ability tower will send out 2 E-class ability users, along with 6 F-class ability users.
To avoid suspicion, both I and that person surnamed Lu will send our respective subordinates to escort the corpse seeds this time. If you don't want to go, I won't force you.
What? Escorting corpse seeds? Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. This was like hitting the jackpot. Just yesterday, he was pondering how to inquire about the storage of corpse seeds within the ability tower, and today he stumbled upon such a task. It was truly a stroke of luck.
Ahem.
Speaking of which, since I've joined the ability tower, how can I give up just because of the mission's difficulty?
That's not my style.
I'll go. Lin Feng decisively agreed, not mentioning what he would do in this mission, but at least he wanted to inquire about the corpse seeds within the ability tower. Qin Wanna was somewhat surprised by Lin Feng's change in attitude. She had only asked casually, not expecting Lin Feng to agree.
Qin Wanner didn't dwell on it and left with a meaningful sentence. Alright, the mission is yours. But, before we depart, I hope you remember one thing. Seize the opportunity. Upon receiving the order, Lin Feng accompanied Sun Yuan and arrived at the ability tower. As preparations were needed before the mission, ability users could enter the armory to select equipment. Lin Feng finally arrived at the higher-level ability primary armory. The weapons and equipment here were miles ahead of the previous science-level armory. High-tech weapons like plasma ray guns, laser knives, and others dominated the selection. They were the epitome of current Human Alliance technology. Although not the highest level of technology, these weapons posed a threat even to special infected beings. However, apart from ability users skilled in combat, others wouldn't choose firearms as equipment. After browsing the armory, Lin Feng ultimately chose a bronze mask. It wasn't just an ordinary bronze mask, it integrated a lot of black technology. It had reconnaissance lenses to scan infected beings, analyze weaknesses, night vision capabilities, temperature detection, all fused into one. It was coated with a special bronze metal layer on the outside, said to have a certain level of strength. Ordinary heat weapons couldn't even break through its defense. What attracted Lin Feng wasn't the other features of the bronze mask but the fact that it could conceal his face. If encountering zombie-infected beings, they wouldn't recognize him like crazy fans. With everything prepared, everyone gathered. This time, Lin Feng recognized a few members of the team escorting the corpse seeds. First, there were 3 F-level ability users under Lu Muyu, Chao Fei, Lu Ping, and Xia Jiming. It seemed that these 3 held a high position with her, as they were entrusted with important tasks. As for the E-level ability user, Lin Feng didn't know him.
Through the name tag on his chest, Lin Feng only knew his name, Chi Yuanzhong, a middle-aged man with a serious expression.
Qin Wanner's 4 subordinates sent Sun Yuan as the E-level ability user, and 3 F-level ability users, of whom only Fong Lin recognized one, while the other 2 were strangers.
What surprised Lin Feng was that Fong Lin's arm, which he had broken yesterday under Qin Wanner's orders, looked completely fine today, as if fully recovered. He had heard that the medical technology inside the ability tower was top-notch, but he didn't expect it to be this advanced.
We've received information that the rebel army will set an ambush on our route.
So, the level of the mission to escort the corpse seeds has been raised.
Our goal in following this time is to ensure that those rebel soldiers have no chance of return.
Chi Yuanzhong, acting as the temporary team leader, issued orders with his head held high. However, after giving the orders, he glanced somewhat ambiguously at Sun Yuan.
Rebel army?
Lin Feng was puzzled and spoke up.
The rebel army is an organization independent of the Human Alliance.
They have no fixed base and roam in the infected areas. Due to their secretive operations, they also call themselves the Hidden Army, Fong Lin explained kindly. Although Lin Feng had broken Fong Lin's arm yesterday, it was under Qin Wanner's command, and now both of them belonged to Qin Wanner, so Fong Lin naturally harbored no resentment.
The Hidden Army. So that's how it is.
To think that there is such an organization within the infected area, Lin Feng was quite surprised. Besides the normal order maintained by the Human Alliance, establishing a safe zone within the infected area was an extremely massive undertaking. They could actually survive in such an environment, which was no easy feat.
Humph.
The Hidden Army is nothing but a group of rats hiding in the sewers, attacking our teams at random intervals.
Why? Simply because they lack resources. Chao Fei sneered disdainfully. Chao Fei didn't have a good impression of these dogs of the infected area who hid in the shadows.
Within the Hidden Army, many were expelled by the Human Alliance for committing serious offenses. So, a part of them still consists of former members of the Human Alliance, and they are also known as the Rebel Army, Lu Ping spoke slowly.
I'm not worried about the Hidden Army, what I'm interested in now is you, kid. In just a few days, you've transformed into an ability user?
Chao Fei shifted the conversation, his gaze turning towards Lin Feng.
I'm curious, what is your ability? Among the abilities that humans could awaken, there were 2 types, attack and support. Like Xia Jining in the team, he was undoubtedly a support type.
Generally, support-type ability users received more attention because their role was even more significant than some high-tech instruments. In a sense, within the ability tower, the status of support-type ability users was even higher.
My ability.
Lin Feng behind the mask smiled lightly and spoke.
My ability is to kill. If someone is hostile to me, I'll kill them.
Lin Feng's straightforward words surprised Chao Fei, but he quickly chuckled and sneered. Kid, you talk big. Don't think that just because you've become an ability user, you can look down on others.
Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Lin Feng smiled calmly, thanks for the reminder.
Just then, on the other side of the assembly point, 7 or 8 ordinary staff members carrying a black coffin on their shoulders slowly approached. One of the armored vehicle's rear doors opened, seemingly designated for storage.
Oh,
Lin Feng was somewhat surprised.
Besides transporting corpse seeds, you also need to transport corpses? That's Zhang Yan's corpse.
According to the regulations of the Tower of Abilities, the bodies of all ability users who die in battle must be sent to the headquarters of the Tower of Abilities for centralized burial, Fong Lin explained.
The headquarters? Does that mean our escort route this time is very long?
No, the headquarters will also send people here. We just need to advance to the 6th safety zone, and the headquarters convoy will naturally come to escort us, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully.
So, the other 2 armored vehicles should be carrying the corpse seeds of the Tower of Abilities.
Lin Feng calculated in his mind that if they really encountered an attack on the road, he could take advantage of the chaos to secretly pocket a few corpse seeds. The evolution of the Snake Woman requires 5 F-grade corpse seeds.
Being able to steal one is better than none.
The armored vehicles were modified, with platforms installed on both sides of the vehicle for the escorts to stand on, keeping a close watch on their surroundings at all times. After making preparations, the convoy discreetly left East City via a small road, with Lin Feng standing on the platform of the last armored vehicle. He was somewhat relieved that he had brought a mask with him. If he went to the infection zone with this face exposed, the zombies would probably form a group to chase the vehicle from behind. The first 4 safety zones were completely under the surveillance of the East City Exploration Outpost, with only 1 or 2 wandering zombies on the road.
They could easily be dealt with using firearms. It was only after reaching the 5th safety zone that everyone began to be more cautious.
After all, the 5th safety zone had completely fallen, with F-grade infected beings wandering around, which was quite normal. they also had to guard against possible ambushes by hidden forces. As the convoy passed a hill tens of meters high, on the other side of the slope, a graceful figure slowly opened her eyes in a cave. The snake tail, covered in emerald scales, trembled slightly with excitement. Then, she suddenly stood up, her enchanting figure rushing out of the cave like a jungle leopard, following the direction of the convoy. Behind her, countless zombies followed closely. Everyone, be alert. We are 20 kilometers away from the rendezvous point with the headquarters. Stay vigilant. Don't give those pests any chance to take advantage. Chi Yuanzhong, sitting in the front passenger seat of the first armored vehicle, shouted loudly out of the window. The others continued on, enduring the sun, with many feeling somewhat restless. Lord Qi, don't worry. We've come this far, and the hidden forces don't have the guts to make a move. We're only 20 kilometers away from the headquarters convoy now. If anything happens here, the headquarters convoy can support us at any time. They wouldn't dare to launch a surprise attack. Qiao Fei laughed heartily. Be careful, we can't go wrong, Qi Yuanzhong said coldly. Little did he know that as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Jiming, who was responsible for vigilance in the second vehicle, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wait, Lord Qi, we have a situation." With these words, everyone immediately changed from their previous relaxed state to being fully alert. Even Lin Feng, who was about to fall asleep, did the same. Unlike the others, Lin Feng used his telekinetic field to prop up his body, appearing to be standing but actually quite comfortable. However, he couldn't do anything about the scorching sun. What's going on? Qi Yuanzhong asked. There's a group of infected beings behind our convoy. There are over 1,000 ordinary zombies, and one F-grade infected being, Xia Jiming said with a furrowed brow. Is there any trace of human interference? Qi Yuanzhong furrowed his brow and asked. The hidden forces, whether in terms of overall combat power or weapon reserves, were far inferior to the human alliance. Therefore, the hidden forces' means of dealing with the human alliance were mostly to lead the threatening zombie groups to the human alliance's side. I'm not sure, I haven't found any, Xia Jiming carefully investigated and replied. Qi Yuanzhong fell into thought. After a moment, he slowly gave the order, stop the vehicles. Prepare for battle. We must kill all those zombies without leaving a single one. If these beasts follow us and meet the headquarters convoy, the people at headquarters will also say we are not doing our job well. The convoy immediately stopped. Qiao Fei jumped out first, walking towards the back of the convoy, rubbing his muscles as he walked. Damn, standing all the way, my bones are getting sore. Isn't there an F-level infected body? Let me handle it. Xia Jiming frowned, worriedly instructed, Old Qiao, be careful. The aura of that F-level infected body is not weak. Humph, don't worry. Qiao Fei chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Whatever it is, I'll crush its bones in a moment. Soon, there was a rustling movement in the jungle, along with the sound of footsteps. Lin Feng, as if sensing something, felt a familiar aura coming from behind the convoy. He turned around with some confusion. Swish! A figure leaped out from the bushes, graceful in posture and exquisite in appearance. However, when Lin Feng saw it, his eyes widened. Damn! When did they catch up? The suddenly appearing infected body and zombie group were none other than the Snake Woman and her minions. What's going on? Is this the Snake Woman? Qiao Fei raised an eyebrow, then his face lit up with joy, laughing loudly. What did I think it was? Turns out it's this guy. The target of the last mission was her. She got away with her life because of an accident. Didn't expect her to be so reckless today, actually coming to us on her own. Qiao Fei's eyes turned fierce, his right leg stomped heavily on the ground, and his body flew out like a cannonball. The original target of the Snake Woman was Lin Feng standing on the last armored vehicle, but sensing the danger, the Snake Woman decisively coiled her tail around herself, using her tough scales as protection. Bang! Qiao Fei's fist smashed onto the scales, causing the Snake Woman to groan in pain as her body flew backward. The scales at the spot where Qiao Fei attacked were already slightly shattered. Damn, dare to hit me. Oh no, it's a snake. Lin Feng instantly grabbed the iron handrail next to him, almost twisting it off. If it weren't for Qi Yuanzhong controlling the situation, he would have probably intervened on the spot. While the Snake Woman was entangled by Qiao Fei, the other zombie group was intercepted by Lu Ping and another Esper. Besides Lin Feng, there were 2 F-level Espers and 2 E-level Espers who had not yet acted. Xia Jiming's presence could almost be ignored. In order to preserve their strength, they only allocated the power of 3 F-level Espers to deal with these zombie groups. Although their numbers were few, it was enough to handle them. Just as Lin Feng was feeling annoyed and thinking about how to help the Snake Woman escape, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. At the same time, Qi Yuanzhong, sitting in the first armored vehicle, reached out with one hand outside the vehicle, and as an inexplicable chill gathered, an ice wall formed at a visible speed, instantly enveloping the entire armored vehicle. Bullets shot at it, only splashing some ice chips. The two rear armored vehicles were not attacked. It seemed to be a targeted ambush against Chi Yuanzhong. Trying to assassinate me with such low-grade firearms? Your hidden army people really have some wild ideas. Chi Yuanzhong sneered. Then he lightly waved his hand. With a crack, the ice wall shattered. Chi Yuanzhong also got off the vehicle, scanning around. His gaze finally settled in the direction of the gunfire. Truly worthy of an E-level Esper, your perception ability is indeed strong. I knew this thing wouldn't cause you any harm. Not far away, on a small hill about 50 meters away, two disguised figures gradually stood up, one of them still holding a rifle. Looking at the appearance of the two individuals, Chi Yuanzhong seemed to understand their identities and couldn't help but sneer. So it's you two traitors. I see that your hidden army is on the decline. Relying only on 2F level ability users, you dare to snatch the corpse seeds I'm escorting? You're truly seeking death. As he spoke, Chi Yuanzhong held his hand empty, condensing a chill that formed into an ice spike in his hand. At the same time, the chill spread outwards, sharp ice spikes rapidly forming within his range, aiming directly at the two individuals in the distance. Faced with Chi Yuanzhong's threat, one of them remained calm. Lord Chi, don't you understand me yet? I never do things without certainty, and besides, who said we are two people? Before the words fell, a ghostly purple figure swiftly approached and stopped behind the speaker. Dressed in a rough manner, he said. Phew, that's about enough. Chi Yuanzhong snorted but laughed. Isn't this Shadow? The most useless ability user in the ability tower back then. No matter how fast you are, can you evade my freezing? Unexpectedly, the man referred to as Shadow smiled mischievously at him, extending his thumb backward. Lord Chi, I can't outrun your freezing with my speed. But this thing can. Before he finished speaking, everyone felt the ground tremble, as if an earthquake was happening. Crack! From the forest behind the three hidden army members, came the continuous sound of trees breaking, a huge red giant shadow rapidly approaching from afar. Even with the forest in front, it couldn't stop its steps. The sturdy tree trunks were like toothpicks in its presence. Seeing the colossal creature clearly, Chi Yuanzhong, who was just feeling triumphant, couldn't control the horror on his face anymore. He spoke word by word. E-level special infected. Crimson venomous scorpion. Lord Chi, you said my speed was useless just now. What about now? Shadow taunted, reaching out to his two companions. In an instant, the two figures disappeared, as if teleporting out of thin air, reappearing on the other side of the convoy. Chi Yuanzhong's expression grew even more grim, because the crimson venomous scorpion was closing in relentlessly. Originally wanting to deal with Shadow and the others first, but the latter's speed was too fast to capture in a short time. Chi Yuanzhong had to redirect his focus towards the crimson venomous scorpion. Damn it! After I deal with this beast, I'll slaughter you three traitors. Chi Yuanzhong roared, and the ice spikes he had conjured flew towards the distant crimson venomous scorpion. The crimson venomous scorpion was huge, about 7 to 8 meters long, resembling a moving small mountain. Every inch of its shell seemed to have been tempered, shining with a crimson gleam. The most terrifying part was undoubtedly its long, sharp tail stinger. The stinger was sharp and lethal, like a natural poison sword, shimmering with a deadly cold light, covered in fine scales that seemed ordinary but were actually highly toxic. Crack! Crack! The sharp ice spikes shattered upon hitting the crimson venomous scorpion's tough shell, falling to the ground. Only faint traces were left on the creature's shell. Chi Yuanzhong's pupils constricted, his expression growing darker. The crimson venomous scorpion was a particularly tricky type among the infected. Its defense was hard to breach even for ability users of the same level. To defeat it, he needed to join forces with Sun Yuan. But in doing so, the convoy would be left unguarded. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was observing the situation on the scene. Are those three the hidden army's people? One should be a speed-type ability user, the other two are unclear. They're causing a commotion, I might have a chance to steal some corpse seeds. Lin Feng calculated silently in his mind, but the next moment, he heard Chi Yuanzhong's command. You two, guard the convoy. Don't let those three succeed. Don't be fooled by them being F-level ability users. In the original ability tower, their powers were at the bottom. If the convoy is damaged, both of you will be held responsible. Lin Feng's expression froze as he pointed at himself. Besides him, Fong Lin was also given the same order. Damn! Still thinking about stealing some seeds in the chaos. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, feeling a bit discouraged. However, he had a new perspective, looking at the crimson poisonous scorpion with a hint of uncertainty. This guy must be tricky, right? If it can handle 2E level ability users, along with me and the Snake Woman, could we
wipe out everyone present?
But soon, Lin Feng shook his head. Setting aside the possibility, even if he managed to eliminate everyone, it would only be to obtain the seeds, losing the chance to return to City E. If they were truly wiped out, who knows how it would be linked back to him. It's better to act prudently and adapt to the situation. Chao Fei, the Snake Woman isn't that skilled, take her out quickly and come help.
Qi Yuanzhong shouted loudly. With Chao Fei's strength, dealing with the Snake Woman was certainly within his capabilities.
However, what they didn't know was that the Snake Woman had absorbed some of the seed's power after using an F-level seed to heal herself.
As a result, the Snake Woman's strength had greatly increased.
Just the mysterious and unpredictable venom made Chao Fei suffer.
Understood.
Chao Fei shouted, facing the sudden appearance of the crimson poisonous scorpion, veins bulging on his forehead. But at that moment, a stream of venom suddenly attacked him. Although Chao Fei retreated in time, he was still inadvertently hit in the eyes by the venom.
Ah! Chao Fei cried out in pain, covering his eyes, losing balance momentarily.
Seizing the opportunity, the Snake Woman immediately struck with her tail.
With no defense, Chao Fei was knocked over by the tail.
His body flew backward, and Lin Feng, seeing this, decisively manipulated the force field, directing him towards the crimson poisonous scorpion.
Put! The sharp thorns on the scorpion's tail pierced through Chao Fei's chest.
His robust body seemed as fragile as paper, not even letting out a scream before meeting his end.
Idiot! Qi Yuanzhong roared, glaring at the Snake Woman in the distance. However, Qi Yuanzhong didn't have the extra energy to deal with the Snake Woman. He was about to join forces with Sun Yuan to stop the crimson poisonous scorpion's advance. Hold on a little longer. Headquarters convoy is on its way here.
Xia Jiming shouted. Being a support-type ability user, he naturally carried a radio device.
Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened. If the headquarters convoy arrived, the chaos would likely be quelled in an instant.
Then, he wouldn't be able to steal the seeds. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't the only one in a hurry. There were also the 3 hidden military ability users. Swish! The figure of the shadow dashed forward like a ghost, actively approaching Feng Lin, who instantly activated his ability, turning his body into metal. The shadow wielded a dagger, attacking with swift speed, but despite the flurry of strikes, Feng Lin remained unharmed.
Compared to Lin Feng's magnetic stance, the shadow's power was indeed too weak.
As for the other 2 ability users, they targeted Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was taken care of, the remaining Xia Jiming was not a concern at all. One scruffy middle-aged man launched an attack first, a faint golden glow enveloping his body, his speed instantly increasing, his ability seemingly related to body enhancement. Another person took a deep breath, and spikes like a hedgehog grew on the surface of their hands. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng suddenly realized why the 2 of them were considered non-threatening by Qi Yuanzhong. It turned out that their abilities belonged to the category of physical enhancement, even inferior to Chao Fei's. The 2 of them made a move together, intending to quickly deal with Lin Feng. However, as they charged into the 10-meter range near Lin Feng, he sighed helplessly, reaching out and grabbing the 2 out of thin air. Hiss! The 2 heard the sound of wind shrinking beside their ears, and their bodies seemed to be imprisoned by the air, unable to move an inch. Ah! Lin Feng shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. These hidden army guys are useless. It seemed like he was disappointed in the abilities of these hidden army ability users. He thought they could cause chaos, but now it seemed that they probably couldn't even handle Feng Lin. With such combat power, they still dared to rob the Human Alliance's convoy. Perhaps their biggest reliance was the attraction of the crimson poisonous scorpion? Lin Feng fell into contemplation once again. These 2 guys are too useless, they don't have the ability to create chaos at all. Or, should I stick to the previous idea and kill these people while the support from the Ability Tower headquarters convoy hasn't arrived yet? Just as Lin Feng was thinking this. Ah! A scream tore through the sky, catching Lin Feng's attention. Qi Yuanzhong was seen clutching his broken right arm, his expression fierce with pain, glaring viciously at the crimson poisonous scorpion. A half-meter diameter ice spike was stuck in the center of the carapace on the latter's back. On the other side, Sun Yuan's situation was equally grim. His clothes were torn, his face pale, showing signs of exhaustion. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The crimson poisonous scorpion, fighting alone against 2E level ability users, although also heavily injured, managed to inflict such damage on the 2 of them. On the ground to the right of Qi Yuanzhong lay a black-purple, almost rotting right arm. If possible, Lin Feng would rather subdue this crimson poisonous scorpion than watch it being beaten to death. Swish! The crimson poisonous scorpion swung its tail with spikes, forcefully pulling out the ice spike from its body. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, and the massive body of the crimson poisonous scorpion trembled slightly, evidently realizing that the situation was not in its favor. With a sudden force from its 8 tentacles, the crimson poisonous scorpion immediately fled in another direction.
It was towards the end of the convoy.
Perhaps because there were many zombies at the end, with its intelligence, the crimson poisonous scorpion wanted to use them to delay and escape.
Despite being heavily injured, the crimson poisonous scorpion was still fast. Chi Yuanzhong and Sun Yuan did not intend to stop it but let it escape.
Continuing the fight would only lead to a result of exhausting all their energy. Lin Feng stared blankly at the crimson poisonous scorpion's body, his mind calculating continuously.
Just then, "Get out of the way!"
A furious shout came from beside him. Lin Feng's mind stirred, realizing that someone had intruded into his magnetic field. Currently, Lin Feng's body's magnetic field range was 10 meters, so he could only sense within 10 meters.
The intruder was extremely fast, most likely the remnant of the recent battle with Fong Lin.
Based on the changes in the magnetic field, Lin Feng judged the direction of the remnant's attack, and at the same time, the arm covered with the force field suddenly lifted.
Ding! The dagger in the remnant's hand stabbed towards Lin Feng but seemed to hit an invisible wall of air. The tip of the dagger was less than a centimeter away from Lin Feng's right hand but couldn't penetrate even a bit.
Lin Feng glanced at the crimson poisonous scorpion not far away, then at the remnant in front of him, his lips curling slightly upwards. The next moment, Lin Feng leveraged the force field and his body flew backward. In order to make himself appear harmless, Lin Feng even pretended to be at a loss, constantly fumbling the air with his hands.
"Dare to sneak attack me? I'm really fed up."
Lin Feng pretended to be angry and cursed.
However, the direction he was flying backwards was increasingly closer to the crimson poisonous scorpion under his control.
The latter might fear the cooperation of Chi Yuanzhong and Sun Yuan, but with only Lin Feng, an F-level Esper, it was not afraid at all.
Swish!
The sharp tail stinger thrust towards Lin Feng, who, in midair, condensed a magnetic field beneath his body and used the force to flip over. Then, he grabbed the stinger. Missing the strike, the crimson poisonous scorpion was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained composure and continued fleeing towards the rear of the convoy, ignoring Lin Feng. Lin Feng tightly held onto the scorpion's tail stinger, being tossed around, refusing to let go. Seeing this, the snake woman felt resentment and anger, her expression turning cold due to anger as she directly chased after them.
"Lord Qi, help me! Someone save me!"
Lin Feng's cries for help grew closer, but no one took the initiative to stop the crimson poisonous scorpion. With no way out, even Chi Yuanzhong and Sun Yuan suffered greatly when they joined forces against it. Who would dare to attack it now?
Thus, everyone watched helplessly as Lin Feng was taken away. Lord Qi. For some reason, Fong Lin in the distance seemed anxious.
Lin Feng has been taken by that beast, let's go save him.
Save him? How? Chi Yuanzhong's face darkened as he asked.
Although that beast is heavily injured, if it fights back desperately, I might also end up dead at its hands.
Let's deal with these troublemakers first.
Chi Yuanzhong's words naturally referred to the 3 espers of the hidden army. Just as Lin Feng was being thrown out, these people were not idle and directly used brute force to destroy the door of the 3rd armored vehicle. A figure held an orange-red box inside, and after coming out, swiftly escaped with 2 others.
The figure's speed was extremely fast, almost no one on the scene could keep up.
Seeing this, Sun Yuan looked panicked and turned to Chi Yuanzhong, his voice trembling. "Brother Chi, that thing was stolen.
We need to quickly contact the Esper Tower and report the loss." Upon hearing this, Chi Yuanzhong chuckled bitterly, showing no signs of worry on his face. Instead, he looked at Sun Yuan with cold eyes. "Brother Sun, what are you afraid of?"
To prevent these pests of the hidden army from attacking, I had already swapped those things to the 1st armored vehicle before we set off, personally guarding them.
What they stole was just a decoy. How could I be so careless with important things?
Sun Yuan was first stunned, then immediately realized that his reaction seemed a bit off, finally relaxing.
Phew! That's good, that's good.
The zombies at the rear of the convoy followed the snake woman as she left. Their task was to regroup and then meet up with the headquarters convoy coming in that direction. As long as the items were handed over to the headquarters convoy, what happened next would no longer concern them.
What about Lin Feng?
Sun Yuan furrowed his brow and asked.
Let's see how lucky he is. Aren't we going to rescue him? Are you going?
The atmosphere on the scene suddenly quieted down. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Escort him first."
Meanwhile, on the other side, the heavily injured crimson poisonous scorpion, of course, couldn't outrun the snake woman in perfect condition.
She fearlessly chased after it, and after a distance, she directly stood in front of the crimson poisonous scorpion, glaring at it angrily. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, Lin Feng decisively removed his bronze mask, revealing his exquisite face. Without any surprises, an E-level strength crimson poisonous scorpion could not resist Lin Feng's charm. Lin Feng immediately bowed to the ground in submission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the E-level infected body crimson poisonous scorpion and receiving a reward, plus 100 spiritual power. A cool sensation surged through his heart, and Lin Feng felt even more adept at manipulating the force field. He opened his personal data card. Host, Lin Feng. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 15 agility, 17 endurance, 12 spiritual power, 265 ordinary infected body fans, 1740. Ability, F-level supernatural power magnetic field. Compared to before, Lin Feng's ordinary zombie fans had decreased significantly. It must have been due to some losses in the recent battle. Just as Lin Feng was delighted by the increase in his spiritual power, his eyes suddenly swept behind him. It seemed like someone was rushing towards them. The people from the ability tower are really cunning. Unable to get the corpse essence, they only harvested a few corpse seeds. We should have thought of this earlier and taken everything from the 3 vehicles. Take everything? Are you kidding? Who can take what Chi Yu and Zhong is guarding? Sigh. If Master Sun had taken action, we would have definitely gained a lot this time. Don't think too much. If Master Sun had revealed himself just for a bit of corpse essence? The voices sounded familiar, seemingly the 3 hidden military ability users. Lin Feng gave the snake woman a look and ordered, take them and hide. At the same time, not far from the battlefield, 3 people who had left the scene were hiding behind a large tree, examining their loot from this operation. In the box they had snatched, there were 10 different colored corpse seeds emitting a foul smell when opened. Sigh. If we had an E-level corpse seed, our operation would have been worth it. Unfortunately, they are all a bunch of F-level trash. The scruffy middle-aged man complained. The shadow sighed and quietly closed the box. Well, at least none of us were lost this time, and we gained 10 corpse seeds. That's the harvest. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The person who had been silent suddenly spoke. By the way, do you remember the young man responsible for guarding the 3rd armored vehicle? I and old Lu went up together, but he somehow kept us in place with some unknown means. As soon as these words were spoken, the scruffy middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, that feeling, as if the body was being oppressed from all angles without any blind spots, his ability. I can't see through it. There are still too many people who respect the ability tower. Any unique ability will be discovered. The shadow grinned, just that young man? Although his methods are a bit strange, he doesn't seem that difficult to deal with. I could have just sent him flying with one slash? He's probably dead by now in the hands of the crimson poisonous scorpion. Before he could finish speaking, giving you some face, and you really think you're capable. Lin Feng's voice came from the side, startling the 3 men, who were about to be on guard. However, an inexplicably strong force field completely suppressed their bodies, rendering them immobile. Then, Lin Feng slowly emerged from behind the tree. It's you? You're not dead, the shadow exclaimed in shock. I have a tough life, can't die. Lin Feng casually remarked, then reached out towards the wooden box on the ground, activated the force field, and it flew towards him. The ability to retrieve objects remotely left the other 3 men dumbfounded. You've clearly obtained the corpse seeds, but you don't seem satisfied. Tell me, what is your real purpose, and who among the ability tower is on your side? After listening for a while, Lin Feng had already sensed that something was amiss. How could the hidden military obtain information about the ability tower's shipment of corpse seeds? There must be a mole. Even if you kill us, you won't find out. The shadow was stubborn, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Is that so? Lin Feng countered, then delivered a slap across the air. Smack! The slap was crisp and loud. If Lin Feng hadn't controlled his strength, the shadow's neck might have been broken by that slap. TCH. The shadow spat out a mouthful of blood viciously, his gaze fierce, clearly unwilling to yield. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, you can tell me, because I have a cooperative relationship with Qin Wanner. With these words, the expressions of the 3 people in front of him changed simultaneously, and Lin Feng accurately captured this scene. Suddenly, he understood. So that's how it is. It seems my guess was correct. Lin Feng's lips curled up as he remembered Qin Wanner telling him to seize the opportunity when she assigned the task. Apparently, she was originally a member of the Hidden Army, and her words were meant to prevent him from acting ruthlessly. Lin Feng was able to draw this conclusion because the 3 of them had inadvertently revealed that Sun Yuan was their insider in the Hidden Army. Sun Yuan was also under Qin Wanner's command, making it hard for Lin Feng not to connect the dots.
Without waiting for their response, Lin Feng had already pieced things together. Now, Xin Wanner wouldn't be able to threaten him in the future, as he had also found her weakness. Humph. The scruffy middle-aged man known as Lao Lu snorted coldly. Since you already know, why ask? Can't I confirm it? Lin Feng's lips curled up, looking smugly at the three people. At the same time, he marveled, what a surprise. Xin Wanner, the second in command of the Tower of Abilities, whose power can even be compared to that of the person surnamed Lu, is actually a member of the Hidden Army. You guys are quite something. Whether it was praise or sarcasm, the three remained silent, glaring at Lin Feng. Alright, stop looking at me like that. Lin Feng waved his hand, removing the force field from the three. I have no hostility towards your hidden army, and you shouldn't see me as someone from the Tower of Abilities. I have a use for these corpse seeds, even if I borrowed them. In the eyes of those in Qiyu and Zhong, the corpse seeds were taken away by the hidden army's ability users and had nothing to do with him. Feeling the ease on their bodies, the three looked at each other in shock. Did he just let them go? What was this guy's stance, anyway? I'm not really interested in your true intentions. If you want to say it. If not, leave, Lin Feng said, raising his chin. The three remained silent, and Lao Lu was the first to make a decision. We are here to seize the corpse essence being transported this time. Corpse essence? Lin Feng looked puzzled. It's a kind of energy unique to every survivor city, which has to be handed over to the Human Alliance headquarters at regular intervals. I'm not sure about the specifics, but this item possesses significant energy that our people need for research. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then nodded. Alright, you've been honest. You can go. With that, Lin Feng hugged the box and walked towards where the snake woman and the others were. He left his back to them directly. This stemmed from his confidence and his strength. The three looked at each other, hesitant to leave until Lin Feng's figure had completely disappeared. However, they would soon report back about Lin Feng's situation. Back beside the snake woman, the crimson venomous scorpion lay nearby, and Lin Feng glanced at it. Loyal fan, E-level infected body crimson venomous scorpion. Current intimacy, 40/200. Current status, moderate injury. Can self-heal or be instantly healed with 3 F-level corpse seeds. Materials needed for evolution to D-level, 5 E-level corpse seeds or 25 F-level corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy, truly an E-level infected body, requiring 3 F-level corpse seeds for healing after being injured. If calculated in the currency issued by the Human Alliance, this F-grade corpse seed is worth 500,000. 3 of them would be 1,500,000. They can self-heal already, why would they need to use F-grade corpse seeds for recovery? Lin Feng wasn't being stingy, but rather aiming to give the crimson poisonous scorpion a stronger physique. However, he still needed to use the 10 F-grade corpse seeds in his hand. So now, it was time to help the snake woman evolve. He controlled the force field, took out 5 F-grade corpse seeds, feeling the surging magnetic field waves inside, causing a pang of pain. Snake woman, these are worth 2,500,000. You must strive. If after evolving, you turn into a monster, I might not want you anymore. Staring at Lin Feng, the snake woman nodded as if she understood. In her consciousness, there was no concept of human beauty or ugliness yet. If she reached the evolution stage, she would evolve in the most powerful way. The so-called law of nature, survival of the fittest. Even in the worldview of infected beings, it was the same. Seeing the innocent look in the snake woman's eyes, Lin Feng sighed helplessly, reaching out to touch her forehead. Well, forget it. If you really turn into a monster after evolving, I can't not want you. At most, I'll just ignore you. With that, Lin Feng spoke to the system in his mind. Start the evolution. Soon, in front of the snake woman, blue rays of light appeared out of thin air, twisting and spiraling to form a hole. Of course, only Lin Feng could see it. Then, Lin Feng carefully lifted the 5 corpse seeds and sent them into the black hole formed by the spiraling blue rays of light. The 5 corpse seeds together are a bit big, bear with it. Lin Feng comforted. The snake woman still had a bewildered expression, not knowing what Lin Feng was going to do to her. Just as the corpse seeds were sent into the black hole, crack like the sound of glass shattering, the corpse seeds disintegrated, releasing a powerful energy contained within, sweeping through the snake woman's body like a torrent in an instant. The snake woman let out a soul-stirring cry, curling up on the ground. The immense energy was almost about to burst her body. For infected beings, evolution was a rare occurrence. Most infected beings, after being infected by the virus, would only stay at one level, with only a very few being able to break through under fortuitous circumstances. Many infected beings entered the breakthrough process but couldn't withstand the immense power, giving up halfway. The only outcome for failed evolution of infected beings was death. The snake woman also realized this. If she couldn't bear this energy, she would explode and die. In a haze of consciousness, the snake woman's gaze fixed on Lin Feng's slightly worried face. Perhaps the idol's radiance was too bright. The snake woman's consciousness gradually became clear, and her body even began to accept this power. At the same time, the pain from evolution made the snake woman suffer unbearably, feeling as if her body was tearing apart, as if splitting in half. Lin Feng, who was observing anxiously on the side, suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the snake woman in disbelief. The evolution process lasted a long time, and when the snake woman finally freed herself from the pain, her expression instantly relaxed. When the snake woman struggled to get up, she suddenly realized that her tail was gone. In its place was a lower body similar to Lin Feng's, with two fair legs like snow, except for some residual green scales on both sides of the legs. Lin Feng stood by, already feeling a nosebleed. Ahem! Lin Feng coughed awkwardly, then took off his jacket and covered the snake woman's thighs. However, after evolution, there were very few scales left on the snake woman's body for cover, her graceful and alluring figure suddenly exposed in front of Lin Feng. The snake woman didn't understand why Lin Feng couldn't stop his nosebleed when he looked at her at that moment. How about I help you pick some leaves to cover up? It's a bit against the rules. The snake woman vaguely understood his meaning and looked at her own body, her jade hands lightly moving. Rustle! Instantly, green scales grew on the snake woman's body, but these scales merged together on the surface, covering the more important parts. They didn't look like scales at all but more like a green shell. Lin Feng scratched his face and chuckled, "This works." Seeing Lin Feng happy, the snake woman also smiled. Just then, ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement First Evolution of E-level infected body, and receiving a reward, upgrade ability or random draw from the ability pool. Ding! Snake woman's evolution complete, intimacy plus 100, unlocking mind connection. Mind connection, host and the subjugated have the ability to communicate mentally, with a range limit of 200 meters. Seeing the consecutive rewards from the system, Lin Feng couldn't stop smiling. He looked at the snake woman, and indeed, the information card above her head changed too. Loyal fan, E-level infected body snake woman. Current intimacy, 202/500. Current status, excited materials needed for D-level evolution, 5 E-level corpse seeds or 25 F-level corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, location fixing. After reading the snake woman's information card, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. 5 E-level corpse seeds? Or 25 F-level corpse seeds? Isn't this ridiculous? He had been out in the infected area many times, and he had only encountered an E-level infected body this time. Where could he find so many E-level infected bodies? Even F-level infected bodies were extremely rare. If he wanted to find them, he had to go further away, as the farther from his city, the larger the scale of infected bodies. But Lin Feng didn't have many opportunities to go out on missions. Shaking his head, Lin Feng temporarily didn't want to think about it and started to calculate the system's rewards. Upgrade ability or random draw from the ability pool. Although Lin Feng wanted to have multiple powerful abilities, in his current situation, it was better to have strong abilities rather than many. How to enhance the strength of his abilities was the key. So, without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to upgrade his ability. Ding! Host chooses upgrade ability, can upgrade F-level ability magnetic force field to E-level ability, upgrade process takes 24 hours, can start at any time. Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Can he upgrade directly? It should be noted that to cross from an F-level ability holder to an E-level ability holder, one needed 500 mental points. So, crossing the threshold to become an ability holder didn't mean one could continue on this path. It seemed that he needed to find a quiet place to upgrade his ability. Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned to look at the crimson poisonous scorpion, and their sincere eyes met. "I'm leaving, I'll come find you next time I'm out, so until then, I entrust the protection of the snake woman to you." The intelligence of the crimson poisonous scorpion was not low, so it could understand Lin Feng's words. However, it looked pitifully at him, pointing to its broken shell on its back. It was still seriously injured, and it had to protect the snake woman? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, smiling awkwardly. Judging by their current combat power, the snake woman was definitely superior to the crimson poisonous scorpion, so asking it to protect the snake woman was a bit too much. Ahem. Then you two take care of each other, don't let humans find out. Lin Feng changed his tone. The snake woman and the crimson poisonous scorpion acted together, and unless the D-level ability holders from the ability tower intervened, it would be difficult to threaten their safety. In the whole of East City, only Lu Muyu and Qin Wan'er had D-level strength. They would definitely not personally intervene because of the snake woman.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Jing, responsible for escorting the corpse spirits, had successfully handed over to the headquarters convoy. The group returned to their original location. As they passed through the area where the battle had just taken place, Xia Jiming suddenly raised his head, his eyes widening. "There's a situation." With this statement, the already tense group immediately became alert, showing signs of nervousness. If another attack like the previous one were to happen, they wouldn't be able to handle it. "Everyone, be on high alert." Shi Jing's right arm was already bandaged, and his left hand was still emitting a faint chill. But just then, with a soft sound, a head suddenly popped out from the nearby bushes, with a few strands of grass on top. It was Lin Feng. "Oh, Lord Qi, you're back? I finally found you." "Lin Feng? You're still alive?" Sun Yuan exclaimed, unsure if it was out of joy or surprise. Lin Feng hurried over to him, looking like he had just survived a disaster. "That beast was injured by Lord Qi, and I managed to escape by sheer luck. But you all disappeared, and I could only wait here for you." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng managed to survive in the hands of the crimson venomous scorpion. However, considering the severe injuries the scorpion had sustained, it wasn't surprising that Lin Feng could escape. "Humph." Shi Yuanzhong snorted coldly, seemingly thinking of Xiao Fei, who was killed by the crimson venomous scorpion, and then said, "You're quite lucky." Return to base. Yes. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The group smoothly passed through several layers of safe zones and returned to City E. The specific task settlement would be completed by the team leader, Shi Yuanzhong, and the subsequent allowances would be directly deposited into their respective alliance accounts. With nothing urgent, Lin Feng planned to return to the villa to evolve his abilities. Before returning, Lin Feng specifically went to the operation site, only to be informed that Su Lin was out on a mission and might not return until tomorrow. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only return to the villa first. As usual, Lin Feng first scanned the magnetic fields of all the hidden corners of the house to ensure that no one had placed any listening devices during his absence. After a thorough search, everything seemed normal. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the Tower of Abilities hasn't been discovered yet. Then, Lin Feng hung a Do Not Disturb sign at the front door and used magnetic force fields to envelop the entire house. It was better to be cautious during the ability evolution process. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Feng closed his eyes, and a personal data card appeared in front of him. He spoke firmly, "System, begin the advancement of abilities." Ding! Host is starting the advancement of abilities, initiating. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, Lin Feng suddenly felt a deep exhaustion from the bottom of his heart. It was as if his vitality had been drained, and Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. Strange blue light streams floated above his body, continuously swirling before finally merging into Lin Feng's body. If anyone witnessed this astonishing scene, they would surely be left speechless. Although Lin Feng was asleep, his limbs seemed to be controlled by someone, sitting in a meditative posture. The entire process lasted a full 24 hours. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes. The records on the data card had changed. Host, Lin Feng. Charisma, 100,000, maximum. Strength, 25. Agility, 27. Endurance, 22. Mental power, 175. Ordinary infected fans, 1860. Ability, E-level magnetic force field. E-level ability magnetic force field, field range expanded to 20 meters. Upon seeing the introduction, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with joy. After upgrading to E-level, his abilities had doubled directly. Moreover, his various data had also improved as his powers advanced. Relying on the magnetic field of E-level, he felt invincible in front of other E-level ability users. Of course, within a range of 20 meters. He even thought that if he were to confront a D-level ability user like Lu Muyu, he might not win but would have a chance to escape. Advancing in abilities was indeed the right choice. If my abilities can be upgraded to D-level, even if all the ability users in East City come at me together, I am confident I can handle them. Lin Feng clenched his fists. The immediate task was to recruit more special fans to enhance his mental strength. According to the records of the ability tower, only when mental strength reached 1,000 points was it possible to break through to D-level. Lin Feng's fortunate breakthrough this time was also thanks to the system's help. Just as he thought about this, Lin Feng's eyes swept over and subconsciously looked outside the villa. It seemed like his gaze could penetrate the walls and see the outside clearly. There seemed to be something stuck at the entrance affecting the magnetic field around it. Lin Feng decisively got up and walked out quickly. Opening the door, he discovered a recording device attached to the main gate. Lin Feng pressed the play button. After hearing this, "Come to the hospital at the operation site, room 302. Sun Yuan's voice came from inside.
He must have seen the "Do Not Disturb" sign at the entrance, leaving only this message. Lin Feng had a vague sense of foreboding and promptly headed there. The hospital was not far from the action site, and in less than 15 minutes, Lin Feng arrived. Turning the corner to the third floor, Sun Yuan was sitting there in the corridor. "You're here." Sun Yuan noticed someone approaching and looked up. "What's going on?" Without much greeting, Lin Feng looked puzzled. At the same time, his gaze seemed to wander towards room 302 through the thick special glass layers, where he felt a familiar human magnetic field. It seemed a bit like Su Lin, but it was somewhat mixed, so Lin Feng couldn't be sure. Sun Yuan didn't answer but pointed towards the ward, prompting Lin Feng to move closer. Through the thick glass, Lin Feng saw the situation inside and his pupils constricted. He saw Su Lin in isolation clothing, curled up in pain on the bed, with darkened veins visible on her body. "What is happening?" Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, his tone urgent. "Miss Lu assigned her a task while we were out on an escort mission. Due to an accident during the mission and delayed administration of the antidote, this happened." Lin Feng quickly realized. This was intentional on Lu Muyu's part. If she had any motive, it was only to salvage her poor self-esteem. "Miss Qin will be here soon, and there's still hope for her condition. However, Miss Qin also has some words for you." Upon hearing that Su Lin's condition could still be saved, Lin Feng felt a glimmer of hope and nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for her." Soon after, upon learning of Lin Feng's presence there, Qin Wan'er hurried to the hospital. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan astutely dispersed the people around, leaving only the two of them in the empty corridor. "You already know my identity." Qin Wan'er got straight to the point, not hiding anything. "Well, they seem to be spreading the news quite fast." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "So, let's call it even." Both of them now held each other's vulnerabilities, and tearing each other apart was not a good choice. "You know I care about Suku's matters, that's why I had Sun Yuan inform me of the news. So, what do you want?" Lin Feng stared into Qin Wan'er's eyes, questioning her. Qin Wan'er smiled seductively, her graceful figure leaning against the wall, accentuating her curves. She softly said, "I want to make a deal with you. Go to the ability tower, help me steal a few purple source crystals, and in return, I can help you cure her. But, I must warn you in advance, these purple source crystals are personally guarded by Lu Muyu." "What do you mean?" Lin Feng frowned, asking. "What are purple source crystals?" Qin Wan'er smiled faintly, flipping her jade hand and slowly opening her fingers. Inside her palm, she held an irregular purple stone that emitted a faint magnetic field in Lin Feng's eyes. "This is a unique stone of the ability tower, the energy source for its operation. You only need to help me steal 3 of them, but of course, the more you can steal, the better." Lin Feng frowned, gritting his teeth. "You want me to steal this thing? The entire energy of the ability tower comes from it, it must be heavily guarded." "I don't have that ability." Before Lin Feng could finish, Qin Wan'er interrupted. "Don't rush to refuse. The purple source crystals are hidden deep in the ability tower. I don't know the exact location, but they must be on the upper floors. To go up, you need at least a secret code from me and that person surnamed Lu. However, with my ability, I can easily take you up there." Lin Feng recalled how Qin Wan'er had saved Fong Lin from him using her special spatial ability. If she used the same method, she could indeed sneak him into the higher levels. "Then, how do I get out after stealing them?" Lin Feng hesitated. Unexpectedly, Qin Wan'er spread her hands, a smile playing on her lips. "That's none of my concern. How to escape from the ability tower afterward will depend on your skills." Saying that, Qin Wan'er approached the bedside, her gaze falling on Su Lin. "Her condition is not good. An ordinary person's constitution can resist infection, all thanks to her perseverance. I'm afraid in less than 2 days, she will be completely infected, and by then..." Qin Wan'er's words abruptly stopped, and Lin Feng naturally knew what fate awaited Su Lin. Even though she used to be a member of the action department, once infected, she would become a carrier. There would be no way out. "All right, I agree." Lin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze becoming firm. "But you have to promise me one thing." "Go on. Regardless of whether I succeed or fail in the end, you must help her detoxify. Otherwise, I don't know what I might say." Seeing Lin Feng's increasingly sharp eyes, Qin Wan'er was momentarily stunned, her expression subtly changing. "Are you threatening me?" The two were now openly confronting each other, each holding a card to put the other in a difficult position. Lin Feng was not afraid of Qin Wan'er. "In a way," Lin Feng said calmly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, Qin Wan'er's eyes sharp as she stared quietly at Lin Feng. The two locked eyes, neither yielding an inch. "Poof." Qin Wan'er suddenly chuckled, a smile on her face. "Fine, since you're risking your life, I can agree to your request." Lin Feng's success was already uncertain, and if he failed, he might lose his life there. Agreeing to his request was only fair. Lin Feng glanced at the purple source crystals, silently memorizing the unique magnetic fields emanating from them. If there were similar magnetic field fluctuations, Lin Feng could detect them instantly. When do we start? Lin Feng continued to ask. Tonight. With Qin Wanner's connections, Su Lin was taken to a higher-level Ability Tower hospital where she would receive the best treatment. In return, Lin Feng had already arrived at the Ability Tower, waiting in the room prepared in advance by Qin Wanner. This room is closest to the top of the supernatural tower, just a few floors away. With Qin Wanner's ability, she can send Lin Feng up there. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the entire supernatural tower was on high alert. Lin Feng's mission was about to begin. I'll try to send you up as far as possible, but I can't guarantee how far you'll get, Qin Wanner instructed. If you've seen the appearance of the amethyst crystal, there will be guards outside the room, most likely F-level ability users. I've seen what you're capable of. Quietly taking care of them shouldn't be too difficult, Qin Wanner ordered. Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked, can we kill them? If you can escape without being detected, then whether to kill or fight, it's up to you, Qin Wanner replied nonchalantly. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that if he could ensure a safe escape without being discovered, he would make his own decisions. Alright, I understand, Lin Feng said. Let's begin. Lin Feng closed his eyes in silence, feeling the magnetic field changes around him. By sensing the unique magnetic field of the amethyst crystal, he could quickly determine the direction to the upper levels. Calm your mind and don't resist my power, Qin Wanner reminded him. She then placed her right hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. The moment their bodies touched, Qin Wanner's body's magnetic field was amplified infinitely in Lin Feng's perception. Although his eyes were closed, Qin Wanner seemed to become more vivid beside him. This strange sensation was truly unexpected. Soon, Lin Feng felt as if his body was enveloped in a force field that he couldn't control. In an instant, the magnetic field around Lin Feng twisted, as if all perception had been cut off. This feeling of detachment lasted only a moment before returning to normal. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a completely new darkroom. Before he could be surprised, he sensed a strong electromagnetic wave coming from behind him. Was it an ambush? Lin Feng quickly got up and turned around, his pupils shrinking. The electromagnetic wave was not an attack from someone else but from an infected being. In the dimly lit room, a frail and ragged infected being named Bony Rotting Blood Corpse was securely bound to an electric chair with layers of specially made laser ropes. The being was filled with tubes, some extending into the spine, injecting a strange purple liquid, while another tube was inserted into its head, transferring a thick red liquid into a nearby transparent container. Lin Feng promptly put on a bronze mask and began scanning the information of the infected being in front of him. Sea-level infected being, Bony Rotting Blood Corpse. Learning the origin of this infected being, Lin Feng was shocked. Sea level? No wonder. Just standing in front of it, Lin Feng could feel the suffocating and terrifying electromagnetic waves emanating from the sea-level infected being. It turned out to be a sea-level infected being. Does this mean that this sea-level infected being, with its own strength, could bring down the entire survivor city? Lin Feng was deeply shocked by this revelation. Such a powerful infected being was trapped here like this? Fortunately, the bone-corroding blood corpse has fallen into a deep slumber, likely due to the abilities of the Tower of Anomalies. Coupled with the tight security measures around, it prevented any direct signs of awakening from the infected body. Next, Lin Feng looked towards another container. Class C Corpse Essence. The bronze mask quickly scanned the composition of the liquid. Lin Feng was slightly surprised and then moved closer. So, this is the corpse essence? The one that was truly escorted last time, it should be this thing. Despite the container separating them, Lin Feng could feel the surging electromagnetic field inside. This sensation was even more shocking than the electromagnetic field displayed by the corpse species. Although he didn't know the purpose of the corpse essence, the fact that the Tower of Anomalies was willing to extract it from the bone-corroding blood corpse at the risk of danger proved its value. It had to surpass the corpse species. Unfortunately, if Lin Feng's target this time was the purple source crystal, he would probably have to take the container with him and study it carefully. Next, Lin Feng looked at the several tubes stuck in the bone marrow of the bone-corroding blood corpse. The purple liquid flowing inside, from the magnetic field's perspective, was somewhat similar to the purple source crystal. Lin Feng followed the tubes to the wall. He slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness probed, and within a radius of 20 meters, he could sense everything. After sensing the familiar magnetic field, Lin Feng opened his eyes, showing a pleased expression. Found it! Indeed, inside this tube was the power of the purple source crystal being transported. And the unique magnetic field of the purple source crystal was on the other side of the wall. In the next room,
At the same time, through the exploration of the electromagnetic field, Lin Feng also discovered the defense in the corridor, with only 2 people in total. Judging by the intensity of their body's magnetic field, they were both F-level ability users. Dealing with them was simple. But while dealing with them, he also couldn't let them make a sound. Otherwise, it would attract Lu Muyu, and all of Lin Feng's efforts would be in vain. Soon, Lin Feng came up with a good plan. He walked lightly to the door behind the room. He knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Although the sound was not loud, in this incredibly quiet night, it was very clear. The guard responsible for watching nearby immediately looked over. What's that noise? It sounds like someone knocking on the door. Don't be silly, besides us 2 upstairs, there's only Master Lu, who else would knock? Isn't there still an infected body locked in that room? Both fell silent at the same time. Then, one of them gathered courage, took nervous steps, and slowly walked towards the adjacent room. Should we inform Master Lu? The other person asked in a low voice, equally serious. Let's not inform Master Lu for now, maybe it's just our imagination. If we upset Master, we might get scolded. The person reached the outside of the room, took out a personal ID card, ready to open the door to see what was going on. Be careful, that guy inside is. The other person reminded. Don't worry, I know. If that guy goes crazy, even if Master Lu comes, it might not help, right? Click. As the personal information was successfully activated, a gap appeared in the heavy iron door. Then, the person who was about to open the door to see what was happening found their hand, which was reaching out, frozen in midair, as if it had been frozen out of nowhere. Unable to move an inch. What's going on? Weren't you going to? The other person was about to turn around to ask, but their words stopped abruptly. It was as if some force had forcibly grabbed their throat, making their body stiff. Even their own abilities couldn't be activated. Both were deeply shocked, their expressions horrified, muscles tensed, as if trying to resist the sudden force that appeared. But unfortunately, their strength was simply no match for it. Creak. The iron gate in front slowly opened, and amidst the incredulous gaze of the guard, Lin Feng stepped out. He glanced at the person in front of him, then at the guards in the distance, sighing helplessly. Ah, I'm not a cruel killer. You 2 should rest for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! Both of them received a mysterious blow to their heads, even though nothing was seen, and Lin Feng didn't move a muscle. They both fell unconscious. Lin Feng glanced at the guard, raised his hand, and the identity card around the guard's waist flew up and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Then, calmly, Lin Feng walked into the next room. Ding! Scanning the identity card, Lin Feng smoothly opened the room storing the purple source crystals. He casually tossed the identity card aside and walked in slowly. Although the room was dark, in the middle, there were purple crystals placed on the ground, emitting a dazzling purple light that illuminated the entire room, creating a dreamy and mystical atmosphere. From the magnetic field, these should be the purple source crystals. They were all rhombus-shaped, more active and larger in magnetic field compared to the ones Qin Wan'er gave Lin Feng initially, which were more like fragments. They were stored in transparent glass containers that required a key to open. Obviously, the identity card was not qualified. TSK. This surname Lu is quite vigilant. You need a key to take this out. Lin Feng smirked. Since he couldn't open it, Lin Feng had a better idea. That is, to take the containers directly. With Lin Feng's magnetic force field, he could effortlessly carry as much as he wanted. Without hesitation, Lin Feng extended his right hand, and the force field quickly enveloped 3 containers. Then, with a sudden force, crack, the containers were forcibly pulled off the metal connection on the ground by Lin Feng's brute force. The alarm sounded all around. Beep beep beep. Almost at the same time, on a higher floor resting, Lu Muyu suddenly opened her eyes. Oh no! Lin Feng slapped his head, not expecting that there was a security device between the containers and the ground. Now that the device was triggered, the alarm sound could be heard throughout the entire psychic tower. With Lu Muyu's abilities, she could probably arrive here in an instant. Damn it! No time to waste. Lin Feng made a quick decision and continued to act. Crack crack. The other 2 containers were forcefully taken out by Lin Feng. He quickly left the room, not looking for an exit, but came to the room where the bone-corroding blood corpse was held. His gaze fixed on the shackles binding the bone-corroding blood corpse. Oof. Compared to me, you should be more important to the psychic tower. Hiss. 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 Lin Feng exerted his force field to bombard the ion chains on the bone-corroding blood corpse. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, with his E-level magnetic force field, several consecutive impacts could not sever the restraints. It seemed that this C-level infected bone-corroding blood corpse was imprisoned here for a reason, despite only being guarded by 2 F-level psychics. Impressive resilience.
If I can't open them all, how about breaking them one by one?
Lin Feng quickly thought of a solution. He began to concentrate his force field, preparing to break the surface chains one by one.
Lin Feng? You troublemaker! It's you!
Just as Lin Feng was about to continue his attempts, a corridor away, came the angry voice of Lu Muyu. At the sound, Lin Feng subconsciously looked over.
An invisible airflow rushed towards Lin Feng's direction at an extremely fast speed.
Due to its invisible and colorless nature, Lin Feng didn't react immediately, only feeling a slight disturbance in the magnetic field around him.
Bang!
A sudden impact landed on Lin Feng's chest. If Lin Feng hadn't promptly gathered his force field behind him to support his body, he might have been thrown out on the spot. Even so, Lin Feng still spat out a mouthful of blood.
Cough, cough.
Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, his eyes becoming more serious as he gritted his teeth. A D-level Esper, just one level away, and the difference in power is so great?
What is her ability? Something invisible. Could it also be wind?
Lin Feng thought of Tian Jiang, who was killed before, whose ability was the wind element.
I knew you were pretending in front of me before. If it weren't for that despicable Qin Wanner deliberately going against me, do you think you could have lived until today?
Out of the darkness not far away, a figure with cold eyes slowly emerged. It was Lu Muyu, the highest commander of this Esper Tower. Lin Feng's pupils slightly constricted, then he swiftly slapped out a palm.
The distance between the two was certainly less than 20 meters. Lin Feng's Esper could also be fully unleashed. With this slap just now, Lin Feng wanted to regain his dignity. How could he be inexplicably slapped by someone?
Lin Feng couldn't swallow this anger. However, as Lin Feng's magnetic force field attacked, Lu Muyu in the distance seemed to sense something, quietly raising her right hand.
Bang!
A collision like two walls of air erupted in the air with a huge sound, shaking the entire Esper Tower. The guards at the bottom of the tower all heard the commotion above.
What's going on? Is there an intrusion upstairs? That's where Lord Lu is stationed. Who has the audacity to invade the top floor? Humph, let's go help. With Lord Lu there, that person won't get away with it.
Whether they were Espers or ordinary people rushing to support nearby, they all surged up.
Meanwhile, Qin Wanner and Sun Yuan, avoiding the gaze of the crowd, quietly made their way out of the Esper Tower. They're fighting up there.
Qin Wanner gazed into the distance, as if she could see through the walls and witnessed the confrontation between Lin Feng and Lu Muyu. Sun Yuan, with a look of shock on his face, said, Madam Qin, I remember.
Lin Feng is just an F-level Esper, right? If Lu Muyu takes action, won't he have nowhere to escape? Qin Wanner remained composed, just quietly watching the upper levels of the Esper Tower, and slowly said, an F-level Esper? Do you think the collision of F-level Espers could erupt with such a powerful momentum?
At these words, Sun Yuan was momentarily stunned. Qin Wanner paused, withdrew her gaze, and ordered, act separately.
If possible, assist him. Yes.
The battle at the top of the Esper Tower continued.
However, due to the gap in Esper levels, Lin Feng was always at a disadvantage. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The continuous collision of energies even damaged the surrounding walls. Lin Feng's body was covered in wounds, blood dripping incessantly.
Damn! What ability does this crazy woman have? I can't defend against it at all.
Blood gushed from Lin Feng's mouth, his condition somewhat weakened, but he still tried to support his body.
Your ability should be more than just F-level.
Lu Muyu continued to approach, his gaze fixed on the battered Lin Feng, and spoke, if you were an F-level Esper, you wouldn't last even 3 rounds in front of me.
Are you, perhaps a spy for the hidden army? Willing to stay in such a small operation site? Watching Lu Muyu approaching steadily, Lin Feng straightened his body. The hidden army? They're not necessarily good people either.
Then, Lin Feng's eyes swept over to the bone-corroding blood corpse in the room. With a fierce look in his eyes, Lin Feng decisively rushed in. Lu Muyu, calm and composed, snorted coldly and quickly followed. Given Lin Feng's current state, he had no strength to break free from those chains. Once he caught him, he would slowly interrogate him to find out who else in this Esper Tower was a spy for the hidden army. But as Lu Muyu entered the room, her expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng controlled the power, gathering all the blood flowing out of his body into a bloodline, feeding it into the mouth of the bone-corroding blood corpse. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the only evaluation of the bone-corroding blood corpse by the bronze mask. Bloodthirsty. In that case, Lin Feng would awaken it with his own blood.
You're seeking death. Lu Muyu didn't care much either.
If the bone-corroding blood corpse was awakened by the potion, it would take a lot of effort to put it back to sleep. Lu Muyu lightly waved her right hand, causing vibrations in the air, but Lin Feng did not set up a force field to resist. Instead, he directly controlled the force field, twisting the bone-corroding blood corpse in front of him.
The vibration in the air hit an ion chain perfectly.
At the same time, Lin Feng suddenly waved his right hand, adding a magnetic field.
Crack! The sound of the ion chain breaking in the quiet room was deafening.
Lu Muyu's heart tightened as the bone-corroding blood corpse sitting on the electric chair was startled and opened its eyes. Roar! The suddenly awakened bone-corroding blood corpse let out an ancient roar that would make ordinary people's legs go weak just by hearing it. Its bloody red eyes began searching for a target in the room. Fortunately, Lin Feng was hiding behind the bone-corroding blood corpse, so its gaze fixed only on Lu Muyu. Crack! Crack! Seeing Lu Muyu, the bone-corroding blood corpse immediately exerted force, causing the other chains restraining it to emit painful groans. Unfortunately, due to the extraction of too much corpse essence in years without fresh blood replenishment, the bone-corroding blood corpse had lost its peak strength. Otherwise, breaking free from these small iron chains would have been effortless. After doing all this, Lin Feng smirked, hee hee. Do you like the gift I gave you, Lord Lu? With that, Lin Feng's eyes glanced behind him, then gathered all his strength, condensed a force field, and slammed it against the wall behind him. Boom! Although made of super hard alloy, the metal was still ordinary material and couldn't withstand Lin Feng's full force attack. The night wind blew in from outside, through the gap, revealing the night view of the entire city. Without hesitation, Lin Feng leaped with 3 containers of purple source crystals, landing in front of Lu Muyu with a grim expression. Lord Lu, I'll take my leave first. Phew! The night wind surged past Lin Feng's ears as his body plummeted rapidly through the sky, trying to maintain his composure. The attack that just broke the wall had greatly drained Lin Feng's energy. Even for an Esper, the use of their abilities had its limits. It depended on the strength of the Esper's mental power. The stronger the mental power, the longer they could sustain the use of their abilities. According to Lin Feng's self-assessment, he probably couldn't hold on for too long. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng used both hands to condense a force field beneath him, slowing down his descent as much as possible. As for Lu Muyu, Lin Feng wasn't worried. That awakened bone-corroding blood corpse would be enough trouble for her. Of course, it wouldn't have time to come after him. Meanwhile, on the upper level of the Esper Tower, the bone-corroding blood corpse in a frenzied state was surrounded by fluctuating air currents, firmly trapped on the electric chair. At the same time, Lu Muyu looked at the switch of the electric chair at the room's entrance. Lord Lu, we're here. Who dares to intrude the Esper Tower at night? We'll help you deal with him together. With us here, we guarantee that guy won't get away. Several Esper voices echoed in the corridor. However, when they reached the room's entrance and saw the frenzied bone-corroding blood corpse, their faces turned pale in shock. Click! A person's reconnaissance goggles, due to their low level, shattered instantly upon detecting the level of the bone-corroding blood corpse. It's beyond the detection range. This infected being is at least sea level, someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this, others also showed panic. Dealing with a sea-level infected being, even in this weakened state, was as easy as drinking water for this group of people. Although Lu Muyu was guarding the place, she was alone after all. Moreover, Lu Muyu's ability level was only D grade. Leave one person to help me, the rest hurry to chase. Sweat was already dripping from Lu Muyu's forehead as she angrily ordered. Yes, an unlucky E-grade ability user was chosen by Lu Muyu to stay and help. As for those with flying abilities, they flew directly out of the wall gap. Those without flying abilities obediently went downstairs to conduct a ground siege. Lin Feng's focus was mostly on controlling his descent, but even so, he landed heavily on the ground. Looking up, the place he had just fallen from was at least 200 meters away. Without ability assistance, even with the body strength of an E-grade ability user, falling from this height would result in severe injury or death. Lin Feng slightly twisted his body upon landing, causing a minor injury. He could only limp forward. Lin Feng's energy was almost depleted, so he couldn't walk fast and had to occasionally look back to see if anyone was catching up. I see him. Over there. Humph. This guy was injured by Lady Lu, he can't escape far. If we can capture him alive, Lady Lu will surely reward us. Charge. Suddenly, not far behind, there was a commotion. Several people rushed out of the ability tower, including ability users and ordinary combat sequence members. They saw Lin Feng as prey, eager to capture him on the spot. The speed of the ordinary combat sequence members couldn't match that of the ability users, so the ability users were the first to reach Lin Feng. Among the 6 F-grade ability users who stayed in the ability tower at night, some recognized Lin Feng. Lin Feng? It's this guy. He joined the ability tower just a few days ago and he's already a traitor. He must be a spy from the hidden army, infiltrating City E to steal the purple source crystal. Be careful, killing him is fine, but don't waste those purple source crystals. Each of the 6 activated their abilities and almost simultaneously arrived in front of Lin Feng. The threat was imminent, and Lin Feng's eyes blazed with anger. In an instant, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. You forced me to this." Facing the 6 F-grade ability users, Lin Feng took a heavy step forward, his gaze fierce. In a blink of an eye, within a 20-meter radius around Lin Feng, layers of magnetic force fields condensed out of thin air, freezing everyone and everything in place. The 6 ability users in front of him, as well as the ordinary combat sequence members in the distance. None escaped, all controlled by Lin Feng's methods. Even nearing his limit, Lin Feng still had enough strength for a final counterattack. Die! Lin Feng roared, his consciousness on the verge of fading. He controlled the magnetic force field and struck everyone at the back of their heads. It was the weakest spot on the human body. Even for ability users, the back of their heads was the core of their body's magnetic field. When Lin Feng suppressed Zhang Yan's ability, he was actually suppressing the latter's body's ability magnetic field. Even if one blow couldn't take the lives of these ability users, attacking the core of their body's ability magnetic field would likely take a long time to recover their abilities. Unfortunately, such a precise attack had exhausted Lin Feng's last bit of energy. Bang! 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 A series of heavy blows echoed, causing those under attack, whether they were espers or ordinary people, to cry out in surprise. They couldn't comprehend how Lin Feng managed to freeze their bodies in place. But one thing was certain, Lin Feng's esper ability was extraordinary. He managed to escape from Lu Muyu's grasp, even while his esper abilities were suppressed. This proved that Lin Feng possessed remarkable strength at that moment. Thump! Thump! Figures in front of him fell to the ground, unconscious. Lin Feng himself was on the verge of losing consciousness. He had no strength left to flee, his legs giving out as he sat on the ground. Simultaneously, the containers behind him, holding the purple source crystals, were about to fall to the ground as the force field disappeared. The expected crash did not come. Instead, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. With a gentle lift of the hand, he caught the 3 containers. Struggling to turn his head with all his might, Lin Feng saw that it was Sun Yuan. "I never expected you to escape from that crazy woman." Sun Yuan's eyes held admiration and astonishment as he looked at Lin Feng. That was Lu Muyu. In terms of sheer strength, she ranked at the top in Survivor City E. Lin Feng actually managed to escape alive from someone like her and even brought out the purple source crystals. Isn't that just unbelievable? Lin Feng was too exhausted to reply, only staring intently at Sun Yuan with weary eyes. Their goal had been achieved, the purple source crystals were now in Sun Yuan's hands, and he could leave with them whenever he wished. If he wanted, he could even silence Lin Feng on the spot. After all, no one was around to witness it. The atmosphere was tense, and Lin Feng's heart was filled with unease. He was well aware of his situation. However, Sun Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before regaining a smile. "Lin brother, I underestimated you before, I apologize sincerely. You've done a great service to our underground forces this time, and we won't forget this favor. This is not the place to talk, let's go find Lord Qin. He will personally see you safely out of City E." In the vast night, near the Esper Tower in City E, it was unusually bustling. The news of the Esper Tower being attacked spread like wildfire among all nearby patrolling members as if it had grown wings. Although they were all ordinary members of the combat sequence, according to intelligence, the assassin was already at the end of his strength, easily dealt with by a single shot. Therefore, these ordinary people without Esper abilities equipped themselves with firearms and gathered here to hunt down Lin Feng. Everyone wanted to be the first to capture him, perhaps even to receive a reward from the Esper Tower, securing a bright future. "Lord Sun, this area is sealed off for search. Where are you planning to go? Hasn't the suspect been caught yet?" At the end of a wide alley, Sun Yuan was blocked by the members sealing off the road. "Oh?" Sun Yuan raised an eyebrow as he stared at the blocked path. "What? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" "And no, of course not." The man who had just stopped Sun Yuan was now sweating profusely, his voice trembling. "If you wish to leave, no one can stop you. Please." A few lackeys behind him quickly opened the barriers in the center of the road, clearing a path. Who would dare provoke the anger of an Esper? Wouldn't that be seeking death? However, Sun Yuan did not leave but instead scrutinized them with his gaze. The men avoided eye contact, not daring to meet Sun Yuan's eyes. "Do I need to stay here to guard this retreat route? Do you think my strength is insufficient? That if an attacker targeting the Esper Tower appears, I would let them escape from my hands?" The atmosphere froze on the spot. The people were flustered, not understanding Sun Yuan's words. Sun Yuan continued, "As long as I'm here, no one will escape from this retreat route. Quickly go support the others. If that person escapes,
I won't spare you." With these words, the rest of the group suddenly realized that Sun Yuan wanted to guard this road. "Then it's settled. Sun, we'll go support the others first. Let's go." Led by one person, the other members of the regular combat sequence followed suit, until the alley was empty.
Sun Yuan's gaze turned to the dark corner behind him, where Lin Feng was catching his breath heavily, hiding there. On the other side, there was a container holding the purple source crystal. "If you go straight from this place, you'll reach the outskirts of City E, where you'll meet with Lord Qin," Sun Yuan explained. By now, Lin Feng had regained some strength, but he still struggled to stand and walk. So Sun Yuan directly carried Lin Feng on his back, dragging the container with both hands, walking straight through the deserted alley. After an unknown amount of time, the huge plasma barrier above their heads grew closer, and the two arrived in an empty courtyard.
Qin Wanner was waiting there. "Lord Qin, we're back."
Qin Wanner turned around and saw Sun Yuan carrying Lin Feng back, with 3 containers in his hands.
The faint light emitted by the purple source crystal instantly caught Qin Wanner's eyes. Lin Feng had really done it. Cough.
When Lin Feng was placed on the ground by Sun Yuan, the latter cleared his throat lightly and looked at Qin Wanner.
"I've fulfilled my part of the deal. What about yours?" "Sulin has been taken to the best treatment facility in City E.
In less than 2 days, the virus in her body will be completely eradicated," Qin Wanner said slowly.
Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I never expected you would actually do it. And there's quite a lot of purple source crystal too," Qin Wanner couldn't help but admire. To achieve this level of accomplishment with Lin Feng's strength was truly a miracle. "Ha!" Lin Feng chuckled bitterly, pointing weakly at his injuries. It was still a struggle. "What's next? What are you planning to do?" Qin Wanner looked at the heavily wounded Lin Feng and asked. "This is not a place for me to stay."
"I'm leaving," Lin Feng said slowly. Qin Wanner and Sun Yuan exchanged a glance, then smiled faintly.
"Leaving? Ha! Indeed, for you now, at least inside City E, there's no place for you. How about I recommend a place for you?" Lin Feng glanced at her and muttered, "Hidden army?" "Exactly," Qin Wanner nodded.
"Although the hidden army operates within the infected area, the only thing that restrains us is resources.
In addition, we also have technology.
In the early years, many researchers from the Human Alliance joined the hidden army to help us develop." Lin Feng hesitated a bit, then said, "I'll go take a look. I'll make plans after my injuries heal."
Hearing this, Qin Wanner's lips curled slightly.
To her, Lin Feng's response was as good as a promise. After all, within the infected area, besides their hidden army, Lin Feng couldn't find any other safe place. What she didn't know was that within the infected area, Lin Feng's side was actually the safest.
"Let Sun Yuan go with you, and they will be able to accept you smoothly," Qin Wanner glanced to the side and said slowly.
But Sun Yuan frowned.
"But,
Lord Qin, sending 2 people out at the same time, your condition." Before he could finish, Qin Wanner raised her hand to interrupt.
"It's fine. The prolonged suppression has made me more proficient in controlling my abilities. Don't worry about me. However, sending both of you out at the same time, I'm not confident that I can send you to the same place. I still lack control in this aspect."
In other words, leaving City E through Qin Wanner's abilities, the positions of the 2 individuals were not certain.
This, Sun Yuan's expression was somewhat hesitant.
"It's okay," Qin Wanner waved her hand, then took out a compass, bending down to place it in Lin Feng's hand.
"This compass is for mutual positioning. You carry one, and our people will find you first.
You 2 will leave through my ability, without alerting anyone, but
the landing distance will be within 10 kilometers.
Sun Yuan nodded silently. Lin Feng carried the positioning compass, knowing he just needed to find his location later. Standing up, Qin Wanner took a deep breath, her expression turning serious. With a light lift of her jade hand, a flickering blue energy appeared in her palm, swirling around.
Then, the blue energy began to converge towards Lin Feng's direction.
In an instant, it completely enveloped Lin Feng's body.
The sensation was like being trapped in a bubble. Quite marvelous.
Following that, Qin Wanner used the same method to envelop Sun Yuan as well. Then, with a thought, whoosh, the 2 bodies seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing with that strange blue energy before her eyes. At the same time, Qin Wanner heard Lin Feng's final words before leaving.
I entrust her to you."
The compression feeling of spatial movement made Lin Feng fall into a brief slumber. The 3 purple source crystals were also transported out, following Sun Yuan. In his drowsiness, Lin Feng felt as if his body was being lifted and then set down. Splash! A basin of cold water splashed on Lin Feng's face, making his heart tighten, and he opened his eyes. Lush trees surrounded him, with green grass patches.
He was still in the infected area's forest.
However, upon waking up, Lin Feng suddenly realized he was tied to a tree, bound with coarse ropes, unable to move an inch.
4 people stood before him.
Among them were 3 familiar faces. They were the 3 ability users who had ambushed the escort team initially. Besides them, there was a younger face, appearing to be in his early 20s, standing at the back among the 4.
Humph.
Finally awake, Lingering Shadow stared at Lin Feng without turning his gaze, his smile cold. Beside him, old Lu held the radar Qin Wanner had left with Lin Feng, a playful smile on his face.
Lady Qin asked us to come and assist, but
only the one carrying the purple source crystal.
So, what about this person? Carrying a radar that allows us to locate each other?
The thin middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his lips curling slightly into a subtle smile.
Perhaps. This is a gift from Lady Qin to us. This kid's ability is impressive.
The 3 of us are no match for him. Maybe Lady Qin dealt with him and sent him to us, allowing us to extract his ability vein.
Hearing the 3's words, the young man behind frowned slightly and couldn't help but say, Uncle Lu, this person was sent by Lady Qin. Shouldn't we take him back for treatment first? What if he's also an internal member developed by Lady Qin?
But before he could finish speaking, old Lu turned back, giving him a cold look.
Shut up. An internal member? Then why did he attack us last time?
Lady Qin must have seen value in his ability, so she wanted to transfer him to us.
Shaoli, your mental power isn't enough to awaken an ability, but if we can transplant this guy's ability vein, even if your mental power doesn't meet the standard, you can still use the ability.
With that, old Lu's emotions grew more excited, and he continued to speak incessantly.
Do you know what his ability is? The 3 of us, joining hands, couldn't see through it.
Such an ability vein is truly a priceless treasure. Old Lu's gaze towards Lin Feng was now filled with endless greed.
The lean middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng with a sinister expression, then chuckled. Kid, don't worry, we're just going to strip you of your supernatural vein, your life will be spared. Our hidden army's research on supernatural veins even surpasses that of the Human Alliance. By extracting your supernatural vein, we can guarantee your safety.
Lin Feng's gaze towards the few individuals in front of him gradually turned icy.
The so-called supernatural vein is a mutated pathway that occurs in the back of a supernatural being when their powers awaken. This pathway coexists, providing a continuous source of power to the supernatural being. As long as their mental strength doesn't deplete, they can continue to use their powers.
But if the supernatural vein is stripped, the supernatural being becomes useless. Conversely, the supernatural vein can be transferred to another person's body with the right technique. The young man known as Shaoli hesitated for a moment, his expression complex.
I still think this is a bit cruel. We're not sure if he's one of us, if we act rashly. He wanted to say more but was scolded by the lean middle-aged man. Why so much nonsense? We're not sure if he's one of us, but so what? If we make a mistake, we can always apologize later. He shouldn't be angry.
Shaoli wanted to say more but was intimidated by Lao Lu's stern look. Then, Lao Lu drew a dagger from his waist and slowly approached Lin Feng.
What are you planning?
Contour furrowed his brow. We don't have the technology from higher-ups. It's uncertain if we can extract his supernatural vein intact.
Lao Lu smiled faintly, raised the dagger and said, Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. This kid's powers are off the charts. Let's disable his hands and feet first, then take him back for further handling. Although Lin Feng was in a weakened state now, but the shadow left by Lin Feng from before was still vivid. Only this way could he let his guard down. Lin Feng was now gathering all his strength, but it was difficult to activate his powers. The previous consumption was too great, and in this endless night, in a forest where no one would pass by, it was impossible. He was powerless to resist. Kid, don't blame me for being heartless, blame your bad luck. Once I transplant your supernatural vein, your powers will surely flourish. Lao Lu's eyes grew greedier, but as his dagger neared Lin Feng, a flash of insight suddenly crossed Lin Feng's mind.
At the same time, there seemed to be the sound of footsteps, approaching from afar, chaotic and noisy.
Lao Lu's movements slowed for a moment, his expression filled with doubt, his gaze scanning the surroundings. What's going on? Could someone be coming? Shaoli, who had just been driven away by him, now ran over in a panic, his eyes filled with horror. It's bad. There. Infected beings are coming. And it seems like they're surrounding us. What? Contour's pupils slightly constricted, exclaiming in shock. This is the second safe zone of City E. How could there be a large-scale attack by infected beings? Are you mistaken? In order not to be noticed by the people of City E, after capturing Lin Feng, they deliberately brought him to the second safe zone. Without the patrol members of the exploration outpost at night, the zombies' line of sight was obstructed, so they generally wouldn't move. How could there be a zombie siege? Lin Feng, who was tied up on the book, now revealed a sinister smile. I see now. After awakening telepathy,
even beyond the limited range, one can sense each other's situations. In the depths of the mind, I can even sense the direction. No wonder I invested so much in nurturing you, Snake Woman. Just now, Lin Feng's consciousness suddenly sensed an urgent call.
It was indeed the Snake Woman.
She led a group of zombie minions, along with the crimson venomous scorpion, charging swiftly towards the direction where Lin Feng was. Along the way, their momentum alarmed several nearby exploration outposts. However, after nightfall obstructed their vision, those outposts chose to defend with plasma barriers and did not actively engage. Therefore, the Snake Woman and her companions encountered no obstacles and quickly approached the vicinity.
"What are you muttering about, kid?"
Old Lu heard the distant roar of zombies and looked puzzled, scolding angrily. Lin Feng did not respond, but his smile grew more sinister.
"Snake Woman, kill them." Swish! The afterimage moved at an incredible speed.
When it sensed something was amiss, it swiftly flickered, attempting to leave the area.
However, boom! A loud noise rang out.
Despite the afterimage's attempt to dart away, a green figure forcefully pushed it back.
Staggering back several meters, the afterimage finally stabilized.
Looking closely, a tall and fair-skinned lady with green scales covering her body stood before them. Undoubtedly, she was an infected being.
But what kind of creature was she?
The hidden army had countless clashes with infected beings since their headquarters lay beyond the wilderness, within the infected zone.
Dealing with these infected beings was inevitable.
However, the afterimage felt a chill at the sight of this creature, both in appearance and the unique intimidation she exuded.
Could she match his speed or even surpass it?
This infected being's level was likely above F. The Snake Woman, whose speed far exceeded that of the crimson venomous scorpion, arrived first and immediately spotted Lin Feng tied to a tree. In an instant, an unnamed rage surged through her mind. Her green eyes turned crimson and filled with a murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on the group.
The afterimage felt uneasy under the Snake Woman's intense stare, beads of sweat forming on his back. He couldn't understand why such a powerful infected being was present in the second safety zone. Moreover, it seemed like these infected beings had targeted them from the start. With no way out and surrounded by countless zombies, their only chance of survival was to break through the encirclement. Attack together. Break through from here. Forget about that kid.
The afterimage roared in anger. At this critical moment, whether Lin Feng lived or died was no longer important, nor was the significance of his unique abilities. What mattered was their survival.
They couldn't perish here.
All right. Old Lu nodded heavily, and a faint light began to emanate from his body.
Body strengthening. Although it was a common enhancement ability, it was highly effective against ordinary zombies. The sharp claws of those zombies couldn't penetrate his defense.
Old Lu planned to break through from another direction while the unknown infected being engaged the afterimage. Once they escaped the encirclement, his speed would outmatch the average zombie.
However, just as Old Lu contemplated his plan, crack, crack, trees snapped one after another. In the darkness, an immensely huge figure was steadily approaching from a distance.
Its path through the jungle left deep furrows on the ground, effortlessly plowing through even decades-old sturdy trees. When it drew near, Old Lu's pupils contracted in fear, exclaiming, How is this possible? Why is it this beast?" The colossal figure that emerged in the jungle, destroying everything in its path, was none other than the crimson venomous scorpion that had severely injured the E-level infected being, Qi Yuanzhong, during their escort mission.
Wasn't it heavily wounded and fleeing? How could it appear here? But Lao LV didn't have time to react.
Poochie! A sharp claw had already pierced through Lao LV's chest. He belatedly lowered his head and could even see his own crimson heart that had been pulled out, still beating continuously.
The one who made the move was the Snake Woman.
In front of an E-level infected individual, an F-level Esper was basically powerless, especially after witnessing Lin Feng's tragic state. The Snake Woman's demeanor became completely frenzied. It could be said that as long as she saw anyone who had threatened Lin Feng, she wouldn't let a single one go. Moreover, just as Lin Feng had given him an order to kill them. At this moment, Lin Feng's gaze swept to a young man not far away. The other three guys all wanted to dig out their Esper veins, but this young man did not stoop to their level, and even tried to persuade the other three. Because of this act of kindness, Lin Feng decided to spare him.
It could also be considered giving the hidden army some face.
Snake Woman, spare the young man, but the rest, leave none alive. Lin Feng once again commanded the Snake Woman through telepathy. Upon receiving the command, the Snake Woman immediately moved. This time her target was the extremely fast Shadow. Although the latter was a speed-type Esper, the Snake Woman excelled in only two attributes, agility and toxicity. In terms of speed, the Snake Woman far surpassed him. Just as the Shadow's body dashed out, the Snake Woman's figure turned into a green lightning bolt and appeared in front of the Shadow in an instant. He angrily swung his dagger towards the snake woman's chest, but his movements seemed incredibly slow in the eyes of the snake woman. With just a slight shift of her body, she dodged it. Then, swish! The snake woman's hand blade swept across the shadow's neck. Instantly, blood gushed out like a waterfall. The shadow's head flew backward, and his body weakly collapsed to the ground. Only a headless corpse remained. The thin middle-aged man, seeing the tragic state of his companions, immediately changed direction to escape. As he fled, he kept looking back to observe the snake woman's movements. When he realized she wasn't coming after him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Poochie! A poison spike the size of a bowl pierced through his abdomen. The thin middle-aged man looked in disbelief to the side, only to see the crimson venom scorpion more than 10 meters away from him. Yet, its tail spike could accurately pierce his body. Suffering a severe blow, the icy venom immediately spread throughout his body. He felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurry, until he finally closed his eyes. The 3 F-level espers were killed as easily as cutting vegetables. In the end, Lin Feng gave the snake woman a glance, and she turned around, hissing at the noisy group of zombies, issuing some unknown orders. The next moment, the young man was surrounded by the swarming zombies, but instead of being attacked, he was controlled by a dozen or so zombies, who together formed a circle around him. As he walked further away, the snake woman's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lin Feng. Swish swish swish! With a gentle force, the snake woman directly snapped the thick hemp rope, causing Lin Feng's body to lose support and fall down. Seeing this, the snake woman immediately approached. Perhaps due to Lin Feng's weak legs, he fell onto the snake woman's chest, hitting 2 soft mounds. At this moment, Lin Feng finally realized what tolerance leads to greatness meant. Lin Feng was a bit out of breath. He turned his head slightly and took a deep breath. The unique fragrance on the snake woman's body couldn't be replicated by perfume, it was intoxicating. Yet, the snake woman looked at Lin Feng with concern, his body covered in wounds, causing her to fret. Just as she was about to help Lin Feng straighten his body, she heard Lin Feng's telepathic message. Don't move, let me rest for a while. This feeling is quite nice. Survivor City E. Somewhere in a hospital ward. After the surgery, Su Lin lay on the hospital bed, gradually regaining consciousness. Opening her eyes, she found the surroundings somewhat unfamiliar, but there was a familiar face standing by her bedside. You're awake, Qin Wanner said calmly, her expression indifferent yet assessing Su Lin from head to toe, confirming her complete recovery before letting out a sigh of relief. Madam Qin? Su Lin's heart skipped a beat, and she sat up abruptly from the bed, her face showing shock. She then examined her body, where the spread of the virus had manifested with black lines all over. However, at that moment, her body had returned to normal, showing no signs of the previous affliction. What was going on? As long as you're fine, I'll leave, Qin Wanner turned to go, while Su Lin stared blankly at her normal body, then decisively raised her head and asked, Madam Qin, what's happening here? I was infected by the virus, right? Why am I still alive? It was no wonder Su Lin could ask such a question. After all, in the regular combat sequence, once a member was infected by the zombie virus, hardly anyone survived apart from those immediately injected with the antidote serum. The optimal time for antidote injection was only 30 minutes. After that time, the virus had spread throughout the body, and although there were still ways to cure it, the treatment was too complicated. Regular combat sequence members did not have such privileges. She knew all too well the pain of being infected by the zombie virus. But now everything had taken a turn for the better. Why? Seeing Qin Wanner in front of her, Su Lin had a faint feeling. Could it be related to Lin Feng? I can only tell you that Lin Feng saved your life. Qin Wanner regained her composure and said slowly. Lin Feng. Su Lin clutched her clothes tightly, her hands fidgeting incessantly, eager to know the details. Qin Wanner was not a kind person. Could it be so easy for her to ask for help? Impossible. Madam Qin, where is Lin Feng now? Can I see him? Su Lin asked nervously. The two of them now had disparate statuses, and even meeting once was a luxury. But Su Lin wanted to see Lin Feng, to understand what had happened. She didn't want to owe Lin Feng anymore. You can't see him, Qin Wanner said bluntly. Lin Feng stole the purple source crystal from the ability tower and has now been identified by the ability tower as an undercover agent for the hidden army. Last night, Lin Feng escaped from City E, and in the future, you will probably find it difficult to see him again. Qin Wanner laid out the situation plainly, putting an end to Su Lin's thoughts. She and Lin Feng were already people from 2 different worlds. What? Lin Feng is with the hidden army? And he went to steal from the ability tower? This can't be true. Knowing Lin Feng as she did, how could he impulsively do such a thing?
Not to mention whether Lin Feng was an undercover agent for the hidden army. Even if he was, after so many years of undercover work, how could she not have noticed? Moreover, with Lin Feng's way of doing things, he would never willingly take such risks. With his strength, he was not even a match for the ability tower. That's how it is. But Lin Feng did save you. Here, I'll give you some advice. Leave this place, it's not safe here, Qin Wanner said with a heavy heart. If Lin Feng could help Su Lin once or twice, could he continue to help indefinitely? If Lu Muyu was determined to target Su Lin, then the death of an ordinary combat sequence chief was such a trivial matter. Even if there was a misunderstanding, no one would investigate. Yes, Lin Feng saved me. Could it be that all the things Lin Feng did were for me? Su Lin fell into silence, sitting on the hospital bed, not uttering a word. Qin Wanner didn't intend to stay any longer when she saw her like this. She turned around to leave. Just then, the door of the ward was hastily pushed open. Fong Lin hurriedly walked in from outside. Lord Qin, Lu Muyu has brought people here. Oh, Qin Wanner exclaimed, a hint of seriousness flashing between her brows. Why is she here? Before she could finish speaking, a dense and chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor outside the ward. Surround this place, not even a fly can escape. Lu Muyu ordered angrily, her anger evident even through the walls. Soon, accompanied by several espers, she entered the ward. It seemed that Lu Muyu had known Qin Wanner was here and brought people directly to her, questioning, "What are you doing here? The Esper Tower was attacked by Lin Feng last night, where were you?" Faced with Lu Muyu's questioning, an ordinary person might have panicked, but Qin Wanner remained calm. Sleeping? What's the matter? Poof. Lu Muyu sneered, the Esper Tower was attacked, and you were sleeping. Do you even care about the Esper Tower? The two had been at odds for a long time, not just Qin Wanner, but Lu Muyu had also been looking for her handle. Now that she had finally caught one, how could she let it go? He. Qin Wanner remained composed, emitting a cold laugh. I am well aware of what happened last night. Despite someone guarding the Esper Tower, the purple source crystal was still stolen. Who is the one not caring about the Esper Tower? With these words, Lu Muyu's expression changed, staring at Qin Wanner, their gazes locking in a silent confrontation. After a moment, Lu Muyu broke the silence first, a hint of disdain in her smile. Everyone is responsible for this matter, there's no need to argue. I came here this time for her, it has nothing to do with you. With that, Lu Muyu's gaze shifted to Su Lin, continuing, Lin Feng is an undercover agent of the hidden army, and he has been protecting this woman everywhere, even during the 9 Sciences operation under this woman. Perhaps, this woman is also an undercover agent of the hidden army. Qin Wanner furrowed her brows slightly and asked, what do you want to do? Very simple. Lu Muyu's eyes turned cold, having already planned her strategy. Lin Feng escaped from City E, he must have been rescued by the hidden army. Last night, several exploration outposts in the second security zone reported that a large number of infected bodies had gathered, surrounding several espers. Later, a few managed to escape, indicating that Lin Feng did not die but escaped back to the hidden army base. For some reason, Su Lin, upon hearing this news, actually felt relieved. She knew Lin Feng's capabilities, and in the infected area, the threat from espers was much greater than that from infected bodies. The gathering of infected bodies indicated that Lin Feng had indeed been rescued, but not by espers, but by infected bodies. Spread the news, 7 days from now, we will have the woman executed on the spot at the north gate of City E as an undercover agent of the hidden army. If Lin Feng wants her to live, he must trade his life for hers. At the same time, in the 6th security zone. This area, as a security zone that had long since fallen to City E, had been completely occupied by infected bodies. Although these infected bodies had low intelligence, they also possessed a beast-like territorial awareness, with almost every special infected body having its own territory. The Snake Woman was no exception. It seemed that Lin Feng and the Snake Woman had switched roles, as she carried him all the way to her territory. Just an ordinary cave. The crimson venomous scorpion and other infected bodies waited outside. Phew! Lin Feng looked at the wounds on his body and let out a long breath. Although the pain persisted, he was safe now. With his mental strength restored, his physical recovery was only a matter of time. The Snake Woman carefully helped Lin Feng sit down beside a huge rock, her eyes no longer filled with the killing intent from before, but rather with a look of concern. It was strange to see such an expression on an infected individual's face. The intimacy between the two had unlocked a telepathic connection, allowing Lin Feng to receive the Snake Woman's thoughts. Their conversations were all about caring for each other. Unlike in the survivor city of E, there were no medical facilities here, and any injuries had to rely on self-healing. Fortunately, as long as Lin Feng's mental strength recovered, his abilities could be used normally.
His physical injuries did not affect the manifestation of his powers. The snake woman looked at Lin Feng with fiery eyes, her snake tongue flickering rapidly. In his heart, Lin Feng also received the message the snake woman wanted to convey. Don't worry, I have good luck and a strong life force, I won't die. Just let me rest for a while. Lin Feng gently touched the snake woman's forehead from behind, a look of indulgence on his face. It had been a long time since Lin Feng had felt this constantly cared for. But at that moment, a roar echoed outside the cave. It sounded like the growls of zombies mixed with the sound of rocks breaking, even causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Lin Feng frowned, his face darkening. Could it be that the people from the Tower of Abilities were out on a mission? However, the snake woman's expression remained calm. She stood up silently, spat out her snake tongue towards Lin Feng, as if saying, "Please wait, I'll be back soon." At the same time, she explained to Lin Feng, "So, you mean this place wasn't originally yours, and you drove the previous occupants away when you arrived? And now that guy has come looking for you?" Lin Feng stared at the snake woman in astonishment. So that was the case. Although this cave had not been crafted by human hands, it was indeed suitable for living, not only for humans but also for infected individuals. Lin Feng wondered how the snake woman had found this good place. It seemed she had taken it from other infected individuals. The snake woman nodded, then walked out of the cave without hesitation. Although there were crimson venom scorpions guarding outside, Lin Feng's injuries were not fully healed yet. If he encountered an infected individual of the same level, he would definitely be at a slight disadvantage in terms of strength. As for the other ordinary infected individuals, it was even more so. Even a weak F-level infected individual could easily take on hundreds of ordinary infected individuals. As the snake woman left the cave, Lin Feng only heard the swift sounds of battle outside. The sounds of trees breaking and branches snapping filled the air. Lin Feng was lost in thought. Infected individuals fighting over territory, just like humans do? It seems that although they have been mutated by the virus, they have also acquired some human characteristics. Humans not only fight for territory but sometimes even erupt into full-blown wars. Fortunately, the battle between the snake woman and the unknown infected individual was taking place right at the entrance of the cave. Therefore, Lin Feng could use telepathy to communicate with the snake woman. Although he couldn't see the battle outside the cave, by observing the snake woman's status bar with his eyes closed, he could tell her state of mind during the fight. From the beginning, the snake woman's mood kept changing. Excited, serious, focused. It indicated that the snake woman had encountered a worthy opponent, one that made her take it seriously. However, because she did not show any signs of despair, she was not afraid. But it seemed that the battle outside would not end anytime soon. Lin Feng took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, and managed to stand up. After a period of rest, although Lin Feng was still in a severely injured state, he had regained the ability to walk, albeit barely. He supported himself against the cave wall, moving step by step towards the outside. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he also saw the battle between two infected beings. The one entangled with the snake woman was a humanoid white figure, agile and extremely fast in movement. If it weren't for Lin Feng's strong mental power, he wouldn't have been able to see the latter's actions clearly. Upon closer inspection, the white figure was covered in fluffy white fur, resembling a human in appearance, with a pair of rabbit-like furry ears on top of its head. Lin Feng decisively took out a bronze mask and put it on his face. Through scanning, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. E-level infected being, Rabbit Woman. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. As he took off the bronze mask, he observed the Rabbit Woman in front of him. Compared to the Snake Woman, the Rabbit Woman's figure appeared more delicate and petite, as if meticulously sculpted, every curve exuding exquisite beauty. Despite her short stature, her proportions were surprisingly symmetrical, like a delicate porcelain doll. Lin Feng wiped the corner of his mouth and gazed at the Rabbit Woman with an increasingly fervent look in his eyes. "Hey, why fight? We are all family. Look at the mess this has caused." Lin Feng decisively sent a telepathic message to the Snake Woman, signaling her to stop. Although surprised, the Snake Woman did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's intention, quickly withdrawing and coming to Lin Feng's side. The Rabbit Woman, who was fiercely engaged with her, saw the Snake Woman retreat and was about to pursue. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng. Her body, about to strike, paused for a moment. In that instant, the Rabbit Woman widened her eyes, a look of incredulity fixed on Lin Feng. It was as if she had seen the most unimaginable sight in the world. Just a second ago, the Rabbit Woman was fighting hard to reclaim her territory. But now, seeing Lin Feng, the desire to claim the territory had long been thrown out the window. Her cave had actually welcomed such a being. It was her honor. Did she really want to take it back from Lin Feng's hands? Utterly disrespectful. Pure disrespect. The rabbit woman's heart was suddenly in turmoil, feeling flustered. Standing less than 10 meters away from Lin Feng, she twisted her hands, wanting to approach but feeling ashamed. "Come closer." Lin Feng gently beckoned to the rabbit woman, who was first stunned, then excitedly nodded. Taking small steps, she came to stand in front of Lin Feng. Ding! Host successfully subdues E-level infected being rabbit woman, rewarded with mental power plus 100. Subduing E-level infected beings reaches milestone number, March 3rd, rewarded with a grand prize draw. Next milestone, March 10th. The mechanical female voice of the system sounded in his ear. Lin Feng's lips curled up, revealing a kind smile. At the same time, he placed a hand on the rabbit woman's head, gently caressing it. Unaware, the snake woman standing beside Lin Feng was looking at the affectionate rabbit woman under Lin Feng's touch with eyes full of murderous intent. A sense of jealousy quietly spread. Intimacy plus 5, intimacy plus 5, intimacy plus 5. Maximum intimacy through caressing reached. Loyal fan, E-level infected being rabbit woman. Current intimacy, 80 out of 100 current status. Excited evolution to D-level requires materials, 5 E-level corpse seeds or 25 F-level corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy. Back in the cave, Lin Feng first raised his intimacy with the rabbit woman to the maximum through caressing. The rest would depend on the interaction between the two to gradually increase their intimacy. Lin Feng sat leaning against a rock. The rabbit woman obediently squatted beside him, hugging her knees, gazing at Lin Feng with bright eyes full of love. However, the snake woman's mood was not as good. Lin Feng glanced over, loyal fan, E-level infected being snake woman. Current intimacy level, 202/500 current status, lost evolution to D-grade requires, 5 E-grade corpse seeds or 25 F-grade corpse seeds. Next intimacy level unlock, circular positioning. It seems that because he treated the rabbit girl too well, she got jealous. Lin Feng never expected that he would make two infected individuals jealous because of him. However, although both of them are infected individuals, their evolution directions are both approaching that of humans. Perhaps it's genetic selection, believing that the human form is the most suitable for combat. Just as Lin Feng was about to retract his right hand as petting couldn't increase intimacy any further, the snake woman unexpectedly approached as well. She lay on the ground in a very seductive posture, her head leaning towards Lin Feng's left hand, seemingly wanting his touch too. She didn't want to see the rabbit girl being pampered alone, she wanted it too. Helplessly, Lin Feng had to treat the snake woman the same way as the rabbit girl, gently stroking her head. The sensations of the two were completely different. The evolution of the snake woman's human form seemed to be more thorough. If it weren't for the fact that the snake woman's clothes didn't cover her body, Lin Feng would have asked her to use scales to conceal herself. Otherwise, the snake woman would hardly differ from a normal human woman. The rabbit girl was different. She still had soft fur on her body, which felt quite comfortable to touch. Although she looked human, touching her felt like petting a well-behaved little rabbit. "Alright, you two, stop fighting. You're family." Lin Feng felt a bit tired and withdrew his hand. The snake woman and the rabbit girl glanced at each other. There was a hint of collision in their eyes. But with Lin Feng's command, they probably wouldn't continue to quarrel. Putting aside their affairs, Lin Feng began to delve into other aspects. Just when he had subdued the rabbit girl, the system also gave him a chance for a big draw. Lin Feng was very excited. What good things could his system draw out? System, start the draw. The next second, a huge roulette wheel quickly appeared in front of Lin Feng. In the middle was a huge pointer, extremely delicate, and there were at least hundreds of rewards on the wheel. As Lin Feng observed the rewards on the wheel, he was stunned. Besides some supernatural abilities, there were even special thermal weapons? Weapons like plasma weapons that could harm special infected individuals, neutron weapons, and even nuclear weapons for mass destruction were all there. The system was indeed generous. Ding! System prompt, only one item from the roulette wheel will be retained. Once selected, it will be immediately obtained, and the same item will not appear again in this round of drawing. Asking the host if they want to start the draw. Yes. The rules of the system's draw were quite user-friendly. The item drawn this time would disappear from the wheel. Things that Lin Feng didn't need, even if drawn, could be avoided in the next draw. If it were the company called Tingshuan in the world he was in before, even with hundreds of chances to draw, he probably wouldn't get what he wanted. As Lin Feng gave the order, the wheel started spinning. The pointer rotated rapidly, so fast that the human eye couldn't catch it. Lin Feng looked helpless. It seemed like this was simply a luck-based draw. As the pointer slowly came to a stop, it pointed to one side. Swish! The reward corresponding to the wheel instantly turned into a stream of light, all information disappearing from the surface of the wheel and merging into Lin Feng's mind.
Passive ability, F-grade life source, initial enhancement of recovery ability, doubling of mental recovery rate. Seeing the system's introduction, Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Passive ability, isn't it equivalent to a permanent enhancement, not under one's control, but fully owned? This is a very special category among all ability users. Although only at the E level, the recovery ability is not as amazing as imagined, but it is a constant reinforcement. Lin Feng was naturally excited. With a touch of green light merging into Lin Feng's body, a sense of comfort from the inside out instantly filled Lin Feng's body. The body, which was weak just a moment ago, was now filled with strength. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng was amazed to find that some of the wounds on his body were visibly healing at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Like some simple scratches, according to the physique of an ability user, recovery might take a day. But now, they were being repaired in an instant. No flaws could be seen at all. At the same time, there were new changes in Lin Feng's data card. Closing his eyes. Host, Lin Feng. Charm, 100,000, upper limit, strength, 35 agility, 32 endurance, 30 mental power, 280 ordinary infected fans, 1920 ability, E-level ability magnetic force field, F-level passive ability source of life possessing two abilities at the same time. Such individuals are not unheard of in the ability tower. It is said that those with innate talent can awaken dual abilities. But Lin Feng's limit of carrying abilities is far more than just two. In the future, when the system draws lots again, he can draw more abilities for himself. Lin Feng's emotions were somewhat excited, his mouth already unable to suppress the rising corners. In just a few days, he had already born two abilities. It could be said that he was both offensive and defensive. This time, if he were to encounter Lu Muyu again, even if he couldn't beat her, he wouldn't be so embarrassed when escaping. Just wait. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his expression becoming increasingly fiery. Lu Muyu, for the injuries you caused me before, I will take them all back bit by bit. Before his words fell. Buzz. The bronze mask hanging at Lin Feng's waist was trembling slightly. Picking it up, he saw a microphone-like device on the side of the bronze mask, as if someone was actively contacting him. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly and pressed the button beside it. With a crackling sound, Xin Wanner's voice came from inside the mask. Lin Feng, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I didn't protect her well. The voice on the other end, perhaps due to poor signal, sounded a bit choppy. However, Lin Feng could still make out that it was Xin Wanner's voice. Lin Feng grabbed the bronze mask, feeling a sense of foreboding. What happened? She committed suicide in prison. Even someone as strong as Xin Wanner, when she said this, her voice trembled slightly. She didn't fulfill what she promised Lin Feng. What? Lin Feng's expression was slightly stunned, feeling an unnamed anger surging in his chest, instantly furious. On the other end, Xin Wanner detailed what had happened. It turned out that when Su Lin was taken away by Lu Muyu, Su Lin had somehow taken a surgical knife from the ward. And the management of Su Lin's confinement in the ability tower was lax. Just last night, Su Lin used the surgical knife to cut her wrist, bled too much, and died. When she was found, there was only Su Lin's cold body in the prison. And because Lu Muyu believed her plan had been disrupted, in a fit of anger, she had someone inject the zombie virus into Su Lin's body. At this moment, Su Lin had become an infected individual. Hearing Xin Wanner describe what had happened, everything seemed to unfold before Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng glared angrily, gritting his teeth, squeezing out each word through clenched teeth. Lu Muyu, I will definitely kill you. Make you die a horrible death. Unable to do anything to herself, she directed her anger at the defenseless Su Lin. One is the highest leader of the ability tower, while the other is just a section chief in the ordinary combat sequence. The difference in status is vast. Even if Li Muyu were to kill Su Lin in the street, it is unlikely that anyone would say much. That person surnamedly said that he will execute Su Lin at noon on the 7th day. What are you going to do? Xin Wanner suddenly asked. Xin Wanner was unsure whether she should inform Lin Feng of this news. If he found out, he might get into trouble because of a sudden impulse. But if she didn't reveal the truth of the matter, how would she face Lin Feng in the future? I will take her away, Lin Feng said decisively without hesitation. She had already died once because of him. Lin Feng didn't want her to die a second time. In any case, he had to take Su Lin and leave that cursed place. When she was human, she was framed and killed, and now her body was injected with the zombie virus and was to be executed as an infected individual. This kind of ending was all because of him. The call was slightly interrupted, and Xin Wanner's voice was intermittent. The channel in your mask might be detected by the ability tower. So, I can only contact you this time. If you really want to come, I can help you. Crack! With a crackling sound of interference, their call was abruptly cut off. Shinwana was taking a big risk by contacting Lin Feng, as once the Human Alliance's monitoring department caught wind of it, Shinwana's identity would be exposed. Therefore, when she decided to contact Lin Feng through this channel, Shinwana was ready to cut off the connection at any time. This way, even if the Human Alliance had ill intentions, they wouldn't find any leverage. Swish! Despite not having fully recovered, Lin Feng suddenly stood up, his expression firm. The snake woman crawled up in confusion and threw out a question through telepathy. There's no time left. How many infected individuals like you are nearby? Take me to find them, Lin Feng ordered. Currently, the only way for Lin Feng to quickly increase his strength was to find and subdue infected individuals to enhance his mental power. As long as Lin Feng's ability level could be raised to D rank, under the same ability level, Li Muyu would definitely not be his match. Even with his eyes closed, he could rely on his abilities to outmatch her. And the best way to find infected individuals was to seek help from the snake women. Fortunately, the rabbit girl was more familiar with the situation in the 6th safe zone. The rabbit girl perked up her ears and made gestures as if saying something. Unfortunately, Lin Feng and the rabbit girl did not have awakened telepathy, so they couldn't understand her words. Are you saying, you want to come with me? Lin Feng asked tentatively. The rabbit girl nodded repeatedly, and only then did Lin Feng understand the meaning of her actions, signaling to the snake woman with his eyes. Good. Let's go now. Leaving the cave, the rabbit girl led the two of them straight in one direction. The injuries of the crimson poisonous scorpion had not yet healed, so Lin Feng let it stay outside the cave to recuperate. There would be a place where he could use it. Lin Feng had made up his mind. Within 7 days, he would encounter as many infected individuals as possible and bring them over. Even if he was unlucky and didn't come across a D-rank infected individual, there was still a possibility of breaking through to D-rank himself. Furthermore, if his strength was insufficient, he would make up for it with quantity. If Lin Feng got annoyed, he would bring all the zombies he could find and have a zombie siege. He didn't believe that under the crisis of East City's fall, Li Muyu would dare not hand over the person obediently. On the way forward, the rabbit girl kept gesturing and talking, but Lin Feng's gaze turned to the snake woman. Only then did she reluctantly explain. Through telepathy, the snake woman explained what the rabbit girl was saying. Originally, what she meant was that many of the infected beings who used to seize territory with the rabbit girl were now the opponents the rabbit girl was looking for. However, she believed that with Lin Feng's charm, he could easily make those infected beings submit. Lin Feng's serious expression slightly softened, then he pinched his own cheek. That's natural, it's just that the people in City E can't see my charm, or maybe it's you guys who have good taste. Before long, the group arrived at a muddy swamp. Staring at the stinky mud swamp in front of them, a foul stench wafted over, causing Lin Feng to furrow his brow and point at the swamp in front of him. Here? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden movement beneath the mud swamp in front of them. Swish! Swish! 2 mud-congealed spikes shot towards Lin Feng's direction, but the snake girl reacted swiftly and rushed forward. Her right hand was instantly covered in green scales. Bang! Bang! The 2 spikes were easily resolved by the snake girl, and she looked at the rabbit girl disdainfully with a smug expression. Seeing this scene, the rabbit girl rolled her eyes directly. The scene of the 2 of them being jealous of each other made Lin Feng somewhat speechless. Gurgle gurgle. Inside the mud swamp, a few bubbles gradually emerged. Then, a crocodile-like head emerged from the mud swamp, cautiously eyeing Lin Feng and the others. But when its eyes met Lin Feng's, the once fierce crimson eyes of the crocodile suddenly became pure and innocent. Puff! The massive body, like a whale breaching the water, excitedly bared its teeth and claws, ready to pounce towards Lin Feng. Ding! Host successfully tamed E-level infected being's serrated poison crocodile, reward, plus 100 mental power, bang. Lin Feng waved his hand, and an invisible force field immediately held the serrated poison crocodile in mid-air. Its body was nearly 4 meters long, and if it had pounced and knocked him down, several bones might have been broken. Although Lin Feng had awakened the passive ability of the life source spring, his body was not made to withstand such attacks. Looks decent. What caught Lin Feng's attention was the massive body of the serrated poison crocodile and its sharp black-purple poisonous claws. This fellow had tough skin, and judging by the electromagnetic field emitted by living organisms, the serrated poison crocodile's electromagnetic field was on par with the crimson venom scorpion. It was undeniable that its combat power was formidable. When facing an E-level Esper alone, its chances of winning were greater than the chances of death. Among E-level infected beings, the crimson venom scorpion's strength ranked at the top tier. The serrated poison crocodile before them was almost on par in terms of strength. Let's go! Keep searching.
In a short while, Lin Feng's mental power increased once again. At this rate of efficiency, Lin Feng only needed to raise his mental power to 1000 to elevate the magnetic force field to D level. In the 6th safety zone, the rabbit girl was aware of several special infected beings. After taming the serrated poison crocodile, under the rabbit girl's lead, they immediately headed in another direction.
Along the way, they encountered many ordinary infected beings.
Most of them roamed around and did not attack other infected individuals they encountered. In fact, upon seeing Lin Feng and the snake girl beside him, they would approach willingly, not just because of Lin Feng's appearance. Being with these infected beings, Lin Feng also made some new discoveries. Although their intelligence had been completely erased by the virus, fundamentally, whether animal mutations or human mutations, they possessed some human characteristics. Moreover, as their infection level increased, their intelligence would gradually improve. It seemed that the influence of the infection virus on them was only significant when their infection level was low. This reminded Lin Feng of the rumors he had heard when he first arrived in this world about viruses.
The apocalyptic scene of humanity today is said to be the result of a research experiment conducted by various countries.
The experiment's failure led to a virus spreading in the world, causing uncontrollable mutations, eventually resulting in the current apocalypse.
However, this explanation was denied by the Human Alliance.
They claimed that it was just a chemical leak that caused the virus to spread. Seeing some humanoid symptoms in the infected, Lin Feng couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard.
Could it be that the global pandemic was related to the Human Alliance?
However, Lin Feng only briefly considered this and was not interested in how the virus originated. His priority now was how to rescue Su Lin from City E. Suddenly, the rabbit woman leading the way ahead stopped in her tracks. With a vigilant look around, Lin Feng also observed but found nothing. After the magnetic field was upgraded to level E, Lin Feng's perception range reached 20 meters.
Any slight movement within this range couldn't escape his notice.
The rabbit woman looked puzzled, standing still and looking around in confusion. She then began to sniff the air, as if trying to locate something by scent. There was a strong smell of decaying protein in the air, completely different from the scent of the path they had just walked. Through the smell, Lin Feng could confirm the presence of infected individuals. But at such a close distance, could they evade his magnetic field perception? Lin Feng was skeptical. The rabbit woman walked a few meters forward, following a particular scent, and looked in a certain direction. But her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly ran towards something. Seeing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly and signaled for the snake woman and others to follow. As they approached, Lin Feng saw a corpse of a humanoid infected individual, with rotting skin revealing bones and marks resembling lightning strikes. It was evident that this infected individual had been dead for some time and had been killed by an esper. Through the bronze mask, Lin Feng couldn't determine the level of this infected individual, but since the rabbit woman had led him to it, it should be at least level E. Only level E espers could kill such a level of infected individuals.
An esper from the Esper Tower using such methods? Why haven't I heard of this before?
Lin Feng muttered to himself. When interacting with Qin Wanner, Lin Feng had gained some knowledge.
Qin Wanner had mentioned some particularly powerful espers in the Esper Tower. There were no espers with lightning abilities among them.
And in the entire Esper Tower of City E, the only one worth guarding against was Lu Muyu. Her esper ability was called Vibrational Wave, which could control spatial vibrations within a certain range.
The strange attack she used against Lin Feng was a manifestation of this ability. If it's not an esper from the Esper Tower, could it be from the hidden military? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng couldn't come up with a definite answer. Upon observation, the chest of the infected individual had been cut open, and the esper who killed it did so for its corpse seed. Seeing the death of this infected individual, the rabbit woman also showed a hint of sadness, fleeting but clearly visible to Lin Feng, because her emotional state could be seen in the status bar above her head. From doubt at the beginning to loss. It seemed that even among infected individuals, there were emotions of empathy. The rabbit woman stood up straight, looked in another direction, and pointed with her finger. The snake woman immediately explained through telepathy. Her meaning was to continue in that direction. The infected bodies known to the rabbit woman are all above level F, which is the most important combat power for Lin Feng. However, no matter where the group went under the leadership of the rabbit woman, they only saw infected bodies that had been dissected for their corpse seeds. It seems like all these high-level infected bodies in the 6th safety zone have been cleansed. Perhaps the saw-toothed venomous crocodile managed to escape a disaster due to the special nature of its nest. How is it possible that so many E-level infected bodies have all been killed? Arriving at the last nest, looking at the infected bodies in front of him that had been dissected for their corpse seeds, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Who did this? Who has the strength to carry out such a thorough cleansing? Even with the ability tower in City E, it would be difficult for others to accomplish this without Lu Muyu personally taking action, right? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, the rabbit woman, through her keen sense of smell, immediately scanned to the side with her eyes, as if her gaze could penetrate the jungle. At the same time, muttering something in her mouth, the snake woman immediately explained to Lin Feng through telepathy. Oh, after listening to the snake woman's explanation, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction the rabbit woman indicated. Are you saying there are many dangerous humans over there? 6 E-level corpse seeds, 17 F-level corpse seeds. Our harvest this time is far from enough. In the bushes, several people dressed in soft armor were resting. A red-haired man counted the corpses in front of him, of all kinds, but no matter how he counted, the total number would not change. There are not many infected bodies on the outskirts of the infected area, and they are not easy to find. If we want to complete the mission, we can only go deeper into the infected area. The short-haired woman on the other side said. Go deeper into the infected area? Isn't that a bit much? The red-haired man waved his hand repeatedly, laughing. We can see who kills who on the outskirts of the infected area, but once we go deeper, we may encounter D-level infected bodies. Although one D-level corpse seed can keep us inactive for a month, even if all of us together, we can't handle a single D-level infected body. There were a total of 5 people present, all E-level ability users. They had different appearances but wore the same gray armor that tightly adhered to their skin surface, only exposing their hands, feet, and heads. The rest of their bodies were protected by the armor. There was one exception. He had a slender figure, a handsome face, sitting at the edge, the most vulnerable position if ambushed. The armor on him was blue, obviously of a higher level than the others. The 5th safety zone of City East is close to collapse. There must be many lingering infected bodies. After we thoroughly sweep the 6th safety zone, we will go to the 5th safety zone. The man in blue armor spoke slowly. The others nodded in agreement without objection. Just then, a sharp-eyed man in the team suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on a certain direction, a faint blue light shimmering in his eyes. His sudden reaction made the others also pause, but they quickly prepared for battle. What's wrong? Is there a situation? The red-haired man looked around vigilantly, not missing any movement, no matter how small. Yes, someone is heading towards us. The sharp-eyed man nodded. A person? Not an infected body? The short-haired woman looked slightly puzzled. This was the 6th safety zone of City E, which had already fallen. Even if the City E ability tower sent someone, it would not be possible for them to come alone. Who could this person be? It's a person, but wearing a mask, so I can't see the face clearly, the sharp-eyed man said slowly. His ability was vision, able to see through all obstacles, but what was behind the obstacles looked slightly different from normal. So, hidden behind his mask, he couldn't see the face of the approaching person clearly. Humph. The man in blue armor stood up, sneering. Charging straight at us, it seems like it's for us. If they're not members of the E-City Supernatural Tower, then they must be from the Hidden Army. Before the words had even finished, crack! From the side bushes, as if struck by some mysterious force, trees broke, branches scattered, and dust rose in the air. The 5-person team immediately fell back, their positions well organized, clearly indicating they had undergone special training. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the smoke, walking slowly forward. Why so tense? I'm not an infected. Lin Feng's relaxed voice rang out as he casually stepped out. His gaze immediately fixed on the pile of corpses next to the 5 individuals. Oh, seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. No wonder Tu Nu could only find the bodies of the infected. It turns out they all died at the hands of these people. At the same time, Lin Feng looked at these people in front of him and was surprised to find that all 5 of them were E-level supernaturals. Working together, they could indeed defeat them one by one and collect so many corpses. Are you from the Supernatural Tower or the Hidden Army? Lin Feng asked. His attention was focused on the armor these people were wearing. He had never seen anything like it at the East City Supernatural Tower. It seemed to be specially made armor for supernaturals. Friend, before asking these questions, shouldn't you first reveal your own identity? And who are you? The leader of the blue-armored men questioned. Idiot, Lin Feng chuckled. If I wanted you to know my identity, why would I wear a mask? But I can tell you for sure, I'm not from the Supernatural Tower, nor am I from the Hidden Army. I just came to see who had the strength to clean up the infected nearby. After hearing this, the 5-person team was also puzzled, uncertain if Lin Feng was a friend or foe. Boss, the detector shows this guy's power level is only E. Should we take him down before making a conclusion? The sharp-eyed man stepped forward and asked. The man in blue armor's eyes narrowed slightly, shaking his head.
we don't know if he's a friend or foe, don't act recklessly. Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, Lin Feng smiled, waved his hand, looking somewhat disappointed, and said, "It's okay, I just came to take a look. You guys do whatever you need to do." With that, Lin Feng turned around, took a step, and was already 10 meters away. Watching Lin Feng leave, the man in blue armor pondered for a moment, suddenly remembering something. "Right. Do you remember there's a special type of infected? Their size and intelligence are closest to humans. Even if they're only E-level, they can communicate just like normal humans." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze fixed on him. "Boss, are you saying that the guy just now is not human, but an infected?" the red-haired man exclaimed. The former nodded. "Exactly. The biggest ability of this type of infected is camouflage. Sometimes they can even disguise themselves as humans. The only thing that's hard to hide is the infected features on their faces. The guy just now was wearing a mask, definitely to conceal the symptoms on his face." Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. So the person just now was an infected. They had all been deceived. "How cunning. Boss, what should we do?" the sharp-eyed man asked tentatively. "Follow him. Kill him." Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lin Feng left, he kept sighing. "Ah, still can't indiscriminately kill, huh? My moral standards are still too high. If it were someone else in that situation just now, wouldn't they have killed everyone and taken all the corpse seeds? Tisk tsk. It seems that having a high moral standard is not necessarily a good thing. After all, having crossed over, Lin Feng had only undergone a year of training and had not yet experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. He still adhered to the moral standards he believed in from his previous life. However, after leaving, Lin Feng felt a bit regretful. So many corpse seeds given to them for nothing, isn't that a waste? If he used them for himself, he could help the snake woman evolve and break through to D rank. Feeling dejected, rustling came from the bushes beside him, and the snake woman and rabbit woman appeared in front of Lin Feng. Crack! A thick tree branch snapped, and the saw-toothed venomous crocodile lay lazily on top of it. Lin Feng was about to give the order to move on and try their luck elsewhere. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look behind him. Sensing someone intruding into the magnetic field, Lin Feng's expression was a mix of amusement and confusion. "Do you really have to make me accept before you'll leave me alone?" "Boss, your guess was right. That guy just now was an infected individual. And there are 3 E-rank infected individuals with him. We've hit the jackpot," the eagle-eyed man exclaimed excitedly. In his sight, Lin Feng and the snake woman were clearly visible, with nowhere to hide. 4 E-rank infected individuals? Ha ha ha. The man in blue armor grinned triumphantly, saying, "Altogether, we have collected 10 E-rank corpse seeds. Enough to go back and report." His expression turned cold instantly as he gave the command. "Get them! Surround them! Don't let a single one escape!" "Yes." The man at the end of the group took a step back, hands outstretched as if throwing something. The next moment, sizzle, 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 plasma barriers rose abruptly, spreading forward from the man's position. "Oh!" Lin Feng looked up and saw the speed of the barriers was astonishing, enveloping them in an instant. The snake woman reacted first, stepping forward to shield Lin Feng, her expression turning fierce as she vowed to protect his safety at all costs. The previously lazy saw-toothed venomous crocodile, upon realizing the situation around it, also moved to stand in front of Lin Feng, baring its teeth menacingly. "Humph, if I hadn't been vigilant just now, you might have fooled me. In this place, besides the Tower of Abilities and the Hidden Army, there are only infected individuals." The voice of the man in blue armor grew closer, and several figures flickered as a group of 5 descended from the sky through the forest, landing right in front of Lin Feng. "Tsk tsk. Lin Feng sized up the 5 of them, clicked his tongue, and sighed deeply. "No choice. If you had escaped just now, it would have been a win-win situation. Since you've been discovered by us, we'll just have to kill you," Lin Feng said helplessly. "Humph, just infected individuals, yet you speak so boldly." The red-haired man snorted, clenching his right hand suddenly. Whoosh! A purple-red flame ignited in his hand, exuding a formidable aura. "Boss, leave the masked one to me, I will personally dig out his corpse seed," the red-haired man vowed earnestly. But upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled, "Hee hee. All right, if you can manage it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand slightly and snapped his fingers. The red-haired man was about to charge forward but suddenly found that his body seemed to have frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Even the purple flame burning on his right hand was gradually extinguished under some mysterious force's influence. Lin Feng was continuously disrupting the red-haired man's supernatural pulse with a magnetic force field, causing the magnetic field of the latter's supernatural pulse to become chaotic, rendering him unable to use his powers. At the same time, these 5 individuals were instantly controlled by Lin Feng's magnetic force field. The blue-armored man who had just tried to move was horrified to find that his body was as if stuck in quicksand, unable to move an inch. It felt like his body was being compressed by the surrounding space, making any movement impossible. Just a moment ago, he had vowed to deal with them, but the next second, he was completely controlled by some mysterious force. What kind of power was this? They couldn't fathom it. At this moment, Lin Feng also took off his bronze mask, revealing his handsome face. You. The blue-armored man saw Lin Feng's face clearly, his eyes filled with even more astonishment. This face clearly belonged to a human. But how could a human stand unharmed next to 3 infected individuals? Not only did the 3 infected individuals not attack him, but they were also protecting him. How was this possible? What was happening before their eyes was beyond their comprehension. Surprised? Seeing that I am human. Lin Feng touched his face and then looked ahead with a slightly regretful gaze. Unfortunately, now that you've seen my face, you must die. It has nothing to do with any grudges between you and me. With that, Lin Feng raised his right hand, ready to personally use the magnetic force field to kill the people in front of him. However, halfway through the action, Lin Feng suddenly looked towards the snake women beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had another good idea. Snake women, Lin Feng spoke slowly. I entrust you with a task, at any cost, kill him. As he spoke, Lin Feng's gaze swept over to the red-haired man in the distance, who suddenly felt the restraints on him disappear. He could move freely again. Without much thought, the red-haired man decisively turned around and ran. He was no match for Lin Feng. If not now, then when would he run? However, just as he dashed out 3 or 4 meters, bang! It was as if he had collided with an invisible wall, and his body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Thought you could leave? Lin Feng, in the distance, said impatiently. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you can defeat my snake women, then I'll let you go. Instructing the snake women to fight the red-haired man in front of him was not out of any special malice on Lin Feng's part but to develop the snake women's combat abilities. Normally, at the same level, the strength of a supernatural being should surpass that of an infected individual. This was because humans had undergone rigorous training before becoming supernatural beings, and in terms of combat experience, they were definitely superior to these simple-minded infected individuals. Without Lin Feng by their side, the safety of the snake women could not be guaranteed. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to cultivate their combat experience. Are you sure? The red-haired man's eyes lit up. Although he was not a match for Lin Feng, what could a mere snake woman, even if she had evolved to E-level, do? They had information about the snake women in their database. He knew their weaknesses very well. Sure and certain, Lin Feng nodded. Then, he turned around and gently touched the snake woman's forehead. Don't worry, just do your best. Whatever you can achieve, strive for it. The snake woman was initially worried, but seeing the confident look in Lin Feng's eyes, she nodded decisively. Swish! The snake woman's body was like a streak of blue light, darting fiercely from her original position. The red-haired man, on the other hand, let out a light shout, and immediately a layer of purple-red flames surrounded him from head to toe. Knowing the snake woman's weakness, he was confident that he could take her down in one round. Thinking of this, the red-haired man stepped forward, and as they drew closer, the snake woman opened her mouth wide, suddenly spraying a green poisonous mist. At the same time, her sharp claws followed suit. The snake woman intended to use the mist to obscure vision and conceal her attack. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging the snake woman's combat intelligence, albeit lacking practical experience. Humph! The red-haired man snorted coldly, petty tricks. He also took a deep breath and exhaled a burst of flames from his mouth, instantly melting the poisonous mist upon contact. Simultaneously, the snake woman's extended claws were stimulated by the high temperature. Ah! The snake woman screamed, attempting to retract her arm, but the red-haired man's attack was already upon her. Gotcha! If successful, he could directly disable one of the snake woman's arms. However, at that moment, a sudden force pulled the snake woman's body away, narrowly avoiding the strike. Without a doubt, it was Lin Feng intervening. You! The red-haired man glared at Lin Feng, questioning his interference. Lin Feng wore an innocent expression, grinning. I only said you could leave if you won, but I never said I couldn't intervene. In your current situation, you dared to negotiate terms with me. Shameless! The short-haired woman exclaimed angrily. If you interfere, how can we win? You never intended to let us go. Not only her, but the others also glared at Lin Feng, unable to move but expressing their condemnation through their eyes. Hey, you're right. Lin Feng smirked, pointing at the short-haired woman, teasingly asking, you walked right into this, why blame me for not letting you go?
For a moment, everyone fell silent. In each person's mind, two words surfaced: shameless. Lin Feng's actions were merely using them as practice targets for these infected beings. Did he even consider them as human beings? Humph. The blue-armored man snorted, his eyes blazing with anger. You fool, dare you face me and them alone? If I win, we leave. The others also displayed expressions of defiance. In terms of battle experience, they had all fought their way out of tough situations. Were they afraid of these infected beings before them? I dare not. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying seriously. Instantly, the expressions on their faces turned to stone. Could he be any more unreasonable? Lin Feng wore a look of amusement, slowly explaining, "You're all in my hands now, yet you still negotiate with me? As practice targets, you should be prepared for it." A sense of inexplicable humiliation crept into everyone's hearts. Regardless, in the survivor city where they resided, as superhumans, they held a high status. Who dared to speak to them like this? Who dared to treat them as practice targets? Yet before Lin Feng, these powerful superhumans were merely tools to enhance the infected being's combat experience. Let's continue. Lin Feng casually removed the force field from the snake woman. This time, the snake woman focused, determined to give Lin Feng a challenge. She could sense Lin Feng's expectations of her due to the effort he put into her training. Because of these expectations, she couldn't afford to disappoint Lin Feng. The red-haired man clenched his fists, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. If he could catch Lin Feng off guard, he might have a chance to kill the snake woman in one strike. Even if he couldn't leave this place, he wanted Lin Feng to know they were not to be trifled with. Swish! The snake woman's body was like a flash of blue lightning, darting forward suddenly. At the same time, to resist the flames of the red-haired man, the snake woman covered her body with greenish-blue scales. Humph! The red-haired man, seeing this, showed a disdainful expression and sneered. With scales of this level, you think you can block my flames? Idiot! With that, the red-haired man spread his hands, and the purplish-red flames erupted instantly, gathering entirely on his palms. By compressing all the flames in his hands, although he sacrificed defense in other parts of his body, his attack power would greatly increase. Seeing this scene, the man in blue armor's pupils slightly constricted, probably guessing the red-haired man's intentions. His lips curled slightly. Just like that. Kill her. Lin Feng, who was watching from a distance, could observe through the magnetic field of the human body that the magnetic field around the hands of the red-haired man suddenly became very dominant. Unlike the previous magnetic field changes, it indicated that he was about to focus on attacking. Looking at the snake woman, this time she did not use poison mist as a feint but charged directly at the red-haired man. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, his index finger of his right hand hooking up, the force field already surrounding the red-haired man. If the situation took a turn, he would immediately intervene. At the same time, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. It seemed that cultivating the fighting abilities of the snake women was not a simple matter. Just as Lin Feng was thinking this, bang! The hands of the snake woman covered in greenish-blue scales collided heavily with the hands of the red-haired man. As expected, the greenish-blue scales were no match for the latter's flames. Crack, crack, crack. With increased force, the scales covering the snake woman's arms shattered like they were nothing. However, the snake woman did not resist head-on but used the force to flip her body upwards. The snake woman's body arced over the head of the red-haired man, almost instantly appearing behind him. Due to inertia, the red-haired man found it difficult to control his body to turn in this situation. At the same time, greenish-blue scales grew once again on the bare arms of the snake woman. Pluck! The snake woman used her hand as a blade and plunged it deeply into the back of the red-haired man, the sharp scales clawing through his chest. The snake woman held the bloody heart of the red-haired man in her hand, and one could still see the faint pulsation on its surface. Ugh! The red-haired man groaned in pain, his eyes looking down in disbelief, seeing the hole in his chest and the slowly stopping heart. In just one round. In their previous encounter, the snake woman seemed to have already seen through his fighting style. Although his attack power was strong, his only weakness was speed. The snake woman seized this weakness and struck to kill in one blow. Even the gray close-fitting armor on his body could not withstand the sharp claws of the snake woman. At this moment, Lin Feng was staring at the snake woman with shining eyes. Good. Using scales to attack at the beginning was not to confront him head-on but to isolate the high temperature at the moment of contact. Then using force to find the weak point and strike to kill in one blow. Genius. She's a genius. Lin Feng was so shocked that he could hardly close his mouth. It was hard to imagine that in just one brief exchange, the snake woman had seen through so much of the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Speed was clearly the snake woman's advantage, using her strengths to counter the opponent's weaknesses. Lin Feng was not surprised that the snake woman could defeat him but was amazed that in such a short time, she had seen through so much. Even he himself would probably find it difficult to see through in such a short time, right? As the red-haired man fell to the ground and could not get up, the members behind him all showed expressions of sorrow and anger. Damn it! Let us go! Let me kill that beast! You scoundrel, dare you not use your abilities and let us fight with real swords and guns? Useless! If you don't have superpowers, you're nothing. Let us go! Several people shouted in anger and helplessness, but Lin Feng only felt the noise around him. With a single thought, an invisible force field immediately appeared, restraining the throats of these people. In an instant, everything became incredibly quiet. Just then, there was a rustling sound behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw the saw-toothed venomous crocodile standing behind him, its eyes gleaming, gesturing towards the people and then back at him. Are you saying, you want to join in too? Lin Feng scratched his head, trying to understand its meaning. The snake woman approached, shook her head at Lin Feng, and then conveyed the words of the saw-toothed venomous crocodile through telepathy. It says it wants to take on too. Ha! Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He initially thought the saw-toothed venomous crocodile wanted to show off in front of him upon seeing the snake woman in action, but he didn't expect it to aim for two opponents with a single strike. Quite the attention seeker. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the people in the distance and explained, sorry. It wants to take on two at once, which might not be fair to you all. With that, Lin Feng gestured, and the restraints on the blue-armored man and the long-haired youth beside him were instantly lifted. The pressure on their bodies disappeared suddenly, and they exchanged a glance, determination flashing in their eyes. They were out for revenge for their comrade. A single saw-toothed venomous crocodile being so arrogant, wanting to take on two E-level superhumans at once? Simply absurd. Cover me. The blue-armored man took the lead, eager to eliminate all the infected beings in front of him as the leader of the team. The long-haired youth beside him raised both hands, extending the index and middle fingers of his left and right hands. Swish, swish, swish. He waved his fingers, and gusts of wind tore through the air like transparent blades, heading towards the saw-toothed venomous crocodile. His ability was somewhat similar to wind attributes but even more fierce. What intrigued Lin Feng more was the ability of the blue-armored man. As the leader of this group, his ability should be the strongest. Just then, as the blue-armored man charged towards the saw-toothed venomous crocodile, his feet suddenly changed direction and he rushed towards Lin Feng instead. Oh! Lin Feng was surprised, then sneered. Attacking me was just a feint. Your real goal is to kill me, isn't it? The distance between them closed to 5 meters, and the blue-armored man suddenly opened his mouth wide. Lin Feng didn't know what he was up to, but upon observation, he noticed layers of ripple-like magnetic fields forming near the man's mouth. It looked like sound waves. Lin Feng immediately raised his hand, creating a magnetic field in the opposite pattern of those ripples to block the blue-armored man. This way, the two magnetic fields cancelled each other out, allowing Lin Feng to perfectly counter his move. Seeing that Lin Feng and the infected beings beside him were still standing, the blue-armored man's face showed shock. How? How is this possible? With my ability, I can silently kill you all through subsonic waves. Why is it not working? The blue-armored man exclaimed. Lin Feng recalled the pattern of magnetic field ripples the man had created, realizing it was subsonic waves. Subsonic waves could cause resonance in human organs, silently ending a person's life. Even the infected beings, with their corpse seeds, could be affected by subsonic waves, allowing him to attack from within his opponents. For him, any strong defense was almost non-existent. Could any defense withstand sound waves? TSK. Lin Feng didn't respond but clicked his tongue. If I hadn't been cautious, you almost succeeded. However, this sonic wave of yours is quite a good thing. Just a regular magnetic field, right? With this in mind, Lin Feng had a thought and condensed a magnetic field of the same frequency as the one just created by the latter. From a certain perspective, this was also a form of sonic wave. It was just disguised with a magnetic field. Lin Feng's eyes swept over, and the condensed magnetic field of the same frequency instantly enveloped the man in blue armor. Thump! Thump! For a moment, the latter suddenly realized that his heartbeat seemed somewhat irregular. The intensity of his heartbeats increased, and the frequency of the beats accelerated. It was as if influenced by some force. Lin Feng continuously adjusted the frequency of the magnetic field, and the speed of the latter's heartbeat also changed accordingly. Puff! When the heart rate reached its limit, the man in blue armor finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed weakly to the ground, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Feng was filled with intense fear. Why? Why can you also manipulate sonic waves? He clearly knew how to use sonic waves to make his opponent die in despair. The methods Lin Feng had just used to torment himself were exactly the same as his sonic waves. Almost identical. I learned it just now, do you believe me? Lin Feng shrugged, answering seriously. Impossible. The man in blue armor was consumed by anger, his eyes gradually darkening, unable to even speak, and then passed out. His internal organs had been shattered by the influence of the sonic waves. Even if Lin Feng didn't continue to attack him, he wouldn't have survived. You scoundrel! The man with long hair in the distance, seeing this, was instantly furious, aiming at Lin Feng and wildly brandishing wind blades. Unfortunately, Lin Feng directly condensed a magnetic force field in front of him, causing the wind blades to hit an invisible wall, unable to penetrate at all. It was at this moment that Lin Feng noticed the saw-toothed crocodile staring at him with pitiful eyes. It seemed somewhat despondent, perhaps because he had stolen its prey. Lin Feng smiled apologetically, walked over, and bent down to pat its hard forehead twice. Sorry for taking your prey, but that guy just now was indeed not someone you could handle. Alright, I'll make it up to you. With that, Lin Feng waved towards a distance. The man responsible for long-range reconnaissance, Eagle Eye, was grabbed by an invisible force as if by a giant hand and pulled towards the saw-toothed crocodile. Now, in front of the saw-toothed crocodile, there were still two people. Saw-toothed crocodile intimacy plus 10, saw-toothed crocodile intimacy plus 10. Loyal fan, saw-toothed crocodile. Current intimacy, 90 out of 100. Current status, excited evolution D-level material required, 5 E-level corpse seeds or 25 F-level corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy. To Lin Feng's surprise, he had only given the saw-toothed crocodile prey, and his intimacy with it soared rapidly. It seemed that the way intimacy increased between different infected beings was also different. Only by making these infected beings happy with his actions could intimacy increase faster. The saw-toothed crocodile faced the remaining two superhumans without any fear. It even seemed eager for the challenge. Lin Feng consciously cleared the area for them. At the same time, he isolated them all with a force field. Roar! The saw-toothed crocodile let out a deafening roar, like an ancient behemoth from the primordial times. Just the sound alone instilled fear in people's hearts. Despite his massive size, his speed was not slow at all. His sturdy limbs pushed off the ground, propelling him forward like a missile. Swoosh! The young man with long hair wanted to use wind blades to defend himself, but the wind blades he swung out couldn't even damage the saw-toothed crocodile's skin. In fact, they didn't leave a single trace. What? The long-haired youth exclaimed in shock. His full-force attack couldn't even break through the defense of the saw-toothed venomous crocodile? So tough. Surrounded by a force field, the long-haired youth had nowhere to escape when faced with the charging saw-toothed venomous crocodile. Plap! That bloodthirsty mouth directly swallowed the long-haired youth whole. Crunch! This wild appearance was completely different from the one in front of Lin Feng just now. Lin Feng scratched his face, faintly guessing something. Is it hungry? After the wind attribute Esper perished. In the battlefield, only the hawk-eyed man remained. Undoubtedly, he was just a support-type Esper, whose means of attack were only the special weapons equipped by the Esper Tower. At such a close range, he was naturally no match for the saw-toothed venomous crocodile. Click! He didn't even last a round inside the saw-toothed venomous crocodile's mouth before being swallowed whole. The speed at which the battle ended was a bit unexpected for Lin Feng. However, amidst his surprise, Lin Feng also felt fortunate. Fortunately, he had just acted, preventing the man with Soundwave Esper from fully unleashing his power. Otherwise, apart from himself being able to withstand it through the magnetic field, neither the snake woman nor the saw-toothed venomous crocodile could resist the attack of the secondary soundwaves. They might even die under the secondary soundwaves. Lin Feng's gaze slowly shifted to the only person left. It was the short-haired woman. But as he looked at her, Lin Feng suddenly froze. Ha! He saw the short-haired woman standing there quietly, seemingly unaffected by the deaths of her teammates in front of her. She looked like a wooden doll. Upon closer observation, Lin Feng discovered that the short-haired woman's pupils had mysteriously turned red, emitting a faint red glow. The light spread, originating from the short-haired woman's pupils, and her eyes instantly turned crimson. This strange change occurred in her eyes, which Lin Feng vaguely noticed through the magnetic field. Outward from the short-haired woman's pupils, there were two continuously extending special magnetic fields. The two magnetic fields kept extending, seemingly responsible for disrupting the short-haired woman's brain nerves. The source of the magnetic field on the other end. Looking in that direction, Lin Feng widened his eyes. The source of the other magnetic field was none other than the rabbit woman. It was then that Lin Feng realized that the reason the short-haired woman's nerves were disrupted was because she had looked into the eyes of the rabbit woman. This method
was somewhat similar to his own creation of magnetic fields. However, Lin Feng had no intention of creating magnetic fields to disrupt the brain nerves. After all, his current E-level magnetic force field control was not proficient enough to disrupt the human brain with magnetic fields, despite being able to generate secondary sound waves through magnetic field ripples. Perhaps only after the evolution of the magnetic force field Esper ability would he be more proficient in controlling magnetic fields. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, the rabbit woman blushed shyly and closed her eyes. As she retracted her ability, the short-haired woman in the distance seemed to lose her soul, her body weak and powerless, collapsing on the ground. This long-distance method of killing through sight was also a way of using magnetic fields. Subsequently, the rabbit woman hopped joyfully and ran to Lin Feng like a lively little girl. Well done, I underestimated you. While praising her, Lin Feng stroked the rabbit woman's furry forehead. The rabbit woman showed a joyful expression, and at the same time, Lin Feng saw system notifications appearing above her head. Intimacy plus 10, intimacy plus 10, intimacy plus 10. Ding! Intimacy level with the rabbit woman increased. Reward, telepathy. Loyal fan, E-level infected body rabbit woman. Current intimacy level, 260/500. Current status, excited materials required for evolution to D grade, 5 E grade corpse seeds or 25 F grade corpse seeds. Next intimacy level unlock. Positioning. Lin Feng stared at the rabbit girl, dumbfounded. He had only praised the rabbit girl a few times, and their intimacy level had increased rapidly. At the same time, Lin Feng and the rabbit girl gained the ability of telepathy. The speed at which intimacy level grows between different infected individuals varies through special interactions. Compared to the rabbit girl, the snake girl might be more aloof. Therefore, the intimacy level with the snake girl did not increase as quickly. Seeing the rabbit girl being caressed by Lin Feng, the snake girl bit her lip, feeling equally passionate inside. She walked gracefully towards them, her slender body leaning against Lin Feng's shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Feng had a thought, and instead of caressing her, he directly embraced the snake girl. As his hands wrapped around her, the snake girl's body visibly trembled. It seemed that his action startled her. Perhaps the action was very intimate, stirring the snake girl's heart, and thus, their intimacy level began to rise. Intimacy level plus 10, intimacy level plus 10, intimacy level plus 10. Loyal fan, E-grade infected snake girl. Current intimacy level, 420/500. Current status, excited materials required for evolution to D grade, 5 E-grade corpse seeds or 25 F-grade corpse seeds. Next intimacy level unlock. Positioning. The intimacy level between himself and the snake girl was about to reach a new high. The so-called positioning should make both parties aware of each other's location. This function would definitely be more useful. However, the intimacy gained through embracing would end here. Lin Feng looked at the snake girl with a scrutinizing gaze. Through caressing, their intimacy had increased before. Now, through embracing, it had increased partially. What if they were even more intimate? Just as Lin Feng thought about this, the snake girl's gaze softened, their eyes met, and as if struck by a spark, the snake girl's body instantly became somewhat tender. Gurgle. Lin Feng nervously swallowed and subconsciously released the snake girl from his embrace. Cough. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about it later. Although the snake girl now had a human body, many features were still similar to an infected individual. Lin Feng could still control himself. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the ground beside him. Looking down, the pit-saw poison crocodile walked over pitifully. It seemed to also want Lin Feng's caress. Seeing this, Lin Feng looked helpless and walked over. Get out of the way. Lin Feng lightly kicked the pit-saw poison crocodile's mouth. His skin was covered in mud, and he didn't want to dirty his hands. Turning back, Lin Feng's attention fell on the pile of corpse seeds, releasing a strong magnetic field in the distance. If he was unlucky, it would take him a week to accumulate enough of these corpse seeds. Extending his right hand forward, the pile of corpse seeds on the ground was immediately grabbed by Lin Feng using magnetic force. TSK. Checking the quantity of these corpse seeds, Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Just a little short. If there were 10 more E-grade corpse seeds, both the rabbit girl and the snake girl could evolve together. Currently, the corpse seeds in Lin Feng's hands only served the purpose of helping his subordinates evolve. With insufficient resources, Lin Feng could only choose one. Without a doubt, Lin Feng ultimately chose the snake girl as the subject of evolution. The main reason was that the snake girl had been with him for so long and had even saved his life. Logically and emotionally, the snake girl should evolve first. At the same time, Lin Feng was also very curious. With the evolution from F grade to E grade, many characteristics of the snake girl related to infected individuals had been greatly weakened. What about evolving to D grade? What changes will the snake woman undergo? Lin Feng is looking forward to it. Having obtained enough corpse seeds, Lin Feng first took out 5 E-grade corpse seeds, then set aside the rest. Turning around, Lin Feng approached the snake woman. Looking at this familiar scene, the snake woman did not appear as bewildered as last time. Instead, she seemed somewhat excited. She still remembered last time when Lin Feng gave her 5 F-grade corpse seeds, and she broke through the constraints to evolve to E-grade. Now, using 5 E-grade corpse seeds again, she should be able to advance further. Snake woman, the energy of these E-grade corpse seeds is stronger. What comes next might be very painful. Just bear with it, Lin Feng comforted her. With the experience from last time, the snake woman nodded, her determination growing stronger. The rabbit woman, on the other hand, felt puzzled, not knowing what Lin Feng was going to do to her. She obediently stood aside, blinking her bright big eyes. System, begin evolution. As Lin Feng's voice fell, blue threads immediately appeared around the snake woman's body. Of course, only Lin Feng could see them. The blue threads continued to condense and swirl on the surface of the snake woman's body, eventually forming a structure resembling a black hole at her chest. Just like last time, Lin Feng carefully placed the 5 E-grade corpse seeds into the black hole. Lin Feng knew the general process. The system would disintegrate the power of the 5 E-grade infected corpse seeds and then infuse it into the snake woman's body. This process was the most challenging, because while accepting the power, the snake woman had to remain vigilant at all times, lest she be overwhelmed by this power. If she couldn't bear it, all the absorption of the corpse seeds would be in vain. Moreover, the snake woman herself would be in danger. Crack! The E-grade corpse seeds sent into the black hole shattered. As the sound of shattering echoed 5 times, all the corpse seeds were broken. The power also turned into a blue fluorescent light, covering the surface of the snake woman's body. Next was the process of absorbing the power. Suddenly, as the power entered her body, the snake woman felt as if struck by lightning. The terrifying power was washing over her body, causing her to endure intense pain, her body losing support. She collapsed on the ground suddenly, curling up her body. Perhaps the pain far exceeded that of last time, as the snake woman's body was completely tense. Her hands trembled incessantly, and she let out painful screams. Seeing this, Lin Feng nervously swallowed his saliva and quickly squatted beside the snake woman. "Snake woman, how are you? Are you okay?" Lin Feng asked anxiously. Seeing the snake woman suffer such inhuman pain due to evolution, Lin Feng seemed to empathize with her. Perhaps due to her idol halo, even though her body was overwhelmed by pain, the snake woman, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, still tried to give him a bright smile. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, the snake woman ultimately failed. The pain had taken over her nerves. Ah! Suddenly, the snake woman lowered her head and let out a sharp scream. At the same time, Lin Feng noticed that the sparse green scales on the snake woman's body were starting to fall off one by one. Crack! The snake woman's skin gradually became flawless, resembling human skin more than ever in this evolution. Originally, the snake woman, as an infected individual, had features such as scales on her body and the snake tail that had not completely evolved into a human form. However, during the snake woman's agonizing screams, Lin Feng clearly noticed that her tongue had become no different from that of a normal person. Her smooth skin was exposed to the air, and Lin Feng, who had just been leaning over her, suddenly stood up. He touched his nose, barely managing to prevent a nosebleed. For some reason, Lin Feng felt a rising urge to smile, but he forcefully suppressed it. The snake woman was currently enduring the pain of evolution. What was he thinking? Even if she evolved into a human body, so what? What else can I do? Can I? Can't I? Should? I guess. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng began to collect fallen leaves nearby. He couldn't let the snake woman be naked once she fully evolved. Before he returned to the normal human survivor city, he wouldn't have access to proper clothes. Helplessly, he had to make do with the snake woman for now. As Lin Feng started weaving the leaves, the snake woman's evolution quietly came to an end. The newly evolved snake woman, just as the painful sensations ceased, her whole body suddenly relaxed. She slowly sat up, her eyes filled with confusion. Looking at the rabbit woman and the saw-toothed crocodile beside her, they now showed a hint of fear in their gaze towards her. It was the fear of higher-level infected beings. Not only among humans but also among infected beings, there existed a hierarchy. For infected beings, their hierarchy was more about the enhancement of their bloodline after evolution. The strength of infected beings was determined by the design of the Tower of Abilities. Of course, they didn't understand what hierarchy meant. Observing around, the snake woman finally saw Lin Feng, who was busy arranging the leaves. In her eyes, there was a touch of admiration. With light steps, she gracefully approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng, engrossed in weaving the leaves, didn't notice the figure behind him. He only felt something soft pressing against him. Turning around, he saw the tender gaze of the snake woman. Oh my!
The snake woman's graceful figure was fully exposed in Lin Feng's eyes. He instinctively closed his eyes. Then he quickly covered the snake woman with the leaf skirt he had woven with branches. If the feeling the snake woman had just given him was pure temptation, now there was a wild beauty added to it. For some reason, Lin Feng felt fortunate to have met the snake woman. Not because of his post-evolution appearance, but because the snake woman was strong. Her strength lay in the fact that just by standing still, she could influence others effortlessly. Lin Feng adjusted his pants to make himself look less embarrassed. This influence was limited to males with normal sexual orientation. The snake woman looked at the leaves on her body, not understanding why Lin Feng made her wear them, but since he did, there must be a reason for it. She brushed off the fallen leaves on her body, revealing her unique physique from time to time, causing Lin Feng's eyes to widen. This snake woman. She was quite something. Master, why are you staring at me all the time? Just as Lin Feng felt awkward, the snake woman suddenly spoke. Lin Feng's gaze became even more surprised. Looking at her with an incredulous expression, he then said, "Snake woman, you can speak now." Evolving to level D, the snake woman's intelligence was similar to that of a normal human in their early teens. Her language skills were gradually improving. The snake woman nodded, trying hard to open her mouth wide. Her language skills had just awakened, so her words were not very fluent. Is it, Master, when you look at me like this, do you like my body? Hearing this, Lin Feng was almost taken aback. Who taught her to say that? This is slander. She's slandering me. Although he said that, Lin Feng's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the snake woman. It's a man's nature. No wonder. Well, strictly speaking, it's not about liking. Lin Feng resumed a serious expression. It's called appreciation. Oh right, appreciation. The snake woman, however, looked puzzled. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. With the snake woman's current intelligence, she couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind his words. Looking at her, who looked completely human, Lin Feng felt inexplicably at ease. Suddenly, he thought of something and said slowly, "How about I give you a name? It's not quite appropriate to keep calling you Snake Woman all the time." The current snake woman, from the outside, had nothing to do with the three-word infection. The snake woman nodded in confusion, looking at Lin Feng with her watery eyes, full of joy. I remember a snake demon's name from a past life. It seems to be Shao Chang. Yes, it's Shao Chang. Lin Feng looked at the snake woman with a smile, gesturing with his hands and said, "All right, your name will be Shao Chang." Upon hearing this name, the snake woman seemed even more excited, her eyes moist with tears of gratitude as she looked at Lin Feng. At the same time, she silently repeated to herself, "Shao Ching. Shao Chang. I have a name. Now, I have a name." The snake woman's reaction was very excited, happy but somewhat overwhelmed. At the same time, intimacy plus 20, intimacy plus 20, intimacy plus 20. The intimacy between the two quickly surpassed a level. Ding! Intimacy with snake woman unlocks circular positioning. Circular positioning. After signing a contract, both parties can know each other's location at any time. If the distance is less than 10 kilometers, precise positioning can be obtained. This ability was very simple. The snake woman and Lin Feng activated circular positioning, and now the distance between them was less than 10 kilometers. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was a positioning coordinate above the snake woman's head. Even if something obstructed the view, Lin Feng could still see the snake woman's positioning coordinate. And once the distance between them exceeded 10 kilometers, the positioning coordinate would disappear, leaving only the specific direction of each other's location. Lin Feng was surprised, never expecting that just giving the snake woman a name would skyrocket their intimacy. Looking at the snake woman's status bar. Loyal fan, D-level infected snake woman. Current intimacy, 580/1000. Current status, happy materials needed for evolving to C-level, 10 D-level corpse seeds plus 1 secondary hemolytic crystal. Next intimacy unlock, cooperative combat. After the snake woman broke through to D-level, evolving to C-level would be even more challenging. Looking at the requirement of 10 D-level corpse seeds and the secondary hemolytic crystal he had never heard of, Lin Feng widened his eyes, stunned in place. 10 D-level corpse seeds? Are they deliberately making it difficult for me? And what is this hemolytic crystal? I've never heard of it. Lin Feng looked at the snake woman with a slightly apologetic expression, then said slowly, "Shao Chang, maybe for now, you can only maintain the strength of D-level. It seems a bit difficult to evolve to C-level." Shao Chang obediently looked at Lin Feng. As a mutant, she didn't understand what the human-defined levels meant. She just looked at Lin Feng gently and obediently. Even if she couldn't evolve quickly, Shao Chang wouldn't have any resistance.
The reason was simple, Lin Feng's idol halo was just too strong.
It seems fine.
Xiao Chang had no reaction, which didn't surprise Lin Feng. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the rabbit woman slowly moved closer, looking pitifully at him. With her petite and fragile figure, coupled with her pitiful eyes, Lin Feng felt his heart melting. Through telepathy, Lin Feng understood what the rabbit woman meant.
I see, you also want to evolve.
Lin Feng suddenly realized. It was because the rabbit woman saw the appearance of the snake woman after evolving and felt envious.
It's a pity, I don't have that many E-level corpse seeds.
Lin Feng shook his head, looking helpless. His gaze shifted, inadvertently falling on the saw-toothed venomous crocodile. Sensing Lin Feng's gaze, the saw-toothed venomous crocodile suddenly felt a chill down its spine.
Although it couldn't resist Lin Feng's charm, seeing that look, the saw-toothed venomous crocodile couldn't help but take 2 steps back, feeling a bit scared.
Seeing this scene, Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that heartless. Although you've only been my follower for a while, I won't mistreat you." Turning around, Lin Feng met the intense gaze of the rabbit girl, reaching out to touch her forehead and comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll help you evolve. I may have feelings for you guys, but not for other infected beings. Whether you can evolve quickly depends on luck." Lin Feng finally decided.
It's time to start hunting infected beings.
After subduing them, not only would his mental power increase, but he would also obtain corpse seeds.
Although this behavior was a bit unethical, Lin Feng didn't consider himself a saint. Virtue is, well, it is what it is. Several days later, crack!
A greenish-blue blade flashed by, breaking a branch as an F-level infected being was hit, legs giving out as it fell to the ground. Following that, Lin Feng descended from above, landing in front of the infected being. As Lin Feng appeared in sight, the infected being's emotions surged, excitedly trying to approach him despite its disabled legs, crawling forward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the F-level infected being's soulless corpse, mental power plus 50, beside Lin Feng's ear, the mechanical voice of the system sounded.
Just then, another agile figure descended from above. It was Xiao Chang.
She held a dagger made of greenish-blue scales in her right hand, aimed at the soulless corpse's neck, and stabbed down heavily. Splurt! The soulless corpse let out a whimper and died under Xiao Qing's attack. Following that, Xiao Qing skillfully opened the corpse's body with the dagger, extracting the corpse seed from its chest. The bloody corpse seed still emitted heat. After several days of hunting, the coordination between Lin Feng and Xiao Qing had become very tacit. Xiao Qing would feign an attack, and when the opponent lost mobility, Lin Feng would step in to subdue them. After gaining an increase in mental power, the snake woman would then finish off the infected being, extracting the corpse seed.
Despite not encountering many E-level infected beings after days of effort, there were quite a few F-level ones. The number of F-level corpse seeds had accumulated to 25. It could help the rabbit girl evolve. At the same time, Lin Feng also noticed his system panel. Host, Lin Feng.
Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 55 agility, 60 endurance, 58 mental power, 530 regular infected being fans, 2,758 creatures abilities, E-level ability magnetic force field, F-level ability source of life, host's mental power meets the standard for evolution, can proceed with ability evolution. Available ability evolution, F-level passive ability source of life, that's enough. Lin Feng's mental power exceeded 500 points, reaching the level of a normal E-level ability user.
In simple terms, his current mental power was enough to support his E-level ability.
Previously, with the help of the system, although his mental power was insufficient, he had evolved the magnetic force field to E-level. Now that his mental power met the standard, there was a possibility for further evolution of the F-level passive ability source of life.
System, how long does the evolution process take? Lin Feng asked in his mind.
The last time he evolved the magnetic force field, it took a full 24 hours. Although the source of life was just a passive ability, it was indeed powerful, so the evolution process would certainly not be short. Unlike the evolution of infected beings, the evolution of abilities for ability users was a much longer process. Host can choose to evolve the F-level passive ability source of life, evolution time, 20 hours.
As expected.
Just as Lin Feng had expected, the system would determine the evolution time based on the strength of the ability. The source of life was slightly weaker than the magnetic force field, so the evolution time would be shorter.
20 hours.
Lin Feng looked up at the sky. It was morning, and at precisely noon, Lu Muyu would announce the time for executing Su Lin.
He clearly didn't have time to evolve his abilities. Rustling.
A movement came from the bushes beside him, and a nimble white figure leaped out and stood in front of Lin Feng. It was the rabbit girl.
Have you managed to control those infected beings?
Lin Feng asked Rabbit Girl, somewhat surprised. In these past few days, Lin Feng hadn't focused all his energy on hunting infected beings. He also needed to select stronger individuals from among them, like the sawtooth poison crocodile type of infected beings.
Otherwise, weaker infected beings wouldn't be of much use.
Lin Feng needed to select more powerful special infected beings to create an army of infected beings.
Dealing with Lumuyu didn't require a large force, just the Snake Girl's intervention could entangle Lumuyu, who was also a D rank. Meanwhile, Lin Feng could attack from the side. Together, they should be able to handle Lumuyu. As for the others, Shin Wanner, being part of the hidden army, might not support him if he went against the Tower of Supernatural Powers and disregarded the lives of ordinary people. But if he did act, Shin Wanner wouldn't oppose him. Otherwise, revealing Shin Wanner's secret as a member of the hidden army would be detrimental to her. Lin Feng's relationship with the East City Tower of Supernatural Powers had completely broken down. No matter what he did, he couldn't salvage their relationship. With no worries, Shin Wanner was naturally afraid that Lin Feng might act recklessly and expose her identity. Ultimately, there was only one person worth his attention in the East City, Lumuyu. Once her threat was eliminated, no one in the entire East City could challenge him. Moreover, at the top of the East City Tower of Supernatural Powers, there was a C-rank infected being. If Lin Feng were to provoke him, he could simply send the Snake Girl to entangle Lumuyu while he himself went to release the C-rank infected being from its restraints. Releasing that creature alone, with its immense destructive power, could potentially level the entire East City. We still have a few hours before the time Lumuyu mentioned, Lin Feng said. Rabbit Girl. Lin Feng called out. Rabbit Girl approached Lin Feng, her ears twitching. Resources are almost depleted, but they can help you evolve, Lin Feng said. Although there weren't enough E-rank corpse seeds, after killing the just-deceased soul corpse, there were exactly 25 F-rank corpse seeds. Rabbit Girl didn't understand much else, but the word evolve seemed to be etched in her memory. She eagerly approached Lin Feng, rubbing her furry ears against his chest, feeling ticklish. Ha ha. I see you're happy, Lin Feng said indulgently as he rubbed Rabbit Girl's ears. That was Rabbit Girl's weak spot. If any other human touched it, she would kill them no matter how far they ran. Yet, when Lin Feng touched her ears, Rabbit Girl felt nothing but enjoyment. That was the aura of an idol. System, begin evolution, Lin Feng called out mentally. Soon, a familiar evolution framework appeared next to Rabbit Girl, similar to the one with Xiao Qing before. The evolution of infected beings was similar. By placing the corpse seeds into the black hole in the framework, the power of the corpse seeds could be completely broken down and integrated into Rabbit Girl's body. There are quite a few, so bear with it, Lin Feng comforted. Xiao Qing had experience breaking through from F rank to E rank, so Lin Feng wasn't worried. However, he wasn't sure if Rabbit Girl's delicate body could withstand the power of 25 F-rank corpse seeds. With little time left, Lin Feng had to start quickly. Carefully, he sent the corpse seeds into the black hole in the framework, and with a series of cracking sounds, the seeds shattered as they entered. That strong power turned into a faint blue fluorescence, clinging to the surface of the Rabbit Girl's body. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt a bit nervous because the most painful stage was happening now. Ugh! Although the Rabbit Girl was prepared, the force rushing into her body still made it unbearable for her. The power of these corpse seeds, like icy flames, ravaged inside her, every inch of her skin, every nerve enduring indescribable pain. The Rabbit Girl's body started trembling as if being torn apart by countless sharp claws, every breath accompanied by painful moans. Seeing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, silently cheering the Rabbit Girl on in his heart. The process was tough, and the Rabbit Girl's willpower was key. Despite the continuous assault on her nerves by the excruciating pain, the Rabbit Girl did not give up. She gritted her teeth, enduring the unbearable pain. Inside her body, a miraculous change was taking place. Her bones began to become harder and lighter, her muscle lines more fluid and powerful. The Rabbit Girl's skin gradually lost its original fur, becoming smoother and more delicate, as if enveloped in a faint silver light. Not only that, but the Rabbit Girl's ears. They began to shrink gradually, getting closer to her head, no longer standing out abruptly as before. In a daze, Lin Feng saw the Rabbit Girl's determined eyes, her gaze becoming deeper and brighter, as if able to see into one's soul. Her mouth also became more delicate, revealing pearly white teeth. As time passed, the changes in the Rabbit Girl's body became more and more apparent. She gradually shed her rabbit features, becoming more and more like a human female. As the blue fluorescence on the surface of the Rabbit Girl's body weakened, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Rabbit Girl's evolution was a success. With this, he now had 2 D-level infected beings in his hands. Such combat power was enough. The execution time was only a few hours away, but Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. The accumulation of these past few days was about to be unleashed. He was going to control the army of infected beings he had prepared. Head to City E. Let's have a zombie siege. Survivor City E, Ability Tower. Lord Lu, a grade F ability user, rushed into the hall in a panic, saying, "Something's wrong. Outpost 5-1 just lost contact." What? Lu Muyu, who had been sitting on a high chair with her eyes closed, heard this news and instantly opened her eyes. The loss of contact with Outpost 5-1 meant that their safe zone in Survivor City E now only had 4 left. The 5th safe zone had completely fallen. In her anger, Lu Muyu's gaze fixed on Qin Wanner beside her, noticing a hint of schadenfreude on her face. Now that she was the leader of Survivor City E, losing a safe zone meant that Lu Muyu would be held accountable. Lu Muyu, as a leader, had not done her job well, and the only possible successor was the latter. Qin Wanner would certainly take pleasure in this misfortune. Humph. Lu Muyu snorted coldly, her expression returning to an icy demeanor. She pondered on how to report this matter to the higher-ups. Due to Survivor City being too remote, the Human Alliance's satellite radar did not cover this area. Therefore, communication between Survivor City E and the Human Alliance was only through submitting corpse seeds every half-month, storing intelligence in the intelligence hub, and then notifying collectively. But today, the important matter was not the fall of the 5th safe zone. It was Lin Feng. Although a few days ago, the Ability Tower received some information that on the night Lin Feng escaped, the 2nd safe zone was attacked by infected beings. The scale was so large that even the members of the exploration outpost dared not venture out for reconnaissance, only daring to activate plasma shields and hide inside the outpost. But on the morning of the 2nd day, several exploration outposts in the vicinity immediately received orders from the Tower of Abilities to go and explore. They eventually found the bodies of several ability users and confirmed their identities through the information stored in the Tower of Abilities. It turned out to be some of the ability users who had escaped from the tower and joined the hidden army. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's body was not among them. Despite being severely injured by Lu Muyu, he should not have survived facing that horde of zombies. But Lu Muyu had a feeling. Lin Feng was not dead. Moreover, today was the day Su Lin was to be executed. If Lin Feng did not show up, Lu Muyu would have to vent her anger on Su Lin's body. She actually hoped Lin Feng would show up. Lin Feng, if you chicken out this time, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Muyu's expression was fierce as she muttered to herself. I have already gathered all the information about you. Once the next batch of corpses is transported, I can upload your information to headquarters. After that, you will be on the wanted list of the entire Human Alliance. There will be no place for you in the world. This was Lu Muyu's final trump card. Once Lin Feng's information was uploaded to the Human Alliance and he was wanted, there would be no place for him in the whole world. His only refuge would be in the infected area, mingling with those disgusting infected beings. Without backup resources, Lin Feng, even with his abilities, would not survive in this world. However, just as Lu Muyu was congratulating herself on her revenge plan, a familiar figure rushed in. It was Liang Bei, who had used his abilities that day to interrogate Lin Feng and Su Lin. At this moment, his expression was uncertain, clearly having heard some incredible news. After rushing in, he bowed deeply to the high and mighty Lu Muyu, Lady Lu. Just now, the 4th Security Zone's exploration outpost sent out a distress signal. Hearing this, Lu Muyu furrowed her brows slightly and impatiently asked, a distress signal? Which outpost? The 4th Security Zone was still relatively normal. Although it had been invaded before, there were many outposts in the 4th Security Zone, so abandoning 1 or 2 in the short term would not be a big deal. It's all the outposts. Liang Bei's voice trembled. All the outposts in the 4th Security Zone have been attacked by infected beings. And, judging by the scale of the attacks, it's likely that by now, the 4th Security Zone has completely fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Muyu's expression changed instantly. All the exploration outposts in the 4th Security Zone had been attacked? How was that possible? Not to mention how many infected beings were wandering in the 4th Security Zone. They would use radar devices periodically to clear the nearby infected beings. How could they encounter such a large number of infected beings? Unless someone was secretly guiding them. Lin Feng. Lu Muyu instantly thought of this name. After all, the hidden army had always been low-key in the infected area, only engaging in petty thefts and never actively declaring war on the Tower of Abilities. Lin Feng was different. Since he had the audacity to openly steal from the Tower of Abilities, he would also dare to secretly guide the infected beings to attack the outposts. However, the outposts in the 4th Security Zone had clearly formed a closed loop. How did Lin Feng manage to orchestrate simultaneous attacks on all outposts?
Just as Lu Muyu was thinking about this, Liang Bei's wristband flashed, seemingly transmitting another message to him. Listening closely, Liang Bei's face grew even paler. WH. What? The third security zone has also been attacked. Not only was the situation abnormal, but the speed at which the infected beings were attacking was also extremely abnormal. In just a few minutes, all the exploration outposts in the fourth security zone had been wiped out. I'm afraid that the infected beings gathering out of nowhere are heading towards the central city of E. Soon, the news of the exploration outpost being compromised did not cease. The third safety zone, the second safety zone, the first safety zone. Almost like a bulldozer's rhythm, they kept receiving messages until the final one arrived. Lu Muyu stood up in shock. Lord Lu, Lin Feng. Lin Feng is outside the city. He's leading a massive number of infected zombies, surrounding the city. Lin Feng? Leading the infected beings? It wasn't just Lu Muyu who was shocked, but also Qin Wan'er beside him. Her expression kept changing, showing both confusion and enlightenment. Lu Muyu was furious, and as he lowered his head, he saw a great green stone hanging in front of his chest. He gritted his teeth. Lin Feng, you're ruthless. Let me personally deal with you. Meanwhile, outside Survivor City E, in all directions, there were dense crowds of infected beings. Regular zombies made up the majority. Lin Feng, with the regular zombies he had already subdued, advanced towards City E. Every zombie encountered on the way joined the massive horde. At the same time, the ordinary combat sequence members from the destroyed outposts were also infected by the virus, turning into zombies. This group would only grow stronger and stronger. Lin Feng stood on top of the crimson venom scorpion, gazing quietly at City E. Lu Muyu, come out now. Release the people. At this moment, outside Survivor City E, there was no place of peace left. Surrounded from all sides by dense zombies, in almost every direction, there was at least one F-level special infected being stationed. There was no hope of escaping from any direction. Lin Feng's plan was to encircle the entire City E. Not even a fly could escape. At this moment, City E, under the control of defense personnel, had activated the highest level of protective shield. The usual protective shields of the exploration outposts could only withstand regular zombies. They were powerless against special infected beings. That's why Lin Feng easily breached the outposts of the major safety zones. But the main city shield of City E was different. It was maintained using the power of the pinnacle purple source crystal of the psychic tower. Its strength far surpassed that of ordinary protective shields. Even D-level infected beings could be temporarily resisted. This was the greatest reliance of City E since its establishment. Upon receiving the news, Lu Muyu led all the psychics of the psychic tower to the city walls. Seeing the massive army of infected beings surging outside City E, even the calm Lu Muyu had a somewhat grim expression. How is this possible? How could Lin Feng command so many infected beings? What ability does he have? In the end, Lu Muyu, you finally showed up. Though the distance was far, Lin Feng immediately spotted the figure that had once severely injured him. The painful memories were vivid and clear. You probably didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Hurry up and hand over Su Lin, and I can make your death easier. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Normally, who would dare to speak to Lu Muyu like this? Every word from Lin Feng was stepping into Lu Muyu's forbidden zone. Hand over Su Lin? Oof. You're dreaming. Lu Muyu gritted his teeth, as if under immense pressure, and coldly retorted. Although I don't know how you managed to control so many infected beings. Are you really sure that bringing so many infected beings can make me surrender? Let me tell you, the person who can make me, Lu Muyu, surrender has not been born yet. Lu Muyu's tone was icy, showing no mercy. Climbing to the position of the leader of the psychic tower in City E was achieved through daily rigorous training and a frosty personality that kept people at a distance. If Lin Feng thought that threatening her in this way could make her submit, he was too naive. Hearing Lu Muyu's words, the expression on Lin Feng's face became even colder. It seemed that reasoning was useless now. This woman, Lu Muyu, was not so easily suppressed. At the same time, facing the dilemma of the city surrounded by zombies, Lu Muyu also harbored a sense of luck in her heart. There were over 50,000 ordinary people in Survivor City E. With so many lives at stake, even Lu Muyu had to consider carefully. Lin Feng? He couldn't bear it. Fine. Lin Feng's face darkened. He pondered for a moment, and asked, then I will make a deal with you. Use the lives of all the people in City E as an exchange, and hand over Su Lin to me. Otherwise, when the zombies break through the city, blood will flow for miles. These words made the abilities beside Lu Muyu quite frightened. What? Zombies breaking through the city? Is he crazy? Doesn't he know how many civilians are still in the city?
If those infected swarm in, even if all the abilities in the ability tower come out, they won't be able to stop them, right? Tisk don't listen to Lin Feng, command the zombies to break through the city? Does he have the courage for that? These are tens of thousands of lives. Listening to the words of those around her, Lu Muyu fell into a brainstorm. In fact, Su Lin had no value to her, she had been holding on to her just to protect her fragile pride. If she bowed her head in front of Lin Feng today, her prestige in the ability tower would decrease. Perhaps one day, Xin Wan'er would surpass her and she would lose her position as the leader of City E. Maybe what they said was true. Lin Feng was just trying to scare them. He didn't have the guts to command the zombies to surround the city. It would cost tens of thousands of lives. Did Lin Feng have such courage? Lu Muyu believed he didn't. Gritting her teeth, she said firmly, "Impossible. Lin Feng, give up on that idea. I will not release her." Lu Muyu's gaze was fixed firmly on Lin Feng. At this point, it was a matter of who could hold out to the end. He. Lin Feng smiled faintly, but there was no emotional fluctuation visible. "You said it, don't regret it." With that, Lin Feng lightly waved his right hand forward. In a light tone, he said, "Then I will fulfill your wish. Slaughter the city." As Lin Feng's words fell, the zombies that had been silent and motionless in place seemed to be activated like machines, erupting into a deafening roar like a landslide in tsunami. The sound tore through the sky, coming from all directions, mixed together like the roar of an ancient behemoth, chilling to the bone. Even the abilities who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield had never seen such a scene. Some couldn't help but feel nervous. More were filled with fear. What? Is he crazy? He actually ordered the city to be slaughtered. Madman. He must be a madman. What should we do? We can't stop so many infected. The abilities beside them were in a panic. Although each of them was powerful, in the face of such numbers, they could only accept their fate. Lu Muyu's face darkened to the extreme. Without any hesitation, she decisively tore off the gray-green necklace from her neck. At the same time, she held the stone pendant on it in her hand. Crack! The stone shattered with a sound. A dazzling green flow of light seemed to scatter from within, moving at an extremely fast speed, too fast for people to react. Ha! Standing far away, Lin Feng noticed this scene, not by catching the flow of light with his eyes, but by sensing the magnetic field changes around him. Just now, it seemed like something was moving rapidly, disrupting the magnetic field around. Although it was fleeting, the feeling of magnetic field disturbance was deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, unsure of what had just happened. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng looked to the side and decisively gave the order. "Xiao Cheng, have those powerful infected individuals take action. Quickly break through this protective shield for me." Lu Muyu had managed to hold on until now, and one of her trump cards should be this massive shield capable of covering the entire City E. Whether in terms of size or strength, it was undoubtedly the result of cutting-edge technology research. "Yes, Master." Xiao Cheng respectfully lowered her head and accepted the command. At the same time, on the outskirts of the infected group surrounding City E, a few thin and short figures had somehow infiltrated. With their own internal strife, Wildfield, it seems like we have a chance. Roar! 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 The horde of zombies rushed madly towards the plasma shield like raindrops. Electric currents surged, emitting a buzzing sound. Upon colliding with the plasma shield, the ordinary zombies were almost instantly contaminated by the plasma current on its surface. Some weaker zombies were directly burned to ashes by the current. A shield capable of supporting a city was no simple matter, especially since the attackers were just ordinary zombies, their only advantage being their numbers. However, the quantity could not make up for the difference in quality between the two sides. Despite the zombies recklessly charging, the plasma shield remained undamaged. It looked as if water droplets fell into a calm lake, creating ripples on the surface. This level of deterrence was clearly insufficient to threaten those inside. In fact, such attacks by the zombie horde would only result in wasted numbers. Anyway, that layer of plasma shield was impenetrable. Just then, the group of zombies seemed to hear some commotion and quickly moved aside, clearing a path. A swift figure in blue darted past, causing the ordinary zombies to retreat even further. Various unique figures followed closely behind. Leading them was Xiao Cheng. She had just swiftly called these special infected individuals from the infected group, most of them at F level. Although their numbers were fewer than the ordinary zombies, their combined strength was not to be underestimated. They were much stronger than the regular zombies. This was also Lin Feng's command. The most important thing now was to break through this shield as soon as possible. Only when those with abilities understood what it meant to face a great danger would they obediently negotiate with him. If they truly disagreed, then so be it. The order to slaughter the city had been given by Lin Feng and would not be revoked because of a group of stubborn individuals. Bang! 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 Under Shao Qing's leadership, the special infected individuals launched an attack on the plasma shield, causing it to emit a buzzing sound. These special infected individuals each displayed their abilities. Some had long-range attack methods and stood as remote support. Others with strong physical bodies resorted to the most primitive method of trying to directly break through the shield with their bodies. What surprised Lin Feng was that even though Shao Qing had led a large portion of the special infected individuals to attack the shield together, the effect was minimal. The shield remained intact without any damage. However, the disparity between ordinary zombies and special infected individuals could still be seen. There was a slight vibration on the surface of the plasma shield due to their attacks. I didn't expect this thing to be so tough, Lin Feng muttered, furrowing his brows. In the various watchtowers within the safe zone, there were also plasma shields for defense, but they seemed like a watered-down version of this one. They could withstand some ordinary zombies, but they couldn't resist the F-level special infected. As long as the infected strength surpassed that of ordinary zombies, the protective shield became irrelevant. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng have made it through so smoothly? However, by observing the attacks of special infected like Shao Qing, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the areas where the plasma shields were being attacked. The raindrop-like attacks landed on the shields, only causing larger ripples. It seemed like there was no substantial effect. Oof. On the city wall, seeing that Li Muyu still couldn't shake the shield, a cold smirk crossed his face. Just some trash, daring to think they can breach the shield of my city? The shield used for the city is the top technology of the Human Alliance. With that, Li Muyu's eyes sharpened. He muttered, hold on a little longer, and the master will come to support. Let's see who will have the last laugh. However, just as Li Muyu was thinking this, crack! A crisp sound rang out, distinct amidst the infected's howls. It seemed like the sound of the shield shattering. Li Muyu paused, his gaze turning towards it. Could it be that they had really broken the shield? Shao Qing was seen holding a green sword in her right hand, which was actually a weapon assembled from scales. It had great penetrating power. The cracking sound just now was from Shao Qing piercing the shield with her weapon. However, as soon as Shao Qing's attack pierced the shield, almost instantly, the shield visibly recovered at a rapid speed. The breach didn't last long. Seeing this, Li Muyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had overthought it. Although the enemy had D-level infected, it didn't mean that this type of infected could break through the defense. The shield of their city could hold for a long time. Enough to delay until reinforcements arrived. The one who would have the last laugh would be him, Li Muyu. What? It has self-recovery function too? Lin Feng, seeing the shield still intact, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Being able to support such a huge shield recovery, it seemed that the purple source crystal was indeed a rare treasure. No wonder Li Muyu was so furious after he stole it. In this light, it seemed like he had underestimated himself. He should use these 3 purple source crystals and make more trades with the hidden army. However, now was not the time to ponder how insane the purple source crystal was. The stronger the energy of the purple source crystal, the greater the threat it posed to Lin Feng now. The shield remained unbroken. If this continued, things could take a turn for the worse. Shao Qing. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Attack the same spot. I'll join you. There was no other way. At this point, Lin Feng could only take matters into his own hands. The magnetic force field he controlled could continuously compress the force field. Although the attack range would be reduced, the intensity would increase. Lin Feng planned to add his own strength to collectively break through this shield. Seeing Lin Feng preparing to take action, Li Muyu's expression suddenly darkened. If these infected attacked individually, the attacks would be dispersed, naturally posing no threat to the shield. But if Lin Feng intervened, others might not understand the operating rules of the shield, but Li Muyu did. While maintaining the shield, it was actually consuming the energy of the purple source crystal. When the energy inside the purple source crystal was depleted, the shield would collapse. Li Muyu was betting on the reserve of the purple source crystal in the Tower of Abilities, enough to delay until reinforcements arrived. But if Lin Feng also intervened, it would be hard to say. Just as he thought of this, swish! A visible red light shot from afar at an incredible speed. As it broke into Lin Feng's magnetic field, Lin Feng instinctively dodged. At the same time, Lin Feng also noticed that the sudden red light was not aimed at him. It was the plasma shield not far away. Bang! The red light made a loud, grating noise upon impact with the shield. Simultaneously, visible cracks appeared on the surface of the plasma shield. What? Seeing this scene, Lu Muyu was immediately shocked. Who is it? Oh,
Seeing the cracks covering the surface of the plasma shield, Lin Feng was not pleased but instead looked towards the direction where the red light had just been emitted. It seemed the person who attacked was hidden within his army of infected beings. He had not noticed. Who could it be? The attack just now was not a superpower but a type of special weapon that Lin Feng could not comprehend. Judging from the magnetic field reaction, the red light directly disrupted the energy flow inside the plasma shield, leading to its destruction. Ordinary weapons could not achieve this level. Lin Feng could even suspect that this weapon was custom-made to target this type of plasma shield. In other words, among the infected army in the distance, there were other humans. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked into the distance and called out, "Rabbit Girl." A swift white figure immediately darted out from the infected army. It was the Rabbit Girl, who had evolved to the D-level strength. Unlike Xiaoqing, Rabbit Girl, although resembling a human on the outside, still exhibited some special symptoms of infection in certain parts of her body. Therefore, Lin Feng had not given her a name yet. According to Lin Feng's estimation, Rabbit Girl would only possess a human-like body after evolving to the C-level, just like Xiaoqing now. Rabbit Girl was not too discouraged by this, as before meeting Lin Feng, her first mutation evolution did not absorb enough energy. So even though she successfully evolved to the E-level, it was not a complete evolution. "Go! Find the person who just attacked and bring them back to me," Lin Feng immediately ordered. The members of the E-City's Esper Tower were a threat, and those who had just attacked suddenly were also aware of his secret. They were also a threat. Rabbit Girl made an affirmative gesture towards Lin Feng, then leaped forward, swiftly racing above the infected army towards the direction Lin Feng had pointed. Meanwhile, deep within the infected army, the few individuals who had just attacked while concealing their presence were all dressed in black night clothes, their heads and faces wrapped in black veils, revealing only pairs of eyes resembling snakes and scorpions. Seeing Rabbit Girl rushing towards them as commanded, one of the slender men among them sneered upon her approach. "Shan Jun, it seems this Chinese Esper doesn't appreciate your affection and wants you to come out." The man known as Shan Jun carried a peculiar-shaped barrel on his shoulder, appearing like a trumpet to the uninformed, with a golden surface from which the red light had just been emitted. "Poof!" Shan Jun sneered, then said, "I just saw that the Chinese Esper was too passive, so I lent a hand. Since he doesn't appreciate it, we don't need to be polite either." "Oh!" A well-proportioned female masked individual exclaimed in surprise, her peach blossom eyes slightly curved as she smiled. "Shan Jun, are you interested in the abilities of this Chinese Esper?" Naturally. Shan Jun's gaze towards Lin Feng in the distance became very intense. "Apart from the ancestors, I have never seen anyone control these beasts. This kid's Esper level is not strong, yet he has the same ability as the ancestors. Aren't you interested?" With these words, the others dressed in black night clothes also showed fiery interest in their eyes. If Lin Feng could bring it back, maybe their long-term undercover mission could end ahead of schedule. In that case, let's change our target. Let this kid be taken back. Remember, capture him alive. Before that, let these Huagua mutants fight each other, otherwise, those flies are too troublesome. Good idea. Sending two new to search for those who attacked in secret, Lin Feng shifted his focus from them. At the same time, his gaze turned towards the Tower of City E. Taking a step forward into thin air, stepping on a force field, Lin Feng seemed to walk on air. Crack! The shattered protective shield couldn't stop Lin Feng's steps at all. With a gentle collision of his force field, the shield shattered completely. The last defense guarding City E crumbled like dead wood. Lin Feng raised his right hand lightly. Charge! In an instant, thousands of infected soldiers erupted into an astonishing roar. With a mighty momentum, the infected army attacked from all directions, putting the entire City E in a precarious situation. Bang! 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 On the tower, the ordinary combat sequence members who had already gathered received orders to fire at the zombies below the tower. At this moment, they no longer cared about the precious ammunition, only hating that the rate of firing was not fast enough. Under the sweep of firepower, the front zombies were shot one after another, some not even leaving intact bodies. These ordinary combat sequence members almost fought to the death. Unfortunately, what Lin Feng sent next were the F-level special infected that had just attacked the shield. Not to mention the few E-level infected mixed in. Just talking about these F-level infected, they were already immune to hot weapons and their numbers were equally large. It could even be said that they outnumbered the existing mutants in the mutant tower. All the remaining mutants in the mutant tower were mobilized, joining the battle to protect the city, but the army of infected brought by Lin Feng was simply too vast. Even if they intervened in the battle, it still had no effect. Watching the instant outbreak of conflict,
Lu Muyu's expression turned fierce, her icy face growing even darker. She never expected that Lin Feng would actually dare to slaughter the city. Catch the ringleader first. If they wanted to sound the horn of counterattack, the first person to deal with would be Lin Feng. Buzz! Just as Lu Muyu's side trembled, she used the power of the vibration wave to leap into the air, charging straight towards Lin Feng. The gap in abilities between the two sides was huge. Even though Lin Feng was now in his peak state, he was no match for Lu Muyu. Seeing Lu Muyu targeting herself, Lin Feng sneered. "Oof. It's a pity, your opponent is not me." Before his words fell, a figure in green instantly rushed out and headed straight for Lu Muyu. It was Xiao Qing. As Xiao Qing's body rushed out, a layer of green scales covered her body, completely protecting her. After evolving to level D, Xiao Qing's physique was almost indistinguishable from a human's, and she could control the growth of scales autonomously, even using them to create different items. Like the long spear used to pierce the protective shield before, it was condensed from scales. Evolving to level D, what Xiao Qing controlled was no longer just scales, but more like hard armor plates. Unsure if Xiao Qing's strength could delay Lu Muyu, Lin Feng did not delay and headed straight for Qin Wan'er. "Qin Wan'er!" Lu Muyu, entangled by Xiao Qing, suddenly shouted sharply. "That idiot is heading towards you. I hope you can kill him. If you really kill him, I'll give you the position of the commander of the East City Mutant Tower." Not far away, Qin Wan'er stood on the city wall, her expression serious. Her gaze fixed on the approaching Lin Feng, ignoring what Lu Muyu had said. Deal with Lin Feng? Ridiculous. Lin Feng knew her weakness. If he were to reveal his identity as a hidden soldier, Lu Muyu and she would probably turn against each other on the spot. If that were to happen, wouldn't all the years she spent undercover be in vain? Qin Wan'er's decision would naturally be within Lin Feng's considerations, so even though Qin Wan'er was a D-level esper, Lin Feng still rushed forward without hesitation. The distance between the two kept closing, and Lin Feng was about to reach her. Qin Wan'er took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes as she raised her hands. Hiss! Lin Feng felt a peculiar change in the surrounding magnetic field, a sensation somewhat familiar, reminiscent of when Qin Wan'er used her spatial abilities before. Soon enough, Lin Feng found himself enveloped by that unique power, as if the surrounding space was wrapping around him. In Lin Feng's eyes, the changes in the magnetic field became even more subtle, as if some intricate magnetic manipulation was at play. However, it was the interchange of magnetic fields that showcased Qin Wan'er's exceptional esper abilities. Lin Feng tried to simulate the changes in the magnetic field around him to achieve the same spatial movement as Qin Wan'er. Unfortunately, no matter how he manipulated it, he couldn't influence the space as effortlessly as Qin Wan'er did. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a bit disheartened. It seemed that simulating Qin Wan'er's spatial abilities through magnetic field manipulation was a challenging task. However, as Lin Feng's esper level increased, his control over the magnetic field became more adept and precise. He believed that in the near future, with the continued enhancement of his magnetic force field, achieving spatial-level magnetic field manipulation might not be impossible. Swish! Like evaporating into thin air, Lin Feng's body suddenly disappeared. Along with him, Qin Wan'er vanished as well. Seeing this scene, Lu Muyu not far away smirked coldly, her expression softening slightly. This is more like it. That Lin Feng is at most an E-level esper. As long as we take care of him, dealing with this leaderless group of infected beings will be easy. In Xiao Qing's perception, Lin Feng's presence suddenly vanished, causing her to look towards the direction he disappeared, intending to rush over. However, there was a loud bang. Xiao Qing collided with an invisible shockwave, sending her body flying 3 to 4 meters away. Fortunately, she had scales covering her body's surface in time, preventing any injuries. Oof! Just a beast, and he still wants to save someone? Once caught by her methods, that kid is as good as dead. Lu Muyu's emotions were somewhat erratic. Although she and Qin Wan'er were at odds, in this situation, Qin Wan'er seemed like a reliable teammate. She had personally experienced Qin Wan'er's methods before. Lu Muyu considered herself well-versed in many things. However, when faced with Qin Wan'er's mysterious methods, she still felt a lingering fear. Honestly speaking, in a one-on-one fight, she was no match for Qin Wan'er. In fact, among all the D-level espers she knew, it seemed like no one could surpass Qin Wan'er. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had been captured by Qin Wan'er's spatial abilities, found himself in a vast, empty space. Above and below him, the space appeared fragmented, allowing him to walk directly on it. This space was completely different from where Lin Feng had been just moments ago. It was like an entirely separate place. Not far in front of him stood Qin Wan'er. Compared to before, Qin Wan'er seemed to be in a less than ideal state, with a slightly pale complexion, drenched in sweat, looking completely exhausted.
Your abilities are quite remarkable, Lin Feng remarked, unfazed, observing the flow of magnetic fields around him while also determining which areas were safe. Through his observations, Lin Feng discovered that this particular space had almost no magnetic field changes, as if every part of it was the same. Therefore, there was no place of danger to be found.
Who? Xinhuana rubbed her dizzy head and took a deep breath. This is the self-contained space of my ability.
It seems infinite, but in reality, with my mental power, I can only maintain a range of 100 meters.
100 meters. Hearing this, Lin Feng widened his eyes in astonishment. However, he soon fell into contemplation and slowly said, 100 meters range? Your spatial ability should be more than that, right?
After all, through Lin Feng's observation of Xinhuaner, he noticed that her mental power would be greatly depleted after using her ability.
If the depletion was significant, what could Xinhuaner do to deal with her opponent in this independent space? Xinhuaner weakly smiled and nodded.
You are quite observant. Yes, my abilities are not limited to this, but if fully unleashed in this space, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences.
If you're interested, I can show you something eye-opening. With that, Xinhuaner's brows furrowed. Behind Lin Feng, a spike formed from distorted space appeared out of thin air. Swish! Although not fast, the power to distort space could easily twist Lin Feng's body. But the next moment, bang!
A burst of collision from the distorted space sounded behind Lin Feng.
Xinhuaner's tired eyes widened in disbelief. She murmured, how is this possible?
The distorted space she controlled was actually blocked by some mysterious force. Lin Feng, however, smirked and murmured, I see. From a certain perspective, this space distortion is an extreme magnetic field distortion. With my current abilities, I can't distort the magnetic field to that extent, but
blocking this kind of distortion is a piece of cake.
Then, Lin Feng took a few slow steps forward, his expression tinged with doubt.
The ability you just demonstrated can basically deal with over 90% of ability users. But, when you say you can't bear the consequences, what do you mean?
In fact, Lin Feng had always been intrigued by this point.
Why did Xinhuaner always look drained of strength after using her ability?
While abilities do consume mental power, they should align with the user's physique, and the depletion shouldn't be as severe as Xinhuaner's. Hearing this, Xinhuaner fell silent for a moment, then wore a wry smile.
Do you really want to know?
Lin Feng nodded. Taking a deep breath, Xinhuaner seemed to have made a decision and nodded.
Well,
even if I don't say it, you might find out from elsewhere.
It's better if I tell you directly.
With that, Xinhuaner gradually placed her hands on the shoulders of her fiery red dress. Gently pulling down, her flawless white skin was exposed to the air.
Ahem!
Suddenly seeing that alluring white skin, Lin Feng felt a surge of blood to his head.
It's not necessary to explain by undressing. I'm a decent person.
Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Despite his words, his gaze kept sweeping up and down Xinhuaner's body. She wore a tight-fitting undergarment, covering the essential parts, but the tantalizing glimpse was captivating.
Moreover, Xinhuaner's figure was exquisite, almost on par with Xiaoqing. Unlike Xiaoqing, Xinhuaner exuded a more seductive charm. Blame yourself? Who asked you to look elsewhere? Xinhuaner blushed slightly, biting her lip.
Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head, trying to explain himself.
I can't be blamed.
Although I am a man of integrity, there's a saying that goes, why not take advantage of a good opportunity?
Besides, what do you want me to see?
Before the word what could be uttered, Lin Feng's words abruptly stopped, leaving him stunned in place. At that moment, Xinhuaner had already turned around. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's eyes were fixed firmly on Xinhuaner's back. Beneath her porcelain skin, faintly visible were those dark purple veins, resembling serpentine shadows in the dark night, winding and twisting. These veins were no longer a healthy shade of blue, but rather a mysterious dark purple, as if corroded by a virus. With each breath Xinhuaner took, those dark purple veins seemed to pulsate, as if alive. Lin Feng was completely mesmerized by this sight. This was a sign of mutation infection. Having spent several days in the infection zone, Lin Feng was well acquainted with the condition of the infected individuals, and Xinhuaner's current appearance was a clear sign of infection.
What was going on? What is this?
Lin Feng looked at Xinhuaner with a puzzled expression, inquiring tentatively.
What is happening? Why are you infected? Xinhuaner didn't answer immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath and silently adjusted herself.
The next moment, Lin Feng was astonished to see that the dark purple blood on Xinhuaner's back was visibly returning to normal at a rapid pace.
This peculiar phenomenon was something Lin Feng had never witnessed before.
Finally, when all signs of infection had completely disappeared from Xinhuaner's body, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, beads of sweat had formed on Xinhuaner's forehead. Evidently, suppressing the virus within her had consumed most of her energy. Taking a deep breath, Xinhuan finally had the strength to explain to Lin Feng as she adjusted her clothing, saying, "You may not understand, but this is one of the ways our hidden army gains power."
Hearing this, Lin Feng's brows furrowed. Hidden army?
The Human Alliance has driven our hidden army to desolate and uninhabited infection zones, where there are hardly any living beings, not even a trace of resources for survival. Xinhuan gritted her teeth, speaking coldly.
The situation of your hidden army
is indeed difficult.
So, how do you awaken your abilities?
Lin Feng continued to inquire. For ordinary individuals under the Human Alliance, unlocking their abilities only required targeted training at the ability tower, without any safety concerns. But the hidden army was different. They lacked sufficient resources and even a stable training ground for abilities. Therefore, each ability user was extremely precious to the hidden army. Apart from those naturally gifted with abilities, only they can awaken their abilities based on their talents. Other ability users
either come from the Human Alliance or
have unearthed the ability veins of infected individuals.
What?
Lin Feng's spirits lifted, his eyes widening. Ability veins were something he had heard about from the 3 individuals in the hidden army before. Surprisingly, besides humans, infected individuals also possessed ability veins. Although our hidden army's technological strength is not high, we excel in certain areas with unique technology.
This is because many individuals in our hidden army's research institutions are dissatisfied with the Human Alliance and have broken away from it. Although Xinhuan didn't explicitly state it, Lin Feng understood what she was referring to. It was the technology of ability veins. Initially, those 3 ability users in the hidden army had boasted about stripping their ability veins for transplantation. It turned out that the research on ability veins within the hidden army had reached such a level. "Our specialty lies in the research of ability veins," Xinhuan spoke up. "Through our research, we have discovered that some infected individuals possess ability veins in their bodies, similar to those that appear when humans awaken their abilities. These special abilities veins are infected by a virus. Although they can be used normally, the body will also be infected by the virus when using the abilities." Lin Feng held his breath, listening carefully to Xinhuan's explanation. Fortunately, this type of virus-infected abilities veins can suppress the virus in the body through control. So, we may have the opportunity to obtain powerful abilities, but we cannot fully unleash them, otherwise there will be a risk of mutation and loss of control. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized. No wonder Xinhuan's use of abilities always felt restrained. As D-level ability users, Xinhuan's performance was far inferior to Lu Muyu. It was all because of this reason. "So, what is your purpose in secretly infiltrating the Human Alliance?" Lin Feng asked again. Xinhuan could perhaps explain other questions, but regarding this one, she directly shook her head. "Sorry, I can't disclose that. I can only tell you that what our hidden army is doing is definitely for a better future. We aim to overthrow the Human Alliance." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Overthrow the Human Alliance? Quite ambitious. Just in terms of scale, the Human Alliance and the Hidden Army were completely different concepts. You may feel now that there is a big gap between us and the Human Alliance, but we won't give up. Sooner or later, we will completely dismantle the Human Alliance and change the current world situation, Xinhuan said solemnly. Lin Feng, however, didn't take her words to heart. He just smiled faintly and said, "Then I wish you success." Due to past events, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Hidden Army. Then, Lin Feng observed the surrounding space and said slowly, "Can you let me go now? Since your goal is also the Human Alliance, the enemy's enemy is a friend. In that case, we should be on the same side. You tell me where Su Lin is, and I can leave now." Upon hearing this, Xinhuan hesitated. She had brought Lin Feng into the space, but he could leave alive. If Lu Muyu found out about this, she might start doubting herself. Moreover, Xinhuan didn't have the ability to kill Lin Feng now. While Xinhuan was hesitating, Lin Feng continued, "I know you still have concerns, so I'll make you an offer. Lu Muyu is a stumbling block for you. I can help you get rid of her." "Kill Lu Muyu? You?" Xinhuan remained silent for a long time before speaking again. There was a strong sense of disbelief in her eyes. Obviously, Xinhuan didn't believe that Lin Feng had such strength. "What? Don't believe me?" Lin Feng saw through her thoughts and grinned. "You have no idea how formidable Lu Muyu is. I was able to earn her respect initially because I brought her into this space. However, I only briefly demonstrated my abilities to her. Lu Muyu thought my strength was unfathomable. Although she was dissatisfied with me on a daily basis, she didn't dare to show it directly." Xinhuan said slowly, "Let me tell you simply, if it's a one-on-one fight, I'm not her match. Even
including the infected entity I just helped you fend off. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Feng's expression changed instantly.
What about Xiao Chang?
Although her combat experience had received some basic training, facing an opponent like Lu Muyu, who had been battle-hardened, she would probably fall behind after just a few rounds. Being in Qin Wanner's self-contained space, he would definitely waste a lot of time.
Xiao Qing's situation would be very dangerous. What else is there to say? Hurry up and let me out,
Lin Feng urged.
Aren't you going to save someone? Qin Wanner asked.
At the same time, a playful smile appeared on her face. Initially, she was the one who passively brought Lin Feng into the self-contained space. However, as time passed, Lin Feng's situation became increasingly awkward. If he remained trapped in this place, Xiao Ying's life could not be guaranteed, and Lin Feng would be unable to rescue Sulan.
I must save them,
Lin Feng said without hesitation, then hesitated for a moment before adding, Xiao Ying must be safe too. I can't control how you do it, nor do I have the power to do so, Qin Wanner said helplessly, spreading her hands, then continued, until the time is right, Sulan is still being held at the top of the ability tower, probably near the office area of Li Muyu. After you leave, whether you want to save someone or that infected individual, it's up to you. With that, Qin Wanner raised her hand slightly. Just as she was about to use her ability, she hesitated for a moment. If Li Muyu didn't die, she would be in trouble for bringing Lin Feng into her own space and letting him escape unharmed.
Li Muyu would definitely come after her for this. I hope.
You can keep your word, Qin Wanner's voice was slightly heavy. Humph. The space around them twisted and made a sound. The distorted space seized Lin Feng's body, dragging him as if by invisible force, feeling his body being pulled by the surrounding space.
The things in front of him also played out rapidly like a slideshow.
The next time he blinked, the environment around Lin Feng changed once again. It was exactly where he had been brought into the space just now. Looking to the other side, Qin Wanner was now lying weakly on the ground due to overusing her ability. Not far away, Sun Yuan, who was fighting the infected individual, saw the scene and immediately rushed towards Qin Wanner in anger. With Sun Yuan protecting her, Lin Feng didn't need to worry much. His gaze swept across the battlefield in an instant, trying to find Xiao Ying and Li Muyu.
Ding! 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 Xiao Ying's scale dagger in her hand kept swinging, blocking attacks from all directions.
Those attacks were almost transparent, barely visible to the naked eye. Her body was covered in scars caused by Li Muyu's shockwaves. Although the scales on her skin could block some attacks, her combat experience was still lacking compared to Li Muyu. Fortunately, after dozens of rounds of fighting, Xiao Ying had learned how to withstand the invisible shockwaves.
But it was only defense.
So, Xiao Ying had been in a passive position throughout the match.
The main reason was Xiao Ying's distraction as she kept searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts.
It seems that the combat experience from the last battle was somewhat useful, Lin Feng murmured as he watched the two fighting from the city wall. Suddenly, Xiao Ying seemed to sense something, turned around instantly, and gazed into the distance. She saw Lin Feng standing on the city tower. Instantly, a hint of joy flashed in Xiao Ying's eyes.
What? That kid didn't die?
Li Muyu stared at Lin Feng in disbelief.
How could he come out unscathed after being brought into that mysterious space by Qin Wanner?
This was impossible. Back then, in their struggle for leadership with Qin Wanner, she had personally experienced Qin Wanner's unpredictable methods. Spatial abilities were indeed mysterious.
What's going on?
Li Muyu clenched her right fist.
Qin Wanner, who was considered a bug ability among D-level ability users, was actually taken care of by Lin Feng like this?
What was Lin Feng's ability?
Exactly?
Although she had personally witnessed Lin Feng's methods that day, Li Muyu couldn't figure out what kind of ability he possessed. It seemed that among the ability users recorded in the ability tower, Lin Feng was one of the rarest.
Could it be that Qin Wanner was no match for Lin Feng?
Seeing Lin Feng escape from Qin Wanner's self-contained space, Li Muyu's expression was extremely vivid.
Nonsense! Li Muyu suddenly had a bad feeling.
Lin Feng must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the supernatural tower would have one more troublesome opponent in the future. Lu Muyu was about to make a move now, to kill Lin Feng. But she didn't expect that as she turned to attack Lin Feng, a fast white figure suddenly rushed towards her from a distance. Like a white light, it fiercely collided with Lu Muyu. Fortunately, Lu Muyu managed to use her abilities in time to block the impact of that white light.
Bang!
The shockwave and the white light collided heavily, and when the white figure turned and left, Lu Muyu could see clearly the figure that had attacked her. Rabbit Girl. Just as Lin Feng had returned to the battlefield, he immediately used telepathy to call Rabbit Girl back. At the same time, Lin Feng learned some information from Rabbit Girl. It was about the people who helped him break the plasma shield in City E. Although Rabbit Girl had located their whereabouts, she had not been able to catch them.
It seemed like these people had some special means to evade Rabbit Girl's detection. Although this was an important situation, Little Ching's safety was the most crucial at the moment. Lin Feng called Rabbit Girl back to help Little Ching, so they could join forces against Lu Muyu. He then rushed into City E to the supernatural tower to rescue Su Lin. Behind him, although Little Chang and Rabbit Girl were not on good terms, this was Lin Feng's plan, and even though they had no experience cooperating with each other, they had to stick to the plan. Lin Feng no longer held back and headed towards the supernatural tower with all his might. Unconsciously, he landed on the top of the tower in the distance. Besides Su Lin, there was also a Class C infected being imprisoned at the top of the tower. Lu Muyu, are you strong? If I release that infected being, how will you deal with it? The frontal battlefield confrontation was intense. Lin Feng raced through the sky, while the civilians trapped in the intersecting situation underground also cast their eyes upwards. Look! It's a member of the Human Alliance with supernatural abilities. So powerful. Without relying on anything, they can fly up into the sky. They must be like immortals. With the supernatural beings in the supernatural tower, we'll be safe for sure. These discussions among the ordinary civilians naturally reached Lin Feng's ears. However, Lin Feng's state of mind remained unwavering. Do you take me for one of the supernatural beings in the tower? So be it. Lin Feng muttered without even glancing at them. His speed was extremely fast, and in no time, he had reached near the supernatural tower. Without using the main entrance, Lin Feng went straight up, planning to reach the top of the tower from the outside. Bang! Reaching the upper floors, Lin Feng exerted force and destroyed a wall. He rushed in. Coincidentally, the room Lin Feng entered happened to contain purple source crystals. Lin Feng had been somewhat interested in the purple source crystals before, but after the energy consumption from the previous plasma shield, these crystals had very little energy left. Even if he took them, there would be no research value. With just a glance, Lin Feng's magnetic force field quickly crushed the large iron door as if it were a piece of paper, easily crumpling it up. Then, Lin Feng activated his field perception. Sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a familiar magnetic field coming from the end of this floor. Lin Feng naturally knew the location where the Class C infected being was imprisoned, and the other familiar magnetic field was obviously Su Lin. She was locked in the room next to the Class C infected being. Without hesitation, Lin Feng rushed over. Using the same method, Lin Feng broke open the heavily guarded iron door. Finally, Lin Feng saw that familiar yet unfamiliar face. However, Su Lin's situation was not optimistic. In the dim room, Su Lin was ruthlessly tied to a thick pillar. Her hands, cruelly pierced by iron spikes, were intertwined, blood dripping from her fingertips, staining the ground beneath her red. Not only that, her body was covered with various scars, some deep enough to reveal bone, others freshly healed scars. Her hair hung disheveled over her face, concealing her once lively eyes. Even as she had turned into a vessel under the control of infection, her eyes were filled with despair and pain. Her exposed skin, pale as paper, her clothes torn to shreds from torture, barely concealing her frail body. Seeing this, Lin Feng stood frozen in place, slowly entering the room. The air around was filled with a nauseating stench, a mix of blood and fermented decay, making one dizzy. Sensing someone entering, Su Lin instinctively recoiled, her expression fearful. The infection had almost wiped out her intelligence. Such subconscious reactions like Su Lin's were only seen in those who had endured prolonged torture. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Anger burned within him. It was because of him that Su Lin had to endure such pain. With a thought, Lin Feng manipulated the magnetic field around Su Lin. Pluck! He first pulled out the iron spikes pinning Su Lin's hands together. Click! 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 The iron chains on Su Lin's body broke one by one. Her body lost support and collapsed, Lin Feng taking a swift step forward, shielding Su Lin's body. Feeling Lin Feng's warmth, Su Lin's body trembled, her confused eyes slowly shifting to Lin Feng, her pupils suddenly contracting. Whether attracted by Lin Feng's appearance or recognizing him, Su Lin's emotions became highly agitated. Lin Feng looked at her with some pity, about to reach out to help Su Lin tidy her messy hair, but his expression suddenly changed. Something in Su Lin's brain area seemed to cause a rapid disruption in the magnetic field. This feeling, as if it was about to explode. No! Lin Feng's face changed drastically as he reached out towards Su Lin's head. He reacted swiftly, preparing to suppress the abnormal magnetic field. But it was already too late. Bang! Su Lin's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering. The explosion was controlled with precision, confined within Su Lin's body, powerful yet contained. It only blew off Su Lin's head. Lin Feng's body was stained with blood, looking disheveled. Yet, he remained motionless, holding Su Lin's headless body, standing there in shock. Dead. She was dead just like that. Because of Lu Muyu, the device in Su Lin's brain should have been able to detect her current condition. After being rescued, it would detonate immediately. This was Lu Muyu's final trump card. Even killing Su Lin wouldn't let Lin Feng take her away. Lu Muyu. These 3 words were almost spat out by Lin Feng through gritted teeth. Lin Feng was consumed by extreme anger, the fire burning fiercely in his chest, his eyes bloodshot, breathing rapid, as if flames were about to burst out the next second. He couldn't accept this reality. Su Lin was his best friend, the only human who had shown him kindness since he arrived in this world. She was the last tenderness in Lin Feng's heart. You forced me to do this. At that moment, Lin Feng, like a walking corpse, stood up, his expression crazed, and rushed outside. He arrived at the room where the sea-level infected were held, kicking the door open. Bang! The bone-corroding blood corpse was still tied up, its brain essence being continuously extracted. Without hesitation, Lin Feng approached. Click! Click! Fueled by anger, every strike Lin Feng made was full of force. The special iron chains on the bone-corroding blood corpse were broken one by Lin Feng. The bone-corroding blood corpse suddenly opened its eyes, which gleamed with red light, and its muscles were as hard as steel. Sensing that Lin Feng was about to set it free, the bone-corroding blood corpse let out a deep roar, as if declaring that its moment of revenge had arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the sea-level infected body. Bone-corroding blood corpse, special fan, bone-corroding blood corpse. Current intimacy level, 150/200. Current status, weak, can be restored with corpse seeds. Materials needed for evolving to B-level, 10 C-level corpse seeds plus misfortune bloodstone. Next intimacy level unlock, telepathy. After being exploited for a long time, the bone-corroding blood corpse was in a weakened state. However, the system indicated that this bone-corroding blood corpse could be restored through corpse seeds. Lin Feng took a coarse linen bag from his waist, containing the remaining corpse seeds from the evolution of the rabbit woman. 3 E-level corpse seeds lay quietly inside. Here, all 3 are for you. Absorb their power. Then, go kill that despicable person, Lu Muyu. Bang! An invisible shock wave came swiftly from behind Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing couldn't dodge in time and could only resist with the scales attached to her body. Plap! The blow landed heavily on her, causing Xiao Qing to spit out a mouthful of blood. Before this, she had already endured numerous attacks from Lu Muyu, with her body covered in scars. Even with the scales to defend, it was difficult to completely neutralize the force. In another direction, Lu Muyu once again controlled the shockwave and attacked the powerless Xiao Qing. But the next moment, Lu Muyu furrowed her brows slightly and instantly retracted her ability. At the same time, she flipped backward, evading the attack from the rabbit woman. One of the rabbit woman's methods was to directly attack the opponent's brain through eye contact. But there was a condition. The attacked individual's willpower couldn't be too strong, otherwise, they could resist the mental attacks of the rabbit woman. Obviously, Lu Muyu's strong will met this condition. Therefore, the rabbit woman could only rely on speed to engage her in close combat. Get lost! While evading, Lu Muyu slapped towards the white figure. The shockwave was fast, and although the rabbit woman dodged in time, she was slightly grazed. Losing balance in mid-air, the white figure fell heavily to the ground. Thump! The rabbit woman kicked forcefully, her right arm dripping with blood. Xiao Qing adjusted her posture and arrived beside the rabbit woman. The 2 D-level infected bodies joining forces were still no match for Lu Muyu. Oof! Letting you 2 trash come to deal with me, he's really overestimating you. After I kill you both, I'll go kill him. Lu Muyu sneered and advanced step by step. Xiao Qing and the rabbit woman exchanged a glance. Although no words were spoken, their eyes were filled with resolute determination. There was no escape. This was the task Lin Feng had given them, and they must persevere. Xiao Qing took the lead, her right hand reaching out, green scales instantly condensing in her palm, growing visibly at a rapid speed. When she reached a meter's distance, a green scale dagger had formed. The dagger was poisoned, and even Lu Muyu, a D-level Esper, would suffer greatly if infected by the virus. Lu Muyu had been able to withstand their attacks so far thanks to her powerful ability and unwavering willpower. Seeing Xiao Qing take the initiative, Lu Muyu snorted coldly. Still not giving up? Then I'll grant your wish. Lu Muyu raised her hand, and an immensely powerful shockwave surged towards Xiao Qing. At the same time, her pride swelled even more. Since childhood, she had been outstanding among her peers, and after experiencing a few wars, her Esper abilities awakened. At a young age, she gained the attention of the Tower of Abilities, with a powerful ability user as her teacher. After years of hard training, she finally raised her ability level to D. Now, the leader of the E-City Tower of Abilities was a position that Li Muyu had worked her way up to step by step. How could her pride be easily defeated by these two D-level infectors in front of her? Xiaoqing seemed to anticipate the move, shifting her weight and dodging to the left as if falling, skillfully avoiding the shockwave. At this moment, the distance between her and Li Muyu was only 5 meters. As long as she could get the poison on the dagger into Li Muyu's body, she would win. However, Li Muyu's expression turned cold, calmly creating more shockwaves. She murmured, "I evolved my ability to D-level 3 years ago. During these 3 years, my most intense training has been my mental power. Do you think your speed can surpass my reaction speed?" As her words fell, Xiaoqing was surrounded by shockwaves appearing out of thin air. If several attacks hit simultaneously, Li Muyu could create resonance in Xiaoqing's body with the shockwaves, launching attacks from inside and out, shattering Xiaoqing's internal organs. Die! Li Muyu clenched her right hand, and shockwaves from all directions immediately enveloped Xiaoqing. Li Muyu's face was excited, as if she could already see Xiaoqing being crushed into a pulp by the shockwaves. However, the next second, bang, 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 the shockwaves created by Li Muyu were shattered by a sudden appearance of a gray-red figure. In shock, Li Muyu also saw clearly the gray-red figure. The bone-eroding poison corpse. What's going on? How did this beast escape? Li Muyu was greatly surprised, her emotions somewhat chaotic, staring at the bone-eroding poison corpse with incredulous eyes. Not only had it escaped, the aura of the bone-eroding poison corpse was even stronger than when it was imprisoned. What's happening? Before Li Muyu could speak further, another figure descended from the sky and landed beside Xiaoqing. It was Lin Feng. At this moment, his face was dark, his eyes full of killing intent as he stared at Li Muyu. "Bastard, I won't let you kill anyone beside me again, not even an infector." As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at Xiaoqing's injuries. To restrain Li Muyu, Xiaoqing was already covered in wounds, with broken scales all over her body, dark red blood spreading everywhere. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's anger grew even more intense. His eyes were filled with deathly silence. "Xiaogu, kill him! Roar!" After helping the bone-eroding poison corpse escape, Lin Feng not only had him absorb 3 E-level corpse seeds but also injected all the remaining corpse essence into the bone-eroding poison corpse. Only then did he fully recover. Although not at his peak, killing Li Muyu was enough. At the same time, Lin Feng gave a name to the bone-eroding poison corpse. Xiaogu. Although Xiaogu's body was thin, it seemed to contain a strong power, like a cannonball shooting straight out. Li Muyu reacted quickly, instantly condensing 3 shockwaves to block in front of her. However, Xiaogu, relying solely on instinct, saw through the tricks, his expression gradually turning cold as he charged forward without hesitation. Could the power of a D-level ability user really harm him? Bang! 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 The 3 shockwaves were directly shattered by Xiaogu's body, as if they were 3 fragile pieces of glass. The distance between Xiaogu and Li Muyu was only 2 meters. Feeling the shockwaves shatter, Li Muyu's face changed drastically. Not good. Put. Before she could even evade, the bone-eroding poison corpse pierced her abdomen with a claw, blood gushing out like a waterfall, revealing her still red innards. Li Muyu's legs weakened, her face filled with a painful expression. The piercing pain was stimulating Li Muyu's nerves. Her legs gave out, and her body went limp as she didn't retract her sharp claws but instead lifted Li Muyu and brought her in front of Lin Feng. Ha! He. Even though death was near, Li Muyu still managed a grim smile. She saw the blood on Lin Feng's body and suddenly understood. So what if you kill me? That scum is still dead, isn't he? Ha ha ha. Li Muyu's state was frenzied as she burst into maniacal laughter. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, and with a single glance, the surrounding energy instantly condensed, pressing towards Li Muyu's head. Bang! The laughter abruptly stopped. Li Muyu's head was crushed by the magnetic force field, bursting into a cloud of blood mist. She didn't leave a complete corpse, and you don't deserve one either. The attack on City E continued. However, Lin Feng had left the battlefield. He stood beneath a city wall on the side of City E, in front of a freshly built grave. Su Lin's body was buried inside. At the same time, in front of the grave, a bonfire burned fiercely, revealing a headless corpse within. Her life shall be a sacrifice. Lin Feng stood in front of the grave, speaking slowly. Behind him stood Xiaogu, Xiaoqing, and Rabbit Girl. Even if the 3 of them didn't join the battlefield, with the remaining power of City E, they couldn't stop the massive army of infected beings. Especially after the turmoil in City E, it even attracted zombies from further away. Lin Feng's inner anger had not completely subsided. The life of Li Muyu was not enough. Among the surviving ability users in City E, besides those who were turned by Qin Wanner,
there were still remnants of Lu Muyu's underlings. Lin Feng wouldn't spare their lives either.
Follow me. The rest of you, do not interfere, Lin Feng ordered, heading straight towards the city wall. He needed an outlet for his emotions. Arriving at the top of the city wall, at this moment, the ability users who were still resisting the infected beings had lost all fighting spirit. Lu Muyu was dead. Were they still a match for Lin Feng? However, considering the relationship between them, even if they surrendered voluntarily, Lin Feng probably wouldn't spare them. Lin Feng's cold eyes scanned the top of the city wall. Basically, the ability users who had already been turned by Qin Wan'er had all gone to her side. The remaining ones were Lu Muyu's underlings. Therefore, Lin Feng had no reservations and could act as he pleased. Just as Lin Feng was about to unleash his fury, suddenly, something seemed to break into Lin Feng's magnetic field. Swish! 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 Streams of silver-white cold light shot out at an extremely fast speed, but the target was not Lin Feng. It was the ability users resisting the infected beings. Ah! What the hell is this? Someone's attacking. Except for a few quick-reacting ability users, the others were hit by the silver-white cold light before they could dodge. The areas hit were dripping with blood, as if struck by a piece of iron. Lin Feng's gaze swept over, using the magnetic field to control. A piece of iron was grabbed by the force field, suspended in front of him. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. It was a silver-white spiral iron piece with 4 sharp corners, with an empty middle section, seemingly for easy carrying. Seeing this familiar shape, Lin Feng thought of a weapon from a Japanese movie in his past life, a shuriken. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, black figures suddenly emerged from the city wall not far away. These people were dressed in black night clothes, agile in their movements. The leader had 3 clearly visible white stripes on his left shoulder. The other black figures had varying numbers of white stripes on their left shoulders, all fewer than 3. These individuals were dressed in a ninja-like attire, covering their heads and bodies, with only their eyes visible. Lin Feng looked at them in surprise and muttered, "Why do these clothes look so much like the ninjas from the previous life?" In the previous life, Lin Feng had also watched quite a few island country movies. Of course, they were all the serious kind. The islanders who dressed in black night clothes, only revealing their eyes, seemed to be living a good life on the Blue Star. Lin Feng even remembered the levels of island country ninjas. They were categorized as beginner ninja, lower ninja, middle ninja, upper ninja, human ninja, earth ninja, sky ninja, demon ninja, and infinite ninja. As for how to distinguish them, it depended on the white stripes on their shoulders. The more white stripes, the higher the level. Like the leader present, he was the only middle ninja there. Eastern ninja. When did they sneak over here? Liang Bei, responsible for assisting with abilities, covered his shoulder with his hand, shocked. The bloodstains on his shoulder were wounds left by shurikens, bleeding profusely. He. Let these Huaxia people see how powerful we are. A lower ninja with 2 stripes on his shoulder laughed, then raised the short sword in his hand. Swish! 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 The lower ninja sheathed his sword and, as he rushed past an F-level ability user, had already made several cuts. Ah! The F-level ability user screamed, his body covered in cuts, the pain stimulating his nerves. Even his ability veins were severed by a sword. But it didn't end there. The lower ninja threw a shuriken backwards. The silver light flashed, accurately hitting the back of the person's head. Thud! The F-level ability user fell weakly, blood flowing down his body, staining the surrounding ground. Charge! Kill these Huaxia ability users. Quick and decisive. They are just a bunch of trash. The situation on the scene was almost completely one-sided. The remaining ability users in City E were at most E-level, equivalent to the lower ninjas of Japan. The Japanese middle ninja rushed onto the city wall, as if in an uninhabited place, his figure advancing like a ghost, finding an E-level ability user and striking his throat with a sword. The latter didn't even have the ability to resist. In a short while, the few remaining ability users on the city wall were completely wiped out by the suddenly appearing Japanese ninjas. Yet, no one laid a hand on Lin Feng. Lin Feng quietly watched the scene of slaughter before him. Even though the Japanese middle ninja displayed impressive combat power, Lin Feng remained unafraid. Because the little bone by his side, in terms of strength, should be comparable to an upper ninja among the ninjas. Even if not at his peak now, he was definitely not someone a middle ninja could mess with. When the scene was completely calm, the ninjas quickly gathered, led by the middle ninja, walking slowly towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered and said slowly, "The ones who just broke the protective shield of City E for me, are you guys?" He still remembered when the city was breached, he was helpless against the plasma shield of City E, and it was someone who secretly helped with special weapons that broke through the defense of City E. Now it seemed that it was them. He. That's right. The leading middle ninja spoke in a clumsy Chinese, smiling indifferently. Huaxia person, your ability is special and worth our help. We helped you solve these troubles just to negotiate with you. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Negotiate? What do you have to negotiate with me? The middle ninja pointed below the city wall, and Lin Feng followed his gaze. He was pointing at City E. If you stop here, we need the lives of the people of Huaxia in this city, and we will pretend we never saw you. Is that acceptable? Although the middle ninja was well covered, Lin Feng could see the cold and ruthless intent in his eyes. What use did he have for these ordinary people? Surely, they were up to no good. After all, the islanders in the previous life had their ways, and these Japanese people should be no different. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, directly refusing. Did I ask for your help? Even if you stand by and do nothing, I alone can take care of them. Furthermore, as a member of Huaxia, even if I don't know these people, how can I trade their lives with you? The middle ninja's eyes turned colder upon hearing this. Oh? What do you mean by that? Lin Feng's smile was plain, though his eyes were filled with a strong intent to kill. It's simple, I can kill these people, but you can't. Before coming here, a phrase was deeply imprinted in my mind. Those who offend Huaxia will be punished no matter how far they are. Just a bunch of scum, no need for any righteousness. Kill the devils for me. Lin Feng shouted. This was an order directed at all infected individuals present. In an instant, the group of Japanese ninjas standing at the center of the city tower became the targets of everyone. If these people were hidden soldiers, Lin Feng might not have had so much hostility towards them because of Qinwaner. But who made these Japanese people who were living a good life? In the previous life, Lin Feng had only one attitude towards the island nation. Exterminate upon sight. Roar! 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 All infected individuals around erupted into furious roars that echoed endlessly, creating a terrifying cacophony. The group of ninjas had already been surrounded in the center. Humph! The leading middle ninja sneered, looking around and said, People of Huaxia, do you really think you can stop our Japanese ninja team with these scraps? I am Musashi, a middle ninja of the Japanese Musashi school. Accept your fate. Watch as he raised the short sword in his hand, pointing it directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head, looking puzzled as he muttered to himself, a middle ninja, where does he get the confidence to boast to me? Xiaogu, give him a slap to teach him a lesson. Xiaogu, despite being small in stature, was the strongest in the group. His figure moved ghostly forward, claws reaching towards Musashi, leaving streaks of cold light in the air. Clang! A loud metallic sound was heard as Musashi blocked Xiaogu's claws with the short sword in his hand. However, there was still a gap in strength between the two sides. The force of the impact caused Musashi to retreat several meters before he managed to stabilize himself. Lord Musashi, according to the ranking of Huaxia, this mutant should have the strength of a C-rank, equivalent to our Japanese elite ninjas. Be careful, reminded a ninja beside him. However, Musashi, who had been forced back by a single blow, was not discouraged. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh. He, elite ninja? With these infected individuals from Huaxia, how can they be compared to our Japanese elite ninjas? Before coming here, our ancestors had already given us tools to deal with infected individuals. As he spoke, Musashi reached behind him with his right hand and took out a wooden box from his portable pouch. Opening the box, a thumb-sized black-purple stone lay quietly inside. What is that? It's magnetic field. It's so chaotic. Lin Feng noticed the black-purple stone the moment it appeared. After its appearance, the magnetic field around it quickly became chaotic, as if it were the center of a disaster. Lin Feng watched the black-purple stone warily, his expression cold. He didn't know what it was, but he had a bad feeling about it. Crack! Musashi crushed the black-purple stone forcefully, and in that moment of crushing, the chaotic magnetic field in Lin Feng's sight erupted completely. Lin Feng held his hands in front of him, being the only one able to control the magnetic field. He felt the diffusion of that magnetic field. In Lin Feng's eyes, the magnetic field around seemed to be shrouded in a black-purple shadow due to the explosion of that stone. Almost a radius of 1 kilometer was enveloped in this shadow. Lin Feng clenched his fists but didn't notice anything unusual. At the same time, looking up, at the moment when the black-purple stone exploded, it left behind a special magnetic field resembling an energy core in place, continuously spreading black-purple shadows outward. Fortunately, it seemed to be slowly wearing off from the surface. It shouldn't last much longer. But what side effects could being shrouded in this domain-like shadow have? As Lin Feng pondered, ding! In the distance, the sound of metal clashing again, as if Xiaogu and Wu Zongming were fighting once more. However, this time, Wu Zongming wielded his short sword and forced Xiaogu back with just one strike.
Xiaogu staggered back a long distance, raising his hands to find sword marks on his claws. How is this possible? The body of a C-class infected individual is not so easily destroyed. Master, it seems like my power has weakened. Xiao Cheng, standing beside Lin Feng, stared at her hands in astonishment and exclaimed, I also am. Rabbit Girl's language skills were not as proficient as Xiao Cheng's. What? Lin Feng suddenly had a bad guess. Could being in this shadow domain weaken the infected individual's strength? If not, how did Wu Zongming repel Xiaogu? Just as Lin Feng found the scene before him unbelievable, in the distance, a group of ninjas had already begun to attack the infected individuals around them. Among the ninjas, the Chunin with a white stripe on his shoulder was equivalent to the strength of an F-class infected individual. However, one of the Chunin raised his blade and swiftly cut down two F-class infected individuals. Seeing this, Lin Feng confirmed his speculation. In this shadow domain, the strength of the infected individuals was greatly suppressed, and Xiaogu's C-class power was probably suppressed to a normal D-class level. Quickly, leave this place. Lin Feng decided on the spot. Infected individuals whose cultivation had been greatly suppressed could not be a match for these ninjas. They could only delay time here, and not for long. Lin Feng didn't want to watch Xiao Cheng and the others die in front of him one by one, so he ordered, but master, these guys are very strong. Xiao Cheng's tone was anxious. Didn't you hear what I said? All of you run, get out of here. Lin Feng roared angrily. With his abilities, he still had the strength to fight alongside these ninjas who relied on close combat. However, these infected individuals were like cutting vegetables in front of the experienced ninjas from Donying. I naturally have a way to escape from here, all of you get out. Escape to a safe place, then I will find you. Lin Feng shouted loudly. At the same time, he controlled the magnetic field, forcefully grabbing Xiao Cheng, Rabbit Girl, and the recently released Xiaogu, and threw them off the city tower. As for the other infected individuals, whether they would listen to Lin Feng and leave, he didn't care. After all, among so many special fans, Lin Feng only noticed a few of them. The rest could be considered cannon fodder. Except for those thrown off the city tower by Lin Feng, the remaining infected individuals, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, almost instantly prepared to die for Lin Feng. Is it not permissible to die for the person one admires the most? The infected individuals whose powers were suppressed rushed towards the ninjas. Although their numbers were great, they were no match for the ninjas. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the figure of Wu Zongming. The methods of the Donying ninjas were quite different from those of the ability users. Although there was a gap in strength between the two sides, with Lin Feng's abilities, victory was not necessarily impossible. Just then, a Donying Chunin let out a painful scream, and looking over, a dagger had pierced his chest at some point. And behind him, a figure gradually appeared. Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. The one who attacked by surprise was Sun Yuan. With one successful strike, his figure seemed to become transparent, blending into the surroundings. When he reappeared, he was by Lin Feng's side. Lord Qin ordered that the shinobi from Donying have offended our Huaxia. As the hidden army, a force organization of Huaxia, we cannot stand idly by. Let's kill these bastards. In this moment of crisis, facing these shinobi from Donying, all Huaxia people would have the same thought. Exterminate them all. Qin Wanner's subordinates leaped onto the wall and stood beside Lin Feng. Although their relationship was vague just now, their stance was now the same. Those shinobi from Donying were a common enemy. I'll take care of that Chunin. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Feng felt a disturbance in the magnetic field behind him and turned to see Qin Wanner appearing behind him. However, unlike before, Qin Wanner seemed more relaxed and indifferent now. When they were entangled before, Qin Wanner had shown signs of fatigue due to excessive consumption. How could she be back to full strength now? Can you? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Of course, Qin Wanner nodded. Then, she smiled triumphantly and said, I forgot to tell you that under normal circumstances, I can't fully utilize my abilities. But we have developed a technology that can use the power inside the purple source crystal to suppress the virus infecting the ability's veins. Although there's not much power left in the purple source crystal, it's enough. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood. Qin Wanner had disappeared just now to absorb energy from the ability tower's purple source crystal. Now, she could perfectly unleash her own abilities. As a D-level ability user, she was on par with a Chunin. Dealing with Wu Zongming, she naturally had the upper hand. In that case, Lin Feng completely relaxed and then turned around. Let's slaughter these beasts. As Lin Feng's words fell, several ability users behind him sprang into action. Sun Yuan's ability was not invisibility but blending with the environment, making it possible to discern his traces if observed closely. However, in battle, focusing to capture those almost invisible shadows was truly difficult. Strong individuals like Chunin, although equivalent to E-level ability users, couldn't easily pinpoint positions by sound alone. Ding! 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 A Chunin threw several silver flashes at Lin Feng, which were shurikens. However, these shurikens seemed to bounce off an invisible barrier and were deflected. The attacking Chunin was visibly stunned, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's methods. In this moment of distraction, Lin Feng stepped forward. The Chunin had already entered Lin Feng's range of ability. Without hesitation, Lin Feng condensed a force field around the Chunin's neck. Crack! The powerful force field control directly snapped the Chunin's neck. The onlookers couldn't even see what had happened. Damn! It's his eerie ability again. An adjacent Chunin exclaimed angrily. For these shinobi, dealing with Huaxia's ability users could be manageable or challenging. Huaxia's ability users had a wide variety of awakened abilities, making it crucial to gather intelligence beforehand to avoid setbacks. This group of shinobi surrounding East City had collected much information about the ability tower in East City. However, for them, Lin Feng remained an enigma. Even facing Lin Feng directly now, they couldn't comprehend his abilities. Damn! These Huaxia ability users are too tricky. Let's retreat. Humph. I'll come back another day and request the intervention of the senior ninja to cleanse this city with blood. Seeing the battle turning against them, these ninja began to consider fleeing. On the other side, Xinhuaner was already engaged in combat with Wu Zongming. The methods of the ninja from Dongying were endless, able to throw shurikens and kunai from a distance with extreme speed, precision, and lethality. Moreover, the unique technique of the ninja was to coat their projectiles with venom. If they hit the enemy, within 5 minutes, the enemy's strength would significantly weaken due to poisoning. However, in the fight with Xinhuaner, Wu Zongming only used a projectile once, abandoning the plan to use hidden weapons against her. This was because he clearly saw the hidden weapons attacking Xinhuaner, but they inexplicably disappeared when they reached her side, only to reappear behind him. Xinhuaner's mysterious spatial ability made her immune to any hidden weapon tactics. If Wu Zongming hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been injured by his own hidden weapons. Hee, it seems like those followers who came with you want to escape, Xinhuaner teased Wu Zongming, grinning. The feeling of fully unleashing her powers was naturally wonderful. Her spatial ability allowed her to create 2 connected spaces within a certain range around herself. Previously, she had to be cautious of the virus backlash, but now, with the energy of the purple source crystal as a boost, she could finally let go of all concerns. Humph. Once I kill you, the others will obediently meet their end. Wu Zongming's figure moved like a ghost, constantly advancing to close the distance with Xinhuaner. However, every time he approached within 5 meters of Xinhuaner, she would step back, appearing in a farther space. Wu Zongming could only chase after her. This feeling was like walking a dog. After several rounds, even Wu Zongming, who had undergone endurance training since childhood, was starting to feel frustrated. Damn woman, stop right there. I'm going to cut you to pieces. Wu Zongming gripped his short sword, pushing his speed to the limit. However, he could never catch up with Xinhuaner's spatial shifts. Perhaps Xinhuaner had had enough fun. She stood there, motionless, waiting for Wu Zongming to approach. Seeing this scene, Wu Zongming's eyes gleamed with determination. A perfect opportunity. Secret technique, draw sword be sting. Wu Zongming bent down, left hand protecting the scabbard, right hand tightly gripping the sword handle. He charged forward suddenly. The distance between him and Xinhuaner rapidly closed, leaving less than a meter. Swish! The sharp blade pierced flesh, and as Wu Zongming heard the tearing of flesh, a wild look of excitement crossed his face. However, the next moment, Wu Zongming's smile froze on his face. He looked down in shock to see a reddened blade protruding from his abdomen. Looking ahead, he realized that his sword had not pierced Xinhuaner's body but had entered the space in front of her. On the other end of that space was behind him. It was effortless. Wu Zongming, a ninja of Dongying, was pierced through the abdomen by his own sword. TSK. Seeing this, Xinhuaner clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Your control over space is still lacking. If it were more precise, this strike would probably have pierced your heart. Despite being severely wounded, Xinhuaner, with an unsatisfied expression, stood before Wu Zongming. Was there any justice in this? Puff! Overwhelmed with anger, Wu Zongming coughed up a large amount of blood. He raised his hand, removed the veil from his face, revealing a sinister and malicious expression. The abilities of the people of Huaxia. Truly troublesome. The power of the people of Huaxia surpasses your imagination, Xinhuaner said coldly. When invading our Huaxia territory, you should be prepared for such consequences. The human alliance has long allocated safe zones to various countries, so why are you coveting the land and resources of my Huaxia? As the words fell, Wu Zongming's face turned pale, a cruel smile on his lips. Ha ha! Allocated by the human alliance? After the establishment of the new safe zones, the conditions for allocation are based on the original territory's size. Why should we comply? In terms of overall strength, my Dongying surpasses your Huaxia. Why do we only have such a tiny safe zone? Hearing this, Xin Wan'er chuckled and teased, so that's how it is. There's no way around it. Your Dongying's previous land was indeed pitifully small. If your ancestors were capable, why didn't they conquer a larger territory for you? This seemed to provoke Wu Zongming. He suddenly retracted the short sword in his hand, blood gushing from his back, trembling all over, unable to stop shaking. However, it seemed not out of fear. At this moment, not far away, Lin Feng, after casually killing a novice ninja, looked in their direction. He noticed the anomaly in Wu Zongming's body. Although Lin Feng didn't have X-ray vision, he could still perceive some differences through changes in the magnetic field. Like the chaotic magnetic field in this person's body. Although he didn't know what he was doing, this kind of magnetic field made him feel a sense of danger. Don't delay. Kill him now. This guy seems to have a trick up his sleeve. Lin Feng shouted. The phrase cut the grass and eliminate the roots is always a warning no matter where it is placed. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xin Wan'er didn't hesitate, instantly manipulating the surrounding space, starting to compress towards Wu Zongming's head, attempting to strike a fatal blow. However, before the surrounding space distorted, Wu Zongming's body flickered in place like a ghostly shadow. Then, he retreated violently. With an incredible speed, he evaded Xin Wan'er's distorted space. Such speed! Xin Wan'er was somewhat shocked that he could escape from her almost distorted space solely based on speed. It was unbelievable. Just now, wasn't he still injured by her sword? How could he suddenly burst out with such speed? Also, if he had this speed, why didn't he attack her when she was caught off guard earlier? At this moment, just looking at Wu Zongming's body, it was completely red, blood seeming to seep through the veins, flowing beneath the skin. Not only that, Wu Zongming's eyes were filled with dense bloodshot lines. This eerie scene instantly put Xin Wan'er on high alert. 5 treasures body. This is a secret technique that only Chunin can use. But, isn't the person who uses this secret technique supposed to die? So what if they die? The 5 treasures body can fully harness the power of the 5 viscera, greatly enhancing physical functions. Wu Zongjun's current strength is already infinitely close to Jiaonan. Wu Zongjun is sacrificing himself to kill all the people of Huaxia. Infinitely close to Jiaonan? Lin Feng was suddenly shocked. According to their words, the secret technique used by this little devil could greatly enhance physical functions. But the side effect is death. Looking at Wu Zongming's current state, he seemed to be in a state of madness, probably using his last bit of strength. Being infinitely close to Jiaonan means that this guy's strength is already close to a C-rank Esper. Xin Wan'er was definitely not his match. Retreat first. His technique won't last long, just delay it. Lin Feng's mind worked quickly and he immediately shouted. If the opponent became stronger, then they couldn't confront him head-on. The biggest weakness of this method of greatly enhancing physical functions is time. As long as they could delay it, without doing much, Wu Zongming would die on his own. I'm already doomed, but before I die, you should go report to the King of Hell first. Musashi's expression was ferocious, his voice almost coming out word by word. The next moment, he gripped the short sword, perhaps with too much force, causing the handle of the sword to emit a faint clicking sound. Xin Wan'er's expression was serious. In that situation just now, she could relax, of course. But now, she had to stay focused. Because a moment of carelessness could mean death. Musashi instantly charged forward. His speed compared to just now was almost incomprehensible. Xin Wan'er retreated, instantly flashing into the space, and when she reappeared, it was in another direction. But now, Musashi's reaction was quick. Bang! The ground under his feet was crushed by Musashi's foot, his body instantly adjusting direction towards Xin Wan'er's latest appearance. Seeing this, Xin Wan'er was suddenly shocked. His reaction speed has also increased? In the previous battle, she could still evade using this method. But now, Musashi's reaction and speed had greatly increased, and she couldn't slip away from him. His speed had caught up with her spatial movement. Without any hesitation, Xin Wan'er instantly concealed herself in the space, appearing in another direction. But Musashi seemed to have anticipated it. The moment Xin Wan'er's figure disappeared, he changed direction. When Xin Wan'er reappeared, he would immediately charge forward. This way, the distance between him and Xin Wan'er would only get closer and closer. Upon seeing Xin Wan'er's figure, Musashi instantly sprinted. Shin Wanner intended to use the same trick again, but continuously escaping was not a solution. When the distance between the two was only a few meters, Musashi grinned. Musashi's flow secret technique III/. The short sword slashed diagonally, and Shin Wanner planned to use the space to move Musashi's sword behind him. However, when Shin Wanner twisted the space to transfer it, a powerful force directly shattered the space she created. In Lin Feng's eyes, it was Musashi's power disrupting the magnetic field, directly destroying Shin Wanner's space. One force breaking all methods. With such great power, by using force to directly disrupt the magnetic field, can it interfere with Shin Wanner's use of spatial abilities? Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the scene. At the same time, he broke out in a cold sweat. In this case, even his magnetic force field would be useless against overwhelming power. Power guiding force, disrupting the magnetic field. However, to break Lin Feng's constructed magnetic field, one needed power surpassing Lin Feng. Ordinary force couldn't tear apart Lin Feng's magnetic field. Is the ability to control the magnetic field not invincible? Lin Feng clenched his fist. Then the distance was too far, and Lin Feng could no longer lend a hand. In other words, even if he intervened, could Musashi break through his constructed magnetic field if he could break through Shin Wanner's space? Time returned to the present. With Shin Wanner's space destroyed, she could no longer stop Musashi's attack. She could only construct a passage behind her, preparing to retreat for survival. Trying to escape now? It's too late. A look of madness was evident on Musashi's face. Just as the short sword was about to pierce Shin Wanner's chest, crack in an instant, a white ethereal light struck from afar. It hit the short sword in Musashi's hand, and the sturdy blade shattered in an instant? Wah! Musashi's pupils suddenly contracted, a word still unspoken. Another white ethereal light pierced through his chest from behind. At this moment, Lin Feng looked shocked towards the distance. As a bystander, he saw the direction from which the white light came. 1,000 meters away. Cough! His body pierced by an unknown attack, Musashi's pupils widened like lanterns, filled with resentment and hatred. Before his death, he couldn't kill Shin Wanner. It's a pity. During this opportunity, to prevent Musashi Ming from having any remaining strength to strike, Shin Wanner directly traversed through space to escape. When her body appeared again, she was already several dozen meters away. Musashi Ming no longer had the power to continue charging forward. He finally revealed a face full of unwillingness, his body ultimately powerless, falling to the ground. His vision gradually dimmed, and Musashi Ming completely lost consciousness. Thus, he perished. What? Musashi Jun actually died? Who is it? To actually sneak attack Musashi Jun, who was using the 5 treasures body. Who could it be? Seeing the only Chunin present die, the other ninja lost their last chance. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the distance. Something was approaching. The rumbling sound drew closer. It was a speeding helicopter. The side door of the helicopter was open, revealing only a hand holding a sword. In his line of sight, the person slowly retracted the sword, now less than 100 meters away from E City. Damn it! That emblem! It's someone from the Huaxia Special Abilities team. One of the genin recognized the emblem on the helicopter and immediately showed a look of fear. Huaxia Special Abilities team? Run! Run! If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Genin, hold the line. It's time for you to sacrifice for the ancestors. The ninja panicked, losing their last trace of fighting spirit, wanting to escape from the place. However, Lin Feng sneered and took a step forward slowly. Escape? Sure. Let's see who can escape. Lin Feng had already set up a magnetic field on the surrounding city walls. These ninja, with the strongest strength being genin, couldn't break through his magnetic field. They were trapped within it. Bang! 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 The genin scrambled to escape, trying to jump off the city walls, but each one collided with an invisible wall. It was the magnetic field constructed by Lin Feng. All the ninja were trapped within it. It's your doing. One of the genin looked at Lin Feng with resentful eyes. In the recent battle, he alone had taken down several of their companions. And, from start to finish, no one could get close to Lin Feng. This extraordinary and eerie method made them deeply fearful. If this was the situation now, what about in the future? If Lin Feng continued to grow stronger, he might even threaten Danying. Yes, it's me. So what? You want to fight me? Lin Feng smiled, facing opponents weaker than himself in his magnetic field, rendering them powerless to retaliate. Young man, well done. Just then, a deep voice came from the helicopter in the distance. The helicopter was fast, and in an instant, it was close to the city wall. A white figure emerged from the side door, leaping up as he approached the wall. Descending from the sky, he landed steadily on the city wall. Your ability is indeed special, effective against these beasts. It was a robust middle-aged man in white, looking to be in his 40s, holding a silver-white long sword. Just standing there exuded an endless sense of oppression. This man's strength was definitely above Class D. At first sight, Lin Feng made an inference. At the same time, with a thought, Lin Feng removed the magnetic field around him, not wanting to hinder this man. The man seemed to sense something and chuckled. Shall I also have some fun killing these beasts? All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white suddenly raised his sword. Swish! A white sword light flew out from the blade. It was actually sword energy. Just like when this middle-aged man saved Qin Wanner from a kilometer away earlier, it seemed like he used sword energy. Lin Feng was somewhat stunned. This sword energy seemed to be casually unleashed. The middle-aged man in front of him didn't even use his abilities. His body's magnetic field didn't change much, as if he had just made a sword swing, but the sword energy swept through. Crack ah! A lower ninja screamed as his body, along with the short sword in his hand, both broke under the sword energy. Such power was astonishing. Lin Feng looked at him in disbelief, thinking, aren't swords meant for close combat? How come it feels more effective than a gun in his hands? Lin Feng's gaze became even more profound, closely examining him. At the same time, he thought to himself, ordinary ability users, when using their abilities, can observe changes in the magnetic field and the position of the ability vein due to the eruption of power disrupting the magnetic field. But just now, this uncle's body's magnetic field was abnormally stable everywhere. Unless that sword energy just now wasn't even considered an explosive attack for him. He just casually swung his sword. Thinking this, Lin Feng swallowed silently. Were there still beings with such strength in this post-apocalyptic world? Just now, listening to the words of those ninjas, this person seemed to be from the Huaxia Special Abilities team? Killing them one by one is too troublesome, better save some energy. The middle-aged man in white muttered to himself as he swung his sword. His figure moved like a white ghost, traversing the city wall. His speed was even faster than Musashi Ming, who had just displayed the 5 treasures body. His strength was definitely at the sea level, even above it. In the eyes of others, the white ghost-like figure left a trail of blood without passing by anyone. The remaining ninjas in front of him were like sitting ducks, waiting for slaughter. In just a few tens of seconds, the ninjas were completely wiped out, and the white ghost-like figure appeared again where it had disappeared just now. There was not a drop of blood on his body or the long sword in his hand. The city wall in front was littered with corpses. Besides the bodies of the ninjas, there were also members of the previous ability tower and a large number of ordinary combat sequence members. The entire city's defense forces, except for those who had arrived at Qin Wanner's site earlier, under Lu Muyu, had been wiped out. As the middle-aged man in white sheathed his sword, he turned around gracefully, smiling faintly. Thank you for your bloody battle to protect the city. My name is Lu Feng, representing the 5th Special Abilities team of Huaxia. Thanks to your fierce battle, the lives of the people in this city were saved. Upon hearing the 5 words, 5th Special Abilities team, Qin Wanner beside him was shaken. Fortunately, I arrived in time to stabilize the situation. By the way, where is Lu Muyu? Lu Feng looked around and asked. He could come to the rescue here all thanks to Lu Muyu crushing the twin stone, allowing Lu Feng, who was 100 miles away, to receive the message. Lin Feng felt somewhat heavy-hearted. The relationship between Lu Feng in front of him and Lu Muyu seemed extraordinary. Lord Lu. Qin Wanner gathered her courage and stepped forward. I have bad news to tell you, Lu Muyu. She has already died in battle. She died at the hands of a middle ninja just now. What? She's dead? Upon hearing the news, Lu Feng's face changed instantly. He turned around, using a scrutinizing gaze to look at the bodies of the ninjas on the ground. Did Lu Muyu die at the hands of these beasts? Qin Wanner nervously swallowed and said in a deep voice, before you arrived, Lu Muyu led the crowd to resist the ninjas' attack here. I had to go defend against the infected coming to attack the city, so I couldn't help her. I didn't expect that she. At the end, Qin Wanner even seemed a bit sad. Although it might be an act, a woman's innate acting ability could make people empathize. Lin Feng stood aside, whispering in his heart, she's quite good at pretending. Just a moment ago, he was very nervous, but after seeing Qin Wanner's acting skills, he suddenly relaxed. At the same time, he also realized that Lu Feng did not know what had happened here. Those still alive on the city wall are all Qin Wanner's people. Everything that happened before was all because of Qin Wanner's words, right? Infected attacking the city? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Qin Wanner pretended to look regretful, sighed, and then said, it's the means of those Donying ninja crowds. They somehow gathered the infected around East City, commanded them to launch an attack on East City. Although I timely repelled the infected army, I
couldn't save Lu Muyu. Xinhuaner's tone was deep. Her expression also became solemn. Through the bodies of some infected on the city wall, it was evident that Xinhuaner was telling the truth. Lu Feng looked around, then at Xinhuaner, and sighed deeply. Alas! Perhaps it was her fate to encounter this disaster. I had wanted to observe Lu Muyu. Among my students, Lu Muyu's talent could rank in the top 5. I had plans to have her participate in the special ability team training, but unexpectedly, she perished here today. What a pity! What made Lin Feng feel fortunate was that Lu Feng did not pursue too much about Lu Muyu's death. It seemed like death was quite normal for them. By the way, Lu Feng's gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Feng, then he showed a kind smile. Young man, your ability should also be related to space, right? I never expected to see 2 special abilities in the border area of the Eastern Domain. If it weren't for the need to rebuild East City due to this destruction, I would have wanted you to go to a stable place for proper training. Lu Feng's tone carried a hint of regret. The so-called stable place should be deep within the safe zone of Huaxia. Lord Lu, East City is under attack now. The situation is critical. The top priority is post-disaster reconstruction. Xinhuaner said solemnly. Ha ha. Good. Lu Feng seemed to be influenced by her attitude, smiling and nodding. Now, your ability level should be the highest in East City, so you will be in charge of managing the ability tower in East City. As for expanding the safe zone outward, you can temporarily set it aside. Also, the monthly submission of corpse samples has been extended to 2 months for you. First stabilize the main city, then gradually expand the safe zone outward. If you need any help, feel free to inform headquarters. Lu Feng quickly arranged the remaining matters. As a member of the Huaxia Special Ability Team 5, arranging the configuration of an ability tower in a city was just a matter of words. Yes, Xinhuaner was excited internally but did not show it. Becoming the leader of the East City Ability Tower meant that although East City appeared to belong to the Human Alliance on the surface, in reality, it had become an armed base for the Hidden Army. This was almost a groundbreaking move within the Hidden Army. You have bravely defended East City, and you all deserve credit. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring any valuable items, but there is still a box of KD4 serum on the helicopter. Let's give each of you 2 doses. As soon as she finished speaking, Xinhuaner widened her eyes, looking incredulous. KD4 serum? How? How can we accept this? Lin Feng had never heard of KD4 serum, but judging by Xinhuaner's shocked expression, it must be something extraordinary. It's just some basic performance-enhancing serum, harmless to the body, nothing special. Lu Feng shook his head, smiling. Yui City is located on the border of the eastern region of Huaxia, lacking resources. Not to mention the KD4 potion, even some basic hot weapons supplements should be very scarce. Don't worry, consider this as support for the reconstruction of East City. Each person can only use 2 doses of KD4 potion, and the effectiveness will be greatly reduced after 2 doses. Thank you, Lord Lu. Xinhuaner said excitedly, thanking him. Then, the helicopter that had brought Lu Feng here landed above the city wall, and Lu Feng gave some instructions from above. Soon, a metal box with an iron shell was pushed out of the helicopter. Lin Feng waved his hand, the magnetic force field around instantly contracted, gripping the box tightly to let it slowly land on the ground. It had a genetic password exclusive to the Special Abilities team. Besides the team members, anyone else trying to open it would have to destroy it. However, if the box was damaged, the items inside would be destroyed as well. For some reason, when Lin Feng touched the metal shell with the magnetic force field just now, he did not detect any magnetic field fluctuations inside. However, when Lu Feng opened the box, a strong magnetic field disturbance immediately erupted. Inside lay several rows of yellow potions in transparent syringes, which should be the KD4 potion Lu Feng had just mentioned. The rest here is up to you. After opening the box containing the KD4 potion, Lu Feng planned to leave. The tasks of my special abilities team are equally heavy, and I can't waste time here. However, before leaving, I can fly a few more rounds around East City. If I find any zombies attempting to attack the city, I'll help you get rid of them. Xinhuaner was about to express her gratitude, but her expression froze, and her eyes drifted towards Lin Feng with a hint of uncertainty. That would be best, Lin Feng said, taking the initiative with a relaxed expression. The current situation in East City can't afford a second attack by infected bodies. Lu Feng looked Lin Feng up and down, his eyes full of interest, then smiled and said, good. You've got some potential. I have a feeling we'll meet again in the future. With that, Lu Feng reached into his pocket, feeling for something. After a while, he finally found it, pulling out an ancient bronze medal about the size of a thumb. Upon seeing this medal, Xinhuaner's pupils dilated. This is. Lu Feng placed the medal in Lin Feng's hand, smiling as he said,
I hope to see you in the special abilities team in the future. I have high hopes for you." After handing the medal to Lin Feng, Lu Feng left in the helicopter. The 5th Special Abilities team of Huaxia also had many special missions. His strength just now was truly formidable. After Lu Feng left, Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. Even now, Lin Feng couldn't believe that Lu Feng had killed a lower ninja with just a wave of his hand. Was the power gap between them really that huge? Indeed. After Lu Feng left, Xin Wan'er regained her calm expression. From a standpoint, Lu Feng just now was in an antagonistic relationship with her. Huaxia only has 5 special abilities teams directly under its command, responsible for handling various disturbances in Huaxia. The members recruited by these 5 special abilities teams are at least sea level in strength. Xin Wan'er explained slowly. At least sea level? Lin Feng was surprised. So, Xin Wan'er and he hadn't even reached the threshold for the special abilities team? Lin Feng then looked at the bronze medal in his hand and asked, "What is this again?" It seems the symbol on it is quite unique. On the surface of the medal was a pattern card from a pair of crossed farm tools. This is an invitation from the Huaxia Special Abilities Team. With this medal, you have the qualification to participate in the selection of the Huaxia Special Abilities Team. Xin Wan'er explained tirelessly. When Lin Feng heard about the medal in his hand that could allow him to join the Special Abilities Team, he curiously examined it. So powerful? But there's no benefit for me to join the Special Abilities Team, why bother? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng dismissed the idea of going to see the Special Abilities Team. He clearly had a way to enhance his strength. As long as he wandered around the infected area a few times, his mental power would increase, and his ability level would naturally rise. Furthermore, with Lin Feng's current mental power, he could even elevate the F-grade passive ability Source of Life to the level of E. Xin Wan'er looked at Lin Feng with a slightly strange look and then said leisurely, "Joining the Special Abilities Team, let me tell you this. If it weren't for my identity, I would have wanted to join the Special Abilities Team. By joining the Special Abilities Team, you can come into contact with some orthodox Chinese martial arts. I don't have to rely on this infected ability vein." At the end, Xin Wan'er even had a hint of self-mockery. Orthodox Chinese martial arts? What is that? Is it the method that person just used? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, surprised. Xin Wan'er glanced at him and nodded. "It seems you still don't know about these things. Not only in our China, but before the outbreak of the end-of-world infection, every country had its own special ancient martial arts practices. It's just that with the gradual development of technology, martial arts gradually declined, and some legacies were lost. It is said that when the end-of-world infection just broke out, the first fierce attacks were resisted by the ancient martial artists of various countries." Hearing these secrets, Lin Feng felt his throat dry. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Feng came to his senses completely. So in this post-apocalyptic world, besides the emergence of abilities, there were even practitioners devoted to ancient martial arts. These ancient martial artists are called different names in each country. The ones I know are the internal power practitioners in our China, the ninjas and onmyojas in Dongying, and so on. As for the abilities, every country has them, but these only appeared among ordinary people after the virus outbreak. Xin Wan'er explained in detail. "Are you saying that before the outbreak of the end-of-world infection, there were no abilities in this world?" Lin Feng asked, slightly surprised. "As far as I know, that's the case, but there were ancient martial artists with abilities similar to abilities, with not much difference in characteristics. However, the group of abilities did indeed rise slowly after the outbreak of the end-of-world infection, and they are even the largest group of abilities today," Xin Wan'er said, stroking her chin. Lin Feng felt his breathing become heavy. Upon hearing this news all at once, he didn't know whether to be shocked or delighted. Shocked that his magnetic field control ability was not invincible. Delighted that there were ancient martial arts practices here. In the previous life, which man didn't want to practice? It was almost every man's dream. According to the situation in China, no, in the world, ancient martial arts have declined, and most people tend to become abilities. Regardless of the ancient martial arts in various countries, they are in a state of limited inheritance. Compared to abilities, which can be used with a strong mental power, those ancient martial arts that require arduous practice are ignored, Xin Wan'er said helplessly. But currently, in the directly affiliated Special Abilities Team of China, there are many more ancient martial artists than abilities users. Humph. Lin Feng snorted lightly. Abilities users rely only on the ability vein in their bodies. Without the ability vein, they would degrade into ordinary people. But ancient martial artists, they cultivate their own bodies, much stronger than the ability vein. It wasn't until he heard about the ancient martial arts practices that Lin Feng finally reacted. In Lu Feng's view, when launching an attack, his own magnetic field did not go into chaos. It was not a deliberate attack for him, but rather something done effortlessly. Lu Feng's control over his own body had reached an extremely meticulous level. Even Lin Feng, who could discern states by observing the human magnetic field, did not find any abnormalities in Lu Feng's magnetic field.
This is the terror of ancient martial arts cultivation techniques. That's the way it is.
Qin Wanner smiled faintly, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. If she could step into ancient martial arts cultivation, then the extraordinary ability vein she had implanted would become completely useless. She wouldn't have to worry about the virus infection from the extraordinary ability vein. But now that you have an invitation from the special ability team, once your ability reaches sea level, you can give it a try. With some luck, you might really enter the special ability team and come into contact with these ancient martial arts cultivation techniques.
Qin Wanner teased.
The Huaxia special ability team.
Lin Feng looked at the bronze medal in his hand and clenched his fist.
Being able to come into contact with ancient martial arts cultivation techniques is not a bad thing. But, before that, my ability needs to reach sea level. Hearing this, Qin Wanner looked outside the city of Yi and slowly spoke. You probably don't plan to stay in Yi City, do you?
Wherever you want to go ahead. You can rest assured about Yi City. No one will leak anything about you.
Lin Feng glanced at her. Both of them had leverage over each other, so there was much less concern.
Well, I've been here for a year, and the infected area suits me,
Lin Feng said with a smile. Qin Wanner took out 2 KD4 potions from the genetic password box beside her and placed them in Lin Feng's hand. At the same time, she leaned in and gave Lin Feng a big hug. These 2 potions can strengthen your body, take them with you.
And, if you have time, remember to come back and see me.
Qin Wanner held Lin Feng's hands, slightly tightening her grip.
This action of exerting force with both hands extinguished the inexplicable heat in Qin Wanner's heart. Every time she saw him, she would feel a restless heat in her body and mind. It seemed to be because of the infected extraordinary ability vein.
She also realized it to some extent. Why Lin Feng could command those infected bodies. Looking at it this way, Lin Feng was indeed a charismatic man.
Master, it seems there's something ahead. In the infected area jungle, Xiao Qing pointed to the bushes ahead.
As Xiao Qing spoke, Xiao Gu's body moved like a cheetah, instantly disappearing from where he stood and reappearing behind the bushes like a shadow. Swish! Xiao Gu's thin arm waved lightly, as if stirring up a whirlwind. In an instant, the bushes in front were overturned, revealing the infected bodies hiding inside. Lin Feng stepped forward.
F-level infected body, Decay Walker. Just an F-level.
Through the bronze mask, Lin Feng learned about this infected body, and he removed the mask with a helpless tone. The Decay Walker, who had just been immersed in fear brought by Xiao Gu, immediately lit up upon seeing Lin Feng, looking at him with joy like an excited puppy. However, the perpetually decaying flesh of the Decay Walker didn't quite match this expression.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the F-level infected body, Decay Walker, and gaining a reward, plus 10 mental power. Lin Feng then gave Xiao Gu a look. Without hesitation, Xiao Gu extended his claws towards the Decay Walker. Plap! The sharp claws pierced the decaying body, extracting the foul-smelling corpse seed. Then, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the seed. Among the infected bodies, aside from attachment, there was also mutual devouring. By consuming the corpse seeds of other infected bodies and absorbing their internal infection virus, one could enhance their own strength. However, for a C-level infected like Shogu, the enhancement that an F-level corpse seed could bring was pitifully minimal. Nevertheless, no matter how small the fly is, it is still meat, and Shogu would not be picky.
Was the number of infected consumed during the siege too high?
We have already left the 7th safety zone, yet the quantity and quality of the infected have not improved, Lin Feng muttered. Since that day, he left City E to first find Xiao Qing and the others. Later, under the protection of Xiao Qing and the other infected, he found a quiet place to evolve his abilities. Nowadays, Lin Feng's magnetic force field and passive ability life source had both evolved to the E level.
One for attack, the other for auxiliary defense.
With 2 abilities in hand, among E-level ability users, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the most deserving of the title. However, this level of power was still far from enough. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and opened his personal data card.
Host, Lin Feng.
Charisma, 100,000, maximum, strength, 45 agility, 42 endurance, 48 mental power, 1230 regular infected fans, 846 creatures abilities, E-level ability magnetic force field, E-level passive ability life source. The increase in mental power was undoubtedly the most significant compared to before. However, the improvement in the first 3 basic attributes was not particularly fast. According to the records of the ability tower, the average of the first 3 attributes for a normal E-level ability user should be 50. Lin Feng was just close to this average. This was because he neglected training initially, so even though the strength of his abilities reached the E-level, his physical attributes were not exercised. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed the E-level passive ability Life Source. With its powerful recovery ability, it could compensate for the shortcomings in the first 3 attributes. However, his own infected fans were decreasing. Around City E, infected creatures have almost disappeared. To find them, one must go to more distant places, Lin Feng murmured. He then sat down and took out a map from his backpack. When leaving City E, besides the 2 KD4 potions, Qin Wanner had prepared many things for Lin Feng. Among them, this map was very useful. It recorded the current safe zone map of the Human Alliance countries, a map that had been reshaped after the apocalypse and the world's reshuffling. It looked quite similar to the map of the Blue Star from his previous life. However, on this map, the land resources seemed more abundant, with vast infected areas acting as barriers between nations. The region where City E was located was on the eastern border of Huaxia, standing by the sea. Beyond the sea lay the island nation of Dongying. That was why the shadows of the Dongying ninjas appeared in this area. Are infected creatures spread across the entire planet, even in the oceans? Lin Feng observed the map, marveling. The oceans of the whole world were marked as infected areas. This meant that apart from land, even the interior of the oceans had mutated infected creatures. If I want to find infected creatures, I need to continue eastward, leaving the range of City E and delving deeper into the infected areas. Lin Feng began his next plan. His primary goal was undoubtedly to subdue more infected creatures to enhance his mental power, so that the level of his abilities could also increase. Naturally, the deeper areas of the infected zone were where more infected creatures resided. If he were to go in other directions, he would end up further into Huaxia. Although there were infected areas between cities that had not yet been included in the safe zones, the number of infected creatures there would not be significant. Infected creatures on land will be eradicated by the forces of various countries, but no one should actively intervene in infected creatures in the oceans, right? Lin Feng stared at the map, speaking to himself. Looking at the current international situation, countries are all preoccupied with the contraction of the infected areas. How could they possibly have the spare capacity to eliminate the infected entities in the ocean? Looking at the entire world map, the ocean occupies about 70% of the planet's surface. How many infected entities could be hidden in there? Lin Feng dared not imagine. Moreover, in the ocean's location, it is highly unlikely that countries around the world would station personnel. He could quickly enhance his mental power in the unmonitored situation. When he becomes the overlord of the ocean's infected entities, the SSS-level abilities might just be the minimum. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became, and the corners of his mouth began to uncontrollably curl upwards. Just then, "Master, it seems there are infected entities in that direction too, I saw it." Xiao Qing suddenly pointed with her right hand, aiming at a certain direction. Lin Feng was very confident in Xiao Qing's scouting abilities. Although snakes have poor eyesight, they can hunt prey through infrared radiation. Strictly speaking, it is also a way to observe changes in the magnetic field. The magnetic field range Lin Feng could control was only about 20 meters around him, and the observable range would not exceed 50 meters. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, was completely different. The observable range could even exceed a kilometer. Good. Let's go check it out. Lin Feng decisively put away the map. Guided by Xiao Qing, Xiao Gu rushed ahead, while Lin Feng was protected on the left and right by Xiao Qing and Tu Nu, moving forward safely. Just ahead in the bushes, an infected entity was moving, seemingly from the direction of City E where they were. It was heading straight towards Lin Feng and his group. Detected sea-level infected entity, withered soul corpse demon, sea level? Hearing the level of this infected entity in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Subduing a sea-level infected entity would reward the system's mental power with 200 points. Without hesitation, Lin Feng directly took off his mask and headed towards the withered soul corpse demon. The two sides locked eyes. However, the expected system prompt did not sound. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the withered soul corpse demon instantly opened its huge mouth and let out a deep roar, ignoring the other infected entities beside Lin Feng and charging straight at him. Damn! The killing intent hit him, causing Lin Feng's body to shudder, his pupils slightly dilated. What's going on? Is my face not working? The situation was critical. Lin Feng had never expected that he had already revealed his face to the withered soul corpse demon. Why was it still launching an attack on him? Is it blind?
No, that's not right. Judging by the way it was charging at him, it didn't seem blind at all. Phew! Before the withered soul corpse demon reached him, it suddenly spewed out a large amount of black-green poisonous mist. Lin Feng instinctively covered his mouth and nose. Damn, such bad breath. Fortunately, as the poisonous mist spread, Xiao Cheng also opened her mouth, emitting a greenish mist. Although the two mists were not on the same level, they could slow down the spread. At the same time, Xiaogu also stood in front of Lin Feng. Crack! The sharp claws of the two infected entities touched, making a unique bone collision sound. Fortunately, in these days, Xiaogu had absorbed and replenished many corpse species, and his strength had recovered, allowing him to withstand the attack. After a moment of daze, Lin Feng reacted promptly and took action. The magnetic field around him instantly contracted, squeezing the withered soul corpse demon at the center. However, crack, crack, crack. The magnetic field controlled by Lin Feng was directly broken through by the brute force of the withered soul corpse demon. This was also within Lin Feng's expectations. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The potential generated by using a more powerful force could indeed break through his magnetic field. To control a sea-level infected entity like the withered soul corpse demon, even if he raised his magnetic force field to D-level, the condensed magnetic field would still be insufficient. Only when the levels of abilities are equal can they be controlled steadily. Let's attack together. Let's first control it. Lin Feng frowned and said, although this is a walking C-class corpse breed, what Lin Feng desires more is the 200 mental power after subduing it. Xiaogu is a C-class infected body, with Xiao Cheng and Rabbit Girl as D-class, and himself as an E-class Esper for assistance. Tidying up a withered soul corpse demon shouldn't be that simple, right? Humph. It seemed like the withered soul corpse demon understood Lin Feng's intention and suddenly broke free, leaving claw marks on Xiaogu's body. In a one-on-one situation, if they were to fight, both would end up injured. But with Xiao Cheng and the others' help, the outcome was uncertain. Roar! With his body damaged, Xiaogu became completely enraged, roaring with blood-red eyes. At that moment, the lifeless eyes of the withered soul corpse demon suddenly emitted a beam of light, heading straight for Xiaogu. Although it was just a faint red light, it exuded a unique aura. In an instant, Xiaogu's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of fear in his reddened eyes. However, just as the red light was about to touch Xiaogu's body, a white light film appeared out of thin air on his body's surface. Rabbit Girl's hand was placed on Xiaogu's shoulder. The moment the red light touched the white light film, they rapidly dissipated, as if two opposing forces collided and neutralized each other. Lin Feng's mouth slightly agape, looking surprised. This withered soul corpse demon also has the ability to disrupt the mind? After all, Rabbit Girl's attacks could damage the brain, and the force neutralizing with her should have a similar effect. Unexpectedly, the withered soul corpse demon possessed such an ability. Seeing his tactic fail, the withered soul corpse demon was visibly startled and immediately retreated, creating distance in an instant. There's no record about the withered soul corpse demon here. Could it be that all Esper who encountered this infected body have perished? Lin Feng put on his bronze mask again, murmuring. He had hoped to find some useful information, but it seemed like a wasted effort. Xiaogu, attack! Lin Feng took a step forward, directing Xiaogu to move in. Despite fearing the withered soul corpse demon's mysterious light ability, having Rabbit Girl by his side made him unafraid of being hit. Lin Feng reached out, creating a magnetic field behind the withered soul corpse demon. Since the magnetic field couldn't stop it, he would use quantity to obstruct it. At the very least, it would slow down the withered soul corpse demon's retreat. It would be forced to engage with Xiaogu. Indeed, after retreating a few steps and breaking through several layers of magnetic force fields, the withered soul corpse demon's retreat speed significantly slowed down. Seeing no way to escape, the withered soul corpse demon decisively turned around and charged at Xiaogu. The two quickly engaged in combat. During the fight, the withered soul corpse demon moved with irregular steps, sometimes staggering, sometimes suddenly bursting with speed, seemingly tireless. Apart from its mental interference methods, the withered soul corpse demon seemed to have no other techniques. When attacking, it either tore with its claws or bit with sharp teeth. Compared to Xiaogu, who relied on physical strength, it was no match. With a tearing sound, in the midst of their battle, Xiaogu's sharp claw directly tore off a piece of flesh from the withered soul corpse demon's body. The pale, decaying skin tore open, emitting a strong putrid smell. However, the withered soul corpse demon seemed unaffected, continuing the bloody battle with Xiaogu. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Feng quickly noticed something amiss. Despite the body damage, this guy seems completely unaffected. Why does it look like it's being controlled like a machine? Lin Feng muttered. This withered soul corpse demon was different from all the infected bodies Lin Feng had seen before. It seemed to lack the special madness typical of infected bodies. Its actions appeared to be solely in response to external stimuli. Lin Feng focused his attention, his gaze fixed on the withered soul corpse demon, trying to find the reason from it. Suddenly, Lin Feng was drawn to the head of the withered soul corpse demon. In its brain area, there was a special and powerful magnetic field emanating, influencing the magnetic fields throughout the body of the withered soul corpse demon as if it were in control. Perhaps that was the weak point of the withered soul corpse demon. "Xiaogu, keep engaging with him," Lin Feng ordered, giving a glance to Xiaoqing beside him. Through telepathy, the latter immediately understood Lin Feng's intention. The snake woman raised her right hand, and green scales grew out of thin air at her wrist. Controlled by Xiaoqing, these scales detached from her body and shot towards the withered soul corpse demon like bullets. Although these attacks were not lethal, they could delay its actions. Following that, the rabbit woman also made her move. A white light shot towards the withered soul corpse demon like a bullet, and the latter promptly defended using the same method. However, while the withered soul corpse demon had to evade Xiaoqing's attacks on one side, it also had to expend energy resisting the mental attacks from the rabbit woman on the other side. Chaos ensued, giving Xiaogu an opportunity. With a snap, Xiaogu exerted force, grabbing one of the withered soul corpse demon's arms and exerting tremendous strength. The arm was directly snapped in half. Then, Xiaogu controlled the withered soul corpse demon's other arm. "This guy has thick skin, but I don't believe it's thick everywhere." Lin Feng had also arrived at the side of the withered soul corpse demon. Swish! Two compressed magnetic force fields, sharp as blades, sliced open the withered soul corpse demon's temple. The most vulnerable part of the human head is the temple. It was also the weak point of the withered soul corpse demon. Lin Feng decisively manipulated the force field, tearing open the wound, preparing to extract the source of the special magnetic field. However, as Lin Feng spread the magnetic field inward along the wound, he saw an eyeball. It was deeply embedded in the withered soul corpse demon's brain. The source emitting the special magnetic field was this object. In that instant, Lin Feng's gaze seemed to lock with the crimson eyeball. A sense of inexplicable fear surged within him. Swish! Almost instinctively, Lin Feng's body recoiled several meters backward. When he steadied himself, nothing had happened. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was standing on the edge of an abyss, surrounded by emptiness, and through the darkness, he saw the eyes of a primordial behemoth. This terror was not about strength but seemed to be an inherent fear in the genes. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the real danger before him was not the withered soul corpse demon but the eyeball in its brain. "Let's go! Don't mind him!" Lin Feng immediately commanded. Xiaoqing and the rabbit woman were already at a distance from the withered soul corpse demon, with only Xiaogu being closer. The withered soul corpse demon suddenly twisted its neck in a bizarre manner, almost mechanically. The temple wound that Lin Feng had opened was now aimed at Xiaogu. Seeing this, Lin Feng sensed trouble and shouted loudly, "Run quickly! Get away from him!" If Lin Feng's guess was correct, that eyeball controlled the withered soul corpse demon, much like a parasite and its host. However, the power of that eyeball was such that after parasitism, it could directly seize control of the body. With the withered soul corpse demon riddled with injuries, it had undoubtedly set its sights on Xiaogu. It wanted to find a new host. Unfortunately, although Lin Feng had warned in time, Xiaogu clearly did not think as much. Swish! The eyeball instantly spurted out from the wound, like a red light, heading straight for Xiaogu. Seeing this, Xiaogu instinctively raised his hand to defend. Bang! The eyeball adhered to Xiaogu's sturdy arm, and on its surface, veins spread rapidly, showing signs of erosion. Sensing the danger, Lin Feng decisively rushed forward. Since this object could control the infected body, it must have some special properties. With his abilities, he could crush it without direct contact. However, Lin Feng was still a step too slow. When Lin Feng approached, Little Bone's incredibly hard arm tore apart like rotten flesh. Upon closer inspection, after the blood vessels eroded, the sturdy body slowly decayed, and the eyeball slipped in smoothly. Strong on the outside doesn't necessarily mean the same on the inside. As the eyeball burrowed into Little Bone's body, Lin Feng instantly looked at the wound, observing the magnetic field around it. Through the abnormal magnetic field, it was discovered that the eyeball was continuously moving inside Little Bone's body, slowly making its way towards the brain. Not good. Lin Feng muttered to himself, decisively taking action. If that eyeball reached Little Bone's brain, it would probably end up like the just infected body, controlled by another. Lin Feng manipulated the magnetic field, attempting to compress and cut off Little Bone's arm. However, Little Bone's body trembled suddenly. Crack, crack, crack. The magnetic field condensed by Lin Feng was easily broken by Little Bone, and in Lin Feng's mind, he also heard Little Bone's frantic voice. "Master, run! I can't control my body anymore." looking around. Taking advantage of the gap just now, the eyeball had successfully invaded Little Bone's brain, and Little Bone's condition underwent a drastic change. Little Bone's body trembled as if two forces were fiercely clashing inside him. He suddenly dropped to his knees, and on the skin of his neck, a layer of eerie dark red patterns appeared, as if the power of the eyeball was spreading beneath the surface. In Lin Feng's eyes, two magnetic fields were colliding inside Little Bone's body. The stronger of the two was evidently the eyeball that had just invaded. Faced with this scene, Lin Feng could only feel anxious. His magnetic force field couldn't help in this level of confrontation. Suddenly, Little Bone seemed to calm down. He raised his head abruptly. His eyes turned cold and sharp in an instant, a murderous intent not belonging to Little Bone himself pierced through, staring straight at Lin Feng not far away. However, amidst this hostile gaze, there was a hint of struggle and hesitation. Little Bone's face contorted as if enduring immense pain. Two different consciousnesses were battling inside him. Although the control of the eyeball was strong, Little Bone's own will had not completely disappeared. Deep down, there still remained a sense of admiration for Lin Feng, causing a resisting force to emerge whenever it tried to attack him. Whenever the eyeball attempted to fully control Little Bone's body and launch an attack on Lin Feng, Little Bone's consciousness would fiercely resist, trying to regain control of his body. A hint of sharp killing intent would flash in his eyes from time to time, as if wanting to bring Lin Feng to his demise. But the next moment, this killing intent would be replaced by deep pain and confusion. In this silent confrontation, Little Bone's movements became extremely stiff and uncoordinated. Xiao Chang and Rabbit Girl came to Lin Feng's side, looking at Little Bone with concern. Time passed, and finally, Little Bone's body calmed down. He remained half-kneeling on the ground, lifting his head slightly, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. A mere ant borrowing my weak power dares to defy me? Suddenly, a low and domineering voice emanated from deep within Little Bone's throat. The voice seemed to transcend time and space, carrying an unparalleled authority, echoing in the vast area. After the voice sounded, Xiao Chang and Rabbit Girl seemed to have heard something terrifying. They instantly showed expressions of extreme fear. They glanced at each other, their bodies even trembling. Lin Feng noticed their reactions, his face darkened, standing in front of them. At this moment, Little Bone's bewildered gaze fell on Lin Feng. The voice sounded again, with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that the Lost Star Master Corps would end up here. Chinese people? It's ultimately the fate of the Huaxia, unavoidable. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes gradually sharpening, and he questioned, Who are you? Why possess my people? Your people? The deep voice let out a cold laugh. All those infected under the heavens are my subordinates. How could they become yours? It's just borrowing the power of the core. One day, I will personally take it back. With that said, the deep voice suddenly exclaimed, Oh? Still trying to regain control of the body? Even as an ant, your courage is commendable. Then I shall send you on your way. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Gu's right hand suddenly lifted, the extremely sharp claws aimed at his own neck. Lin Feng's pupils slightly constricted, wanting to intervene but powerless to do so. With a swift chop, Xiao Gu's head flew out like a basketball, his body instantly weakened, completely collapsing to the ground. And the head that fell to the ground, with its hollow eyes, stared fixedly at Lin Feng, only leaving behind the last words. Ant, I have remembered you. I will come for you soon and take back what is mine. With that voice completely disappearing, all of Xiao Gu fell into silence. Lin Feng closed his eyes. In the category of loyal fans, there was no longer Xiao Gu's profile card. The only two loyal fans left were Xiao Chang and Rabbit Girl. The special infected individuals he had previously subdued either died during the siege or had their corpse seeds taken by Lin Feng due to their lack of outstanding strength. Regaining consciousness, Lin Feng was still immersed in the shock brought by that voice just now. Who exactly was that? Being able to remotely control C-grade infected individuals effortlessly with just an eyeball, the infected individuals under control could even resist his charm. This was simply unbelievable. Furthermore, what did that voice mean by Star Lord Core? When had he seen that thing before? Could it be referring to his system? Being able to easily control C-grade infected individuals remotely is a completely different concept from my charm. Lin Feng's expression became serious. This guy's strength far exceeded his imagination. He suddenly felt a sense of imminent threat. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Master, Xiao Qing belatedly spoke up. That voice just now was so terrifying. Just the voice alone made us feel a sense of submission. If he really appears before the master, I hope the master will directly kill us. We absolutely do not want to become enemies of the master. Xiao Qing's tone became even more resolute, surprising even Lin Feng. Submission. He pondered over Xiao Qing's words. If his charm made the infected individuals feel a fanatical pursuit of him, then the owner of that voice just now was able to directly subjugate the infected individuals. Obviously, that guy was also an infected individual. The way he influenced other infected individuals was through bloodlines. I never expected there to be such an anomaly among the infected individuals. Lin Feng shook his head, feeling quite pressured internally. Then, he looked at Xiao Qing beside him, touched her forehead with his hand, and said with a smile, "Also, why are you talking nonsense again? How could I bear to kill you all? Rest assured, if this guy comes looking for trouble, I will personally deal with him." Lin Feng temporarily didn't know the level of that mysterious infected individual, but he was certain that his charm would be useless against him. So, before that special infected individual actively sought him out, he needed to quickly enhance his strength. Rabbit Girl, watching Lin Feng caress Xiao Qing, suddenly felt full of jealousy and also moved closer. Helplessly, Lin Feng had to divide his attention. At this moment, through telepathic communication, Rabbit Girl expressed her own desires to Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise, but then he smiled calmly, as if he had anticipated it long ago. "You also want a name, huh? Sure. She's called Xiao Qing, so you can be Xiao Bai. He. If we go by names to determine seniority, you could actually be considered her older sister." After dealing with Xiaogu's remains, Lin Feng took Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai and headed away from City E. Lin Feng didn't take Xiaogu's corpse but buried it together underground. Xiaogu sought revenge for himself, and Lin Feng wanted to give him a complete body. While on the move, Lin Feng didn't forget to take out the map for reference. To reach the ocean from Survivor City E in the east, the straight-line distance was about 100 miles. At their speed, it would take at least a week. However, once they reached the infected area by the ocean, Lin Feng would encounter more infected beings. By then, Lin Feng's level of abilities would also increase. The only thing bothering Lin Feng now was his basic needs. The other three were manageable, but food was the only headache. In the infected area, besides some wild fruits not yet contaminated by the virus, there was hardly any food to fill the stomach. Moreover, regular river water posed a risk of virus contamination, so Lin Feng couldn't drink it directly. He had to use the filter prepared by Qinwaner. Lin Feng's backpack was large, filled with many tools for wilderness survival. There were still a dozen compressed biscuits left, which could last a few more days, but finding food near the ocean would be even more challenging. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating, a commotion in the distant jungle suddenly caught his attention. He immediately manipulated the force field to halt his body in mid-air. Looking ahead, a conflict seemed to be erupting in the bushes about 100 meters away. "Xiao Qing, see what's happening." Still cautious due to the recent events, Lin Feng was on high alert. Anything could happen in the infected area. Through infrared radiation, Xiao Qing could see the conflict 100 meters away with her naked eyes. "Master, they are not of the same kind, they are humans fighting." Xiao Qing was somewhat surprised. Humans? Lin Feng also became interested. They were already quite deep into the infected area, yet there were still humans around? "Let's go. Let's check it out." Meanwhile, 100 meters away, two groups were facing off. One side was dressed uniformly, similar to the ninja Lin Feng had encountered before, all wearing black night clothes. However, the white stripes symbolizing their ranks were limited to at most one per person. These 7 ninjas were at most genin level. They were joining hands to besiege the 4 Chinese individuals in front of them. "Xiao Xuan, the 3 of us will create a chance for you later. You must escape. Go to City E and find your sister." "Yes. These damn little devils are too arrogant. Go to City E for reinforcements and kill these beasts." The 4 Chinese mutants consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The only girl was protected by the 3 men in the middle. One man wore tattered leather clothes, and his ability seemed related to a protective shield. He had erected a blue protective shield outside the 4 of them, blocking the ninjas' projectile attacks. Although he could withstand the attacks, one could vaguely see dense black veins climbing up his neck. He was struggling to maintain his sanity and not be infected by the virus. The other 2 men, one tall and one short, guarded the girl on both sides. This Chinese girl is quite tender. It's not easy to encounter one in this place. These people should be the Chinese hidden army, right? I heard they are a group of people who forcibly obtained abilities through infected energy veins. Even if we don't intervene, they won't last long. Pay attention. If they turn into corpses, don't harm my lovely girl. Apart from the 4 genin continuously attacking the shield with projectiles, the remaining 3 genin were waiting on the side with wicked smiles on their faces. Their gazes greedily fixated on the girl protected by the 3 men. Although she appeared young and not fully developed, she ignited a desire in them. However, in the next moment, bang, 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 the
The concealed weapons thrown by the four shinobi were unexpectedly deflected by an invisible wall before reaching the protective shield. Simultaneously, a voice calmly spoke, "TSK TSK. More little ghosts? You only cry when you see the coffin, it's time for you to learn a lesson. Who goes there?" One of the shinobi instantly became alert and stood up, but as he rose, it seemed like an invisible wall was above him. Bang! The sensation was like hitting his head on a rock. The shinobi immediately held his bloodied forehead, screaming in pain. Ah! At that moment, the leather-clad man struggling to maintain the protective shield suddenly froze. Then, the burning sensation of the virus infection vanished abruptly. He felt as if his infected abilities were being suppressed by a mysterious force, even the black veins on his neck were fading in color. Simultaneously, the shield he maintained made a cracking sound. It shattered into nothingness. What? What just happened? The man in leather stared in shock, incredulously looking at his hands. He was on the brink of succumbing to the virus infection moments ago, so why did he suddenly return to normal? Where did the power come from that suppressed the infection in his abilities? Rustle! There were sudden sounds coming from the bushes behind the group. Lin Feng, carrying a tactical backpack, emerged from within, holding a tree branch. No one at the scene made a move, not because they chose not to, but because they were immobilized by the magnetic field surrounding them. Quite a lively scene, the hidden army, and the shinobi from Dongying. Lin Feng observed the confrontation between the two sides, smiling. I thought it was the ability tower's ability users, but judging from this scene of abilities backfiring, it seems to be the hidden army. It was Lin Feng who suddenly took control of the leather-clad man's abilities, using a magnetic field to suppress them. Apart from being able to suppress the abilities of ability users, Lin Feng could also suppress these already infected abilities, effectively cutting off the virus's continued invasion. After being suppressed, the hidden army's ability users could also suppress them. Lin Feng's ability allowed the hidden army's ability users to go all out while preserving their lives. Who are you, Baga? Why can't I move? Was it your concealed weapon? A shinobi closest to Lin Feng angrily questioned. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and gave him a look. Put! The magnetic force field around them immediately compressed, causing the shinobi to let out a painful scream. In full view of everyone, his body was crushed alive by the invisible force field. Blood mist filled the air. When the stench of blood reached their noses, the remaining shinobi from Dongying finally woke up. The unexpected guest before them was not someone they could contend with. Concealed weapons? I disdain using such despicable means as yours, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, then gestured. Bang! 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 The magnetic force fields around the other three shinobi instantly contracted. Their bodies were also crushed and burst. It was like squashing annoying flies and mosquitoes in the summer. Unlike them, the hidden army's ability users were not affected by Lin Feng's magnetic field. Seeing Lin Feng gesture and kill these Dongying shinobi, the hidden army's ability users showed expressions of shock. If it were Huaxia's ability users, these were 4 F-level ability users. Yet, they were effortlessly dealt with by Lin Feng like this? One of them suddenly woke up, then immediately took out a small book he carried with him, which contained written intelligence. He seemed to be checking something. Killing 4 novice ninjas didn't stir Lin Feng's expression at all. He walked directly towards the 3 lower-level ninjas. Although the 3 lower-level ninjas had seen big scenes before, they had no room to fight back against Lin Feng's mysterious and unpredictable abilities. Fear was evident in their eyes. Who are you really? What do you want to do? One of the lower-level ninjas panicked, wanting to escape but being suppressed by the magnetic field all around, unable to move a muscle. What do you mean? Who am I? I'm a Chinese person, isn't it obvious enough? Lin Feng's mouth curled up, showing a kind smile. But to these 3 lower-level ninjas, he appeared more terrifying than a demon from the Japanese hell. Also, as I just said, I'm here to kill the little devils. As Lin Feng approached, the facial expressions of the 3 lower-level ninjas became even more fearful, their hearts pounding. It seemed to them that it wasn't a Chinese person coming towards them but the Grim Reaper from hell. Don't come any closer. In this situation, they couldn't even bring themselves to commit suicide. They could only face the fear that Lin Feng brought upon them. Lin Feng arrived in front of one of the lower-level ninjas, looking friendly, smiling as he asked, "Let me ask you something, besides you guys, are there any other little devils around here?" Despite the threat, this lower-level ninja's mind was still firm. I won't tell you anything." Before he could finish speaking, with a bang, in the magnetic force field isolating the individual in front of him, the lower-level ninja's body was directly crushed, and the blood mist was completely contained within. Next, Lin Feng approached the second lower-level ninja. "What about you? Will you talk or?"
The second lower-level ninja hesitated, his eyes showing uncertainty. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Lin Feng glanced at him. Don't waste time. He clenched his right hand suddenly. Bang! Then, Lin Feng approached the last lower-level ninja. This time, Lin Feng didn't speak, just gave him a look. The latter showed a bewildered and fearful expression. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, raised his hand again, ready to tighten his grip. But the lower-level ninja burst into a plea like a slaughtered pig. Please, please don't. Why don't you ask me something? Hearing this, Lin Feng awkwardly smiled, scratching his head. Sorry, got carried away. So, do you know if there are any other little devils like you around here? Yes. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, the lower-level ninja nodded repeatedly. Although Lord Musashi died a few days ago, within the camp, there are 5 other lower-level ninjas. Oh no, little devils, with strength similar to mine. The rest are just novice ninjas. The tone of his speech showed genuine fear of death. Is that so? Lin Feng's mouth curled up, indicating that the ninjas lurking around his city were about to be wiped out completely. Where are they located? Lin Feng continued to inquire. However, the lower-level ninja looked hesitant, helpless in his gaze, glancing at his companion who had been crushed into a mist of blood. This infected area is all jungle. When we go out and return daily, we rely on the positioning radar. But the positioning radar on Lord Yamamoto should have been destroyed by you. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. If only he hadn't killed so quickly. Alright, that's all I need to know. Lin Feng nodded helplessly. The lower-level ninja's eyes lit up immediately, asking hopefully, so, can I go now? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Go? Where do you think you're going? I just asked you a few questions. I didn't say you could leave. A little devil like you, negotiating terms with me? Bang! When Lin Feng's magnetic force field completely dissipated, the blood mist around quietly spread, and Lin Feng stood in the midst of the mist, as if there was an invisible wall surrounding him, preventing the invasion of the blood mist. Clad in white, he remained as pure as snow. You! The man in leather couldn't help but show a hint of fear in his eyes as he saw Lin Feng swiftly take down the ninja crowd. The means he used were unclear to everyone present. The girl protected by 3 people in the middle curiously observed Lin Feng through the gap between the leather-clad man's arms. Are you Lin Feng? Suddenly, a tall esper beside him spoke up, holding a report and murmuring, this method of unleashing power without physical contact is similar to the latest record of the esper from City Lin Feng. Moreover, according to the information returned by Lord Qin, Lin Feng has already left City E. Oh, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, smiling faintly. I didn't expect your hidden army's intelligence work to be so fast. I just left City E, and you already received the news. It seemed reasonable. After all, after Qin Wanner became the leader of the Esper Tower in City E, almost the entire city fell under her control. In the depths of consciousness, whether it was the battle sequence and ordinary operations or the Espers of the Esper Tower, they should all belong to the hidden army. What Liu Feng didn't know was that his easy decision had handed over the entire City E to the hidden army. After the battle in City E, Lord Qin sent intelligence to the hidden army, and we just received it. The tall Esper from earlier spoke slowly. Lord Qin also said that if we encounter you, we should not conflict with you. The hidden army and you can be friends. His tone was somewhat tense. After all, if Lin Feng could efficiently deal with those ninja crowds, he also had the strength to deal with them decisively. Well, she makes sense. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze shifting down to the girl protected by 3 people in the middle. She looked somewhat familiar. When their eyes met, the girl took a step back, and the 3 people beside her became very nervous. If Lin Feng had ill intentions, then they. Why did you encounter these ninja crowds? Lin Feng glanced at the girl for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and asked. In this post-apocalyptic world, the girl's appearance was indeed charming, with a kind of immature beauty. But compared to Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, she lacked a bit of charm. The tall Esper hesitated for a moment and slowly said, we went out to collect corpse seeds. Due to the near extinction of infected individuals near City E, we ventured in this direction. Unexpectedly, we encountered traps here, which alerted the nearby ninja crowds. Collecting corpse seeds? The 4 of you? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the girl. She was just an ordinary person, and Lin Feng didn't see any peculiar magnetic field on her. The girl seemed to have caught the meaning in Lin Feng's words and stepped forward, saying defiantly, that's right. It's the 4 of us. Don't look at me as just an ordinary person, but my sister said that when I grow up, I can also become an Esper. The girl waved her small fist, looking defiant. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile at her appearance and joked, alright, but you have to grow up first.
daring to enter the infected area with the protection of 3 espers. If you encounter more dangerous infected individuals, the biggest burden will be you. As these words came out, the 3 people beside her did not refute. They even silently agreed with this statement. If it weren't for this little troublemaker, they probably would have left without entangling with the ninja crowds. The girl was angered by these words, her face turning red. After a while, she was at a loss for words. Just stomping her feet in frustration, she then hid behind the man in the leather jacket. He. Lin Feng chuckled lightly and continued, the sister she mentioned should be Qin Wan'er. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were somewhat surprised, and the tall psychic nodded. How did you know? She looks like her. Lin Feng shrugged. In reality, when Lin Feng said looks like, he wasn't referring to appearance but to the person's magnetic field. Each person's magnetic field is unique, but perhaps due to blood ties, this girl's magnetic field was somewhat similar to Qin Wan'er's. Coupled with her mentioning a sister earlier, Lin Feng made a deduction. I'm Qin Shuang, do you know my sister? Qin Shuang peeked out again, placing her hands on the leather-clad man's arm, and with her bright eyes, she scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe. I guess you could say that. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. By the way, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and looked ahead. How do you hidden army ensure your daily necessities while living outside the infected zone? I left in a hurry, so in terms of logistics, it's not guaranteed. He only had a few days' worth of compressed dry rations left. If he didn't find a way to replenish them, he might end up starving in the wilderness. The tall psychic immediately understood Lin Feng's implication and chuckled, logistics? Ha, we hidden army are quite adept at that. You left East City and are active in the infected zone, you probably don't have enough food, right? If you don't mind, we hidden army can provide you with some. As soon as he said this, the short psychic beside him's expression changed, and he discreetly tugged at his clothes. Are we really going to bring him to our sub-base? Isn't that a bit risky? Not knowing if Lin Feng was friend or foe, bringing him to the hidden army sub-base might cause trouble. The tall psychic remained silent, just tilting the intelligence file slightly. It was only then that the short psychic saw a note attached to Lin Feng's intelligence by Qin Wan'er. If possible, try to win him over. It suddenly dawned on him. That would be great. Lin Feng agreed with a smile. He wasn't particularly interested in the hidden army sub-base. However, he was very curious about how the hidden army managed to survive for years in the infected zone without the resources of the human alliance. If he didn't have to worry about resources in the future, he could simply dive into the infected zone and come out after his psychic abilities reached SSS level. With that, who else under the sky could be his match? Moreover, Lin Feng possessed more than one psychic ability. If he could elevate his passive ability source of life to SSS level, he didn't even dare to imagine the strength of his body at that point. He might be invincible. Both parties agreed, and the tall psychic immediately pointed in a direction, and the group headed back together. Furthermore, with the presence of the powerful psychic Lin Feng, they didn't have to fear the threats of the hidden army and infected beings on their way back. As they set off, Lin Feng cast a glance towards the bushes behind him. Behind those bushes were Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai hiding. Just follow me from a distance, don't let anyone spot you. If anything happens, I'll inform you. Brother Chen, from this point, head east all the way, and after crossing a vast sea, you'll reach Dongying. Near the oceanic infected zone, it's almost deserted. Why are you going there? On the way back to the hidden army subbase, Qin Shuang learned about Lin Feng's plans. With enough food, he was going east. This puzzled Qin Shuang. I have my own plans. Lin Feng pretended to be mysterious and said casually. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Shuang also started pondering with her hand on her chin. Recalling the scene where Lin Feng dealt with the hidden army earlier, Qin Shuang suddenly had a bright idea. Brother Chen, you're not planning to stop the people from Dongying, are you? When you saved us just now, I saw that you seemed to hate the people from Dongying. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qin Shuang's train of thought, then grinned. Well, if I see those Dongying people crossing the ocean, I don't mind taking action to let those guys drown in the sea. Really? Brother Chen is so responsible. Qin Shuang looked at Lin Feng with shining eyes, then clenched her fist. According to my sister, those Dongying people came to our territory to capture people. It is said that they want to conduct some virus experiments. They have a small population in Dongying and need to develop themselves, so they targeted us. Qin Shuang was full of indignation. Although she didn't understand much about the world, she understood the invasion of other countries and harming the innocent. Virus experiments? Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Feng's heart felt like it was being pricked. In a previous life, during a world-class battle, Dongying conducted bacteriological experiments during their fight with Huaxia. It was unexpected that even here, the people from Dongying hadn't changed their ways. Earlier in City E, Musashi Ming and himself made a deal, wanting to exchange the lives of ordinary people in the city. So that's how it was. Lin Feng suddenly clenched his fist, his tone calm but filled with a sense of solemnity. What I said earlier was just a joke, but if I really encounter people from Dongying, whoever it is, I'll crush them first and ask questions later. Lin Feng's serious and solemn demeanor actually touched Qin Shuang's heart. The curiosity in her eyes gradually turned into admiration.
Brother Chen. Has anyone ever told you that you look quite handsome when you're serious?
Someone did mention it, although not a person. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Qin Shuang and Lin Feng had endless conversations along the way. Of course, Qin Shuang was the chatterbox.
Compared to Qin Wanner, Qin Shuang was more approachable and likable.
Before long, under the leadership of the tall mutant, the group arrived at the hidden military base. From a distance, Lin Feng saw a layer of fence posts enclosing a large area.
Lin Feng was taken aback.
The hidden military base in the distance was not as impregnable as Lin Feng had imagined.
In fact, if the outer layer of fencing was removed, it would look like an isolated small village.
This is the hidden military base?
Seems a bit too hasty. Sensing Lin Feng's reaction, the tall mutant smiled faintly.
This is our hidden military base. Although it looks ordinary, it is very secure. We have applied some plant toxins resistant to infected beings on the outer layer of the fence, which have no effect on humans but can spread through the air, preventing infected beings from approaching actively. Hearing this, Lin Feng pretended to sniff a few times.
He didn't detect any special smell.
Then, he used telepathy to ask Xiao Cheng,
"Are there any unusual conditions when approaching here?"
"Master, besides the surrounding air being a bit nauseating, there are no other issues."
Surprised by Xiao Qing's response, Lin Feng realized, "Even you can't stand this smell?"
"No, Master, it's just that the body involuntarily resists the smell, but it won't have any effect." Suddenly, Lin Feng understood. Although these smells could make infected beings resistant, it was limited to resistance only.
Infected beings wouldn't actively approach the hidden military base.
Upon careful consideration, this was indeed an effective way to prevent infected beings. After all, as the infected beings' intelligence increased with their level, E-level and F-level infected beings were not highly intelligent. They would naturally rely on their physical reactions and not actively approach this area. Those weaker ordinary infected individuals don't need much mention. As long as the members of the hidden army don't actively seek death and provoke the infected to enter this area, they can use these simple methods to establish their own safe zone within the infected area.
This method is truly superb.
As he approached, Lin Feng discovered that in this village, dozens of small and large wooden houses were intricately embedded among the towering trees. Even from high above, it was hard to detect any signs of human habitation if one didn't look carefully. Each wooden house was entwined with vines, surrounded by green leaves, blending perfectly into the natural environment. In addition, there were cultivated fields with fresh fruits and vegetables growing on some sunlit open spaces. Furthermore, facilities commonly seen in villages like chicken coops and pigsties could also be seen here. These hidden soldiers were actually living a comfortable life within the infected area.
Is this still the post-apocalyptic world dominated by the infected? Surprisingly, there is such a hidden paradise.
I never expected that the hidden army would survive in the infected area in this way, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Although this place seemed underdeveloped, the people in the village all seemed mysterious. There were also patrol soldiers in simple armor, armed with weapons, patrolling near the sub-base. This scene of technology and backwardness merging together greatly shocked Lin Feng.
He.
The tall esper chuckled knowingly and explained, "The principle we have always adhered to is people-oriented, which is the way our ancestors lived, so naturally, we can live this way too. It's just that in the current safety zones of the human alliance, such basic living facilities are more complete." Just as Lin Feng was marveling, Qin Shuang directly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and tried to pull him inside.
"Brother Chen, come, I'll take you to eat delicious food. You must not be able to eat your fill or sleep warmly outside, right? Although our conditions are a bit simple, we have everything here."
Lin Feng didn't resist and was thus pulled by Qin Shuang into the sub-base.
They were greeted by a young man who was in the midst of slaughtering a chicken. However, he seemed absent-minded.
"Li Ge,
are you slaughtering chickens today? Then I must eat a few more bites." Qin Shuang pulled Lin Feng over with a smile.
Upon hearing the familiar voice, the young man's knife trembled suddenly, then he looked up with surprise.
"Xiao Shuang? You're back? Great. Do you know that I have?"
Before he could finish his sentence, the young man saw Lin Feng standing beside her. When he saw Lin Feng's surprised and playful smile, the knife in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. His expression also seemed somewhat out of control.
It's you."
Lin Feng looked at him with a smile. The latter's face was filled with fear. Lin Feng vaguely remembered this young man. After Qin Wanner sent him out of City E, those 3 hidden army espers, coveting his esper abilities, had evil intentions. This young man was standing by at that time. If he hadn't intervened, little Chang might have killed him too. Now, seeing Lin Feng again, his heart naturally filled with fear. Qin Shuang looked at Lin Feng, then at him, looking surprised. Do you two know each other? Before he could speak, Lin Feng took the lead and said, yes, we've met before. When your sister asked me to deliver some things called purple source crystals from City E, he and 3 espers came. It's just a pity that we were later attacked by infected and had to flee for our lives separately. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang seemed to have some recollection. So that's how it is. I understand. Before the sub-base, there were 3 uncles who unfortunately died in an operation. Turns out Brother Chen was also involved in that operation. Qin Shuang's tone was somewhat downcast by the end. The population in the base was already small, and Qin Shuang, being a compassionate girl, naturally felt saddened by the departure of her companions. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at the young man with some surprise. He actually didn't reveal the whole truth of the matter. Instead, he concealed it for himself. The deaths of the 3 mutants were all classified as unfortunate casualties. This was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Hello, I'm Li Xiao, I couldn't bring you back safely last time. I'm sorry. The young man gathered courage and apologized sincerely. It's okay, it's not easy for you to survive, so you don't need to worry about my safety, Lin Feng said with a smile. Li Ge, you don't need to worry about Brother Chen's safety anymore. We survived just now thanks to Brother Chen's great strength. You have no idea how powerful Brother Chen is. With these words, the corners of Li Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know how powerful Lin Feng was? On that day, when the infected suddenly launched an attack, their 3 mutant members died on the spot, but Lin Feng ultimately survived. How could he not know how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was? After all, at that time, Lin Feng was on the brink of death. Let's not dwell on the past. In this apocalypse, who can always be considered powerful? Lin Feng smiled lightly. Seeing that Lin Feng had no ill intentions, Li Xiao also completely let go of his worries. Right. Let's not mention the past. Since you're here, you must taste my cooking. Li Xiao bent down and picked up the kitchen knife on the ground, ready to prepare the rooster in his hand. Brother Chen, Li Ji's cooking is superb. It will definitely whet your appetite later. Qin Shuang's face lit up with excitement. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Brother Lin? A great favor deserves a thank you. Turning to look back at the voice, the newcomer was Sun Yuan. Oh, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Now that Qin Wanner controlled City E, she actually sent Sun Yuan directly. Wasn't this too blatant? I didn't expect you to intervene in time to save Xiaoshuang and the others. I'm really grateful. If anything happened to Xiaoshuang, Lord Qin wouldn't let me off. Sun Yuan's tone was very excited. It's nothing, just a small favor. Lin Feng smiled and then asked somewhat surprised, but what about you? Previously, when you were in City E and wanted to return to the hidden military base, it should have taken some effort, right? Now I can easily return here. Sun Yuan laughed and explained slowly, this is thanks to Brother Lin. The number of infected near City E has greatly decreased, so returning to the base is not much of a threat for me. In addition, with Lord Qin becoming the manager of the E City Mutant Tower, leaving the city can be easily justified with any reason. Our hidden military group can enjoy the present days, all thanks to you. In the past, although the hidden military had insiders in City E, returning to the base required a solid reason. But now, with Qin Wanner becoming the manager of the Mutant Tower, even if she allocated an area in City E for the hidden military to reside in, there would probably be no objections. All of this was due to Lin Feng's help. If Lin Feng was considered the benefactor of this entire hidden military group, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Really? Brother Chen is so powerful. Seeing Sun Yuan thanking Lin Feng like this, Qin Shuang's mouth had formed an O shape. Brother Lin's strength is beyond even my reach. Sun Yuan sincerely praised. By the way, Sun Yuan seemed to suddenly remember something. Brother Lin, I heard from the person you saved earlier that you need some food resources. I've already had someone prepare them for you, but... Sun Yuan looked troubled. What's wrong? Lin Feng glanced sideways. The food at our hidden military base is mostly fresh. Brother Lin, you've been out and about without any refrigeration equipment. These things won't last long before they spoil. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. How could he forget about this? The provisions prepared by the hidden military base for him would definitely consist of fresh meat and vegetables, not to mention how he would cook in the wilderness.
Even in the scorching summer, they wouldn't last long. The food that could be stored for a long time was classified as strategic supplies and only stored in City E. Lin Feng had just come out of there a few days ago. Did he have to go back to replenish? Well, I guess I was being too naive, thinking it would be easy to live in the infected area. Lin Feng frowned. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Sun Yuan's lips curled slightly as he seized the moment to say, however, if Brother Lin has any ideas, I have a way. Lin Feng immediately looked over. Sun Yuan took out a coordinate radar from his pocket and said, this is a coordinate radar found on the body of a Chunin who attacked City E that day. The coordinates recorded inside are the locations of those ninja camps. According to our intelligence in recent days, it seems that there are only 7 Chunin left in that camp, and the number of genin is unknown. Just now, Brother Lin has already killed 3 Chunin. With the remaining strength, I am confident that our hidden army can handle it. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng began to understand. He smiled faintly and asked, are you suggesting that the ninja camps have the food resources I need? Sun Yuan nodded directly. These ninja have been trekking through mountains and rivers, hiding here, carrying food that can be stored for a long time. If Brother Lin has this idea, our hidden army can cooperate in the operation. Our goal is to kill. As for the extra food, Brother Lin can have as much as he wants. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, somewhat surprised. With the current situation in City E, Xin Wanner still has the spare energy to send you out to eliminate those ninja? Unexpected indeed. To his surprise, Sun Yuan's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing this. Brother Lin, have you forgotten what you said to the ninja on the city tower before? Those who violate our huaxia, no matter how far, will be punished. Both parties agreed instantly. After knowing the specific locations of the ninja, Sun Yuan immediately gathered the remaining forces of the hidden army to eliminate the ninja camp. To Lin Feng's surprise, within this hidden military base, there were 5 E-level ability users, including Sun Yuan. Even if he didn't join them, there was a chance for this hidden military base to take over the ninja camp. However, in Sun Yuan's plan, having an ability user like Lin Feng follow them would definitely increase their chances of success. Moreover, the hidden army's ability users had to worry about virus backlash while using their abilities. Leaving the base, Xiao Chang and Xiaobai followed behind Lin Feng about 50 meters away. Fortunately, there were no perception-type ability users, so they went unnoticed. But just as the group had advanced a few kilometers, there's a situation, let's stop for a moment. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed straight ahead. Although the magnetic field there was very weak, the sensitive Lin Feng was the first to notice something unusual. The other hidden army ability users beside him stopped in confusion, looking at Lin Feng. Sun Yuan, also puzzled, asked, Brother Lin, is something wrong? Lin Feng skillfully took out the bronze mask and put it on his face, then pointed at a particularly bulky tree in the distance, saying, look at that. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng manipulated the magnetic field from a distance. He gently touched the trunk. Rustling. With just a light touch, the surface of the tree trunk underwent a slight change. The seemingly ordinary trunk began to change color at a visible speed. Suddenly, a crack appeared in a certain spot on the trunk, revealing a pair of eyes shimmering with a green light. Witnessing this scene, Sun Yuan, who was just puzzled moments ago, immediately turned serious. At the same time, he took out his reconnaissance goggles and scanned the area. E-class infected, phantom epidemic beast. Warning! Encounter with a mutated infected entity. If there are less than 3 E-class ability users, retreat immediately. Sun Yuan's reconnaissance goggles and Lin Feng's bronze mask both issued warnings simultaneously. This had never happened before. What's going on? Phantom epidemic beast? I've never heard of this type of infection before. Retreat without at least 3 E-class ability users? Is this infected entity very powerful? The hidden military ability users discussed animatedly. Only Sun Yuan remained solemn, murmuring, mutated infected entities are a general term for extremely dangerous infected entities that the human alliance has been fighting against for nearly a century. I've never heard of this phantom epidemic beast before, but being classified as a mutated infected entity, it must be extremely dangerous. We should retreat. What is unheard of is often the most dangerous. One of them fell silent upon hearing this. They had come in full force to eliminate the renegade camp, and now they were considering retreating just because they encountered a mutated infected entity? It seemed like a waste of momentum. Why retreat? I'll take care of it here, you guys go first. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, with everyone unsure whether to leave or fight, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin, are you sure about this? Mutated infected entities are not to be underestimated. Sun Yuan furrowed his brow. He knew that Lin Feng had a way to control infected entities,
but the phantom epidemic beast was a mutated infected entity. It wouldn't be easy to control.
Don't worry, I have my ways. Lin Feng smiled faintly. No! How can we let Brother Lin face this mutated infected entity alone? We are comrades, how can we abandon a comrade? Exactly. If we fight together. If we retreat together. It's that simple.
The hidden military ability users spoke boldly. Lin Feng looked helpless, while Sun Yuan wore a puzzled expression.
What was going on? These people had just met Lin Feng for the first time. Why were they so supportive of him?
Among the hidden military, those who gained abilities by utilizing infected energy were particularly averse to normal ability users. Compared to them, Sun Yuan, who had been recruited from the Human Alliance, had initially faced a lot of disdain. On the other hand, Lin Feng not only avoided rejection but was also warmly welcomed by these seasoned veterans. This puzzled Sun Yuan greatly.
Ha ha! Brother Lin! We are all comrades, rest assured. We won't leave you behind.
A burly man stepped forward, familiar and friendly, placing his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. This action elicited varying degrees of envy from the surrounding ability users.
Brother Lin, my ability is supportive. How about the two of us stay behind while the others go after the renegades?
Supportive ability? With your ability, don't let Brother Lin get hurt.
I'll stay, my ability is simple, just strength.
The hidden military ability users argued and clamored, each insisting on staying to accompany Lin Feng.
Although Sun Yuan couldn't quite understand, Lin Feng was starting to catch on.
He seemed to dodge, taking a sudden step back, skillfully freeing himself from the burly man's arm.
This should be unnecessary, right?
No wonder, Lin Feng felt strange about the way these hidden military supernatural beings looked at him along the way.
It was because of his charm.
It was also because of this that Qin Wanner noticed him.
Although these people couldn't be considered infected, they still had some traces of the virus in their bodies.
Being with this group of big guys, Lin Feng had to sleep with his eyes open. How could this be?
He didn't like men.
Oh, Lin brother, why be so polite? We are all comrades in arms. Besides, isn't that a special infected being?
We can't leave you alone here.
Son, why don't we go together and solve the battle decisively? Sun Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, as well as Lin Feng's expression full of resistance, and immediately gave orders.
Follow what Lin brother just said.
Lin brother will deal with this phantom epidemic beast. The rest of you come with me to eliminate the Ren clan camp. With that said, the other hidden military supernatural beings still showed some reluctance on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Feng had a sudden idea. Brothers, what I want is the food inside the Ren clan camp. I want as much as there is.
If we waste time here, aren't those little devils eating my food? This food is very important to me, please help me out.
Sun Yuan looked helpless. These hidden military supernatural beings didn't usually follow his orders, so how could Lin Feng's words make a difference? However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as Lin Feng spoke, the hidden military supernatural beings on the scene were suddenly energized.
Great! Since Lin brother said so, let's go straight to the Ren clan camp in Dongying, kill them all, and take everything. Don't worry, Lin brother, we won't let you go hungry.
Damn it, those Dongying little devils dare to steal Lin brother's food. I'll make sure each and every one of them chokes to death in the cesspool. Sun Yuan stood aside, dumbfounded.
What's going on? They agreed just like that? Who's in charge here?
How come Lin Feng's words are more effective than his? After some persuasion, the hidden military supernatural beings left with Sun Yuan. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked towards the location of the phantom epidemic beast and shouted, "Oi! Although your magnetic field is not very obvious, I have still discovered it, so you can't silently take me down." The strange weak magnetic field at the location where the phantom epidemic beast had just appeared had disappeared. Its body seemed to be able to disguise surrounding objects and was steadily approaching Lin Feng. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Swish! Swish! Two figures darted out from the bushes behind. It was Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai. After seeing the hidden military group leave, they naturally appeared. They were both D-level infected beings, and any one of them could easily take the life of the phantom epidemic beast. However, Lin Feng stopped Xiao Chang, who was about to make a move.
Wait a moment.
This guy is called a special mutant. I want to see what else it can do besides this powerful mimicry ability. As he spoke, the phantom epidemic beast in the distance suddenly opened its huge mouth. Like preying on flies and mosquitoes, a purple-red tongue suddenly shot out, as thick as an average person's arm, and extremely fast. Lin Feng reacted quickly, swiftly erecting a force field barrier in front of him. Crack! To Lin Feng's surprise, the force of this tongue suddenly shattered his force field barrier. It was just an E-level infected being. Among beings of the same level, this was the first time Lin Feng had seen an attack that could break his force field.
No wonder it was called a special mutant. Its mimicry under disguise could silently approach its prey. Without the ability to observe magnetic fields, Lin Feng would have had a hard time detecting it. In addition to its powerful tongue, even an E-level esper could easily be mistaken for prey and devoured in one bite. Shocked, Lin Feng continued to condense several force field barriers ahead. Since one wasn't enough, he created several more. Bang! As Lin Feng expected, breaking through one barrier had significantly reduced its strength, making it difficult to break through more. With a slight grip of his right hand, the magnetic field around the tongue immediately retracted inwards. Hold on tight. Wow, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was holding onto a diamond pillar, Lin Feng exclaimed in amazement. With the hardness of this tongue, ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to harm it. While controlling the phantom epidemic beast, Lin Feng raised his hand and removed his mask, revealing his handsome face. At the same time, he cast a friendly smile towards the phantom epidemic beast. Upon seeing Lin Feng's smile, the phantom epidemic beast not far away felt as if its heart had been struck. Its surface color began to change rapidly, transforming from its disguised appearance into a colorful pattern resembling a chameleon. This seemed to be its true form. It now looked more like a colorful chameleon. Simultaneously, the steel-like tongue instantly softened and retracted. The magnetic force field that had enveloped it was also removed by Lin Feng. His expression was somewhat peculiar. Hiss, is it just me, or did I misjudge this tongue? Oh well, don't blame me. It's not my fault it retracted. Just then. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the E-level special infected, phantom epidemic beast. Reward, spiritual power plus 200. Congratulations, host, achievement unlocked, subdue E-level infected 10/10. Next achievement point, October 20th. Reward, ability upgrade or one random draw. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in his ear. Lin Feng's inner joy overflowed. He could upgrade his abilities. Although his spiritual power was still below 2000, not yet reaching the level of a D-level esper, 2000 spiritual power could sustain the normal consumption of a D-level esper's abilities. It didn't mean he couldn't possess D-level abilities. Lin Feng decisively made his choice. I want to evolve my abilities. Please choose ability evolution, host, E-level ability magnetic force field, E-level passive ability source of life. Magnetic force field. Lin Feng chose without hesitation. Compared to defense, what Lin Feng urgently needed to enhance was his attack level. Host selected magnetic force field ability upgrade time, 24 hours. Ding! Host can accelerate ability evolution by consuming corpse seeds multiple times. This time requires 3 F-level corpse seeds. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Ability evolution could be accelerated? Previously, while wandering around the outskirts of East City, Lin Feng had accumulated quite a few corpse seeds. However, they were all low-level corpse seeds. They were of no use for the evolution of Little Chang and Little Bai. They couldn't evolve by devouring low-level corpse seeds to undergo self-evolution. There was no way, the difference in levels was too great. Evolve now. Accelerate the evolution. Lin Feng made a decisive choice. After the ability evolution, Lin Feng had to hurry to the location of the hidden army camp. Although the hidden army had enough people, it was still his duty to contribute for his own food. Soon, in front of Lin Feng, blue light converged, forming a black hole. It was somewhat similar to the process of infected beings absorbing the power of corpse seeds to evolve. Lin Feng immediately threw 3 F-level corpse seeds into it. At the same time, he said to Little Chang and Little Bai beside him, "Watch out for me for a while, I'll be back soon." With that, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. In the distance, the phantom epidemic beast already conquered by Lin Feng's charm, upon seeing Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai guarding Lin Feng, became alert. Its colorful hues turned somewhat dim, signaling danger to its surroundings. Similar to the previous 2 evolutionary abilities. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng felt a wave of relaxation wash over his body. He didn't even notice any changes in time. When he woke up again, the evolutionary ability had already completed its evolution. Host, Lin Feng. Charm, 100,000, limit, strength, 70 agility, 65 endurance, 60 mental power, 1530 ordinary infected fans, 1920 creatures abilities, D-level evolutionary ability magnetic force field, E-level passive ability source of life. Looking at the latest data card, Lin Feng was filled with confidence. Although his mental power had not yet reached the standard, he already possessed the strength of a D-level evolutionary. And, relying on the magnetic force field, Lin Feng could easily crush almost 90% of D-level evolvers. After the evolutionary upgrade, Lin Feng couldn't wait to start experimenting. The first thought that came to mind was Qin Wanner's spatial ability. Following the method Qin Wanner used to control the magnetic field around herself,
Lin Feng began to manipulate the magnetic field more meticulously. Placing his backpack on the ground, he raised his hands, focusing all his attention on manipulating the nearby magnetic field. Gradually, the magnetic field around the backpack began to become chaotic. That area of space actually started to distort, visible to the naked eye. However, due to his mental power not reaching the average level, Lin Feng still found it quite challenging. He gritted his teeth, manipulating the distorted space. Finally, with a swish, the backpack that had just been placed on the ground was sucked into the distorted space around it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Success? The backpack had indeed disappeared into the space it was sucked into. But while manipulating one distorted space, Lin Feng didn't have enough energy to open another exit. Qin Wan'er's ability, simply put, created two connected spaces within a certain range around her, achieving the effect of spatial movement. But Lin Feng could only open the space, not connect the other end. Is it because of insufficient mental power? After several attempts, Lin Feng gave up. With his current mental power, the energy consumption of using the magnetic force field had significantly increased. Although he possessed a D-level evolutionary ability, compared to a normal D-level evolver, his weakness was the duration of use. It seems that improving mental power cannot be neglected. Lin Feng took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Although I have a D-level ability, insufficient mental power makes time of use a weakness. If there's another chance to enhance my abilities, and the magnetic force field is upgraded to C-level, using it casually would drain me, wouldn't it? It dawned on Lin Feng that for an evolver, the most important thing was the improvement of their mental power. Without sufficient mental power, what good was a powerful ability? If the mental power couldn't handle it, it would be like a tank with wooden wheels instead of tracks. Lin Feng pondered silently, realizing that he should focus on improving his mental power first, followed by enhancing his ability level. Once the ability level reached the standard, he could choose to extract new abilities. Although the magnetic force field was already very powerful, it still had flaws in certain situations. Therefore, Lin Feng needed more abilities. An ordinary person could bear 2 abilities at most. But Lin Feng was different, his limit was not yet in sight. He sighed, raised his right hand slightly to retrieve the backpack from the space, but halfway through the motion, his expression suddenly froze. Wait a moment. I stored this thing in the space beside me, but didn't open the connected passage. Doesn't that mean I have a place to stuff things freely? Soon, Lin Feng began to verify. He ran 10 meters away and distorted space once again. This time, Lin Feng manipulated the space to spit out what was inside, and his backpack flew out with a swoosh. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Just as I thought. Lin Feng could individually open the space, making it both an exit and an entrance, but his mental power couldn't handle opening both ends of the space. But it seemed not entirely useless. Lin Feng could stuff all his useless items into the portable space. No need to worry about carrying capacity anymore. Before, Lin Feng was troubled, wondering how he would carry away a large amount of food resources if he got them. He couldn't just pack a big parcel and carry it with a force field, could he? Now, with this portable space, everything became much more convenient. Great, I can also achieve a different level of spatial movement. Barely. Lin Feng comforted himself. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully read through the system data card. After the breakthrough in abilities, his system data had slightly changed, with a new data card added. Achievement page, activated achievements, subdue C-level infected beings, 1/5 subdue D-level infected beings, 2/5 subdue E-level infected beings, 10/20 subdue F-level infected beings, 17/20 ordinary infected being fans, 1920/5000, existing, achievements completed, will receive random rewards. Besides these already activated achievements, there were many blanked-out achievements below, not yet activated. They probably needed to be accidentally activated. TSK. These achievements can only be completed in the infected area. Looks like I'll have to stay in the infected area all day in the future, Lin Feng said helplessly. With the trouble here resolved, Lin Feng decided to set off now, following the direction he had recorded earlier, towards the Rinzhong camp. According to the recent hidden army deployment, encountering Rinzhong might lead to a fierce battle. Lin Feng needed immediate support. The 3 of you just follow closely behind me, don't get caught. Lin Feng turned around and instructed. Generally, after subduing E-level infected beings, Lin Feng would likely take away the corpse seeds, but some special ones could stay. Like Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, they were of a special type. As for the phantom epidemic beast, it belonged to a class with special abilities. Most of its lurking ability came from mimicry camouflage, making it hard to detect its trace without relying on a magnetic field. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai nodded in agreement, while the phantom epidemic beast revealed its shining eyes, looking at Lin Feng adoringly.
Your target is too big, but if you disguise better, I'll allow you to get closer. But don't expose yourself when there are others around me." The phantom epidemic beast nodded repeatedly, its eyes filled with flattery. Where was the appearance of a special infected being just now? Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Yuan and his group, who had rushed to the Rinzhong camp, did not wait for Lin Feng to catch up. Instead, they charged straight into the Rinzhong camp. The hidden army ability users were all energized as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Unexpectedly, they encountered a tough opponent. Damn it! Why are there Chunin here? Wasn't the intelligence saying that the Chunin of this enemy camp died in City E? Damn! These enemies are really well hidden. Be careful, don't get ambushed by that enemy. The hidden army ability users formed a circle, and around them, layers of white mist rose. The visual distance of everyone did not exceed 5 meters. In the recent encounter, they had already lost an F-level Esper to an untimely death, directly struck down by a short sword emerging from the shadows. Sun Yuan kept a close watch around, not forgetting to instruct, "Keep your eyes peeled. If the enemy shows up, inform your companions immediately. Beware of the Japs' hidden weapons." Before the words fell, swishes, 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 cold light suddenly shot out from the white mist beside them. Thanks to Sun Yuan's reminder just now, everyone picked up their weapons. Clangs, clangs, clangs. Although the attacks were cunning, the hidden Esper managed to barely fend off the ambush with mutual support. "Boss Sun, why are these people surrounding us without attacking?" An Esper beside Sun Yuan asked anxiously. "If they have no intentions, let's just charge out." "No intentions? How is that possible?" Sun Yuan furrowed his brows, his tone also carrying a hint of urgency. "These Japs want us to call for reinforcements, to lure more help and capture us all at once." "What? These cunning and treacherous Jap devils. Oh no! Lin brothers are coming towards us, this is dangerous. We have no way to contact Lin brothers, and facing that phantom epidemic beast, we don't know if he managed to escape safely." Sun Yuan clenched his teeth, still vigilantly observing the surroundings. "If it comes to it, we'll fight these Japs. Sacrificing a few is worth it." As for Lin brothers, mentioning Lin Feng, Sun Yuan's expression turned into a bitter smile. "I hope he resolves the phantom epidemic beast and returns directly to the base, without following up. Otherwise, even he, facing the Jap ninjas." Sun Yuan's words were cut off. A familiar voice sounded from outside the jungle mist. "Jap ninjas? Quite impressive, aren't they? Want to try me?" The voice approached from afar, coming from the mist-shrouded bushes. Hearing this familiar voice, Sun Yuan's face first showed some surprise, but soon, he revealed a deep sense of worry. Lin Feng had arrived. But what difference would his arrival make? These were Jap ninjas, unless Lord Qin himself came, no one could handle them. Moreover, without the power supplement of the purple source crystal, Lord Qin couldn't fully unleash his Esper abilities. Whoosh! A hurricane-like momentum roared from a distance. The white mist pervading the surroundings seemed to disperse rapidly as if blown by a celestial being, clearing the view. Lin Feng appeared before everyone with calm steps. "Brother Lin!" A hidden Esper spotted Lin Feng and showed a look of joy. But the next moment, he hurriedly spoke. "Be careful. Those Japs are hiding in the bushes, very sneaky. Don't fall for their tricks." Before the words finished, swoosh! A silver-white cold light suddenly shot out from a bush less than 10 meters away from Lin Feng, heading straight for his forehead. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tense up. However, Lin Feng just smiled faintly. "Petty tricks, come out and face me." With a thunderous shout, like ripples spreading, the silver-white cold light seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, with a bang, and was sent flying. At the same time, Lin Feng exchanged a glance with the patch of grass. Swish! A figure shot out at lightning speed, so fast that just as Sun Yuan was about to warn Lin Feng to be careful, the ninja's screams reached their ears. Ah! Before the person even reached them, a mysterious force turned them into minced meat in mid-air. Blood gushed out, and as the scent of blood reached their noses, the onlookers finally reacted. What's going on? So, this is Lin Brothers' Esper ability? Truly formidable. No wonder the Lin brothers are confident in dealing with the phantom epidemic beast alone. Turns out they have this kind of ability. Indeed, the brother I admire. No, the brother I have my eye on, is truly formidable. Watching Lin Feng effortlessly kill a ninja with a flick of his hand, the other hidden army ability users couldn't help but smile with relief. But their attention was diverted. Swish! 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 Almost simultaneously, agile figures clad in black nightclothes emerged from the surrounding bushes, moving at incredible speed, each seeming to have their own target in mind. The recent gruesome death of their comrade barely caused a ripple in the hearts of these rigorously trained ninja. The enemy's complacency was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. However, at the same time, the cold smile on Lin Feng's face deepened. He murmured, "My ability has reached level D, and my control range has expanded to 30 meters. You little ghosts hiding in the bushes, to me, you might as well not be hiding at all." Before he finished speaking, a group of ninja who had just leaped out of the bushes to ambush the hidden army ability users found themselves frozen in place, unable to move, suspended in midair. Each of their faces displayed shock. Nearby, Lin Feng raised one arm, slowly closing his fingers into a fist. The next moment, the cries of the surrounding ninja echoed, their agonizing screams piercing the air. "What's happening? Why can't we move? What's going on with this Huaxia person?" But before they could finish their words, bang, bang, bang. Due to the shrinking magnetic field around them, the bodies of these ninja exploded on the spot. The hidden army ability users were left dumbfounded. The ones killed just now were low-ranking and mid-ranking ninja, corresponding to their level E and level F ability users. Such powerful individuals were effortlessly killed by Lin Feng, without even a direct confrontation? Sun Yuan nervously swallowed, despite anticipating it. Witnessing Lin Feng's strength once again left him trembling. He dared not imagine the outcome if he were to be enemies with Lin Feng. The hidden army ability users were also taken aback, their faces blank with shock. Fortunately, Sun Yuan quickly reacted. "Brother Lin, there's still a high-ranking ninja. He appeared and killed one of our brothers, but we don't know where he went," Sun Yuan shouted. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Feng remained calm. "It's all right. I know where he is." With that, Lin Feng slightly turned his body, his gaze shifting behind him. However, his gaze didn't focus on the bushes behind him but on the ground. Lin Feng's eyes were like a sophisticated magnetic field detector, capable of penetrating through bushes or underground, making it impossible for anyone to hide from his scrutiny. Lin Feng had been keeping an eye on that high-ranking ninja from the start. This guy had been using some method to hide underground all this time. Phew! A sharp blade emerged from the ground where Lin Feng stood. Following that, a black figure burst out of the earth, brandishing a blade directly at the back of Lin Feng's neck. Just as he seemed about to succeed, Lin Feng smirked, lightly raising his right hand, a force field lifting his body, allowing him to somersault and evade the attack. In midair, Lin Feng also noticed the 3 white stripes on the ninja's shoulder, the symbol of a high-ranking ninja. "Oh, so there's a technique that allows you to hide underground. Then you ninjas must also have techniques like fire release and water release, right?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, whoosh! A fireball shot straight towards him. Looking into the distance, after the middle ninja stood still, formed hand seals, and actually spat out a ball of flames from his mouth. Lin Feng casually reached out, causing the magnetic field around to shrink. Immediately, he grabbed the ball of flames and turned it into sparks. However, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. "Wow, you really have the fire release. Come on, show me a clone." Seeing the skills of this ninja from Dongying, Lin Feng became interested. But his casual attitude made the Dongying ninja very displeased. "Baka, what do you think of me? Humph. Although your techniques are strange, as a person from Huaxia, you can only fight me evenly. Let me show you how I'll kill you." Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. How ignorant this Dongying brat was. Since the outcome would be death anyway, he might as well show a few tricks to broaden his horizons. Since he saw death, Lin Feng would gladly oblige. "Hey, brat." Lin Feng gestured towards the Dongying ninja. "What did you say about fighting evenly?" Lin Feng's right hand reached out towards the ninja. Before he could finish speaking, the Dongying ninja suddenly felt as if his hands were being controlled by an invisible force. Raising his short sword, it pointed towards himself. Under the control of this mysterious force, he was like a puppet. Swish! The sword accurately pierced his heart, blood gushing out. Although the ninja was weakened, the sword kept penetrating deeper. "Ugh! Damn! Huaxia!" His voice was hoarse, filled with despair and pain. This eerie scene was orchestrated by Lin Feng manipulating the magnetic field. "Brat, I just wanted to see a few tricks from you, so I let you live a few more seconds on purpose. Why did you take it seriously? Thinking highly of yourself, huh?" In almost an instant, Lin Feng single-handedly slaughtered all the ninjas in the camp with ease. Even the only body left was that of the ninja who had been controlled by Lin Feng to commit suicide with the sword. "Is that enough? There should be no more enemies in the camp." Lin Feng looked at Sun Yuan, giving a faint smile. In his perception, within a 30-meter radius, there were no living beings besides the hidden military psychics in front of him. According to the intelligence, apart from this ninja, the numbers of others are normal. Sun Yuan surveyed the surroundings but only saw pools of blood and no intact corpses. Lin Feng's actions were decisive. leaving no room for the enemy to escape. Good. Lin Feng nodded, then looked around. These brats set up camp in such a vulnerable place? Without any defenses. Looking around, besides a few unusually large tents, there was nothing else. These Donying ninjas were camping here as if it were a picnic. Despite this, Lin Feng couldn't tolerate it. This was the land of Huaxia, not a place for Donying invaders. Sigh. Sun Yuan sighed and approached. Lin brother, although these ninjas have no defenses, there are always patrols nearby. Furthermore, they have set up many traps in the jungle, and we unknowingly walked into their trap. As the commander of this operation, Sun Yuan felt guilty. If they had noticed earlier, he would have led his brothers to safety. Then there wouldn't have been any casualties. Oh, Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Sun Yuan continued, after we arrived here, the ninjas inside had already quietly retreated, leaving behind an empty camp. Out of nowhere, a lot of white mist appeared around us, looking eerie. I was worried it might be poisonous gas, so I didn't dare let my brothers charge in recklessly. Sun Yuan knew the Donying shinobi well. Besides their extremely cunning hidden weapons, they were also skilled in using poisonous techniques. These Donying little devils were experts in using toxins. The stronger the ninja, the better they could handle more potent poisons, enough to threaten superhumans. The white mist not only confused their vision but also trapped them within. However, the shinobi didn't expect that Lin Feng would directly disperse the mist using his force field. The shinobi, who had the advantage of terrain, were now exposed. These little devils are sly. Given the misinformation in their intelligence work, achieving this level is quite impressive, Lin Feng comforted. That was a chunin. Back in City E, Lin Feng had personally experienced the madness of a chunin. If it weren't for Lu Feng from the Special Abilities team arriving on the scene, Xin Wan'er would have fallen victim to their poison. However, these little devils probably planned to use these people as bait to attract more Chinese superhumans. Then they would capture them all at once. What they didn't expect was that although they attracted Lin Feng, he alone defeated this group of shinobi. Ah, I'm ashamed, Sun Yuan shook his head. Just then, the person responsible for checking the shinobi's supplies also reported some news. Lin brothers, we found it. The food these devils usually have is all canned goods. They can last for 3 to 5 years. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Killing a chunin didn't stir much in Lin Feng's heart, but the mention of canned goods excited him. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Sun Yuan smiled knowingly. Lin brothers, you just saved all our lives. Whatever these things are, feel free to choose. Our goal is just to kill, we're not lacking in daily supplies. Sun Yuan's generous words, however, left the hidden military superhumans nearby somewhat dissatisfied. Brother Sun, what are you saying? Even if Lin didn't save us, these things all belong to Lin. Exactly. If it weren't for that chunin, we would have taken over this camp ourselves. Why make Lin brothers work hard? Lin brothers, these things look heavy. We'll carry them back for you. Hearing these words, Sun Yuan looked at Lin Feng helplessly. He whispered, Lin brothers, you seem quite popular among our brothers. Lin Feng's mouth twitched suddenly. Popular? He'd rather not be. Who knew what these big guys were really thinking? Lin Feng had already planned that once he got his hands on these things, he would leave immediately. He didn't want to linger in this atmosphere. Lin Feng could only use a smile to cover up his embarrassment. Hey! What's this? Why are these devils keeping this here? Suddenly, a noise came from a tent. Lin Feng and Sun Yuan followed the sound and walked over. Inside the tent, Lin Feng suddenly felt something and looked in a certain direction, where a hidden military superhuman had just picked up a glass cover. Inside, on a cork surface, was a thumb-sized black-purple magnet. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. Is this the thing? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that when he was in City E, Wu Zongming had crushed a magnet, creating a field-like magnetic field. Although not large in area, its impact was profound. Little Bone's sea-level strength was forcibly suppressed to D-level. That magnet seemed to have a specific suppressive effect on infected individuals. I seem to recall Lord Qin saying that these Dongyin shinobi can stay unharmed in infected areas because of a special magnet that can interfere and weaken the power of the infected individuals. In the past, in City E, that Chunin also used a similar power, it seems. It's this, Sun Yuan said, stroking his chin. As for the hidden army esper who removed the isolated glass cover, he now showed a look of disgust. This thing looks a bit sinister, just being close to it makes me feel a bit nauseous. Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed pensive. The hidden army espers all have some degree of virus infection in their bodies, and their powers are closely related to these infected viruses. Perhaps, what the magnet affects is the activity of the infected viruses in the body. This is what causes both the hidden army espers and the infected individuals to be affected. If this thing is of no use,
take it back for research, Lin Feng suddenly spoke up.
Although the magnet can target the infected, it's a good thing, but having it around oneself feels somewhat inappropriate. It's better to give it to Sun Yuan, whether it ends up in the hands of the Hidden Army or the Human Alliance. They should be able to research something from it. Clatter on the other side, a person pulled out a wooden box from the corner, a strong smell of blood hitting them. He stared in surprise at the objects inside. Boss Sun, there are many corpse seeds in here. These are left by those devils. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's ears perked up, a glint passing through his eyes. The magnet just now was useless. This, on the other hand, is useful. Boss Sun, there are a total of 7 E-grade corpse seeds and 12 F-grade corpse seeds in here. It seems that over this long period of time, this group of devils has also suffered attacks from infected individuals. The man just counted. The amount of corpse seeds stored here is indeed quite a lot. Even more than the number of infected individuals Lin Feng encountered these days. It seems that besides the Human Alliance setting up outposts to regularly clear infected individuals, these ninja groups also take action. Why are they collecting corpse seeds? Brother Lin, these corpse seeds. Sun Yuan looked at Lin Feng with expectant eyes. Whether it's the Hidden Army or the Human Alliance, they urgently need corpse seeds for research, and Sun Yuan naturally wants them. Or rather, to take down the Hidden Army behind him. Lin Feng nodded and said, sure, keep them for me. This useless magnet, you guys take it. With that, Lin Feng reached out his right hand towards the pile of corpse seeds, fingers spread out. Accompanied by the distortion of the magnetic field in space, Sun Yuan was shocked to find that the space around the corpse seeds twisted out of thin air, sucking them in. This method, how similar it is to Qin Wanner's spatial esper ability. For a moment, Sun Yuan forgot about those corpse seeds and turned to ask, Brother Lin, just now that was. Lin Feng naturally knew what Sun Yuan wanted to ask and immediately smiled. You mean that move just now? I learned it from Our Lady Qin. Ha ha ha. With that said, Sun Yuan was dumbfounded on the spot, eyes wide, standing still. Esper abilities. Can they be learned too? Nonsense. In fact, many special esper abilities are completed through changes in the magnetic field. Just like Qin Wanner's spatial esper ability. But when it comes to manipulating the magnetic field, they are limited to the form they control. Like a machine that can only produce corresponding parts. But Lin Feng is different. His esper ability is magnetic force field. It's a presence that can produce machines. Therefore, as long as it's an esper ability related to the magnetic field, as Lin Feng's control over the magnetic field improves, naturally he can imitate it, even surpass it. Gurgle Sun Yuan nervously swallowed, staring at Lin Feng as if he were looking at a monster. No wonder Lady Qin repeatedly warned not to provoke Lin Feng. Who would willingly provoke such a monstrously powerful esper? The corpse seeds were put away, and the magnet was also placed back in the glass cover by the man just now, taken away along with the base. Sure, here is the translated text. Sure enough, after covering it with the glass cover used for isolation, the special magnetic field emitted by this object weakened significantly. There were no other findings in the tent. Lin Feng walked out of the tent. It was then that Lin Feng noticed a special device resembling an antenna at the center of the hidden clan camp. It looked like a signaling device, but it didn't even have a screen. What is this? Lin Feng curiously approached to observe. Soon after, Sun Yuan also walked out of the tent and came to Lin Feng's side. Seeing Lin Feng observing the special device, he explained, Brother Lin, this is a simple satellite communication tool. It can't convey detailed information, only sends signals. These hidden clan members send signals to the other end of the satellite at regular intervals. Different messages are conveyed through different signals, but they are all very basic messages. After listening to Sun Yuan's explanation, Lin Feng suddenly understood. This was also a way for the hidden clan to report their safety to Japan. If the hidden clan base is destroyed, and Japan doesn't receive the signal after a while, doesn't that prove that this place has been destroyed? Lin Feng furrowed his brows and asked. Sun Yuan smiled helplessly and spread his hands. There's no way, we don't know the signal frequency of the devils. But there's an infected area of the ocean between Japan and us. Even if they find out, they can only fret, right? Sun Yuan didn't pay much attention to this matter. Leave 1 or 2 brothers later to burn down their camp, to end it all. Just destroy this signaling device directly. Today's operation was quite fruitful. Lin Feng's biggest gain, besides the mountain of food supplies, was the pile of corpse seeds. With these corpse seeds, Lin Feng could make the phantom epidemic beast break through to D rank. His E rank ability was already terrifying, and if he broke through to D rank, his overall strength might surpass Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai. It would definitely be a great help to him.
It was getting late. After tidying up all the supplies, Sun Yuan even invited Lin Feng to return to the branch base. They would set off the next day. Lin Feng naturally couldn't refuse his hospitality and went back to the branch base with him. Learning about the great success of this operation, everyone at the hidden clan branch base was immersed in joy and laughter. They even held a banquet to celebrate. Slaughtering pigs and sheep, something that only happened in mountain villages during peaceful times, was actually happening right before his eyes. Lin Feng felt extremely surreal. In his previous life, his days in the village seemed to be like this too. However, some things were different from the village before. Brother Lin, thanks to you today, we can survive. Come on, I'll toast you. A hidden clan esper with a flushed face and a full glass of white wine approached Lin Feng. They didn't have enough resources here, so they could only use the most primitive methods, making alcohol from grains. Since grains were also needed for daily consumption, the quantity of white wine was indeed limited, and such celebratory banquets were few and far between. Although Lin Feng had a strong mental power and a stronger resistance to alcohol erosion, but no matter how strong a person was, they couldn't resist a group of big guys coming over to toast. Lin Feng suddenly regretted it a bit. He had forgotten about this. Almost every hidden clan esper wanted to come over and toast him. Even those with normal esper veins came to toast Lin Feng out of gratitude for saving their lives. Unconsciously, Lin Feng was already a bit tipsy. I can't go on, I've reached my limit with alcohol, I can't drink too much. When these espers were about to offer a second round of drinks, Lin Feng promptly stopped them. This prevented further drinking. However, these espers seemed more interested in a tipsy Lin Feng. Brother Lin, it's okay. If you've had too much to drink, I'll help you rest. My room is spacious. Your room stinks of sweat, who would sleep there? Lin brothers, come to my room. I have a cat, my cat can do backflips. What's so special about a cat doing backflips? I can do it too. Come sleep in my room. Lin Feng, who was a bit dazed, suddenly woke up upon hearing these words. He cursed inwardly. Damn, do I need to lock my pants tonight? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, a lively figure suddenly appeared in front of him, a fragrance hitting him. She then grabbed Lin Feng's arm and pulled him towards the crowd. Uncle's morning brother had a bit too much to drink, I'll take him to rest first. You guys continue. Judging by the voice, it seemed to be Qin Shuang. Lin Feng finally relaxed. He was led by Qin Shuang, walking towards the other end of the base. They arrived at a delicately arranged small courtyard. This was Qin Shuang's residence. Come, follow me inside. Before Lin Feng could react, Qin Shuang pulled his arm and half-pushed him into a room. Although the resources in the hidden military base were scarce, the room was brightly lit, not the candlelit existence Lin Feng had imagined. But seeing the tidy girl's room in front of him, Lin Feng was taken aback, his steps hesitating. This isn't quite appropriate, is it? After all, this was Qin Wanner's sister. Is she of age? Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Qin Shuang, with her clear, innocent eyes, made Lin Feng feel a bit ashamed. Was he overthinking things? You drank too much. I'm helping you rest. What's inappropriate about that? Come on, take off your clothes. As Qin Shuang spoke, she helped Lin Feng to the bed. What's this about? With this statement, Lin Feng was halfway sober, looking nervously at Qin Shuang. Although he was not young in his previous life, he had some experience in this area, but wasn't it all learned from watching foreign teachers? In terms of actual experience, he had none. Xiaoshuan, may I ask, are you of age? Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Qin Shuang tilted her head, looking puzzled. I came of age last month, what's the matter? Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine then. I can smell the alcohol on you. Hurry up and take off your clothes, I'll help you wash up. Oh, and don't vomit on my bed later. Qin Shuang pouted, saying slowly. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized, but his emotions also changed. It was hard to say if he felt disappointed or relieved. Okay. Lin Feng agreed with a smile. Since you're so tired, I won't let you bathe. Hurry, take off your clothes, I'll have you wear new ones tomorrow morning. With no other concerns, Lin Feng obediently took off his clothes. Qin Shuang then brought him a pink nightgown, putting it on Lin Feng. Seeing himself in the nightgown embroidered with pink bows, Lin Feng felt embarrassed. He couldn't let others see him like this. Otherwise, those men would be thrilled. The longer Lin Feng stayed with these hidden military ability users, the more dangerous he felt. The women were fine, but the men. Lin Feng shook his head, unable to help but shiver. He decided not to think about these things anymore. After all, he would be leaving this place tomorrow. Lying in Qin Shuang's soft bed, Lin Feng began to plan his next steps. First and foremost,
he would head towards the infected area by the ocean. Once there, like a fish in the sea, he would slowly subdue all the infected bodies in the ocean. When he came out, he would be invincible, right? By then, he would deal with those little foreign devils from Dongying first. In the previous life, watching the revolutionary martyrs being bullied, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger in his heart. Moreover, he had heard from Qin Shuang before. These Japanese devils wanted to capture the Chinese civilians for virus experiments. This reminded Lin Feng of the bacteriological experiments conducted by the island nation in the previous life. It was truly inhumane. Wherever they went, their lives were always like this. Since they were a race that exterminated humanity, Lin Feng didn't mind eradicating them completely. Just as Lin Feng was still immersed in his fantasies, Qin Shuang had already returned after pushing the door open. "Morning, brother, are you asleep? You drank so much alcohol just now, have some water." Lin Feng looked up and saw Qin Shuang walking into the room with a pot of tea. He couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Isn't my charm ineffective on ordinary people? Could it be that she also had a transplanted infected ability vein? It shouldn't be. Her body's magnetic field is no different from an ordinary person. Now, Lin Feng was completely puzzled. He sat up abruptly and then looked at Qin Shuang, who had just poured hot tea into a cup and brought it to him. "Xiao Shuang, let me ask you something. What do you think of me as a person?" "Very good, you are so capable that even my sister said she would specially take care of you." "Just capable? Isn't that enough?" Lin Feng. Now he was sure that Qin Shuang wasn't won over by his looks. There must be something going on here. Taking the hot tea, Lin Feng solemnly asked, "Xiao Shuang, do you have something on your mind? If there's something difficult to say, you can tell me." As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shuang's face turned red in an instant. Like she had been guessed about something, she lightly bit her lip and looked to the side. The girl's shyness was portrayed to the fullest on her. Lin Feng was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be he hadn't guessed wrong just now? Was his romantic encounter about to happen? "Morning, brother, when you leave tomorrow, can you take me with you?" Lin Feng widened his eyes, his pupils slightly dilated. What did she mean? Did she want to elope with him? Were young people these days playing so recklessly? "Take you with me?" This might not be convenient, right? Lin Feng still maintained the necessary restraint in his tone. However, he wasn't really reserved, as he had little Cheng and the others following him, so it wouldn't be convenient to bring Qin Shuang along. Qin Shuang pinched her clothes, her expression somewhat unnatural, looking visibly conflicted. And Lin Feng had already prepared himself mentally, filled with anticipation. "I want to follow you to deal with the infected, deal with those Japanese devils, and help my sister in the future." Qin Shuang gritted her teeth. The anticipation in Lin Feng's eyes vanished instantly. Just a moment ago, he had looked at her eagerly, but now, his gaze was filled with resignation. So that's how it is. Qin Shuang wanted to awaken her abilities. Only then could she help Qin Wanner. But Lin Feng couldn't be of much help. The usual way to awaken abilities was through repeated battles to enhance one's mental strength. When the mental strength exceeded 100, one could undergo an ability awakening in the ability tower. However, since the hidden army's technological level was not weak, they probably had means to awaken abilities. Another method was the one chosen by ordinary hidden army ability users, which involved transplanting infected ability veins. Despite the threat of virus infection, the higher the level of the transplanted ability vein, the more powerful the abilities it brought. Qin Wanner was a clear example of this. Regardless of which method, it seemed that Lin Feng couldn't be of much help. "I'm afraid that won't work." Lin Feng decisively refused. If it's for this purpose, Qin Shuang stays by his side. Then, pure is just a burden. Lin Feng was too preoccupied to care. Qin Shuang, rejected mercilessly, felt her mind go blank. For a moment, a sense of grievance rose from within, and Qin Shuang's eyes turned slightly red. "Brother Chen, why are you like this?" Qin Shuang unexpectedly burst into tears. In this silent night, Qin Shuang's crying was particularly loud, and it carried the words just spoken. Lin Feng was immediately flustered. "Damn it! Little ancestor, you can eat messily, but you can't speak carelessly. It's late at night, what did I do to you?" Swish! Lin Feng raised his hand, the magnetic force field around immediately gathered, silencing Qin Shuang. Although a bit violent, it was better than attracting others in the base, right? However, Qin Shuang, whose mouth was inexplicably sealed by a force, looked panicked, appearing quite anxious. Lin Feng spoke, "Little ancestor, if I release you, will you stop shouting?" Qin Shuang obediently nodded. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, waved his right hand, and removed the force field from Qin Shuang's mouth.
As the restraint disappeared, Qin Shuang's expression became even more aggrieved. She wanted to cry out but was afraid of Lin Feng's inexplicable methods. She just retreated 2 steps, standing in the corner of the room sobbing. This pitiful appearance made Lin Feng feel a pang of sadness. He hesitated, sighed deeply in the end. Well, then tell me clearly, why do you want to follow me? A little girl like her, without any strength, following him. Harshly speaking, she was a burden. I don't want to see my sister so tired. I want to help her share the burden. Qin Shuang clenched her teeth, speaking with a stubborn tone. Qin Wanner? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Qin Shuang took a deep breath, calming her heaving chest, forcing herself to quiet down. Then, she slowly explained, since I can remember, I've lived in City E, and my sister has always helped me with identity-related issues. As for the so-called crisis of infected individuals outside, I have never experienced it firsthand. My sister has protected me well. But recently, my identity issue arose, and I couldn't stay in City E anymore, so my sister sent me to the hidden military base. Since then, I have learned about the cruelty outside and how hard my sister has worked all these years. Listening to Qin Shuang's story, Lin Feng fell silent. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival for ordinary people was already challenging. To rise and succeed, one had to join the human alliance and serve it. Only by awakening abilities in battles could one become an ability user and gain status in this world. To ability users, ordinary people were just disposable pawns. Yet, Qin Wanner managed to conceal her identity in the hidden military and gradually reached a status equal to someone like Lu Muyu. The hardships she endured during this process were known only to her. It was normal for Qin Shuang to have such thoughts. Lin Feng hesitated, wanting to speak the truth, but he feared it might shatter the naive girl's beliefs. He walked up to Qin Shuang, comforting her, and gently touched her forehead. It's okay, I understand what you're saying. But becoming stronger and having power is not what you urgently need right now. You have no idea about the battles outside. Lin Feng spoke with a heavy heart. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't agree with her, Qin Shuang dejectedly lowered her head. However, Lin Feng's tone changed, revealing a kind smile. In return for pouring me water, I can help you with this. Really? Qin Shuang's eyes widened in hope. She looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Of course, when have I ever lied to anyone? Lin Feng's lips curled up in a smile. Although I can't take you with me, I promise to come back and see you in a while. And, I'll bring back some treasures for you. If Lin Feng could encounter a good Esper on this trip, he would extract their Esper pulse and bring it back as a gift for Qin Shuang. To be honest, upon learning about the hidden army's technology of extracting and transplanting Esper pulses, Lin Feng was also somewhat tempted. If he were just an ordinary person, through this method, he could gain the powerful abilities of an Esper. Although limited by psychic power, this kind of Esper ability couldn't be fully utilized. But possessing an Esper ability and gradually training could also enhance psychic power. Furthermore, by transplanting an Esper pulse, the person would have the right to choose the abilities they possessed. No wonder they were so eager for their own Esper pulses. Treasures? What treasures? Qin Shuang's eyes lit up. Which girl doesn't like surprises? However, Lin Feng deliberately teased her. A treasure that can make you stronger, a very valuable one. The night quickly passed. Lin Feng naturally didn't disturb Qin Shuang's sleep, instead spending the night at the nearby table. When the sun shone brightly, he woke up. The enhancement of his psychic power allowed Lin Feng to recover quickly. Coupled with the relaxation he had at the gathering last night, Lin Feng's mind was not as tense as before. Seeing Qin Shuang still sound asleep, Lin Feng quietly approached the window and saw the clothes hanging outside. Although not completely dry overnight, they were good enough to wear. Using his magnetic force field, Lin Feng pulled the clothes inside. This was one of the useful applications of the magnetic force field. He quickly put on the clothes, glanced back at Qin Shuang still sleeping peacefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. Like a thief, he cautiously pushed open the door and walked out. Brother Lin. A sudden voice almost scared Lin Feng out of his wits. He shivered and then looked at the person who spoke, Sun Yuan. He was sitting in a corner of Qin Shuang's courtyard and spoke up as Lin Feng was leaving. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly, closed the door, and put on a nonchalant expression. Good morning. Sun Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a strange look, then glanced towards Qin Shuang's room. Brother Lin, this. Sun Yuan raised a questioning look and pointed to a room nearby. That. You've got it all wrong. We didn't do anything, Lin Feng hurriedly explained. If this was a misunderstanding, it would be troublesome. I just took a nap. Nothing happened at all. Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. If Qin Wanner found out about this, even if nothing happened between them, she might misunderstand.
If she got angry and reported his secret to the Human Alliance, it would be a disaster. Oh, I see.
Sun Yuan's eyes rolled around, then nodded. He chose to believe Lin Feng's words. After all, after Lin Feng was taken away by Qin Xuan last night, Sun Yuan followed shortly after. There were no strange noises during the night.
Phew. Seeing Sun Yuan's reaction, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully.
Although the explanation was a bit far-fetched, he hadn't lied.
As long as Sun Yuan didn't embellish the story and tell Qin Waner, there shouldn't be any major issues.
Just then, the door behind him was quietly pushed open. Qin Shuang had woken up at some point. Lin Feng completely relaxed, with Qin Shuang explaining, Sun Yuan shouldn't misunderstand. But when he turned around, Lin Feng was stunned in place. Perhaps due to crying last night, Qin Shuang's eyes were red and swollen, giving her a pitiful appearance. Sun Yuan's eyes widened instantly, instinctively taking a step back from Lin Feng.
Brother Lin, is this what you meant by, nothing happened?
Lin Feng suddenly felt like he was in a difficult situation, looking at Qin Shuang and then at Sun Yuan.
What's going on? Why does he have to confess?
He spread his hands, wearing a helpless expression, and said with a straight face, I swear on my conscience, I
didn't do anything.
Now, Sun Yuan no longer believed Lin Feng's words. Instead, he looked at him warily and turned to Qin Shuang. Xiao Xuan, tell me, what happened between you two last night?
Have you been hurt? If so, I will stand up for you.
Although this sounded a bit forced.
Even if Lin Feng did something to her, what could Sun Yuan do?
With his strength, he couldn't even resist Lin Feng for a round.
Humph.
Seeing someone backing her up, Qin Shuang snorted lightly, hands on her hips, looking proud and arrogant. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face changed drastically. His mind was filled with one sentence.
Little ancestor, please don't talk nonsense.
At first, Brother Chen bullied me, but fortunately, Brother Chen apologized in time and promised me something, so I forgave him.
Buzz.
Sun Yuan felt his brain crash.
Nervously swallowing, he continued to ask, bullied you? How did he bully you?
Sun Yuan looked at Qin Shuang with an urgent gaze. But upon hearing this question, Qin Shuang immediately thought of her situation. If she told Sun Yuan, he would definitely tell her sister about it. If her sister found out, she would definitely scold her. At such a young age, she should enjoy life under her sister's protection.
Don't think about those messy things. I'm not telling you.
Qin Shuang pouted, acting spoiled.
Anyway, he bullied me, and it was a severe bullying. If Brother Chen hadn't promised me something later, I wouldn't have forgiven him.
Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine.
This conversation. Why does it sound more and more wrong?
Although this girl was telling the truth, her tone, her appearance.
Is she doing this on purpose?
Sun Yuan felt like the sky was falling. If Qin Waner found out that he hadn't protected Qin Shuang well, she would never forgive him. So, Sun Yuan patiently, almost crying, asked, Xiao Xuan, tell me slowly, what exactly happened? If you don't talk about how he bullied you, then tell me how he coaxed you. Lin Feng also regained some hope,
tearfully looking at Qin Shuang. His reputation. It can't be ruined by such a little girl.
Qin Shuang rubbed her chin, pretending to think. Then she slowly said, actually,
he didn't really coax me.
Brother Chen just said he would come to see me again in the future, and when he sees me, he will show me a surprise.
It seems like some kind of big treasure.
Put. Lin Feng felt a surge of heat in his chest. It was almost like he was going to spit out blood.
Sister, did she really say that? I am a decent person. A completely decent person. If you say that, how can I maintain my reputation for the rest of my life?
Looking at Sun Yuan beside him, hearing Qin Shuang's words, he was already gritting his teeth and looking at Lin Feng, his face turning green.
I can't believe it.
Lin Feng turned out to be such a despicable person.
Sis, you are my real sister.
Just tell him clearly, are you sad or not right now?
How could I be that kind of person? Lin Feng was completely flustered, repeatedly saying. Qin Shuang didn't understand his meaning. After thinking for a moment, she said, I'm not sad. One night has passed, and I am still very happy.
The burden in my heart was like a huge rock, and now that rock has finally landed, I feel very comfortable.
Lin Feng was speechless now.
He looked at Sun Yuan beside him with a strange expression, almost bursting into tears on the spot. Sun Yuan just gave him a deep look and remained silent for a long time. After taking several deep breaths in a row, Sun Yuan slowly walked up to Lin Feng and said in a slightly mournful tone, Brother Lin, I will keep this matter a secret for you. If Lord Qin finds out, he will definitely come after you, and I'm afraid I won't be able to escape either. These words left Lin Feng stunned.
Keep a secret about what? What secret do I have that needs you to keep it? Fine. Something that wasn't there in the first place, but after Qin Shuang's recounting, it's as if I can't wash my hands of it even if I jump into the Yellow River. Things that never happened can be described vividly. Come after me? What is he coming after me for? Why would sister want to come after him? Qin Shuang asked with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng looked at her, then at Sun Yuan, and sighed sincerely, please. In any case, this matter must be stopped here. This is still in front of Sun Yuan. If it were in front of Qin Wanner, Qin Shuang's vague words probably wouldn't last long before Qin Wanner would come after me. Xiao Xuan, since you are also involved in this matter, don't let your sister know, Sun Yuan said with great emphasis. Qin Shuang thought she was talking about the incident last night when she wanted Lin Feng to take her away. She nodded immediately, yes, of course. How can I tell my sister about this? I want to surprise her. Surprise. Sun Yuan was completely speechless this time. Surprise? What kind of surprise is this? It's more like a shock. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. It's okay. Qin Shuang is just young people can be impulsive, it's understandable. And Lin Feng doesn't look very old either, so it's understandable that he's impulsive too. Moreover, didn't Qin Wanner order to try to win over Lin Feng as much as possible? Unexpectedly, Qin Shuang is the one making the most effort. She is trying to win over Lin Feng in this way, for the sake of the hidden army's willingness to sacrifice. This fearless spirit deeply moved Sun Yuan. Whether it's Qin Wanner or Qin Shuang, they have made outstanding contributions to the development of the hidden army. Lin Feng had long been speechless, only silence could represent his current state of mind. He just hoped. Let this matter be buried here, and don't let Qin Shuang talk nonsense in front of Qin Wanner. Xiao Xuan, it's okay, you should rest first. Lin brother will be leaving soon, I'll see him off. Sun Yuan made up an excuse and sent Qin Shuang back to rest obediently. In the courtyard, only he and Lin Feng were left. The two looked at each other, their gazes complex. Each had their own thoughts. And they were all different. Ahem. Sun Yuan cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Brother Lin, you'll be leaving soon, right? Yes. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, not daring to look into Sun Yuan's eyes. Then, there's no need to wake up the other brothers, I'll see you off alone. Okay. With that, Sun Yuan pointed the way for Lin Feng. The two walked out of the hidden army's sub-base together. Just keep walking along this road, and you'll reach the coastal beach, but it should be several tens of kilometers away. Okay. Take care on your journey, Brother Lin. Okay. Brother Lin, about last night. Can we not mention that anymore? Without notifying anyone else, accompanied by Sun Yuan, Lin Feng left the hidden army's sub-base. After parting ways with Sun Yuan, Xiao Chang and others who had been secretly following for a long time also emerged from the shadows. Since the morning, they had been silently following Lin Feng. When they saw them, Lin Feng couldn't wait to take out 5 E-grade corpse seeds. He wanted to help the phantom epidemic beast evolve. In this way, there were already 3 D-grade infected beings beside him. Without saying anything else, as long as he wasn't around, their safety could be guaranteed. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, provoking stronger mutants. That would be the ruler in the infected area. We've pretty much explored the infected area near City E, and the number of infected beings is not as many as I imagined. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, then manipulated the force field, suspending the 5 E-grade corpse seeds in mid-air. Once you reach D-grade, even if I'm not here, no infected being can threaten you. Saying that, Lin Feng intended to evolve the phantom epidemic beast. But when Lin Feng's gaze fell on the phantom epidemic beast, he was stunned. Loyal fan E-grade special infected phantom epidemic beast current intimacy, 180/200 current status, excited materials needed for D-grade evolution, 5 E-grade corpse seeds plus 10 F-grade corpse seeds. Next intimacy unlock, telepathy, how many do you need? Lin Feng widened his eyes. Usually, for an E-grade infected being to evolve to D-grade, 5 corpse seeds were needed. Adding the word special required an additional 10 F-grade corpse seeds. Did they think corpse seeds were as common as cabbage? Lin Feng took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions. Alright. After all, it was the most special type of infected being, so it was normal for the situation to be a bit special. Lin Feng distorted space again and took out 10 F-grade corpse seeds. Evolve, Lin Feng ordered. Immediately, blue threads appeared around the phantom epidemic beast, converging and condensing into a black hole in front of it. Lin Feng controlled the corpse seeds and put them in. Cough. Lin Feng coughed lightly twice, then said seriously, it's going to hurt a lot later, bear with it. If you waste these corpse seeds, I won't let you off. Although Lin Feng's attitude was harsh, in the eyes of the phantom epidemic beast, it was a display of care. It was enthusiastic, even wanting to lick Lin Feng a couple of times, but Lin Feng agilely dodged. Soon, the power of the corpse seeds was decomposed, turning into scattered blue fluorescent dots floating around the phantom epidemic beast. Swish! Suddenly, the blue fluorescence merged into the body of the phantom epidemic beast. The imagined scene of pain did not occur, the phantom epidemic beast's body trembled slightly. Then, the blue fluorescence on its body disappeared as if it had completely merged into the skin. Soon, the data card above the phantom epidemic beast's head changed. Loyal fan, D-grade special infected phantom epidemic beast current intimacy, 180/200 current status, excited materials needed for C-grade evolution, 15 D-grade corpse seeds plus 1 secondary hemolytic crystal next intimacy unlock, telepathy, so fast? Lin Feng widened his eyes. The evolution of the phantom epidemic beast was completely different from that of Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai before. Where was the excruciating pain they talked about? It felt like it yawned and it was over. Is this evolution? At the same time, Lin Feng was also attracted by the required materials for the evolution above. 15 D-grade corpse seeds plus 1 secondary hemolytic crystal. Goodness! Whether it was Xiao Chang or Xiao Bai, if they evolved to C-grade, they only needed 10 D-grade corpse seeds plus 1 secondary hemolytic crystal. Although he didn't know what a hemolytic crystal was, why did the phantom epidemic beast need an extra 5 D-grade corpse seeds? Is this the value of a special infected being? Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache. Looking at the phantom epidemic beasts casting fiery gazes at him, Lin Feng suddenly had the thought that he couldn't afford to raise them. Only 3 infected bodies, I can barely afford to keep them. Sigh. If we encounter any weaker ones in the future, we should just harvest their seeds directly. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. There were probably not many infected bodies left in this infected area. Perhaps some infected bodies were deeply hidden, but Lin Feng no longer had the extra energy to root them out. The ocean was his true home. After all, the seawater contained the infection virus, and all creatures under the sea were likely infected bodies. Lin Feng even felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, this infection virus couldn't spread through the air. Otherwise, the human alliance on land would no longer exist. With everything settled, Lin Feng took Xiao Chang and the others towards the ocean. 3 days later, Lin Feng sped forward all the way. Finally, he saw the sea level. If he had been traveling at a normal speed, he definitely wouldn't have arrived in such a short time. Luckily, after Lin Feng's magnetic field broke through to grade D, his control became stronger. If he controlled the field to move in the air, the speed would be even faster. It just consumed more mental power. However, this was also a way to temper mental strength. The Hidden Army's ability users usually improved their mental strength by pushing their abilities to the limit. Although there was a risk of being backlashed by the infection virus, with time, they could control it. After 3 days of consumption, mental power was almost depleted, then resting and replenishing. This also led to some improvements in Lin Feng's various data. Additionally, along the way, although Lin Feng didn't focus on finding infected bodies, if he sensed the magnetic field of one, he would naturally subdue it. He also successfully lit up a new achievement. Subdue 2020 F-grade infected bodies. The system provided a reward, and Lin Feng chose to upgrade his ability. He raised the passive ability source of life from grade E to grade D. 3 days later, there had been a significant change in his physical data. Host, Lin Feng. Charisma, 100,000, maximum, strength, 85 agility, 80 endurance, 80 mental power, 2150 ordinary infected body fans, 2,940 creatures ability, grade D ability magnetic field, grade D passive ability source of life at this moment. Apart from those basic values, Lin Feng had completely entered the ranks of grade D ability users. Relying on the magnetic field, among ability users of the same level, Lin Feng had surpassed over 90% of them. This wasn't the end yet. After seeing the position of the sea level, Lin Feng grinned. With one breath, he fully controlled the field to move forward. To the infected bodies underground, it seemed like several shadows passing through the sky. Finally arrived. Seeing the endless sea, a huge weight lifted off Lin Feng's heart. As long as he went to the infected area in the ocean, his mental power would skyrocket. Dive into the ocean for a few months, and when he came out again, his strength was unimaginable. Unlike the sea in his memory, the sea infected by the virus had turned a grayish-green color. It formed a stark contrast with the deep blue sky above. As far as the eye could see, there was a dead silence and eerie atmosphere on the grayish-green sea level. However, standing on the shore, Lin Feng sensed that under the sea, there were many powerful magnetic field fluctuations. It was emitted by the infected bodies. Good, just as I expected. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This seemingly lifeless ocean was like a treasure trove to him, waiting for him to explore. In this place, no one was in control. The human alliance wouldn't send anyone here. The entire infected area of the ocean was his domain alone. Lin Feng even began to fantasize. In this ocean, there must be many islands that had fallen due to the infected bodies. These islands have not been set foot by any human alliance. Isn't this one's own territory? As for dominating the world, Lin Feng currently has no such intention. What he wants now is just a sense of absolute security. Security where no one can pose a threat to him. What he will think after that, it's hard to say. Maybe one day he will still be striving for world peace. The next day, he might stop eating beef. Of course, all of this is premised on him having enough power. Help me find a resting place, nothing fancy, just sheltered from the wind and rain, Lin Feng instructed Xiao Chang and the others. It's much more convenient to have these infected beings around to work with. Then, Lin Feng twisted space and took out the water filtration device from inside. Before venturing into the ocean to find infected beings, the first thing to do is logistical preparation. Lin Feng directly poured seawater in and waited for the filtration device to purify the water drop by drop. Afterwards, he sat on the beach and started eating canned food brought from the Renjong camp. Basically, this will be his food for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, Lin Feng isn't picky. He just needs to be careful not to get infected by those viruses. Once the fresh water was collected and Lin Feng had eaten his fill, Xiao Chang and the others returned. "Master, we've dug a cave for you to rest in," Xiao Qing said excitedly. We'll talk about resting later." Lin Feng nodded and casually grabbed all the miscellaneous items into space. "Wait here for me, keep an eye on the surroundings. If any infected beings approach, control them first and wait for my return." Lin Feng continued to instruct. "Yes, master." Lin Feng lightly tapped his right hand on his forehead. The next second, a thin magnetic field barrier centered on his forehead condensed on Lin Feng's body surface. This is a magnetic field application that Lin Feng invented after his mental power increased. Magnetic field cloak. Its defense is not as strong as a force field, but this kind of magnetic field cloak can prevent him from being infected by the seawater viruses while traveling on the ocean. Although the likelihood of being infected by seawater viruses is almost zero while traveling on the ocean, Lin Feng still wants to be fully prepared. This life is very important. Lin Feng leaped off the ground, his body supported by the force field, heading towards the distant ocean. Just as Lin Feng took off, a sudden change occurred on the sea surface beneath his feet. Splash, splash. The seawater splashed, and small ocean fish the size of palms rushed out of the water. Although not very high, the splashes fell on Lin Feng's magnetic field cloak. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng felt somewhat fortunate that he had put on the magnetic field cloak early. These fish were slightly different from the ocean fish he had seen in his previous life. Some fish had abnormally swollen bodies, their once ordinary bodies now exceptionally bloated. Their mouths expanded to an unbelievable extent, filled with sharp, saw-toothed teeth gleaming with a cold light, as if they could devour everything. Some fish were covered in hard bone spurs, undergoing unknown mutations. Surrounded by such a group of fish, Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea. However, the data on his information card was rapidly increasing. Ordinary infected fans, 3078, ordinary infected fans, 3542, ordinary infected fans, 4035. Lin Feng walked on the ocean through the force field. Just by moving here, the number of ordinary infected fans was increasing like crazy. In no time, ordinary infected fans, 5089, ding. The system's prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement, normal infected fan count, 5089/5000, rewarded with, all basic attributes plus 30. The next second, a white light drilled into Lin Feng's body, causing his body to suddenly halt in motion. The following second, he felt an unparalleled power surging into his body as if it was being infused with his own essence. His limbs grew stronger, and the fatigue from mental exhaustion vanished in an instant. He immediately checked his data card. Host, Lin Feng. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 115 agility, 110 endurance, 110 mental power, 2150 normal infected fans, 5,219 creatures abilities, D-level anomaly magnetic force field, D-level passive anomaly source of life. According to the standards of the Human Alliance, the average value of a D-level anomaly's body data is 100. Now I have surpassed this average. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled even brighter. It dawned on him. Ordinary fish in the ocean, once infected by the virus, also counted as normal infected beings. As long as he subjugated them, it would be a slot. If he had known this earlier, why bother staying in City E? He would have recruited followers in the ocean long ago. Just as Lin Feng pondered this, the magnetic field beneath his body suddenly became chaotic.
Lin Feng subconsciously manipulated the force field and dodged to the other side. Bang! A black-purple shadow burst out of the water's surface at an incredible speed, creating massive splashes. Fortunately, Lin Feng's magnetic field sensed it first, avoiding the attack. As he retreated, Lin Feng also got a clear view of the black shadow. It was an infected swordfish. Its body surface was rotten, but what caught the eye was the sword-like jaw. Lin Feng had heard of incidents where swordfish in the sea harmed people in his previous life. Now, seeing it firsthand, the reputation was well-deserved. Even if it wasn't infected by the virus, this swordfish's jaw could probably pierce through steel plates with its impact. If Lin Feng hadn't dodged quickly earlier, his body might have been pierced by it. Perhaps due to the distance, it didn't notice Lin Feng's appearance. The moment it emerged from the water, Lin Feng swiftly reached out with his right hand. The force field contracted abruptly, grabbing it with the force field. "Come, see who's your daddy." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully subduing the F-level infected being, venomous stingfish, rewarded with +50 mental power. Fish living in the depths of the ocean didn't have the best eyesight. It was understandable that they didn't notice their appearance at first. Poof! The force field easily penetrated the abdomen of the venomous stingfish, extracting the internal corpse seed with a strong magnetic field. Although the species was different, Lin Feng could tell at a glance where the corpse seed grew. If one had to point out the difference between land-infected beings and ocean-infected beings' corpse seeds, it was the stronger fishy smell of the ocean corpse seed. Most of the infected fish on the surface of the sea are normal infected beings. This venomous stingfish should be lurking in deeper waters. Lin Feng muttered as he gazed at the gray-green ocean beneath his feet. To say or not to say, that was indeed a troublesome matter. If he wanted to find more powerful ocean-infected beings, he would need to dive deeper, and controlling the magnetic field to isolate the water pressure would become increasingly challenging. It seems like it's better to first subdue all the infected beings on the surface before considering diving deeper. Lin Feng contemplated. With Lin Feng's anomaly range, he could delve 30 meters deep into the ocean. Therefore, if he encountered F-level infected fish wandering while traveling, Lin Feng would easily scoop them out. However, due to the ocean's dark color and their deep location, those fish didn't have good eyesight. Only when Lin Feng faced them directly could he successfully subdue them. Not only that, when Lin Feng used his anomaly to scoop them out, he would face resistance. This will consume Lin Feng's spiritual energy greatly. Just 3 or 4 hours later, Lin Feng, standing at sea level, was a bit out of breath. Looking back, he had explored a distance of 10 kilometers away from the shore. This distance was not close, but compared to the vast ocean, it was just a small area. Yet, Lin Feng gained a lot from it. Looking at his data card, host, Lin Feng. Charm, 100,000, maximum, strength, 115 agility, 110 endurance, 110 spiritual power, 2,850 regular infected fans, 7285 ability, D-level supernatural power magnetic force field, D-level passive supernatural power source of life. The increase in spiritual power undoubtedly helped Lin Feng the most. The standard spiritual power of a sea-level supernatural being is 5,000. At my speed, it won't take me long to master sea-level supernatural powers. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly. The gap between spiritual power and supernatural level had made Lin Feng realize that enhancing his own spiritual power was of utmost importance. Otherwise, even with powerful supernatural abilities, without enough spiritual power to use them properly, they would become a burden. The remaining spiritual power was not enough to support Lin Feng's further exploration. He turned back and returned to the beach. Xiao Chang and the others were hiding in the bushes beside the beach, watching Lin Feng's figure approaching. They immediately rushed out excitedly. Bang! Lin Feng's body fell from the sky, stumbled, and almost sat on the beach. Phew! Lin Feng, now relaxed, was panting heavily. My limit should be 10 kilometers. Next time, I'll walk in a different direction for 10 kilometers and then return. The phantom epidemic beast immediately acted as Lin Feng's mount, with Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai on it, constantly massaging and relaxing Lin Feng's muscles and bones to help him unwind. There was no quick way to restore spiritual power. The simplest way was to rest. After being taken to the tidy camp by the phantom epidemic beast, Lin Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xiao Chang and the others were in charge of vigilance. 3D level infected beings were guarding. Lin Feng didn't have to worry for the time being. Perhaps his spiritual power was almost depleted, so Lin Feng slept straight through to the next morning. After replenishing food and water, Lin Feng planned to continue advancing on the sea to subdue infected beings. Standing on the beach, Lin Feng spread his hands, feeling the rotation of the magnetic field around him. He was overjoyed. Indeed, after the increase in spiritual power, my ability to control the magnetic field has become stronger.
With D-level magnetic force field, I can easily distort space now.
With that, Lin Feng decisively waved his hand and grabbed a rock on the beach from a distance. The surroundings instantly contracted like crumpled paper, swallowing the rock. At the same time, with a glance from Lin Feng, another spatial distortion occurred, and the rock that had been sucked in was ejected from it. Success! Lin Feng clenched his fists, his face full of joy. Relying on his control of the magnetic field, he was even able to replicate Qin Wanner's spatial ability. However, Lin Feng did not have the same ability as Qin Wanner, and imitating it through the magnetic field also consumed a great deal of his spiritual power. To connect both sides of space and achieve item teleportation, it consumes a lot of my spiritual power. It's easy to teleport some inanimate objects, but for living beings, it's probably much harder.
Lin Feng murmured.
The biggest difference between living and inanimate objects is the magnetic field they carry.
Humans have a body magnetic field, and infected beings also have different external magnetic fields.
To teleport living beings, a much stronger space is needed, which is a test for Lin Feng's control of the magnetic field. However, just by seeing Qin Wanna using her abilities, Lin Feng was already quite satisfied with being able to mimic something similar through magnetic fields. Under normal circumstances, this spatial ability wasn't of much use to him.
He preferred the personal space opened up by the spatial ability. At least he didn't have to run around carrying mountains of food on his back anymore.
Closing his eyes, Lin Feng checked the achievement system. Currently, besides the normal subjugation of infected beings, the achievement system was the most rewarding thing the system had brought him. The only achievements he had activated were the number of infected beings he had subjugated.
Luckily, in the ocean, these were the easiest achievements to accomplish.
The number of infected beings below the ocean was countless. Achievement page, activated achievements, subjugate C-grade infected beings, 1/5 subjugate D-grade infected beings, 3/5 subjugate E-grade infected beings, 13/20 subjugate F-grade infected beings, 26/50 ordinary infected being fans, 7285/5000, existing, achievements completed will receive random rewards. If luck is on my side today, maybe I can activate 2 achievements.
Lin Feng calculated.
The achievements of subjugating E-grade infected beings and ordinary infected being fans were about to be completed. In the infected area of the ocean, it was only a matter of time. He just didn't know what random rewards the system would give him after completing these 2 achievements. Lin Feng was suddenly filled with anticipation. Without wasting any more time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked towards the sea level, preparing to move. But just as his foot stepped into the air, Lin Feng suddenly froze. His gaze shifted in a certain direction, and in the vast infected ocean, a huge ship was sailing towards him. It was less than a few dozen kilometers away from the coast.
What's going on? People from the Human Alliance?
Lin Feng's expression changed constantly as he gazed into the distance, trying to make out the flag hanging on the cruise ship. It was a flag with complex stripes, consisting of 13 equally spaced horizontal stripes of red and white. Although they were far apart, Lin Feng recognized it at a glance. His tone became somewhat hesitant.
This is the flag of the beautiful country? What's going on? The ocean is infected, and the beautiful country dares to let a ship sail on it? Aren't they afraid of attacks from the infected beings below?
Lin Feng furrowed his brow, but soon realized a more serious issue. Why was a cruise ship from the beautiful country appearing here? With experiences from his past life, Lin Feng could tell that the ship continuously sailing in the distance was just an ordinary cruise ship. It had nothing to do with military warships. How could such a ship navigate on an ocean full of infected beings? Without much thought, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Chang and the others and immediately ordered, "Follow me, hide well." Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the beautiful country. After all, in his previous life, the beautiful country had oppressed and bullied Hua country in various international situations. This was due to the lack of national strength. There was even a dark history where warships from the beautiful country docked in the waters of Hua country, and Hua country could only watch helplessly. Even though it was the apocalypse now, the ocean in front of Lin Feng, if divided by territory, belonged to the East China Sea of Huaxia. How could he allow these foreigners to step foot on it? Lin Feng was resolute. Leading Xiao Chang and the others, he first hid in a concealed place by the shore. However, he was still somewhat worried and said, "If anyone approaches later, don't make any noise until we are discovered. I want to see what these foreigners are up to." Sneaking into Huaxia, the beautiful country was different from Dongying. Lin Feng had seen the world map, and the distance between Dongying and Huaxia was close enough to cross the ocean and sneak into Huaxia's territory. But the beautiful country was different. It was on the other side of the ocean. How could a cruise ship from the beautiful country arrive from such a distant place? Wasn't that too strange? Lin Feng pondered in silence. If he were at sea, even though those foreign devils had a cruise ship to support them, if he could command the ocean's infectors, he could surely wreck their ship and cause casualties. But Lin Feng didn't want to do that. He was not only curious about the foreigners' intentions but even was eyeing that cruise ship. If I could stay at sea for a long time, then I wouldn't have to worry about a lack of mental power. This is a heaven-sent treasure. Ordinary small boats, if they encountered unusual weather at sea, would probably capsize directly. They were not very practical. But that cruise ship could sail from a distant country to Huaxia, ensuring maneuverability and safety. If he could make use of it, then the entire ocean would be his kingdom. Just as Lin Feng was thinking this, the phantom epidemic beast hiding nearby quietly opened its mouth and extended its tongue. Just as Lin Feng felt puzzled, at the tip of that tongue, colorful light suddenly flickered out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was instantly shocked. What's going on? If I'm discovered. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng froze in place, because he found that the place where the light shone on him had inexplicably turned transparent. Rather than transparent, it was more like it had turned into the color of the background. It looked like a transparent effect. Oh my god? Lin Feng looked at the phantom epidemic beast in astonishment, which had already retracted its tongue by now. Their bodies became transparent, but they could still see each other. The only difference was that in Lin Feng's view, Xiao Qiang and the others seemed to be covered in a colorful light. This was the phantom epidemic beast's method? It could not only hide itself but could even apply this miraculous ability to others. Great! This way, I can get close to them and observe. Lin Feng said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly raised his right hand, and a force field appeared out of thin air, immediately lifting their bodies. Although this state was akin to invisibility, their bodies' volume still existed. If they stood on the beach, they would be easily spotted. Only by Lin Feng using the force field could they stay away from the ground. In this way, even if they faced others directly, it would be difficult for them to be discovered. Lin Feng's eyes locked onto the cruise ship. After seeing it dock, he decisively manipulated the force field and quickly approached. It was a small cruise ship, with a capacity of no more than 300 people. On the deck, there were 2 rows of soldiers dressed in black armor. They were all well armed, almost armed to the teeth. The firearms they held were also quite different from what Lin Feng usually saw. Indeed, it's the beautiful country, a country where technology is top-notch in this world. But why would they enter our Huaxia waters so conspicuously, even anchoring the ship? What are these people up to? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He couldn't hear the conversations of those people on shore. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only manipulate the force field to get closer. Now, he could hear their conversation. However, after hearing just one sentence of their conversation, Lin Feng's expression instantly turned grim. He was not calm at all. Because he didn't understand English. Damn it! Lin Feng slapped his head, looking worried. Damn, I forgot not everyone speaks Huaxia language worldwide. These foreign devils all speak English. What good does it do me to hear them? I don't understand. If only I had spent more time learning from an English teacher in my past life. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He never expected to face such a Waterloo. At the same time, Lin Feng also complained about his charming ancestor. Why didn't he put in a little more effort and unify the world in one go? Then he wouldn't have to learn English, right? Now, he was the closest Huaxia person to these foreign invaders, yet he couldn't understand their language. I don't know what conspiracy they have. The previous Eastern devils at least tried to blend in when in Rome, even learning some Chinese. These guys don't have a clue at all. No way. Lin Feng could only hang his head, leaning on his own force field, looking at them with a resentful gaze. These Western devils kept chattering nonstop, using some international terms like F***CK and B***TCH. He couldn't understand a word they were saying. He couldn't figure out the intentions of these Western devils either. Just as Lin Feng was sinking into deep self-doubt, the cruise ship dropped anchor. At the same time, a gap opened in the hull, and a long iron ladder extended from it. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and said seriously, "This thing doesn't look like an ordinary cruise ship. It looks more like a modified one. It doesn't seem to have weapon facilities on display, but they must be hidden, right?" With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng remained doubtful. If that's the case, why didn't the beautiful country just come with a warship? Why use this low-key cruise ship? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, the people on board had already started disembarking one after another. First, a group of soldiers in black armor cleared the way, followed by several middle-aged people in white robes, with dedicated soldiers protecting them. It seemed that these individuals in white robes were the key protected figures on this beautiful country's cruise. TSK. A bunch of boundaryless Western devils,
blatantly invading our Huaxia territory?
Lin Feng's gaze gradually sharpened.
If no one saw it, it would be one thing, but since I've discovered it, can I just let it slide?
Lin Feng, hidden in the shadows, remained silent.
He quietly observed the actions of these Western devils.
They left a small portion of their forces on the cruise ship, while the rest were solely focused on escorting those in white robes.
These people were of utmost importance.
Coming to Huaxia is like coming to their own home. This shouldn't be the first or second time.
What exactly do these Western devils want to do?
Lin Feng refrained from acting rashly, only observing in secret. The beautiful country was a technological powerhouse, and although those in armor were just ordinary people, Lin Feng could sense the unusual aura emanating from their armor.
Once he made a move, wiping them all out would be impossible.
Lin Feng decided to follow the first group of Western devils ashore to see what they were up to. It had to be said that the Mirage Beast's disguise techniques were indeed superb. No matter where Lin Feng took them with his force field, they could seamlessly blend into the surroundings.
Even the armed forces of the beautiful country couldn't easily detect them,
as long as Lin Feng remained silent.
Phew!
Lin Feng manipulated the force field, slowly flying from the cruise ship to the shore, silently and unnoticed. However, Lin Feng noticed that the Western devils landing ashore did not choose to head directly inland. A few of them gathered together, manipulating a special device. When a long antenna emerged, Lin Feng suddenly realized that a ripple-like magnetic field spread out in all directions from the center of that device.
It wasn't just one.
These continuous ripples spread endlessly, like the ripples created when a stone is thrown into a calm lake. Lin Feng quickly reacted after just one glance.
This was a magnetic field detection device.
By sensing the back and forth of the magnetic field, they could assess the enemy's situation. Lin Feng decisively took action, raising his right hand, covering himself and Xiao Chang and others with a thin magnetic field film. Its main function was to mask their own magnetic field.
By completely covering their magnetic field, they could blend into the environment.
The Western Devil's magnetic field detection device became useless. However, seeing their equipment, Lin Feng still felt wary.
What's going on? Has the technology of the beautiful country reached this level? Search for enemies through magnetic field induction.
Even if there is such a disguise effect, I'm afraid it would have been discovered if it weren't for my special abilities. This kind of probing device from the beautiful country restrains many infected individuals and supernaturals with hidden abilities.
After all, ordinary concealment only hides one's physical form. It's just invisible to the naked eye. But the human body's magnetic field is constantly expanding outward.
The principle of the beautiful country's magnetic field probing device is based on this. However, they never expected that there would be supernaturals who could manipulate magnetic fields. Lin Feng held his breath and used a disguised magnetic field to evade detection. At the same time, he kept a close eye on that group of people. Surely, they still possessed many technologies unknown to him. Fortunately, they didn't act recklessly just now. Even if they dealt with the people on the shore immediately, it would alert the remaining forces on the cruise ship. They were beyond Lin Feng's abilities. After the initial simple scan, 2 soldiers were responsible for guarding the scanning device, which had an octagonal wheel at the bottom to adapt to complex environmental conditions. At the same time, a figure similar to a squad leader muttered something in his mouth. Immediately, 2 people rushed out, their target a thicket on the shore. The 2 ordinary soldiers in black armor, one holding a gun and the other a special silver grenade.
The grenade was thrown first, deep into the thicket. At the same time, the soldier also raised his gun, both prepared for battle, aiming their dark gun barrels at the thicket. Roar! The next second, a strong roar erupted from the thicket in front of them. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, he saw an even more spectacular scene. After the silver grenade was thrown, there was no explosion, but the nearby magnetic field environment was disturbed. A dormant infected individual was awakened by this disrupted magnetic field. Swish! A gray-green figure suddenly rushed out from the thicket, hunched over, eyes filled with madness. Lin Feng put on his bronze mask and began to remotely probe the infected individual. F-level infected, green poison corpse. After the appearance of the green poison corpse, the 2 alert soldiers quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Lin Feng frowned, filled with confusion.
Although an F-level infected was nothing to him, those were just 2 ordinary soldiers.
Remember, their initial exploration outpost, with the combat power of a combat science team, couldn't even match an F-level infected.
Just 2 soldiers, relying on handheld firearms, were going to confront an F-level infected?
Just when Lin Feng thought the 2 soldiers were about to meet their end, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. The special rifles in their hands actually fired orange-red beams, not bullets, but segmented plasma beams. Seeing this, Lin Feng could no longer control his facial expression. His face was full of astonishment. This beautiful country truly was a big player. The plasma technology used in rifles required the power of the purple source crystal. The technology of this beautiful country directly incorporated plasma into rifles, with energy supply and release being complex issues. The plasma beam was extremely fast, hitting the green poison corpse's body. Its original anger was instantly replaced by fear. The beam, like a flame, spread rapidly up and down the body upon impact. This was no ordinary plasma rifle. The scientists of the beautiful country had incorporated factors to restrain infected individuals within it. An F-level infected was thus suppressed by the firepower of 2 ordinary soldiers. It lasted less than a minute, and then it breathed its last. The body was burned beyond recognition by the plasma beam. In Lin Feng's view, even its corpse was in pieces. TSK. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and muttered, "What a waste." Faced with such a handsome national soldier, ordinary infected individuals could not harm him in the slightest unless they resorted to close combat by surprise attack. This squad understood this principle, which is why they used the special machine for magnetic field detection. The latter could detect within a range of 50 meters. After clearing the F-class infected individual, 2 soldiers returned to the team. Now, the group set off inland in a grand manner. Lin Feng's mind stirred, and he immediately followed them. Keeping a certain distance, roughly 10 to 20 meters, Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the equipment of these people. A slight smile played on his lips. "Although I don't know what tricks you can still pull, if I were to destroy all your equipment in an instant, you people will be at my mercy." They relied solely on technological equipment. If exposed in a standoff, Lin Feng was unsure of what means these people still had, naturally having some concerns. But if he were to disarm these devices immediately, then there would be no need for concern. However, Lin Feng had not yet figured out the purpose of these foreigners, so he silently followed behind. The group entered inland, walking for about 3 to 4 kilometers, finally stopping in front of a small hill. Lin Feng hid at the back of the crowd and noticed a middle-aged man in a white coat stepping out and standing below the mound. He lightly pressed a stone with his hand, like a button. Click! Boom! A door actually cracked open beneath the hill. The surface of the metal door was disguised in various ways, making it impossible for outsiders to recognize under normal circumstances. Inside was pitch black, yet the middle-aged man walked straight in. Behind him, the soldiers guarded other important figures in white clothes, waiting for them all to enter. Only then did they silently follow and enter together. Seeing everyone enter, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Behind that door just now, should be the base of the handsome country, right? I never thought that, besides the Japanese ninjas, the handsome country's infiltrators have also reached China. Speaking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath and muttered, "If I can only find 1 or 2 stinky bugs, it means there are still more hidden in the dark." This so-called infected area. In the eyes of the Japanese and the handsome country's infiltrators, it seemed like a deserted place. Regardless of which side, they all had weapons specifically designed to deal with infected individuals. That's why they were so audacious. This matter definitely was not as simple as it seemed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng deactivated the force field, landed on the ground, took a moment to catch his breath, and then walked towards the door. They had just opened the door by pressing an invisible button. Lin Feng wanted to use the magnetic field to sense the situation below the door. But when he closed his eyes and carefully sensed, he was slightly stunned. "What is this? It can actually block my magnetic field." Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, showing a look of shock. His magnetic field scan could only detect the thick walls underground, as if an extremely solid magnetic field was blocking everything there. Lin Feng's expression was no longer calm. Using a strong magnetic environment to disrupt the magnetic field. Now, even I can't sense the situation below. Lin Feng suddenly regretted a bit. If he had made up his mind to act the moment these people opened the door, he could have wiped them all out, then slowly searched further. But now, with a strong magnetic environment isolating him, Lin Feng could not sense the situation below. He could only forcefully break open this door. Damn it, otherwise, I'll just rush down and kill all these people. Lin Feng suddenly lost interest. He couldn't understand a word these people were saying, let alone learn from them. By now, even the leads he was following had gone cold. It might be better to just charge in and wreak havoc. With that thought, Lin Feng decisively pressed the hidden button he had just found. However, the expected scene did not unfold. The door remained shut. Lin Feng was puzzled. He had clearly pressed the button, so why didn't it open? Just as Lin Feng was in doubt, a visible blue electric current covered the button in an instant. Although Lin Feng noticed the danger in time, his speed was still a beat slower than the flow of the current. Crack!
The blue electric current instantly covered Lin Feng's arm. The magnetic field membrane that had covered his body was continuously corroded by the current. Fortunately, taking advantage of this gap, Lin Feng broke free and moved backward. He can open the door, why can't I? Seems like this thing is also fingerprint unlocked? Lin Feng cursed angrily and then retreated repeatedly. Due to the attack, the disguise of the phantom epidemic beast that had been cast on him disappeared instantly. Lin Feng raised his right arm, his brow furrowed. Although he blocked the electric current, Lin Feng vaguely felt that the current had left something on him. His body's magnetic field had been slightly affected. However, before Lin Feng could examine it closely, there was a loud rumble. The door that had just been closed suddenly opened, and a huge silver-gray figure rushed out from inside. Bang! The figure landed heavily, creating a large pit in the surrounding ground. Seeing the figure clearly, Lin Feng widened his eyes. What the heck? A robot? The towering figure, nearly 5 meters tall, did not look human in any way. Yet it had a humanoid form, resembling a steel giant standing tall. It was covered in cold alloy armor that reflected a chilling light, exuding an aura of invincibility. With its streamlined design balancing strength and speed, each mechanical arm was poised, its sharp equipment gleaming with danger. The large combat mech had its assigned number engraved on its shoulder. X8. Where had Lin Feng seen this thing before? Even in his previous life, he had only seen such combat mechs in sci-fi movies from the floating beauty country. However, with just one glance at it, Lin Feng had a thought deep down. This thing was not to be messed with. The commotion just now must have alerted the foreigners below, wanting to send this thing to kill me. Lin Feng snorted coldly and turned around instantly. I'm not fighting anymore, can't I just run? With that, Lin Feng manipulated the force field, and with a swift motion, he flew out. Perhaps the force field's boost was too strong, as Lin Feng felt a tremendous push from behind. His speed reached its peak in an instant. At the same time, Lin Feng signaled to Xiao Qing and the others. Run! Don't let this thing catch you! With Lin Feng's command, they naturally obeyed, immediately following in Lin Feng's footsteps. However, the combat mech seemed to have X-ray vision, as it kept locking onto Lin Feng even as he maneuvered through the trees to escape. Swish! The combat mech suddenly gathered strength and thrust forward with a piercing force. Regardless of any obstacles in its path, they were as fragile as paper, torn open by the blade in the mech's left hand. What the heck? Even as he ran, Lin Feng noticed something unusual behind him. It actually knows which way I'm escaping. It must be those things that infiltrated my body's magnetic field. Lin Feng instantly realized that he had been locked onto by the combat mech due to his earlier carelessness. However, he remained calm inside. Taking the mech away from the foreigner's base was also one of Lin Feng's strategies. Even if he had to deal with it, he had to stay far away from those controlling it. After running for about 2 to 3 kilometers, Lin Feng used the force field to flip his body in midair and then struck out with his right hand. The magnetic force field condensed and swiftly swept towards the battle mech, chasing relentlessly from behind. Like to chase? Take this slap from me. Bang! The force field hit the battle mech head-on. Lin Feng anticipated the mech to be scrapped, but it didn't happen. The impact of the force field only left a few shallow marks on the surface of the mech. Seeing this, Lin Feng's pupils slightly constricted. He quickly assessed the mech in front of him. The defense of this thing is above D level. According to the classification of abilities in Huagua, there are many standards. Both strength and defense can be judged by the same level. Just one force field attack allowed Lin Feng to make a preliminary judgment. This EX-8 battle mech had already reached C level in terms of defense. A battle mech with defense comparable to a C level ability user? Is this the technological prowess of a great nation? Lin Feng slapped his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. In this post-apocalyptic world, each country has its own unique special forces. Huagua has ancient martial artists and emerging ability users, while Dongying has ninjas, onmyojas, and more. Lin Feng had also pondered what the core forces of other countries might be. He never expected that the main force of the beautiful country would be these armored shells. The recent force field attack did not stop the steps of the battle mech but brought it closer to him. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he coldly snorted. Good. Let me see what this tin can is capable of. The battle mech was armed to the teeth, with weapons all over its body. The most eye-catching was the right arm of the battle mech. It was equipped with a row of sawtooth pulleys, resembling a huge blade that easily cut through obstacles on the road. When the battle mech was less than 10 meters away from Lin Feng, it suddenly activated the blade in its hand. The chain rapidly spun, creating sparks in the air, heading straight for Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He clasped his hands together, forming magnetic force fields into a barrier in front of him. With Lin Feng's current control over magnetic fields, each magnetic force field could withstand attacks of 1,000 kilograms. However, crack, crack. Along with the sound of the magnetic field shattering, the blade on the right arm of the battle mech broke through two of Lin Feng's magnetic force fields like a hot knife through butter. Yet, Lin Feng stood his ground. Ding! Lin Feng gritted his teeth, maintaining the force field barrier. Finally, the third force field barrier halted the attack of the battle mech, with the force fields pressing around as if to snap the mechanical arm in half. Although he managed to control it, there was no ease in Lin Feng's expression. The strength of this mech, while not reaching sea level, is close. If it were an ordinary D-level infected, I could have broken it with this move. Lin Feng stepped back, raising his right hand. The invisible magnetic field immediately gathered, trapping the battle mech within it. Using the magnetic field to create a 360-degree barrier with no blind spots to trap the enemy, this was Lin Feng's method developed in the magnetic force field, the magnetic field barrier. Under normal circumstances, his magnetic field barrier could only be broken by an ability user of the same level and strength, otherwise, within the same realm, no one could break it. However, the battle mech in front of him couldn't be viewed with ordinary eyes. For such a big guy to move accurately and swiftly, there must be a place providing energy. That's its weak point. With a simple thought, Lin Feng knew how to destroy the battle mech in front of him. Just find where its energy is stored and strike it hard. This boring battle would soon come to an end. Lin Feng wanted to use magnetic field induction to explore the abnormal magnetic field inside the battle mech. Unfortunately, this combat mech is made of special metal, giving Lin Feng a feeling similar to the hidden underground facility just now. There is a strong magnetic field acting as a barrier, preventing Lin Feng from finding its core. After a simple brainstorm, Lin Feng suddenly understood that the purpose of such strong magnetic field protection is likely to deal with the superhumans of Huaxia. Superhumans have all sorts of extraordinary abilities, and one of the most challenging involves manipulating magnetic fields. And the beautiful country has designed specialized combat mechs to counter these abilities? This thing was designed by the beautiful country to target Huaxia. To defeat it, one must use greater strength, the most primitive methods, and its attacks are also the most primitive means. Defense at level C, power at level D. With this kind of combat mech, it can take on multiple D-level superhumans. The beautiful country really surprised me, Lin Feng said, but his body did not retreat an inch. Let's attack together. Use the simplest attack to break through its defense. Lin Feng immediately issued instructions to Xiao Qing and the others. This combat mech seems unsolvable, but to Lin Feng, the solution is quite simple. Just use brute force to destroy it directly. The recent clash has shown that Lin Feng's force field is not impenetrable by it, but rather requires greater mental energy to withstand. His own strength is not enough, but combined with Xiao Qing and the others, isn't it sufficient to break through a level C defense? Following Lin Feng's command, Xiao Qing and the others immediately took action. Xiao Qing's hands saw green scales growing wildly, extending into a spike-like weapon attached to her arm. Xiao Bai scratched his head, carefully observing the combat mech in front of him, looking for a weak spot to target. The phantom epidemic beast roared angrily, its once colorful skin suddenly turning silver-white. It broke through the magnetic field barrier and charged towards the combat mech. Be careful. This thing is not weak, don't. Lin Feng wanted to warn them, but the phantom epidemic beast's powerful body had already collided with the combat mech's right arm blade. Ding! The clumsy body of the phantom epidemic beast actually withstood the combat mech's blade. Moreover, it emitted a series of metal collision sounds. Lin Feng looked at the silver-white skin of the phantom epidemic beast in surprise, as if it were covered with a thick layer of metal. Using its body, it could actually resist the combat mech's blade. This was somewhat unexpected for Lin Feng. No wonder it's called a special infected body. It does have something special. With its body turning silver-white, the phantom epidemic beast seemed to have mimicked its body into metal. Unexpectedly, this mimicry was not just a visual effect, but also had a tangible texture. It was with this metallic skin that the phantom epidemic beast could withstand the combat mech. Lin Feng's surprise only lasted a moment, as he quickly prepared to strike with all his might. Combine! He gathered all his mental energy, forming a massive magnetic force field on both sides of the combat mech. With Lin Feng's command, the two force fields instantly contracted. A normal force field barrier would be broken, but this condensed force field was unbreakable, although it was very draining mentally. But with the enhancement of his mental power, Lin Feng didn't mind at all. Finally, the oppression of the two magnetic force fields caused the energy supply of the combat mech to increase rapidly, and from this isolated strong magnetic environment, Lin Feng felt a hint of an unusual magnetic field. Xiao Chang, Aim for the spot 3 inches below its rear head. Attack with all your might. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he gave the order. The reason he felt an unusual magnetic field was because that part of the armor structure was different from the surroundings. It seemed like something was being protected, hence the weakening of the strong magnetic effect in that area. At the same time, the material was different from its surroundings. Click! Xiao Cheng held a sharp weapon and, following Lin Feng's instructions, effortlessly pierced a part of the battle mech. The energy source that had been flowing continuously in the battle mech suddenly trembled. Boom! At the back of the battle mech's neck, where Xiao Cheng had stabbed with her weapon, a sharp piercing sound suddenly erupted. Xiao Cheng, retreat quickly. Sensing a terrifying magnetic field gathering, Lin Feng immediately gave the order without hesitation. Xiao Cheng swiftly withdrew, leaving the blade made of scales still stuck in the body of the battle mech. Suddenly, within the gap, a dazzling flame burst forth, causing the battle mech to stagger in place. The phantom epidemic beast took advantage of the situation to retreat. The spot that was just hit should be the energy core of this battle mech. Without its energy supply, this battle mech was no different from a metal shell. However, when the energy supply was just destroyed, it was at its most efficient state. Although Lin Feng didn't know what kind of technology was used, he understood. If they stayed any longer, something bad was bound to happen. Indeed, after Lin Feng and the others retreated about 30 to 40 meters, a strong magnetic field suddenly erupted from the center of the battle mech, spreading outwards. Boom! Flames rose like an angry dragon, devouring all the greenery around. Within a dozen meters of the explosion center, everything, living and non-living, turned to nothingness, leaving only charred desolation. Tree trunks twisted and broke, branches and leaves turned to ashes, drifting in the wind, carrying a pungent burnt smell and lingering gunpowder. Although Lin Feng and the others had luckily escaped the explosion zone, the shockwaves from the explosion made them step back repeatedly. Watching the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, Lin Feng nervously swallowed. Fortunately, he had managed to get Xiao Cheng and the others out in time. If they had been within the explosion range, even he might not have been able to escape unscathed. As the smoke gradually settled, Lin Feng slowly walked towards the center of the explosion, looking at the scorched earth around him, feeling a myriad of emotions in his heart. The final explosion of a battle mech could cause such extensive damage. With weapons of this destructive range, the beautiful nation probably held significant power. Perhaps only high-level mutants could stand firm against modern human technology. Lin Feng instructed Xiao Cheng and the others to wait at a distance while he ventured alone into the explosion center. At the location where the battle mech had been, a deep pit about 3 to 4 meters had formed, with armor fragments scattered everywhere, but not a single complete piece. There's nothing left after the explosion. This must be a design of the beautiful nation to prevent technology leaks effectively, Lin Feng remarked, stroking his chin. Unfortunately, this encounter only showed Lin Feng what true modern technology was like. He didn't gain any valuable intelligence. As for the secret base the foreigners had infiltrated, he had no intention of going back there. What if they had some unknown technological means? Going back would be walking into a death trap. However, he couldn't just sit back and wait for the worst. Should he return and inform Qin Wan'er about this matter? Although she was a member of the Hidden Army, she was also a part of Huaxia. Seeing foreign invaders, the Hidden Army and the Huaxia Human Alliance should stand together. The power of the Huaxia Mutant Tower might not be enough to eradicate that secret base. But if it was the Huaxia Special Abilities Team, Lin Feng still remembered the incredible skills displayed by Lu Feng on the city tower from a kilometer away. The Huaxia Special Abilities Team had gathered many ancient martial artists. Compared to mutants, their foundation was evidently much deeper. It seems we need to inform the Special Abilities Team and have them send someone to handle this. I am insignificant and powerless to deal with these matters, Lin Feng pondered. Just then, Lin Feng's relaxed expression suddenly froze, and he looked towards the distance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. From afar came a deep and powerful roar, like the roar of an ancient behemoth, shaking every inch of space. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's gaze instantly locked onto a direction. 3 combat mechs, like steel behemoths, tore through the sky with thunderous force, rushing towards the side. Their bodies gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, completely different from the equipment of the just destroyed EX-8 combat mech. Along the way, whether it was sturdy rocks or dense forests, they all seemed so fragile in front of these 3 mechs. Where the mechs passed, giant rocks shattered, dust flew, trees broke and fell to the ground, leaving a mess behind. 3. Just when Lin Feng, together with Xiao Cheng and the others, had barely managed to destroy 1 combat mech, now 3 more were approaching. Their weapon systems were different from the EX-8 from before, but from the model numbers on their bodies, they all belonged to the EX series. The combat power of these combat mechs is probably the same as the one just now. Only fools would fight against you.
Lin Feng snorted lightly and immediately ordered Xiao Qing and the others in the distance through telepathy.
Run. The farther, the better, don't worry about me. These things can't catch up to me for now. He could escape tracking with his speed, but if Xiao Qing and the others were locked on by the combat mechs, they would have no way out. Although Xiao Qing was very worried about Lin Feng's situation, this was not the first or second time such a thing had happened. Of course, she would choose to trust Lin Feng. Xiao Qing immediately led the phantom epidemic beasts to flee far away.
Sensing Xiao Qing and the others getting farther away, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
It's good that they escaped. As for himself, with the force field, he was capable of surviving.
As the three combat mechs approached closer, the smell of gunpowder in the air became stronger.
A red light fixed on Lin Feng.
One of the mechs seemed to have locked onto Lin Feng's position. Suddenly, its shoulder armor opened abruptly, and a small missile, like an angry snake, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, tore through the sky and headed straight for Lin Feng. This missile was surrounded by blue flames, with a long tail trailing behind, moving at an astonishing speed as if it could tear through the air. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Feeling the power approaching rapidly, the air around seemed to be distorted by this force.
Damn it!
Lin Feng dodged at the limit, simultaneously grabbing the small missile with his right hand, covering it instantly with a force field.
Boom!
The explosion's shockwave hit him, easily tearing through the magnetic field. Now, Lin Feng was no longer calm.
This was playing dirty.
How come there were long-range means? Lin Feng made a quick decision. This place was not suitable for staying any longer.
Damn it, when I break through to grade C in my abilities, I'll come back to deal with you industrial junk.
Lin Feng turned to escape, but just as he controlled the force field and took a step forward, a sudden burst of flames, like a meteor, rushed into Lin Feng's perception field.
The aura of those flames actually made Lin Feng feel fear from within. Crack!
The burst of flames was not aimed at Lin Feng but at those three combat mechs. Lin Feng turned back to look and was instantly surprised. The combat mech that had just launched a small missile at him was now pierced by a crimson long spear.
The EX series mechs from the beautiful country? Looks like this time the catch is big. Brother, the explosion just now, was it the power of the self-destruct of the EX mech? Well done. With a D-level ability, one could destroy a mech like this. Even I would find it difficult to do so.
A casual and carefree voice echoed, prompting Lin Feng to immediately look towards the source, where a black figure was speeding through the sky towards him. As the figure drew closer, Lin Feng initially thought the person must be using some special means to fly in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Feng noticed the truth. The person was standing on a hoverboard-like platform, resembling a skateboard. The newcomer appeared young, dressed in a black combat suit, carrying two long spears on his back, one black and one blue. With every move, exuding a relaxed and confident aura. As this person intruded into Lin Feng's magnetic field, all Lin Feng could think of was one thing. Strong. Such a strong magnetic field. The sensation was just like when Lu Feng entered his magnetic field for the first time. Moreover, his personal magnetic field was very calm and stable, devoid of any aura of supernatural abilities. There was only one possibility. A practitioner of ancient martial arts. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized something and slapped his forehead. Oh no! That mech was damaged just now. If it happens again like before. The scene of the mech's core exploding still haunted Lin Feng. If the mech that was pierced by the spear had exploded just now, the other two mechs would undoubtedly suffer the consequences too. The simultaneous explosion of three mechs would cause unimaginable destruction. Lin Feng dared not think about it. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with these mechs. The black-clothed youth seemed to sense Lin Feng's concerns and spoke with a smile. If those Iron Kings explode, I'll have a headache too. With that, the black-clothed youth stepped on the hoverboard, leaped into the air, and drew the blue long spear from his back, aiming at the combat mech pierced by the red spear. Click! The hard shell of the mech was effortlessly picked open by the black-clothed youth. Witnessing this, Lin Feng was utterly astonished. What's going on? When he and Xiao Ying joined forces, they barely managed to break through the defense of one mech. Yet this person effortlessly broke its armor with just a melee weapon? This indicated that the black-clothed youth before him was at least at a sea level or even higher. The giant mech, towering at a height of 3 to 4 meters, was disintegrating at a visible speed. Of course, its disintegration was not of its own accord but rather assisted by the black-clothed youth using his blue long spear to dismantle it bit by bit. However, during this gap, the other two combat mechs immediately changed their attack targets and headed towards the black-clothed youth. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly warned, "Be careful. The remaining two are coming towards you." The black-clothed youth, who was disassembling the mech in front of him, grinned widely.
Ha ha. Thanks for the reminder, but it seems I don't really need it.
With that, the black-clothed youth exerted force with his right arm, pulling out the red long spear that pierced the combat mech in front of him. Simultaneously, he aimed at the two combat mechs charging towards him. Behave yourselves. The black-clothed youth suddenly raised his voice, and the two colored long spears in his hands stabbed towards them. As the long spears were about to leave the black-clothed youth's hands, his hands trembled. Boom! Hiss! Flames ignited on the red long spear, while the blue long spear was instantly covered in frost. Seeing this, Lin Feng was even more shocked. Because the black-clothed youth before him was not a supernatural being, yet he could achieve such feats solely through ancient martial techniques? It was simply unbelievable. Or perhaps, the materials of those two long spears were different. The two long spears were thrown almost simultaneously, their speed as fast as ghosts. Click! The sound of metal being pierced resonated almost simultaneously. The two mechs that had charged towards the black-clothed youth were pierced by the long spears. One mech was engulfed in flames, while the other was instantly frozen by spreading ice. Lin Feng was amazed by this method. Even with great effort, he couldn't say he could destroy one, yet this black-clothed youth effortlessly disabled these two mechs in an instant. I still prefer this one. The black-clothed youth grinned, pulling out the black long spear from behind him. Compared to the previous two spears, it looked plain and simple with a black shaft and a white head, seemingly unremarkable. Whoosh! The black-clothed youth wielded the long spear, creating a piercing sound through the air. Then, he skillfully dismantled the mech in front of him with this seemingly ordinary long spear. Crack! Crack! Mech fragments scattered like snowflakes, continuously peeled off, showing that the black-clothed youth knew the mech inside out. The black long spear seemed like an extension of his hands, operating with great agility. In no time, the mech in front of him was reduced to a shimmering golden energy core. The energy core resembled a battery, and the reason the previous mech self-destructed might have been due to Xiao Cheng accidentally damaging the energy core. See, to deal with this thing, you just need to extract its core, and it won't explode. This is a good find. I'll take it back once the mission is complete, the black-clothed youth said with a smile. At the same time, he swiftly moved to the next mech and continued dismantling it. Lin Feng stood by, feeling awkward, about to speak when the black-clothed youth directly asked, "Who are you? Since you're targeting the mechs of the beautiful country, you must be from Huaxia, right? Human Alliance? Or the Shadow Army?" Whether intentional or not, the black-clothed youth paused after the latter part of his sentence. "I am from Survivor City E," Lin Feng said, showing the identity card Qin Wanner had made for him earlier. "Oh? City E?" The black-clothed youth's hands didn't slow down, expressing surprise. "City E is dozens of kilometers away from here. You dare venture deep into the infected area? You've got quite the courage. But, judging by your strength, even if you encounter danger in the infected area, you can handle it, right? Unless you're unlucky and run into a B-level infected king nearby." As he spoke, his actions had already finished. The second mech was successfully dismantled. The black-clothed youth then moved on to the third mech. It's nothing, I've always been brave since I was young, Lin Feng chuckled. However, the black-clothed youth's words stuck with Lin Feng. There was a B-level infected king nearby. If he could subdue it, those mechs that had threatened him earlier would be nothing. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm codenamed Ghost Gun, from the 5th Special Abilities Team of Huaxia. This mission is to eliminate a research base of the beautiful country on the border of Huaxia. If you have any information, can you cooperate? The 5th Special Abilities Team? Lin Feng ignored his purpose for coming here and nodded thoughtfully. So you're from the Special Abilities Team, no wonder you're so fierce. Perhaps having seen Lu Feng in action, Lin Feng now viewed the Special Abilities Team through a different lens. Seeing Ghost Gun's skills firsthand only intensified Lin Feng's interest in the Huaxia Special Abilities Team. Soon, the last mech was also dismantled swiftly by Ghost Gun. 3 energy cores were placed side by side. Ghost Gun pondered over how to handle these energy cores. Taking these back might not have much research value, and they might even self-destruct. But throwing them away would be a waste. Saying this, Ghost Gun opened his operational manual. I remember that the defense of that beautiful national research base was quite troublesome. Should we be able to break through with this thing? Just as Ghost Gun mentioned this, Lin Feng suddenly interjected. Are you going to that secret base of those foreign devils? I know where it is. I can take you there. With these words, Ghost Gun's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Lin Feng decisively nodded, then pointed in a certain direction. Just follow this road straight ahead, and you will find that secret base of those foreign devils. I was discovered by them, which is why these mechas are chasing me. Hearing this, Ghost Gun burst into laughter.
Ha ha. So that's it, no wonder. I was curious just now why these beautiful national mechas would expose themselves actively, so that's how it is. That makes things much easier.
Ghost Gun pointed to the 3 energy cores on the ground, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a sly smile.
They brought this to deal with you, so use this thing to turn the tables on them.
Lin Feng vaguely guessed Ghost Gun's idea.
The 3 energy cores exploded. The power that erupted in an instant would probably level that hillside.
Even if that secret base is very sturdy, it probably can't withstand such an impact.
Ha ha ha, great idea.
Lin Feng suddenly became interested as well.
This feeling is not much different from setting off firecrackers to flush out mice hiding in their burrows. Men don't have many interests. This counts as one.
Oh, right. Ghost Gun suddenly remembered something and reached into his pocket.
After fumbling for a while, Ghost Gun finally pulled out a black mask.
It was called a mask, but the gloss emanating from its surface made it look more like it was made of metal.
You take this. Ghost Gun casually tossed it over.
Taking it in hand, the item was heavy, indeed with a metallic texture, just shaped like a mask.
This is.
Lin Feng observed repeatedly but couldn't figure it out.
This is a multilingual translator, specifically for foreign affairs, Ghost Gun explained slowly.
Normally, only our special forces team would issue this. If you encounter survivors later, you can use it to communicate with them. Lin Feng looked at Ghost Gun in astonishment, then put it on his face.
This thing can translate my language? What if I don't understand?
Ghost Gun pointed at the mask with a smile, explaining, "Don't worry, it automatically translates foreign languages through bone conduction below."
At least, it can translate the mainstream languages in the world now. It's for foreign affairs, so don't break it. After hearing Ghost Gun's explanation, Lin Feng immediately became very interested in the translator. What a great thing to have. With this, whether it's Japanese or English from the beautiful country, communication would be stress-free.
However, Lin Feng soon had a question.
Hey, wait a minute. You gave me this thing, what will you do later? Ghost Gun's smile became more intriguing. He chuckled, then pretended to sigh deeply. There's a rule above that says law enforcement must be justified, so this thing has a recording function. If I were to use it, I would have to activate this recording function. By then, if those guys beg for mercy, it will all be translated. How can I kill them? Sometimes, not understanding what they say is actually a good thing.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly understood. So, Ghost Gun wanted to use him as a shield.
There's such an operation?
By handing the translator to Lin Feng, Ghost Gun would have an excuse to kill all those people. Although it was being used as a shield, Lin Feng felt that this shield was worth it.
Alright, now that you know the place, let's hurry over there.
It's said that these beautiful country scum usually engage in some dangerous research.
What exactly the research is about, I'm not interested, just blow it up. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Ghost Gun said decisively.
Lin Feng nodded, reached out his hand, and the force field grabbed 3 energy cores in the air. Seeing this scene, Ghost Gun was somewhat surprised.
Oh, this ability is interesting. I seem to understand a bit why you could destroy a mech all by yourself.
Lin Feng modestly smiled.
Just a little trick, nothing to boast about. Follow me.
Lin Feng led Ghost Gun to the entrance of the base they had just discovered.
Pointing to the inconspicuous slope below, he said, the entrance is right here, their base is underneath.
Ghost Gun stomped on the ground with his foot. The soil here was incredibly solid, unlike the usual soft soil.
Indeed, there seems to be something hidden below.
With that, Ghost Gun immediately pulled out his black long gun and swiftly attacked the ground.
Puff, puff, puff. Ghost Gun's attack created 3 large holes directly on the ground, perfect for storing the 3 energy cores.
Lin Feng also followed suit and placed the energy cores inside. After doing this, Ghost Gun felt around the sole of his shoe and pulled out 3 iron-like objects. I never expected that the concealment explosive devices they gave us could actually be used. I will set a 30-second timer later. When these 3 energy cores explode simultaneously, I'm not sure how powerful it will be.
Remember to stay far away,
Ghost Gun instructed. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't foolish. The explosion of 1 energy core before had left him terrified. Now with 3 energy cores exploding simultaneously, only a fool would stand nearby to watch.
Alright, I'll start now.
Ghost Gun's smile grew even wider. The thought of giving those foreigners a taste of their own medicine made him uncontrollably excited. Ghost Gun's movements were deliberately slow, as if he wanted others to see his actions clearly. Lin Feng was naturally very puzzled.
But the profound smile on Ghost Gun's face was unfathomable. Their actions must have been closely monitored by those foreigners outside. Ghost Gun guessed this.
That's why he slowed down his movements, letting those foreigners hiding underground know what was about to happen.
At the same time, every move of the two outside was clearly seen on the screen by the group of foreigners in white coats below, just as Ghost Gun had expected. When the detonator was dropped, a researcher couldn't help but curse. Oh, sh*t, f*ck me. Boom, boom, boom. Before the continuous explosions began, Ghost Gun and Lin Feng had already taken cover 100 meters away. Although they had witnessed the explosion range of the energy core to be around a dozen meters before, this time it was 3 energy cores exploding simultaneously. The energy gathered together could create massive destruction, even Ghost Gun wasn't sure. That's why they stayed so far away. With the explosion site as the center, the 3 energy cores burst out like furious ancient beasts breaking free from their restraints, creating a deafening roar. Faintly, one could see dust and debris sweeping around like a storm. Although the explosion range only covered 20 to 30 meters, the shockwave still made Lin Feng feel the pressure. If he had been at the center of the explosion just now, even with his abilities, he wouldn't have survived. The spatial vibrations during the explosion affected the surrounding magnetic fields. Lin Feng couldn't even control them. How could he ensure his safety? The smoke and dust from the explosion rose hundreds of meters into the sky. From a distance, a small mushroom cloud rose up. Ha ha ha. Enough to make those stinky bugs hiding in the dark drink a pot. Ghost Gun laughed heartily at the magnificent scene. Then he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's see if these foreign devils' luck holds up. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, the once hidden underground base was now fully exposed. The walls, under the immense impact, became precarious. Steel bars and concrete debris exposed underground all testified to the power of the recent explosion. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell and heavy dust. When Lin Feng and Ghost Gun approached and saw the situation below, they couldn't help but be surprised. Although there were exposed steel bars and concrete everywhere, the overall structure of this underground base remained intact. Only a few scattered bodies could be seen. They had died from being pierced by the collapsing building. There were ordinary soldiers in armor and a few researchers in white coats among the casualties. However, most people were still alive. Though shaken, they persevered, their figures faintly visible in the dark corners. Some staggered to their feet, their faces showing the surprise of surviving a disaster. But this joy did not last long. 2 figures stood at a high point, overlooking the survivors below. Should we say their base is sturdy, or the explosion power of those 3 energy cores was insufficient? There are survivors? Ghost Gun frowned, displeased. He had thought these guys had all perished in the explosion, saving him some effort and bloodshed. Unexpectedly, he had to take matters into his own hands. They must have been lucky, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ghost Gun slowly drew out his black long gun, his expression slightly frozen, then spoke. You're called Lin. Lin Feng, right? Today's events, you must keep them secret for me. Just say these people all died in the explosion. It has nothing to do with me. Before the words had even finished, Ghost Gun exerted force with his left foot, propelling his body forward. PSH. The ordinary black long gun directly pierced a soldier in black armor, its speed so fast that others couldn't react in time. Oh, damn. You're Ghost Gun from the Special Abilities Team of China. The heartless demon who kills without blinking. One of the researchers seemed to recognize Ghost Gun's identity. His words, translated through a device, reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng, what did he say? Is he begging for mercy? Ghost Gun flipped over the soldier he had just shot and asked Lin Feng. No. Lin Feng understood clearly and replied directly. He's saying if you have the guts, kill them all. Ghost Gun was momentarily stunned. Then his smile grew brighter, so audacious. I like it. Swish. His figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he had pierced another person's chest with the long gun in his hand. Ghost Gun, darting among the soldiers, seemed to be in a realm of his own, where a thrust of his gun meant someone's demise. Despite the soldiers in high-tech armor being on guard, they couldn't defend against Ghost Gun's strength. Even his figure was too fast for the naked eye to catch. How could they fight this? Oh God. We've already sent out 4 mechs, that's all the power we have in the base. Stay calm. Our mechs are strong, but if they're up against the Special Abilities team, we need to use higher grade mechs. But the EX series is the strongest we have here, unless we bring more from the mainland. Damn it, if he won't let us live, we won't let him off easy. Activate the Bloodthirsty Tyrant. What? The Bloodthirsty Tyrant? Are you crazy? If we lure it here, none of us will survive. We can't worry about that now. Hearing the intense discussions of the researchers in the distance, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. These guys seem to have a stronger trump card than the EX series mechas just now. But with Ghost Gun in charge, even if these guys had some tricks up their sleeves,
they shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. What caught Lin Feng's attention more than these guys was Ghost Gun's strength. His strength was at a sea level, but in Lin Feng's eyes, the ordinary sea level seemed insufficient to describe it. Using C+ seemed more appropriate. Martial artists, apart from some special practitioners, did not focus on mental power but on enhancing other attributes. The power that erupted from Ghost Gun's every move made Lin Feng's mind tremble. Perhaps his power data was several times higher than his own. Espers emerged as a special genre only in the past 100 years with the arrival of the apocalypse. Initially, it was the martial artists of Huaxia who resisted the impact of the apocalypse. If faced with a martial artist of the same level whose power data surpassed his own, it could potentially shatter his magnetic field. Only when facing espers could Lin Feng's magnetic field be considered 100% strong. In short, some martial artists skilled in strength, seemingly unremarkable, could actually become Lin Feng's nemesis. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, a loud rumble echoed from a far distance. It was the same sound as when the mecha landed just now. Lin Feng immediately frowned and looked into the distance. There, amidst the vast jungle, was a huge figure even taller than the nearby trees. The thick trunk seemed like grass in front of it, scattering as it charged through. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. It seemed to be an infected being. He quickly took out a bronze mask and put it on. But as Lin Feng scanned the huge figure, the bronze mask unexpectedly cracked open. What? Lin Feng was suddenly shocked, exceeding the mask's detection level. When he first got this bronze mask, Lin Feng had already learned that its maximum detection range was a C+ infected being, but now, it cracked due to detection. It meant it was a B-level infected being.